Chapter 41:15. Master. Lang Xingshan's expression was solemn as he quickly moved closer to Yang Kai. The scabby head also swallowed his saliva secretly as his face turned pale. The three of them stood back to back as they secretly activated their powers, ready to attack at any moment. A wolf howl was heard as the dozens of demonic wolves pounced forward. Yang Kai flicked his finger and a crescent blade slashed forward. However, the power of the crescent blade was not as strong as usual as it was only a foot long. The crescent blade slashed on the shoulder of a demonic wolf and only left a scar on its body. It was not able to kill it on the spot. Yang Kai's face turned gloomy. This strange world was suppressing one's powers to a certain extent. If not, the crescent blade would not be so weak. On the other side, Lang Xingshan and the scabby head were also exerting their powers. However, their foundations were not as strong as Yang Kai's, and they were also being suppressed. Even if they tried their best, they could only cause slight damage to the demonic wolves. The dozens of demonic wolves surrounded the three of them and took turns to attack them. The smell of fresh blood stimulated their nerves and made them even more violent and savage. Yang Kai and the other two tried to break out of the encirclement but could not find a suitable opportunity. If this continued, the three of them would definitely be torn into pieces by the dozens of demonic wolves. Master, I can't hold on any longer. The scabby head suddenly cried out in pain as his arm was bitten by a demonic wolf. Blood immediately flowed out. Yang Kai's thoughts turned rapidly as he tried to think of a way to break out of this situation. Everything in this world was traceable. For example, when he first entered the world of bubbles, the opportunity to leave was in a bubble. When he entered the world of swords for the second time, he could kill other swords to strengthen himself and walk to the peak step by step. There should be some rules in this world, some rules that he had not discovered. As long as he could make use of these rules, he should be able to escape. With that thought, Yang Kai looked at the cloth bag on his waist and reached out to grab a bug from it. A demonic wolf in front of him leaped up high as its fangs shone with a cold light. Yang Kai activated his divine telekinesis and threw the bug at the demonic wolf. Strangely enough, after the insect left his hand, it suddenly exploded into a ball of dazzling white light, which instantly enveloped the demon wolf. The originally aggressive demon wolf, after being enveloped by the white light, seemed to have suffered a great blow. It fell from the sky and shook its head. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt a faint connection between him and the demon wolf soul. He seemed to be able to control the demon wolf. Without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately drove his spiritual perception to suppress the other party. The monster wolf still wanted to resist, but Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that it could not resist at all. In just a breath's time, the white light poured into the monster wolf's body. With a thought from Yang Kai, the demon wolf immediately turned its head, opened its bloody maw, and bit down on its companion's throat, causing him to spurt out blood and stagger back. This insect can control these demon wolves. Yang Kai shouted. Hearing this, Lang Xingshan and Scabby Head did not hesitate. They took out bugs from their cloth bags and imitated Yang Kai's action, throwing the bugs out. The bugs exploded into white light and covered the monster wolf's body. After the white light completely poured in, the monster wolf would be controlled by the three of them. The situation instantly turned for the better. Yang Kai threw the bugs out of the cloth bag one by one and subdued the monster wolves one after another. Lang Xingshan and Scabby Head did not stay idle and did the same thing. Soon, Yang Kai found the trick. These bugs, he named them beast-taming bugs for the time being. They could be used like secret treasures, but they were one-time use secret treasures. After they were used, they would turn into a white light that shrouded the monster wolves. At this time, it was time for the owner's divine sense to fight with the wolf's divine sense. If the owner could suppress the wolf's divine sense, the white light would pour into the monster wolf's body and subdue it. If the owner could not suppress the wolf's divine sense, the white light would collapse and the beast-taming bug would die. Even the cultivator would be injured. Scabby Head suffered a loss. He used too many beast-taming bugs at one time. As a result, he could not control them. Two of the white light exploded, causing blood to flow out of his nose and his face to turn pale. Time passed slowly. Originally, the three of them were besieged by dozens of monster wolves, but with the help of these beast-taming bugs, the situation immediately turned for the better. After an incense stick worth of time, half of the dozens of monster wolves had died, and the remaining half had been subdued by the three of them. Scabby Head gasped for breath and could not help but feel a sense of relief. Previously, in the sword world, although he had been observing Xianxia and Xianxia's experience through the small seal world bead, he had only been watching from the sidelines. Although he often trembled with fear, after all, he had never experienced it himself. Now, after experiencing it, he realized that these sword worlds were not so easy to explore. If it were not for his master understanding the mysteries at the critical moment, they would have been doomed in the first battle. Master, is this the beast-taming world? Xianxia asked. Xianxia nodded. From the current situation, it seems so. However, whether it was true or not, they would have to explore it for a while to know. A few days later, their previous guess was confirmed. This was indeed the beast-taming world. In this world, there were countless large and small groups of monster beasts. The strength of Xianxia's trio was greatly suppressed, so if they wanted to win, they could only rely on the strength of their monster beast subordinates. The monster wolves they had subdued before were just the most ordinary monster wolves. Among the groups of monster beasts, there were even monster kings. Relying on the white beast taming insects in the cloth bag was impossible to subdue. Xianxia tried several times, but the white light would shatter. It was not that his divine sense could not suppress the other party, but that the white beast-taming insects could not withstand the collision of the two divine senses. Xianxia guessed that there should be higher-grade beast-taming insects above the white beast-taming insects that could deal with these monster kings. After the trio suffered a loss in a group of 100 monster beasts, they embarked on the path of searching for beast-taming insects. Soon, they reaped some benefits. Sure enough, there were higher-grade beast-taming insects above the white beast-taming insects. Black, blue, purple, and so on. Using those higher-grade beast-taming insects, Xianxia's trio quickly subdued monster kings one after another. Once a monster king was subdued, the monster beast under its command would also be subdued. Among these monster kings, there was a huge difference in strength. Xianxia divided them into 3 levels: 100 Monster King, 1,000 Monster King, and Myriad Monster King. The 100 Monster King commanded 100 Monster Beast, the 1,000 Monster King commanded 1,000, and the Myriad Monster King commanded 10,000. Extremely powerful. A month later, the trio each led a myriad monster army and engaged in a decisive battle with the last group of monster beasts. The number of beasts in this group was extremely large, at least 100,000 in number, and the Beast King's appearance was also extraordinary, its body covered in golden fur and as sturdy as a house. Xianxia stared from afar and clearly felt that the mood of the myriad Beast King beneath him was somewhat uneasy. The opponent's Monster King actually had a strong deterrent effect on myriad Monster Kings. This was no longer a Monster King, but a Monster Emperor. The battle soon broke out, and countless monster wolves were killed or injured. Although the opponent's numbers were huge, and they were led by a Monster Emperor, Xianxia's trio split up and cooperated with each other, killing the enemy while also subduing the Monster Kings in the enemy camp, quickly gaining an absolute advantage. After another 3 days of bitter fighting, Xianxia finally succeeded in subduing the Monster Emperor, even though he was bitten by it. When a Monster King was subdued, a gentle force wrapped the trio and sent them out of this world. The trio appeared under the world tree again. Xianxia was covered in blood, but he was still grinning wildly. He had obtained another world fruit, although it was only a low-rank one. After a little rest, Xianxia repeated the same trick, releasing another person from a sealed world bead and having him take him into the world inside the fruit. Time passed day by day, and more people entered the world inside the fruit. The more people there were, the stronger they would be. When others entered the world inside the fruit, they would generally fight alone, but Xianxia had many people working together, so he naturally had a huge advantage. There were all kinds of strange worlds. There were worlds that needed to be conquered by force, worlds that needed to be cultivated to the limits of that world, and worlds that could only be freed by breaking through the suppression. There were also natural mazes that made it impossible for people to find their way in. There were all kinds of worlds, and there were many more. However, Xianxia soon concluded that a low-rank world fruit didn't take too long to break through, at most 3 months, but a mid-rank world fruit was much more difficult to break through, taking at least 1 to 2 years. This was the time inside the world, inside the fruit, which was different from the outside world. As such, Xianxia wasn't too worried. He had spent several years inside the world, inside the fruit, but only a dozen or so days in the outside world. One day, one of his subordinates rushed into the world fruit with a sealed world bead. Xianxia immediately walked out of his sealed world bead and released the dozen or so people who had entered the world fruit before him. However, before he could investigate the grade of this world, he suddenly felt a huge repulsive force enveloping him. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing under the 3,000 world tree. Not only him, but the dozen or so people he released also felt the same. Xianxia was stunned. What's going on? Xianxia was also puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, so he had no idea why he was being repelled by the world fruit. At this moment, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the earth shook and a root suddenly stretched out from the ground like a long whip, sweeping towards Xianxia and the others. This root was the root of the 3,000 world tree. No one had expected such an unforeseen event. In a moment of carelessness, half of the people were swept away and rolled down the mountain. Xianxia dodged quickly and managed to avoid this blow. Turning his head, he saw that the people who had been swept down the mountain were not in danger of losing their lives, but all of them were in a sorry state. Only then did he relax. Aya! A scream rang out. It turned out that Mangy Head had also been swept down, followed by everyone else. Xianxia moved left and right, avoiding the roots sweep again and again. While he was dodging, he suddenly felt someone's gaze on him. He quickly looked over and couldn't help but be surprised. An old face appeared on the trunk of the trichiliocosm tree, and it was glaring at him angrily. Chapter 41:16. Xianxia was a little embarrassed by his stare. How could he not know that his repeated cheating had been detected by the 3,000 world tree? In this land of eternity, many sacred herbs had developed intelligence. Even Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom were like that, let alone the 3,000 world tree. It was just that he had not shown it before, but Xianxia had repeatedly used the sealed world bead to exploit loopholes and enter the world fruit, harvesting more than a dozen fruits by himself. Such insatiable greed was something the world tree could not tolerate, even if it had 3,000 fruits. If Xianxia continued like this, who knew how many fruits it would have left? Therefore, when they sensed Xianxia's aura again, they immediately sent him and his dozen or so subordinates out of the world fruit, not giving them a chance to gain experience at all. Furthermore, they were sent down the mountain to sever their hopes. Its roots danced and whipped Xianxia again with great force. It didn't want to take Xianxia's life, but just send him down the mountain. Xianxia activated the law of space and dodged again and again. Although he had gained quite a lot, obtaining more than a dozen world fruits, and even 2 middle-level world fruits, he hadn't seen a single high-level world fruit. How could he give up? A high-grade world fruit could help a high-grade sky splitter advance by 1 grade. If he could reach the 7th grade in the future, he could use a high-grade world fruit to directly advance to the 8th grade. How many 8th grade sky splitters would there be in the blessed enclave? At this level, he was definitely an overlord. When the time came, not only could he establish himself in the 3,000 world fruit, but he could also achieve great things. While dodging, Xianxia begged, "Old tree, calm down, calm down. Go in one more time, one last time." The world tree's expression became even angrier. Why would it care about him? Its roots danced more and more wildly, but Xianxia activated the law of space, and his body moved erratically. How could it hit him? In anger, more than a dozen roots broke out of the ground and turned into an inescapable net that enveloped Xianxia. At the foot of the mountain, Xianxia and the others looked up and were dumbfounded. Scabbyhead's mouth twitched. This world tree must have been driven mad by our master. Xianxia exclaimed, "Oh no, the master is in danger." As he spoke, he immediately rushed up the mountain. More than a dozen people followed closely behind, avoiding the fog and lightning as they trekked arduously. On top of the mountain, Xianxia moved left and right, but the dozen roots of the Tree of World were like dozens of long whips that sealed the sky and the earth, greatly reducing the space he could move. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck by one of the roots. He felt a strong force rushing toward him, and there was a sweet taste in his mouth. Xianxia hugged the root, swallowed the rolling blood, and said with a cheeky smile, "Can I do it just once? Old Shu, take that fruit." Although he didn't remember to check the grade of the world fruit, he was sure that it was definitely not a low-grade world fruit. It should be a mid-grade one, and there was a very small chance that it was a high-grade one. If he could negotiate with the 3,000 world tree, he could at least get the world fruit. The 3,000 world tree didn't seem to hear him. It swung its roots a few times, but it couldn't get rid of Xianxia. In anger, the dozen roots whipped toward Xianxia through the air and hit him. Xianxia kept groaning. After 3 breaths, he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Although the world tree didn't want to kill him, it was uncomfortable to be whipped by the roots. Helpless, he could only shout, "Dragon form!" His body suddenly expanded, and he turned into a half-dragon with dragon horns on his head. His hands turned into dragon claws, and 2 streams of dragon breath came out of his nostrils. His whole body was covered with dragon scales, and each scale had natural patterns on it. They were hard and thick. Dragon whiskers fluttered under his chin. His huge body stood on top of the mountain. Although he wasn't as majestic as the world tree, he wasn't far behind. In the great cosmological realm, he had swallowed countless dragon blood pills, which made his dragon form body faintly show signs of transforming into a true dragon race. He was much stronger than before. Asterisk pa 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 asterisk sounds rang out incessantly as the dozen or so roots continuously whipped Xianxia's back, creating a series of loud bangs. However, this was still within an acceptable range. The defense of the dragon form body was much stronger than that of the human body. Xianxia chuckled and looked at the world tree. "Old tree, this is your last chance. Enter again, and I won't pester you anymore." He couldn't forget about the world fruit just now. As he spoke, he wrapped the root in his hand around his waist. Very quickly, he wrapped it around his waist a few times, making it clear that he wasn't going to give up just like that. The world tree's attacks became more and more violent. This time, even Xianxia's dragon form body couldn't take it anymore. The dragon scales on his back flew, and blood flowed. However, Xianxia's recovery ability was extremely strong. The power of the wood element in his Dao seal circulated, and his dragon blood was stimulated. His wounds healed continuously. The stalemate lasted for a full instant's time before the 3,000 world tree's attacks suddenly stopped. On the tree, the old face sighed heavily. Xianxia was overjoyed. "Old tree, you agree?" The 3,000 worlds tree looked at him in disgust. Then a root whipped at him. Xianxia smiled. "Old tree, why do you have to do this? Such an attack on me, ugh." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his hand become lighter. The root that he had been holding on to suddenly broke apart on its own accord. Immediately after, Kai Yang was struck by a powerful force, his body uncontrollably falling down the mountain. In midair, Xianxia was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the 3,000 worlds tree's attitude to be so tough. It would rather break one of its roots than let him stay on the mountain peak. With a bang, Xianxia landed heavily on the ground. He quickly got up and looked at the root in his hand, speechless. Although this root was voluntarily abandoned by the 3,000 worlds tree, it showed no signs of withering. Instead, it was full of vitality. Xianxia's heart moved. He then stuffed it into the sealed world bead. When he looked up again, the mountain was covered in fog and lightning. Soon, he couldn't see the scene inside. Xianxia didn't give up. He jumped into the fog and only lasted for a dozen breaths before running back. The fog was too terrifying. It was made up of countless tiny insects. Even his dragon form couldn't withstand it. In just a short while, his body was stained with blood, and a lot of his vitality was lost. Figures flashed around him. It was Xianxia and the others who were sent out. Although they were covered in dust, their lives weren't in danger. It should be the result of the World Tree's protection. Otherwise, with the current situation on the mountain, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. When they turned around and saw Xianxia's swollen face and bloody body, they couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, it was the first time they saw Xianxia use the dragon transformation technique. They couldn't help but be shocked. Only now did Xianxia and the others know that Xianxia actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. Judging from its appearance, this bloodline was quite extraordinary. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at them with a ferocious expression. He was angered by the 3,000 Worlds tree. This old tree was too stubborn. It would rather give up one of its roots than give him one last chance. After pondering for a while, Xianxia roared, "Old shoe, everyone has only one chance to enter the world fruit field. What do you mean by blocking this mountain and not letting us in? I still have a few dozen people here who want to go in. You can't deprive them of their qualifications. That's unfair." Saying so, he raised his hand and released the remaining people hiding in the small sealed world bead. Xianxia and the others were speechless. They had used Xianxia's fraudulent means to enter more than a dozen world fruits and obtain them. Now, Xianxia was actually talking about fairness to the world tree. Xianxia continued, "At most, I won't go in. You have to let them in, don't you?" As soon as his voice fell, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. He listened carefully. In the next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the heavy fog and screamed. Xianxia reached out and grabbed the person. After taking a closer look, he was stunned. "Brother Meng?" The one who rushed out of the fog was Meng Hong. Meng Hong was still in shock. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw a huge dragon head pointing at him. However, after seeing the appearance of the dragon head, he hesitated. "Brother Yang?" Xianxia nodded and put him down. He transformed back into his human form and asked in confusion, "Brother Meng, why did you come out at this time?" Meng Hong's appearance was too coincidental. Xianxia faintly felt that something was wrong. Meng Hong said, "I don't know. I was training in that world when a force suddenly expelled me." "Huh, is this the world fruit?" Saying so, he suddenly looked at his palm and found that he had obtained a world fruit at some point. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but be speechless. He knew that the reason why Meng Hong could withdraw halfway and even obtain a world fruit for free was all because of the world tree. It should have sensed the relationship between Meng Hong and himself, so it directly sent him out. Realizing this, Xianxia sighed slightly. He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the world fruit again. The 3,000 World Tree was willing to cut off one of its roots, send Meng Hong out, and even give him fruit for free. They want to make Xianxia give up completely. Meng Hong's luck was pretty good. The world fruit in his hand was a middle-grade one. He had wandered in that world for a few years, fighting alone. He didn't know how to escape. He had thought that he was dead for sure, but who would have thought that there would be such a twist? To be honest, he still couldn't believe it. He felt like he was in the clouds. The two disciples from Great Moon State stepped forward and briefly explained what had happened. Only then did Meng Hong learn that he was able to escape so easily because of Xianxia's pestering with the 3,000 World Tree. He couldn't help laughing. He had wanted to take a world fruit and give it to Xianxia to repay his kindness, but in the end, it was Xianxia who had saved him once again. Now that he had eaten and drank, it was a bit hard to explain. "Brother Yang, please accept this world fruit." Meng Hong handed the fruit in his hand to Xianxia. Xianxia laughed and said, "Brother Meng, I've already gained a lot. Moreover, you'll need this when you advance to the 5th stage Heaven Splitter. There's no need to give it to me." Chapter 41:17. Xianxia was not being hypocritical. World fruits were rare, but he had already obtained a lot of them. He had 13 low-rank world fruits and 2 mid-rank world fruits, so there was no need for him to covet Meng Hong's things. Meng Hong shook his head. "This time, my 3 brothers were protected by Brother Yang in the Great Void Realm. If it weren't for Brother Yang, my 3 brothers would have been dead by now. Brother Yang also lent us many treasures to help us condense heaven splitting power. If it weren't for Brother Yang, how could this Ming have achieved what he has today? This Ming has nothing else but this fruit. What's more, this Ming was only able to obtain this fruit thanks to you. Please don't refuse, Brother Yang, otherwise, this Ming will have no face to see anyone in the future. Seeing that Yang Kai still wanted to say something, Meng Hong pretended to be angry and said, Brother Yang, if you refuse again, it means you are looking down on this Meng Hong. This world fruit, I don't want it. Saying so, he casually threw the world fruit up the mountain. Everyone around him exclaimed. Yang Kai reached out and caught the fruit, speechless. Since Brother Ming has such good intentions, I won't stand on ceremony. I will keep this fruit for now, and if Brother Ming needs it in the future, feel free to ask for it from me. That being said, Yang Kai also knew that since Meng Hong had made his attitude clear today, he would not take this fruit back no matter what. Sure enough, Meng Hong laughed and said, This Ming is confident that he can break through to the 6th grade with his own ability. Seeing the two of them push back and forth over a priceless middle-tier world fruit, the dozens of onlookers were somewhat dumbfounded. This was a treasure that even powerful heaven-opening realm cultivators would fight over, but now, it was being pushed back and forth by these two, and it had almost been tossed into the fog. After taking everyone back into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai checked his harvest. The 16 world fruits could be said to be a bountiful harvest. The 13 low-grade world fruits could be ignored for now. Even if they were valuable, they wouldn't be too valuable. After all, they could only help a low-grade world fruit advance by 1 grade, and the limit was the 3rd grade. However, the 3 mid-grade world fruits were different. The upper limit of a middle-grade world fruit was the 6th grade. In other words, it was best for a 5th grade world fruit to split open the sky. Such a treasure was extremely rare. What made Yang Kai feel slightly regretful was that he didn't get a high-grade world fruit this time. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh, feeling that he was indeed a little greedy. Su Zhan had said that although the 3,000 world tree bore 3,000 world fruits, most of them were low-grade, with only a few middle-grade ones. As for high-grade ones, it might or might not. Obtaining 3 middle-grade ones this time was already a great fortune. Apart from these world fruits, there was also an unexpected gain. It was one of the world tree's roots. Yang Kai had previously transformed into a dragon and shamelessly wrapped this root around his waist to bargain with the world tree, angering it. The world tree then cut off its own roots and pulled him down the mountain, resulting in this root falling into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai had casually thrown this root into the sealed world bead before, but when he poured his divine sense into the sealed world bead to investigate it, he couldn't help feeling surprised. This root had actually pierced into the ground of the sealed world bead and turned into a small sapling that swayed gently in the wind. Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. This root was worthy of being the root of the world tree. Its vitality was really strong, and after just a short while it had sprouted new branches and leaves. If that was all, Yang Kai could clearly feel that this little sapling was like a bottomless pit. The world energy of the entire sealed world bead was madly pouring into this little sapling. And as the little sapling grew, the world principles of the sealed world bead were rapidly perfecting and stabilizing. Below the ground, invisible to the naked eye, the roots of the little sapling had soared by more than 100 acres. Tiny roots were still spreading out at an extremely fast speed, showing signs of covering the entire sealed world bead. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and his throat went dry. The roots of this world tree could perfect the world principles of the sealed world bead and stabilize it. So what would happen if it was transplanted back to the star boundary? Back then, Yang Kai asked the giant divine spirit Ada about the survival of the star boundary, but Ada only mentioned the world tree. Yang Kai had only been in this world for a short time, so his foundation was still unstable. So he hadn't had time to carefully inquire about the world tree. There was a 3,000 world tree in the Elderland. Was the tree of world the tree of world that Ada had mentioned? When he heard Sujin talk about the 3,000 world tree before, Yang Kai had a guess, and now, looking at the situation of this little sapling, he vaguely confirmed it. The world tree that Ada mentioned might really be the 3,000 world tree. If that was the case, then the biggest gain from this trip to the Elder Land wasn't the 3 saint medicines or the 16 world fruits he had just obtained, but the roots of this world tree. Xianxia couldn't help but have the urge to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. However, he had to wait until he returned to the star boundary to verify this. Previously, he had bought a star in the star market and searched for the location of the star boundary. Comparing the traces he had left along the way and the place where he had parted with Zhang Shi, he already had some ideas, but as for the specific location of the star boundary, he still had to personally investigate it. After pondering for a while, Xianxia decided not to suppress the growth of the little sapling. Although the growth of the little sapling required a terrifying amount of world energy, the feedback to the sealed world bead was also extremely significant. As a result, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. As for the consumed world energy, Xianxia had countless source crystals, so he could completely replenish the sealed world bead by exploding them. After busying himself for a while, Xianxia finally took care of everything and let out a long sigh of relief. Now that he had angered the 3,000 world tree, there was no hope for more world fruits. The Elder Land had been open for so many days now, so any good things and opportunities had probably already been found. Now all that was left was the spirit-seizing battle. Originally, he wanted to find a suitable metal attribute treasure in the Elder Land, but unfortunately, he had no clue. Zhu Jiuyin had told him that in the entire great cosmological realm, there were only 2 places that had metal attribute treasures that Xianxia needed. One was the Golden Vulture Palace, which was Jin Wu's territory. Jin Wu was a metal attribute divine spirit, so the power of his monster core was completely in line with Xianxia's needs. As long as Jin Wu helped, Xianxia could easily capture him with his 7th grade metal attribute hand. However, Jin Wu was Zhu Jiuyin's sworn enemy, so how could he help Zhu Jiuyin's bearer? The bearer he chose was ordered by Zhu Jiuyin to kill Xianxia several times, but unfortunately, he was killed by Xianxia in the world fruit. The second place was the Elder Land. There were many opportunities in the Elder Land, so there might be metal attribute treasures that Xianxia needed. But until now, Xianxia had not discovered anything. Just as he was pondering, heaven and earth suddenly shook slightly, as if thunder was rolling across the earth. Xianxia's expression turned serious, and he quickly released his divine thought to investigate. A moment later, the same thing happened again. This time, Xianxia clearly noticed that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something and was rapidly gathering in one direction. He turned his head and looked in that direction, using his full vision to observe. Heaven and earth were moving strangely, and it was obvious that something abnormal was happening. Perhaps some precious treasure was about to be born. In his field of vision, rays of light flew toward the place where the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was gathering. They probably had the same idea as Xianxia, which was that they sensed something abnormal and wanted to get close to him. Xianxia did not hesitate for too long. He flew up and rushed in that direction. Heaven and earth shook several times along the way, until a certain moment, the shadow of a fruit tree suddenly appeared in midair. This fruit tree was carved out of ice and jade, crystal clear and beautiful. As the spiritual qi of heaven and earth poured in, it kept solidifying. The primordial fruit tree. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was still wondering where the primordial fruit tree was hiding. Although he found the old tree under Pu Baixiong's guidance, that old tree was not the primordial fruit tree, but the 3,000 worlds tree. Only now did he realize that the primordial fruit tree was traceless and untraceable. It would only reveal itself under special circumstances. Did someone trigger the opportunity for the primordial fruit tree to reveal itself? Maybe it was not because of someone, but because the time was right and the primordial fruit tree revealed itself. But no matter what, since the primordial fruit tree had appeared, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Those bearers were all entrusted with the mission of the divine spirits behind them. If they succeeded, they would reach the sky in a single step, but if they failed, their lives would be in danger. Under such circumstances, who would dare to not work hard? Take Xianxia, for example. He and the others were still in Zhu Jiuyin's hands. If he wanted them to escape safely, he had to get the primordial fruit tree. Figures gathered from all directions towards the place where the primordial fruit tree appeared. At this time, those divine spirit bearers who had been hiding could no longer care about hiding themselves. Time passed. As the primordial fruit tree swallowed the aura of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it became more and more solid. More than 2 hours later, Xianxia arrived at the place. Looking around, there were already a lot of people gathered here. There were more than 30 people that he knew and didn't know. Su Zhen, Ding Yi, and Xianxia were also there. These 3 guys had entered the world in the fruit tree like him before, but he had taken advantage of the loopholes and entered and exited the world fruit more than a dozen times, wasting a lot of time. It was natural that they could come out first. To be able to come out of the world in the fruit tree, they must have obtained a world fruit. Not only them, but Chu Huashang and Gu Pan also came. The 2 girls gathered together and whispered something. Seeing Xianxia, the former's eyes lit up and she waved enthusiastically to Xianxia. "Little brother Yang, over here." Xianxia smiled slightly, nodded slightly to Su Zhen and others, and fell beside Chu Huashang. Ding Yi was envious of the other side. Chu Huashang is a disciple of Yin and Yang Wonderland. Her cultivation method is special. She is also a disaster-level existence. Ding Yi has long been looking straight at her. He wants to come over and get close to her, but he doesn't have the courage. He is afraid of offending the beauty. Now seeing others so enthusiastic about Xianxia, he naturally envies and admires. Senior Sister Chu, Junior Sister Gu. Xianxia said hello. Chu Huashang looked at him with a smile. Her eyes were full of peach blossoms, and the waves were flowing. "Little brother Yang, the primordial fruit tree has been born, and it may be chaotic when fighting. Little brother Yang should protect me more." Chapter 41:18. Under the watchful eyes of the public, she was bold and direct, and she did not care about the eyes of others. Xianxia, on the other hand, didn't buy this and simply laughed. "Senior Sister Chu, you're making things difficult for me. As far as I know, this primordial fruit tree will only produce 1 primordial spirit fruit each time. When the time comes, everyone will inevitably fight over it. If we don't fight each other, how can we protect each other? It is precisely because there is only 1 primordial spirit fruit that these bearers must go all out. So even if Su Zhen has a good relationship with her and Gu Pan, they do not stand together. This was because every bearer who came here was a competitor. They have been vigorously cultivated by the Holy Spirits behind them and shoulder the expectations of the Holy Spirits. If they fail, it will make the Holy Spirit's plan fail. It is very likely to anger those Holy Spirits, and their lives will be in danger. In history, there were many bearers who failed to win the primordial spirit fruit and died in the hands of the Holy Spirits. The Xianxia killed the bearers. The water element treasure moon essence that Xianxia refined was brought out from the land of no elders by a bearer of the Xianxia. After this person was killed, the moon essence was useless to the Xianxia and was given to the sea race. Not only the Xianxia, but most of the Holy Spirits will do the same, get their benefits, but can't satisfy them. How can they give up? Chu Huashang smiled and said, "Why is little brother Yang so unreasonable? My plan is like this. We can join forces to resist the enemy first. Little brother Yang has been in this land of no elders for so many days. You should have met some bearers and know their means. It is always better to work together than to fight alone. As for the primordial spirit fruit, it depends on your own means." Xianxia heard the words and nodded. Chu Huashang's proposal was also good. Although he was powerful, if he used all his strength, no one present was his opponent, but the tiger couldn't stand the wolf, and the 2 fists couldn't beat the 4 hands. If his performance was too strong and caused public anger, he would not get any good. At this time, 1 or 2 allies can share some of the pressure. Junior Sister Gu also means this. Xianxia turned to look at Gu Pan. The little girl was more introverted and kept her head down. She just nodded gently and expressed her attitude. Kai said, "Of course we can work together, but are there only 3 of us? Where are Brother Lin, Brother Su, and Brother Daoran?" They were all disciples from the blessed and heavenly enclave, and they had worked together once before. Chu Huashang snorted. "They are a few stinky men who care about their life and death. And at this time, the more people who join forces, the better. Yang, little brother, you should also understand." Kai was speechless. "I'm a man too." Chu Huashang covered her mouth and smiled. "You are fragrant, different from them. Let people eat a lot." As she said, she deliberately sniffed Kai. Kai couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and nodded solemnly. Then it settled. "Let's work together to defend against the enemy." Chu Huashang, beautiful eyes bright, said, The 3 of them joined forces, and naturally others joined forces, but the number was not large. After all, many people did not know the root of the matter. It was better to fight alone and look for a good opportunity than to work with people they did not know. As they talked, more and more people gathered here, and some people quietly lurked and hid their figures. Obviously, they wanted to wait for the opportunity to rob the spirit fruit. Lin Feng and Ning Dao Ren also came and gathered with Su Zhen, and soon formed a small group. After another 2 hours, the number of martial artists that had arrived had already reached over 60. Those who rushed to this place at this time were definitely the bearers chosen by the saint spirits. They were attracted by the innate fruit tree. These 60-plus bearers were paying close attention to the situation of the innate fruit tree, waiting quietly. Because only the fruit tree appears at this moment. The primordial spirit fruit is missing. The spirit of heaven and earth is constantly converging towards the fruit tree, and the fruit tree is becoming more and more solid. At a certain moment, someone whispered, "The primordial spirit fruit is coming out." When everyone looked up, they saw that at the top of the fruit tree, a small bud suddenly appeared. The bud absorbed a huge amount of spirit and bloomed quickly, forming a bud. A strange atmosphere escaped from the bud, which made everyone feel like a spring breeze, and their minds were empty. Kai was even more shocked. He vaguely felt that the atmosphere was familiar. Suddenly, he remembered the atmosphere he felt when refining the moon essence. It was similar in nature to the atmosphere escaping from the bud. After a little meditation, he suddenly realized that the moon essence was also a primordial treasure. There was a trace of primordial qi. This primordial spirit fruit was the same, but compared with this flower bud, the atmosphere of the moon essence was undoubtedly much worse. The flower bud quickly bloomed, forming a flower bud. Under the influence of the strange aura, everyone watched in a daze, witnessing the origin and birth of life. For a moment, everyone's thoughts collided like lightning, flashing with all kinds of inspiration. These flashes of inspiration caused everyone's perception to greatly increase in a short period of time. Many areas that they usually did not understand during cultivation were suddenly cleared up at this moment, and they were suddenly enlightened. Kai's mind was filled with thoughts. On the path of cultivation, there was nothing he didn't understand. The foundation for breaking through to split the heavens had already been laid. As long as he condensed his energy step by step, he would be able to reach high-grade split the heavens sooner or later. However, with the help of the birth of the primordial spirit fruit, these flashes of inspiration in his mind gave birth to an extremely bold idea. If this idea succeeded, then he would obtain extraordinary battle prowess after breaking through to split the heavens. Of course, this idea could only be put into practice when he broke through to split the heavens. It was still very early. The primordial spirit fruit was truly extraordinary. Just the process of its birth allowed people to gain enlightenment, sweeping away the haze and troubles on the path of cultivation. Just this alone was enough for everyone to reap great benefits. Unknowingly, the petals began to wither, the primordial spirit fruit gradually formed, and the wonderful atmosphere slowly dissipated. Kai looked around and found that everyone's eyes were full of wanton light. Obviously, they had all gained something. Without the influence of the atmosphere, the light in everyone's mind gradually subsided, and there was no more enlightenment, which made many people sigh slightly. Xianxia looked at them, remembering each of their faces in his mind. If he guessed correctly, when these people left the great void realm alive, they would be the overlords of the 3,000 worlds when they really grew up. They were cultivated by the Holy Spirit and gained unimaginable benefits in the great void realm. Now that they had this opportunity to comprehend the mystery, their future achievements would certainly not be bad. The sound of breathing gradually quickened, and pairs of eyes looked at the gradually maturing primordial spirit fruit. Although the scene was calm, anyone could feel the undercurrent hidden under the calmness. The current situation was like a powder keg that was about to explode. Any spark could trigger an unmanageable situation. "It's time to do it," Chu Huashang whispered. Xianxia remained calm. The bird that stands out dies first. Although he had the law of space, so many bears were watching, he did not dare to make a move easily. He was still able to restrain himself, but someone else couldn't. A huge net suddenly emerged from the void and flew straight towards the innate fruit tree. From the looks of it, it seemed like the innate fruit tree was going to be taken away along with the fruit. "How dare you!" When an angry roar came out, the overwhelming attack blasted toward the big net, one after another tyrannical. Before the big net could get close to the primordial fruit tree, it was smashed into powder by those attacks. With a muffled groan, a cultivator's figure shook slightly, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This big net was his secret treasure. Although it was extraordinary, it could not withstand the attacks of so many people. The secret treasure was destroyed, and he was also implicated. Before he could catch his breath, a beam of sword light flashed behind him. It slashed diagonally and knocked him to the ground. Although he didn't die immediately, he was severely injured. A bloody wound was torn open on his back, and blood flowed out. Another attack came, and the man quickly rolled to the side, and his eyes were about to split. Those who attacked him were all strangers to him, but he also knew that at this time, everyone would not be soft-hearted to others, killing more opponents, and more hope to compete for the primordial spirit fruit. Melee. More than 30 figures rushed to the primordial fruit tree. Before people arrived, they used their own means to take the fruit. For a time, net-like, rope-like secret treasures emerged one after another, and more than a dozen big blue hands grabbed the spirit fruit. However, these methods could not get close to the spirit fruit at all, and all the secret treasures were broken up in mid-air. More and more people joined the battle group, using their own means from time to time. Some people were injured, and some people were killed. Xianxia stood in the same place, watching the battlefield, and could not help but be amazed. Many of the people here were unknown. The great cosmological realm had been open for more than a decade, but no one had heard of them at all. However, at this moment, each of them was extraordinary. Not to mention those strange artifacts. Even the secret techniques they displayed were extraordinary. Almost all of these bearers had condensed the power of at least a 5th-grade secret technique, while some had even condensed 6th-grade or 7th-grade secret techniques. The power of yin and yang and 5 elements swept in a small range, stirring up the light of heaven and earth and trembling the universe. This was the power of the Holy Spirits. They could use their own resources to cultivate their carriers and let their strength soar. Ding Yi's performance in the 3,000 World Tree before was enough experience, but here it was just above the average level, and there were many people more amazing than him. At this moment, there were not many people who had not taken action. In addition to Xianxia and the other two, only 7 or 8 people could still keep calm. Perhaps they were also afraid and did not dare to take action at will. Still not taking action? Chu Huashang looked at Xianxia eagerly. "Wait," Xianxia said lightly. Chu Huashang was speechless. "If you wait, the fruit will be taken away. Then let's snatch it back." Xianxia smiled. Chu Huashang was stunned and felt that this was also the truth, and now waited in peace. Chapter 41:19. After a while, the scene became more and more chaotic. Everyone was rushing towards the primordial fruit tree, but no one could succeed. Once someone was within 10 feet of the fruit tree, they would be attacked by almost all. Who could withstand those secret techniques that contain the power of the 5th stage, 6th stage, and even the 7th stage? Xianxia knew that if he did not transform into a dragon, he could not bear it. Even if he displayed the dragon form, he was afraid that he could not hold on for more than a few breaths. Several bearers had already died because of this. They had been beaten to the point where not even their bones remained. Although they had been greatly nurtured by the holy spirits behind them, their individual strength was too insignificant in such a battle. If they did not seize the best opportunity to act rashly, they would only harm themselves. In the battle, the spirit fruit on the primordial fruit tree has been completely formed, crystal clear and attractive. Although there is no fragrance, it also makes people want to take a bite and taste what it tastes like. Suddenly, a laugh came and resounded through the sky. Is this the primordial spirit fruit? This fawn will gladly accept it. With the sound, a figure quickly approached this side. Many of the bearers who were fighting in full swing were furious and looked over there to see who dared to boast so shamelessly. They have been fighting here for so long, and no one can get within 10 feet of the fruit tree. At this moment, the person who came was so arrogant, which naturally made people uncomfortable. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "The opportunity is coming. Get ready to fight." He has been waiting, looking for a good opportunity, and finally his efforts paid off. Listening to what he said, Chu Huashang and Gu Pan also looked shocked and secretly urged their strength. On the other side, a figure rushed into the battlefield and rushed straight to the primordial fruit tree. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly as a series of brilliant secret techniques and artifacts bombarded the young man. However, the young man showed no fear and the smile on his face remained unchanged. It was only when these attacks were about to reach him that his figure flickered and he shouted in a low voice, "Immovable mountain!" An extremely rich earth elemental power spread out and twisted around that person, forming the phantom of a giant tortoise. That giant tortoise protected that person tightly in the middle. Countless attacks bombarded that giant tortoise phantom, but it only made the phantom sway a few times, not injuring that person in the slightest. Some people were flabbergasted, and their eyes were wide open. From the start of the chaotic battle until now, this was the first time someone had displayed such a strong defense. When the giant tortoise phantom appeared, it gave people a feeling that it was impregnable and unbreakable. Thick earth black tortoise. Someone recognized the giant tortoise. Since the silhouette was the thick earth mystic tortoise, the person who came must be the carrier of the thick earth mystic tortoise. Only the carrier of the Holy Spirit could activate such a defensive secret technique. It was Fangyu. He had crossed paths with Xianxia before, and Xianxia even robbed him of his space ring. He didn't know where Xianxia had gone these days, but the appearance of the primordial fruit tree finally drew him out. The thick earth mystic tortoise's earth elemental power was at least at the 7th grade. Ordinary means wouldn't be able to cause harm to such a defensive secret technique, unless it was also at the 7th grade or countered by means of the 5 elements. Therefore, after seeing the giant tortoise phantom, someone immediately displayed an extraordinary wood elemental power, turning into numerous wooden shadows and bombarding Fangyu. The giant tortoise phantom trembled continuously, and its light quickly dimmed, but Fangyu was already within 10 feet of the fruit tree, reaching out his hand to grab the spirit fruit on the tree. You think you're invincible just because you have a tortoise shell? Watch Master Ding cut you down. A furious roar came. Ding raised the saber in his hand high, and his whole body was burning with raging flames. The saber was surrounded by flames, and as the saber slashed down, a 3-legged strange bird flew out and pounced at Fangyu. Ding was the bearer of the divine spirit, Bai Fong. Bai Fong was a fire attribute divine spirit, and it once used its own inner core to condense the fire elemental power for Ding. Back at the 3,000 World Tree, when Ding fought with a man surnamed Go, he also used this move. The power of the saber was so vast that it seemed to be able to burn the world. Fangyu's expression turned solemn. The thick earth mystic tortoise's defense was impressive and could allow him to ignore most attacks. However, the fire element, which was also of the seventh realm, was troublesome for him. Moreover, his defensive mystic technique had been greatly weakened. Fang Yu only hesitated for a moment between retreating and advancing, but he didn't slow down and still reached for the spirit fruit. With a boom, Fang Yu's body shook slightly. Countless cracks appeared on the giant tortoise phantom, and it looked like it would shatter at any time, but it still protected him. On the other hand, after Ding Yi used this move, his entire body was like a cooked shrimp. His skin was extremely red, and steam was rising from his body. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his hand, which was holding the broadsword, was trembling slightly. Although his aptitude was good, it was far from being able to condense the 7th grade power. Whether it was the seal or his own body, it was not enough to withstand the 7th grade fire elemental power. Bai Fong didn't care about this and forcibly condensed it for him, just to increase the hope of competing for the primordial spirit fruit. Although Ding Yi had the 7th grade fire elemental power, he didn't dare to use it easily. Once he used it, it would be a great burden on himself. If he used it too many times, he might even be backfired by his own fire elemental power. Many bears were in a similar situation. Under the premise of insufficient foundation, they were forced to condense the power of high grade by the divine spirit. It seemed that they were in the limelight for a while, but in fact, there were endless troubles in the future. On the contrary, Chu Huashang was like this. Because the divine spirit behind her was Fei, she didn't specialize in a certain attribute, and there was no way to condense a certain kind of power for them. She could only steadily improve them in other aspects. The benefits obtained in this way were real benefits, and there would be no worries. Countless cracks appeared in the shadow of the giant turtle, but it didn't break for a while. Immediately after Ding Yi, Lin Feng of the Zhenwu cave opened his mouth and spat out a big river like a waterfall hanging in the air. The water in the big river was murmuring, as if it was really a big river sweeping across. This guy was captured by Xianxia. Xianxia was a divine spirit of the water attribute. Naturally, it would help Lin Feng condense the power of the water attribute. However, the water attribute has always been gentle, so although it was the 7th grade, its power was not as good as Ding Yi's. But in the big river, there were countless sharks condensed by power, surging wildly. Kacha, the shadow of the giant turtle outside Fang Yu's body, quickly dimmed and almost collapsed, but he laughed. "This fruit is mine." In such a moment of confrontation, he had already rushed in front of the primordial fruit tree and was about to pick the primordial spirit fruit in his hand. At this moment, a purple bamboo lightly floated towards him. Xianxia. Under this point, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The giant turtle shadow finally broke completely, revealing Fang Yu's figure. Fang Yu's smile stiffened on his face in an instant, and a great sense of crisis surged in the depths of his heart. Without thinking, he quickly dodged to the side, even ignoring the spirit fruit in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Countless attacks hit the place where he stood just now. If he dodged a little slower, without the protection of the giant turtle shadow, he would have died immediately on the spot. Fang Yu was speechless. He was so close to winning, but in the end he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Forcing back the unscrupulous guy with a turtle shell, everyone had no time to breathe a sigh of relief, and then they put their hearts in their throats. They saw 3 figures approaching the primordial fruit tree, 1 man and 2 women, but it was Yang Kai, Chu Huashang, and Gu Pan. When he heard the voice of Fang Yu, Yang Kai knew that the opportunity he was waiting for had come. After dealing with Fang Yu, Yang Kai also knew that this guy's defense was outstanding and very powerful. With him in front of everyone's attention and firepower, he and Chu Huashang and Gu Pan really successfully approached the fruit tree. A pair of eyes were focused, and an attack was ready to be launched. Chu Huashang was nervous and excited, and said, "I can block it." As she spoke, she flicked her beautiful hair, and the red string that bound her hair flew out, turning into thousands of red lines that guarded the void all around. She just finished doing this, and the overwhelming attack had already hit, pointing directly at the three people. She said a breath, and it was a breath. After a breath, the red line collapsed, and Chu Huashang snorted, and her face was slightly pale. Yangkai burst, dragon shield. The power of the earth element is driven, and a dragon shield appears, lingering around the three people. Each dragon shield is composed of a lifelike dragon shape, with complicated lines and connected head to tail. Yankai's power of the earth element is the power of the dragon bead of the earth element dragon. In terms of quality, it is not weaker than the power of the thick earth turtle that Feng Yu got, and even better. However, his dragon shield secret technique is only his own understanding, and it is not as good as Feng Yu, who got the true inheritance of the thick earth turtle. Moreover, the thick earth turtle itself is proficient in defense, which is also incomparable to the earth element dragon. So in terms of defensive ability alone, Yang Kai's dragon shield secret technique is not as good as Feng Yu's before, but it wins in quantity. 7 or 8 dragon shields surround him and Chu Huashang. Countless attacks came, one dragon shield was broken, and 7 or 8 dragon shields only lasted less than 3 breaths. Yang Kai has reached out to grab the primordial spirit fruit, and the next moment he can pick the spirit fruit in his hand. Junior Sister Gu. Chu Huashang screamed. Gu Pan said nothing, reached out and took out a brush. The brush was almost half of her height. She held it with both hands, and in the void, she spat out a word, ink. It seems to be painting in the air. Under that point, a huge ink spot appears in the void, and the ink spot expands rapidly. The next moment, the world is dark, and everyone loses the light in front of them at this moment. Even the spiritual sense is blocked, and the sound quickly recedes. All of them become blind and deaf. After a breath, the abnormality dissipated. When they opened their eyes and looked at it again, many people were stunned. They saw that Yang Kai had clenched the primordial spirit fruit, and his face was full of excitement. But soon his expression was a little wrong, from excitement to shock, puzzlement. Chapter 41:20. Under the gaze of the pack of wolves, Yang Kai froze in place. Chu Huashang cried, "What are you doing? Take it away." The three of them came here with great difficulty, and Yang Kai held the fruit and did not pick it. Was he tired of living? Yang Kai didn't want to pick up the fruit and leave, but under this grip, he couldn't catch anything. The primordial fruit tree in front of him and the primordial spirit fruit were all very solid, but they were illusory, and there was no real thing. His big hand passed directly through the primordial spirit fruit without any hindrance. Chu Huashang soon noticed that something was wrong, and her face was stunned. The holy spirits behind them never said this. For a time, both she and Yang Kai didn't know what to do. On second thought, the holy spirits may not mean to hide it, but they don't know the situation here. They only know that if they want to leave the great void realm, they have to rely on the power of the primordial spirit fruit. But over the years, the bearers and holy spirits who have obtained the primordial spirit fruit have left the great void realm for the first time. No one has mentioned to them what is going on in the land of elders. What to do? Chu Huashang glanced at Yang Kai, full of anxiety. Gu Pan whispered, "Are we still going to stay here?" The people around them also stopped attacking at this moment, staring at Yang Kai's movements in a daze, frowning one by one. No one thought that the thing they fought so hard to get was so strange. Since Yang Kai couldn't pick the primordial spirit fruit, other people might not help. For a time, the scene was peaceful, but being surrounded by so many people, anyone would be uneasy. Yang Kai kept urging his power, but there was nothing in his hand. In a rage, his divine sense surged, and he grabbed it fiercely. The next moment, accompanied by a soft sound, in front of everyone's eyes, the primordial spirit fruit was broken and turned into a sky full of spirit light. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, and he couldn't help but feel numb. He just tried it casually, urging the power of divine sense, who knew that he touched the key, but he never expected that this primordial spirit fruit was so fragile. primordial spirit fruit, broken. Dozens of bearers, shouldering the instructions and missions of the Holy Spirits behind them, fought desperately for this primordial spirit fruit. For this reason, some people were seriously injured, some people died on the spot, and now, this fruit was broken by Xianxia. Shock, confusion, anger, all kinds of emotions surged up, and for a moment, everyone looked at Xianxia's expression. Without the primordial spirit fruit, when they left the land of elders, they couldn't explain it to the Holy Spirits. However, the strange thing was that after the primordial spirit fruit shattered, the spirit light that filled the air didn't immediately dissipate. Instead, it surged towards the back of Xianxia's hand. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand, and with the continuous influx of spirit light, an extremely strange and mysterious pattern appeared on the back of his hand. With the formation of the pattern, Xianxia inexplicably gained a trace of understanding. At this moment, he understood the magical effect of this primordial spirit fruit, and also why the people chosen by the Holy Spirits were called bearers. The Holy Spirits needed the bodies of these bearers as carriers, and with the power of this primordial spirit fruit, they could break free from the suppression of the great cosmological realm and escape from this place. The primordial spirit fruit was bound to break, and this strange pattern was bound to form. Everything happened naturally. The poor bearers thought that the primordial spirit fruit needed to be picked for the Holy Spirits to eat. Even Xianxia thought so, and the Holy Spirits probably thought so too. In fact, the situation was completely different. But no matter what, the primordial spirit fruit had been obtained. This change happened too fast. First, Xianxia crushed the primordial spirit fruit, which surprised everyone. Then the spirit light poured into the back of Xianxia's hand, forming a complex pattern, which was completed in the blink of an eye. Although everyone didn't know what the mystery of the pattern was, they could guess that this must be a key. Since the spirit fruit had been broken, they could only snatch this key. Almost at the same time, the attack was launched again, and a series of secret techniques were launched at Xianxia. Chu Huashang and Gu Pan's faces changed, and they used their secret techniques to resist. However, although the two's methods were good, they were alone after all, and they were in danger after less than 3 breaths. Xianxia urged the dragon shield's secret technique to protect the 2 women, and then urged the law of space. His figure flashed, and he had already appeared thousands of feet away with the 2. Not waiting for him to stand firm, Feng Yu had already rushed obliquely, his face a solemn color, and his mouth shouted, "Brother Yang, I'm sorry." When the words fell, a stone lotus suddenly appeared at the foot. The stone lotus was very small at first, spinning and quickly growing, and the lotus leaves were layered. I'm afraid there are thousands of layers. Xianxia's brow raised, and he felt the breath of the holy medicine from this stone lotus. In other words, this stone lotus is a holy medicine, but I don't know what the use of this stone lotus is, and when Feng Yu got it. When I saw him before, he didn't have this thing. It seems that this guy has had a good opportunity recently. The stone lotus rotates, and the lotus leaves turn into an infinitely sharp blade, cutting the void and making a sound. Within 100 feet, no one dares to approach. Although Feng Yu's performance was good before, it was only outstanding in defense. At this moment, he suddenly showed such means, and obviously did not intend to hide. "Go!" Chu Huashang whispered. "Now that Xianxia has grabbed the primordial spirit fruit, it is natural to leave first. If you stay, you will only be besieged and put yourself in danger." Xianxia ignored it, reached out in the void, and the dragon roared, and the black dragon spear appeared. Shaking out a spear stabbed forward. On the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black hole flashed away, and at the same time he whispered, "Brother Feng, you have to be careful." Feeling the terrifying power of this spear, Feng Yu's face became extremely dignified, and the black ball in his field of vision rapidly enlarged, as if to cover the whole world, giving him a sense of unavoidable. The 1,000-leaf stone lotus under his feet rotated faster and faster, almost turning into a spinning top. With a loud bang, a huge black hole appeared in everyone's field of vision. The black hole was a void of chaos, and the rotation of the 1,000-leaf-stone lotus was also stagnant for a moment, wrapping Feng Yu and retreating. Yang Kai's figure shook at the same time. Although he forced Feng Yu back with a spear, he also suffered a little shock. In this moment of effort, there have been countless attacks coming. Chu Huashang's face was like dead ash. She stood with Yang Kai, which was equivalent to being in the vortex of attacks. This time, she was afraid that if she did not die, she would be seriously injured. She could not wait to twist off Yang Kai's ears. A round sun suddenly jumped out from behind Yang Kai, and the golden crow cried, flying and playing in the round sun, and a terrifying atmosphere filled the air. Golden crow, casting sun. As the great sun hung high in the sky, many divine abilities were dissolved before they could even get close, and the remaining ones were greatly weakened. Yang Kai's spear flew out, filling the sky with spear afterimages, blocking all of the incoming attacks. The sound of the roar was endless. After a while, Yang Kai took back his spear and gasped slightly. Everyone looked at him and the big sun behind him, and there was a strong sense of powerlessness in the depths of their hearts. Although I have long heard that the power of the divine technique is boundless, after all, not everyone has seen it and verified it. Until this moment, everyone finally realized the tyranny of the divine technique. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes were full of hope again, and she pulled Yang Kai's arm and said, "Let's go." Yang Kai patted her hand and smiled, indicating that she should be calm. Chu Huashang frowned and didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. Brush, brush, brush. A figure swept over, from all directions, the sky and the earth, surrounding Yang Kai and Chu Huashang tightly. Although Yang Kai has the divine technique, and the strength is terrible, it is related to their own survival, and no one is willing to give up. Yang Kai looked around and said slowly, "Who else wants to teach me?" Feng Yu stepped on the 1,000-leaf-stone lotus and flew back. He stared at the big sun behind Yang Kai and sighed slightly. He had just tried it. He knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent. He really didn't want to go forward and ask for humiliation. Although some people are eager to try, they dare not rashly start the war again. After a while, someone said angrily, "Yang Kai, although your fighting power is unparalleled, you are not the opponent of so many people. Now that you have got the primordial spirit fruit, why are you so aggressive? Is this to see me make a fool of myself? If so, it's not a big deal for us to die together, and no one can take advantage of it." As soon as this remark came out, many people nodded slightly and agreed. Yang Kai glanced at the man and said with a chuckle, "This brother is serious. I don't want to see you make a fool of yourself, but I want to discuss with all of you." Su Zhen sighed and said, "Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it." He and Yang Kai also have a good friendship. Now he doesn't know whether to deal with Yang Kai or not. If he doesn't do it, he can't explain it to Zhu Yan. If he does, he may not be able to take advantage of it. Yang Kai raised his right hand, and the strange pattern on the back of his hand instantly attracted everyone's attention. Although I don't know why the primordial spirit fruit turned into this pattern, what the Holy Spirit wants should be this thing. If I guess right, if any friend can kill me, this pattern should be transferred to him. When the words fell, the crowd was in an uproar, and several eyes suddenly sharpened. Chu Huashang turned to look at Yang Kai and wailed in her heart, "Is this guy a fool? Can this kind of thing be said casually?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing his fangs. "But friends with such thoughts should be mentally prepared to be beaten to death by me." After a pause, Yang Kai continued, "Also, I have something to say." Speaking of this, the figure suddenly disappeared. Everyone's face changed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, countless auras were locked, and no one noticed how Yang Kai disappeared. Before they could figure out, Yang Kai's voice had come slowly from another direction. "If I want to go, I'm afraid you can't stop me." Chapter 41:21. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai slowly walked over from tens of thousands of feet away. The group of people were dumbfounded and stared at him blankly. After a long time, Su Zhen smiled bitterly and said, "I'm convinced." He completely extinguished the little thought in his heart. Xianxia first showed extraordinary combat power, and now he took the initiative to expose the space divine technique, which was equivalent to being in an invincible position. If he wanted to fight, he could fight, but if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him, unless someone could seal this world in advance and prevent the use of the space divine technique. But even so, once a fight really broke out, the sealed world was bound to be broken again. For a time, many people's faces were gloomy and their expressions were solemn. Up until now, Xianxia had undoubtedly become the biggest winner in the battle of spirit seizing, and all the other bearers were just foils. They couldn't help but feel depressed. I wonder what advice Brother Yang has for us. Ning Dao Ran asked with a frown. Xianxia had already taken the primordial spirit fruit, but he still didn't leave. Obviously, he had his own intentions, but now no one knew what he was up to. I don't dare to give advice. Xianxia glanced at him. I just want to show you a way out. Xianxia, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Feng looked indignant. He was an elite disciple of the Zhan Wu Cave Heaven, but now he couldn't even compare to a guy of unknown origin. He was naturally unhappy. Xianxia said, "There is only one primordial spirit fruit, and now it is in my hands. If you want to snatch it, you can only kill me, but this should be quite difficult. If you can't take back the primordial spirit fruit, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it to the holy spirits." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked slightly stern. This was also what they were all worried about. The holy spirits were not so easy to talk to. They had spent so much to cultivate them and improve their strength. Many holy spirits even did not hesitate to consume the power of their own internal alchemy in order to leave the great void realm. Now that their bearers had failed, the first thing to bear the brunt of was how to face the blame and pursuit of those holy spirits after leaving. Do you have any good suggestions? Could it be that you can quell the anger of those divine spirits? Someone shouted loudly. If this was really the case, then their safety would also be guaranteed. Xianxia smiled. Who can quell the wrath of the Holy Spirit? I don't have that ability yet. However, what if I can help you avoid the search of those holy spirits? If the holy spirits can't find you, they can't do anything to you. Ning Daoran said with interest, I'd like to hear the details. Each of the bearers must have been imprinted with the secret techniques of the saint spirits. Once they left the land of the ancients, no matter how they try to hide or escape, they would not be able to escape the pursuit of the saint spirits. Xianxia didn't know if he had it on him, but he guessed that he had it. Xianxia rubbed his fingers together, and a round bead appeared at his fingertips. Raising it up high, he said in a clear voice, "This thing is the sealed world bead. It contains a world of its own and can accommodate living beings below the heaven-opening stage. If you trust me, you can enter the world inside the bead to take refuge. You will be able to avoid the detection of those divine spirits." The sealed world bead, a world of its own. Isn't that a miniature universe world? Many people were in an uproar as they stared at the sealed world bead in amazement. Artifacts that could accommodate living beings were extremely rare, but the miniature universe world inside the body of a heaven-opening realm cultivator could, because it was a miniature universe world. It could be said that the strength of a heaven-opening realm cultivator was directly related to the miniature universe world inside their body. Now that Xianxia had taken out the sealed world bead, many people's eyes lit up and the fighting spirit and hostility in their hearts greatly dissipated. If they could really use this thing to avoid the pursuit of the holy spirits, it might be a good solution. However, everyone was a cautious person. Xianxia's proposal sounded good, but it was impossible to know what a person's heart was, so who knew what he was thinking? After a long time, someone asked, "What benefits does this bring you? What do you want to gain?" Just as Xianxia had said before, if he wanted to leave, none of the people present could stop him, but instead, he refused to leave and instead made such a proposal, which was quite suspicious. Xianxia laughed. "I don't want to gain anything, but if there is any benefit, it would be to end this spirit-seizing war. Moreover, once everyone enters the sealed world bead, they won't spread the news that I obtained the innate spirit fruit. Once I leave the Elder Land, I'll be able to buy some time to escape." Xianxia had no other choice, but it wasn't that he didn't have selfish motives. If he didn't do that, regardless of whether these people could stop him or not, they would definitely chase him relentlessly. That would be troublesome. Once he left the land of the ancients and reached the outside world, the holy spirits would be the first to know about the situation here. At that time, what he would have to face would not be the pursuit of the bearers, but the holy spirits. Rather than that, he might as well take them with him. Firstly, he would do them a favor. These guys would definitely achieve great things in the future. Now that he had saved their lives, how could he be afraid of not repaying him in the future? Secondly, as he said, he could buy some time to escape. The spirit-seizing war wouldn't end peacefully after obtaining the innate spirit fruit. It would only end when one could safely leave the great cosmological abyss. If not for this consideration, Xianxia would have run away the moment he obtained the innate spirit fruit. Why would he stay? Xianxia's words were sincere, and many people were convinced. Ding, he carried his broadsword and stepped toward Xianxia, saying straightforwardly, "I believe in Brother Yang. I won't participate in this spirit-seizing war." In a few steps, he arrived in front of Xianxia and turned around. On the other side, Chu Huashang and Gu Pan looked at each other and also leaped and flew over. Although they had an agreement with Xianxia before to join forces to resist the enemy and make plans after obtaining the innate spirit fruit, now that there was a better way to avoid fighting, they didn't have the heart to compete. Little fatty Su Zhen pondered for a moment and also came over, followed by Xiangying. In an instant, 7 or 8 bearers came to Xianxia's side. With a good start, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. One after another, people flew over and nodded slightly at Xianxia, withdrawing their auras and hostility. Fan Yu stepped on the 1,000-leaf stone lotus and flew over with an embarrassed look on his face. "Brother Yang, count me in." Xianxia nodded slightly at him. Seeing that Xianxia didn't have the intention to argue with him, Fan Yu was relieved. He turned his head and said gloomily to the hesitant bearers, "Brother Yang is benevolent and righteous. He will bring you out safely even if he doesn't care about the past. What are you hesitating for? Could it be that you want to wait until we leave the Elder Land to inform those divine spirits?" These words were too vicious. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of those standing around Xianxia turned cold, and they looked warily at those who were still standing in place. Since they had accepted Xianxia's proposal, it was tantamount to being tied to Xianxia. If Xianxia was safe, they would be safe, but if something happened to Xianxia, they would definitely suffer. Before, it was Xianxia who was worried about someone leaking information, but now it had become a group of people. The remaining 20 or so people felt the sharp gazes directed at them, and their hearts clenched, realizing that if they didn't take a stand now, they would likely arouse public anger. No longer hesitating, they all rushed over to Xianxia, cupped their fists, and greeted him as Brother Yang. Xianxia responded to them one by one with a humble attitude. The situation was clear. None of the bearers were left out. There was nothing much to say. Xianxia told everyone to relax and put them into the sealed world bead one by one, placing them somewhere in the sealed world bead. After doing this, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. The spirit-seizing battle had come to an end now. He had obtained the primordial spirit fruit, and the next thing he would have to face were the divine spirits. If he wanted to leave the great cosmological realm safely, he would have to plan carefully. Staring at the strange pattern on the back of his hand, Xianxia's eyes turned deep. With this thing in hand, he was sure he could defeat Zhu Jiuyin. It was time for her to pay back some interest. Just as he was pondering, an enormous repulsive force suddenly came from all directions. As far as the eye could see, the nearby innate fruit tree had also collapsed, turned into specks of light, and disappeared. This primordial fruit tree had no physical body, but was a pure convergence of energy. Now that the fruit had been plucked by Xianxia, it no longer had a foundation to exist. The primordial fruit tree collapsed, and the Elder Land was about to close. Xianxia emptied his mind and allowed the repulsive force to push him away. The next moment, his vision blurred, and he appeared outside the Elder Land. Almost without delay, Xianxia immediately summoned the shadowless gauze to cover himself, concealing his aura and whereabouts. Just as he finished doing all this, an incomparably tyrannical divine sense suddenly swept over from all directions and enveloped him. Needless to say, Xianxia knew that these divine senses belonged to the divine spirits who had been guarding the periphery of the Elderland. Now that the Elderland was about to close, they naturally had to search for their bearers as soon as possible to see if they had gained anything. Xianxia held his breath and remained as still as a rock. Soon, these divine senses left to explore other places. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the shadowless gauze had played a role. In the outside world, an artifact like the shadowless muslin would not be able to escape the detection of a divine spirit. Every divine spirit was comparable to a high-rank splitter heaven opening when they matured. The shadowless muslin could only block the detection of a low-rank splitter heaven opening. Even a mid-rank splitter heaven opening had a chance of detecting it, let alone a powerful divine spirit. However, this was the great cosmological realm, and the power of the sacred spirits was greatly suppressed, which gave Xianxia an opportunity. The surroundings were in a mess. When the everlasting land was closed, the cultivator who was still in the everlasting land was pushed out and scattered within a radius of a few hundred miles. Xianxia glanced around and realized that the number of cultivator that made it out alive was not high. There were only about 40,000 to 50,000 of them. One had to know that there were about 200,000 to 300,000 cultivators when they first entered. It had only been a short while, and so many of them had died. It was clear that the land of everlastings was very dangerous. He didn't dare to stay, nor did he dare to use any power. He could only quietly and slowly move outwards with cautious steps. Chapter 41:22. The divine senses of the sacred spirits intertwined back and forth, causing Xianxia to stop and hide from time to time. His speed was greatly reduced, and it took him an hour to walk 100 miles. At the same time, outside the land of elders, the faces of many sacred spirits were extremely ugly, because their respective carriers had no aura at all. If it was just one of them, it would be fine. It could only mean that the carriers were unlucky and died accidentally in the land of elders. However, it was a little strange that every sacred spirit was like this. Since ancient times, the land of elders had opened countless times, but there had never been such a strange situation. All the carriers were missing, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Many sacred spirits looked at each other, and they were all puzzled. What exactly happened in the land of the ancients that caused all the bearers to disappear without a trace? On a hillside, Yuhi watched nervously. However, even if she was a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm, it was not easy to find Xianxia among tens of thousands of people. After a long time without any results, she could only look at Zhu Jiuyin. "Have you found young master?" Zhu Jiuyin's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. He snorted coldly. "No, that kid is probably dead." Not being able to leave the land of elders immediately meant that Xianxia should have met with misfortune. She could not understand. That kid was not weak, and he was the top existence among all the carriers. How could he be defeated? It did not matter if he was defeated, but he had ruined her plans. Could it be that he could not leave the great cosmological realm this time? However, it was unknown when the great cosmological realm would open again. Furthermore, even if the great cosmological realm opened again, no one would be able to break in. "Master is very lucky. He will be fine." Guizian comforted Yuhi. "Miss Yuhi, don't worry. Master might be delayed by something." Zhu Jiuyin sneered. "When the land of elders closes, everyone will be pushed out. Since Xianxia did not appear, he will never." As she spoke, she suddenly turned her head to look in a direction, and a trace of strange light bloomed in her gloomy eyes. At that moment, she clearly felt Xianxia's aura flash past. He couldn't help but recall a rare treasure in Xianxia's hands, and suddenly understood. With a loud boom, a violent energy erupted. Over 1,000 cultivators were annihilated in an instant. Some of the saint spirits couldn't find their bearers and were furious. They attacked in anger. Without any hope of leaving the great cosmological realm, How could this sacred spirit care about the lives of those ants? He started a massacre to vent the anger in his heart. The huge body of the Fei shuttled through the crowd. While sighing, it opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying suction came out of its mouth, swallowing one martial artist after another into its belly. Previously, Chu Huashang restrained it and prevented it from swallowing martial artists. Now that Chu Huashang was gone, it had no hope of leaving the great cosmological realm. Naturally, it had to eat its fill. Chaos ensued. Tens of thousands of martial artists were horrified. Many of them had narrowly escaped death in the land of the ancients, reaping great wealth and opportunities. They thought that they could soar into the sky, but who knew that before their dreams could come true, they would be annihilated? Figures fled quickly. In less than half a cup of tea's time, about 30% of the tens of thousands of cultivators had been killed or injured. 100 miles away, Xianxia looked back with a horrified face. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Otherwise, he would probably suffer this unexpected calamity now. He tightened the shadowless muslin again and thought to himself, if Zhu Jiuyin really left some tracking method on me, he should have noticed it by now, right? But no matter what, this was not a place to stay for a long time. At most, he would find a chance to contact Yuehe again. Half a day later, the movement behind him gradually subsided. Xianxia had entered a valley. He quietly dispersed the power of the shadowless veil and quickly covered himself again. Not long later, a flowing light suddenly rushed over from the horizon. Xianxia saw it and snorted coldly. He knew that Zhu Jiuyin had indeed left a tracking spell on him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to find this place so quickly. The flowing light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was not far away. Xianxia lifted the shadowless veil and revealed himself. He looked at the flowing light and saw that there were 4 figures in the flowing light. They were Zhu Jiuyin, Yuehe, and the rest. However, in the next moment, Xianxia's face changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "Zhu Jiuyin, are you an idiot? You can't even notice that there is someone behind you? I'm going to be killed by you." After saying that, he turned around and ran. This was because behind Zhu Jiuyin, there were a few flowing lights that were chasing after him. Among the flowing lights, the leader was Jin Wu. Behind him were Zhu Yin, Hailstone Divine Ape, Xianxia, and the rest of the Holy Spirits. There were about 7 to 8 of them. Fei transformed into a 2-headed monster, and one of his heads laughed softly. Brother Jin Wu is really smart. How did you know that there is something wrong with Zhu Jiuyin? Jin Wu snorted coldly. This woman has 3 hostages. If they are useless, why would she keep them? Since she brought the 3 of them away, she would not do it without reason. However, what I don't understand is, where are the other bearers? Why is only the bearer of this bitch here? Xianxia snorted coldly. We will know after we capture him and interrogate him. Zhu Yin said, only this person has appeared among the dozens of bearers. The primordial spirit fruit is most likely in his hands. If we can get him, we can leave the great cosmological abyss. That will depend on our own abilities. This brat runs quite fast. Is this the spatial divine technique? Impressive. With Xianxia's abilities and speed, it was impossible for him to escape from the pursuit of the Holy Spirits. However, the spatial divine technique provided him with great convenience and allowed him to compete with the Holy Spirits. In front, Zhu Jiuyin was so depressed that she was about to vomit blood. How could she not want to secretly meet up with Xianxia and make a fortune? However, she did not know what was wrong with Jin Wu. As soon as she moved, Jin Wu chased after her. She could not get rid of him at all. If there was enough time, she could think of a way to get rid of these annoying fellows. However, the closure of the Elder's land meant that there was not much time left. She did not have the time to play along with Jin Wu and the rest. She could only go straight for Xianxia. Brat, stop running. Zhu Jiuyin quickly approached Xianxia and asked, let me ask you, have you obtained the primordial spirit fruit? If I don't run, am I going to wait for death? Xianxia was furious and ran even more fiercely. As for the primordial spirit fruit, of course I have it. Show me. Zhu Jiuyin's voice trembled slightly. Xianxia almost scolded her. At this time, he could not wait to hide it, but this woman actually wanted him to show it? However, it was no wonder that Zhu Juyin would make such a suggestion. Without seeing the primordial spirit fruit, she cannot be sure if what Yang Kai said was true or false. If it was true, this fight would still be worth it. If it was false, there was no need to waste any more effort. With a solemn face, Yang Kai raised his right hand and showed the pattern on the back of his hand. Zhu Juyin did not understand. What is this? Yang Kai said angrily, the primordial spirit fruit. When the fruit is broken, it becomes this thing. Zhu Juyin was stunned for a moment. Then, he seemed to have understood something and suddenly said, I see. Are you satisfied now? Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was fine that he showed the pattern, but Jin Wu and the rest of the holy spirits saw it clearly. At this moment, their eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious that they had realized the key point. Their eyes were like leeches biting on Yang Kai. They were filled with greed and excitement. Come close to me. I will bring you away. Zhu Juyin suppressed the excitement in his heart and transmitted his message. Yang Kai did not even turn his head. He moved quickly and did not care about the consumption of his body. Let's talk after you can get rid of them. As he spoke, Jin Wu suddenly shouted from behind, That brat! What did Zhu Juyin promise you? I can double it. Also, if you can bring me away from the great cosmological abyss, I can protect you for 300 years. Hearing him say that, Jian also hurriedly said, Brat, I'm willing to give you all of my collection, and I can protect you for 300 years. One of Fei Yi's heads chuckled. I'll protect you for 500 years. One by one, the holy spirits fought to be the first to offer their own conditions. One was more generous than the other, and Yang Kai was very moved. Putting aside the other holy spirits' conditions, the key was Jin Wu. The power of his inner core was the power of the metal element. Yang Kai currently lacked the power of the metal element. If he could reach an agreement with him, he would not have to worry about the power of the metal element. When he thought of this, Zhu Juyin obviously thought of this too. She knew that Yang Kai lacked the metal element. She had also searched for metal element treasures for Yang Kai before, but unfortunately, she did not find anything. Afraid that Yang Kai would be moved by Jin Wu, Zhu Juyin snorted coldly. Brat, don't forget that these 3 people are still in my hands. Before Yang Kai entered the land of elders, Zhu Juyin had detained Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guozian. Unless Yang Kai did not care about their lives, he would definitely be restrained by her. Forget about Lu Shui. Yang Kai did not have any friendship with her. They only interacted because of the Sword Pavilion. Later on, she took the initiative to join him because she wanted to seek a period of peace. However, Yang Kai could not give up on Yu He and Guozian. The former had helped him a lot, and the latter was even more loyal to him. It was precisely because she wanted to control the 3 of them to restrain Yang Kai that Zhu Juyin did not abandon them. Otherwise, if she brought them along, she would consume more energy and slow down her speed. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Since I have an agreement with you, I will abide by it. You don't have to worry about it. But how do we solve the current situation? Zhu Juyin said anxiously. The land of elders is closed, and there is not much time left. The fog in the great cosmological realm may rise again at any time. When the fog rises again, it will be the time for you to leave. Don't run anymore. Quickly come to me. The great cosmological realm is also closing? Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that Zhu Juyin would not lie to him at this time. Only then did he know why this woman did not care about hiding her whereabouts and came to find him so anxiously. According to her, the fog in the great cosmological realm could rise again at any time. If he did not hurry, he might lose both the woman and the treasure. After pondering for a moment, he decisively slowed down and waited for Zhu Juyin to catch up. Chapter 41:23. Seeing this, Jin Wu and the others knew that the situation was bad. Once Zhu Juyin and Yang Kai met up, their plan would fail. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Jin Wu's eyes as he shouted, Zhu Juyin, this king can't leave the great cosmological abyss, so don't even think about leaving. Stay here forever. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and roared. A beam of golden light spurted out of his mouth and blasted toward Xianxia. The golden light was extremely dazzling and shrouded an area of 100 miles. A great sense of danger rose in his heart. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he felt the aura of death looming over him. Although there was an invisible world suppression in the great cosmological abyss that prevented the sacred spirits from unleashing their full power, this attack was still extremely terrifying. Wherever the golden light passed, heaven and earth collapsed, and the void was filled with cracks. What made Xianxia even more horrified was that Jin Wu's attack shook heaven and earth and shattered the space within 100 miles. The nomological laws were ruined, and he could not use the space divine technique to teleport away, even if he wanted to. A shriek was heard as the aura of a sacred spirit filled the air. A huge phantom of an 8-legged spider suddenly appeared behind Zhu Jiuyin. The spider's image filled heaven and earth with a silver crescent moon behind it. It was the Dharma idol of her main body, the heavenly moon demon spider. In an instant, the demonic chi filled the sky. The golden light bombarded the heavenly moon demon spider Dharma idol. The Dharma idol shook slightly and dimmed a little. Jin Wu, you're courting death. Zhu Jiuyin was furious, and her pretty face was extremely distorted. Fortunately, she had reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, Xianxia would have been doomed by this attack. Once Xianxia died, she could forget about using Xianxia's power to leave the great cosmological abyss. She could only wait for the next opportunity. She had never expected Jin Wu to be so decisive. He would rather not have the opportunity than let others have it easy. This was a classic example of harming others without benefiting oneself. Jin Wu laughed. Come and kill me if you can, *TCH. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. He had fought with Zhu Jiuyin for countless of years, and neither of them found each other pleasing to the eye. It was just that their abilities were on par, and after so many years of suffering losses, they couldn't do anything to each other. Now that he saw Zhu Jiuyin's rage, he was naturally happy. Suddenly, he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Could it be that you still have unrealistic hopes? Since that kid cares about the lives of the 3 hostages, I'm afraid he won't be willing to cooperate with you." These words hit the nail on the head, and the holy spirits who were chasing after them sighed slightly. They didn't hesitate any longer and started to attack one after another. Terrifying attacks rained down on Xianxia, intending to kill him on the spot. Xianxia's hair stood on end and his scalp went numb. Just now, Jin Wu's single attack was enough to put him on the brink of death. Now, with 7 or 8 saint spirits attacking him at the same time, how could he have a good time? Even with Zhu Jiuyin's full protection, the odds were against him. Without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately activated the Golden Crow Forging Sunday. A massive sun leaped out from his back and hung high above his head. His aura swiftly surged. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of 7 or 8 saint spirits came, and Zhu Jiuyin's physical body was shattered. His mind was shaken, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The massive sun was destroyed at the same time, and Xianxia spat out blood. He was in a sorry state. It was only one round of attacks, and Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. Luckily, Zhu Jiuyin blocked most of the attacks for him. In addition, he had a strong foundation and a half-dragon body. Otherwise, he would have died for sure. This kid is so tough. The Golden Crow was slightly surprised, but that was all. If he could survive the first round of attacks, he wouldn't be able to survive the second round. However, before they could attack again, Xianxia, who was severely injured, suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Under the coverage of his divine thoughts, the heaven and earth lost Xianxia's aura. The Golden Crow was stunned. Where did he go? The other holy spirits were also shocked, and they didn't know what was going on. On the other hand, Zhu Jiuyin's eyes flashed, and a red blood mist suddenly burst out from his body. His speed increased abruptly, and he escaped in a direction at lightning speed. He obviously used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed. Chase! The Golden Crow shouted and chased after him. Xianxia disappeared inexplicably, but as long as they followed Zhu Jiuyin, they would definitely be able to find Yang Kai. Red Star City, Yang Kai's mansion. A figure flashed, and Yang Kai suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, and his aura was extremely weak. He took a few deep breaths, and there was a lingering fear on his face. His current strength was not bad, and in the spirit-seizing battle, he suppressed all the heroes. However, compared to the Holy Spirits, he was still like a piece of cake. It was too easy for the Holy Spirits to kill him. Just now, he took advantage of the pause in the attacks of the Holy Spirits to find an opportunity to escape. He used the Space Spirit Bead to return to the Star City directly. This couldn't be helped. If he continued to stay there, he would only attract more terrifying attacks. He was lucky to survive the first round of attacks, but he didn't have the confidence to block the second round. Scanning his body with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank. His injuries were really serious. His body was ruined, his bones were broken, and his internal organs were shattered into pieces. Even his Dao Seal was shaking. With such terrible injuries, if it was an ordinary person, they could only wait for death. Fortunately, he had the wood element power condensed from the essence of the immortal tree and the dragon vein in his body. As long as he did not suffer a fatal blow, there would be a time for him to recover. Forcing himself to sit cross-legged, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of healing spirit pills into his mouth. Then, he silently operated his secret art and adjusted his aura. Before he left, he had sent a message to Zhu Jiuyin. However, the land of everlastingness was not close to Red Star City. He could use the Space Spirit Bead to quickly return. If Zhu Jiuyin wanted to return, it would take at least a day. With this day as a buffer, she might be able to find a way to get rid of the pursuit of Golden Crow and the others. The key now was whether he could wait for Zhu Jiuyin to arrive. She also said that the land of everlastingness was closed and the fog of the great cosmological abyss could rise again at any time. Once the fog rose again, it would be the time for outsiders like them to leave. If Zhu Jiuyin had not returned by the time the fog rose again, then things would be terrible. Therefore, he had to quickly recover some strength and then go back to look for Zhu Jiuyin. This way, he might be able to save some time. 4 hours later, Yang Kai pushed the door open and came out. Although his injuries had not healed, at least he had the strength to move. As soon as he came out, he saw 2 behemoths waiting for him in the courtyard. They were the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon. When the land of everlastingness opened, there was no one left in Red Star City, but these 2 strange beasts stayed here. Both of them were subdued by Yang Kai not long after he entered the great cosmological abyss realm. They had been by Yang Kai's side until now and could be considered loyal. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, the Scarlet Jiao's huge eyes revealed a trace of joy. The Earth Dragon, however, did not care. It opened its mouth wide at Yang Kai and kept squirming, spitting saliva everywhere. Yang Kai laughed, took out 2 dragon blood pills, and distributed them to them before raising his head and patting them on the head. All good things must come to an end. I'll be leaving soon, so pay attention to yourselves. I hope we can meet again in the future. These 2 guys had the bloodline of the dragon race. Yang Kai had been feeding them dragon blood pills all these years, so they might have a chance to awaken as holy spirits in the future. If they had the opportunity, they might be able to leave the great cosmological abyss. However, the chances were slim. After all, their competitors were existences like Jin Wu. They had some spirituality, and after being enlightened by Zhu Jiuyin, they could be considered to have some spiritual intelligence. Hearing Yang Kai's words, they suddenly quieted down. The Scarlet Jiao looked at him eagerly, its eyes full of reluctance. 2 black bean-like eyes also appeared on the Earth Dragon's slippery head, blinking. Let's go, let's go. Yang Kai did not dare to delay any longer. He waved at them and soared into the sky. The Scarlet Jiao growled and the Earth Dragon hissed. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly returned. He looked at the 2 guys up and down, then looked down at the strange pattern on the back of his hand. Yang Kai already understood the purpose of this pattern when he obtained it. Rather than calling it a pattern, it was better to call it a strange space. and this space could carry holy spirits. Holy spirits were born and raised here, so they were branded with the mark of the great cosmological abyss. Even if the fog of the great cosmological abyss rose again and the great cosmological abyss closed, they would not be able to escape the restraint of this place. However, if they hid in this strange space, they could deceive heaven's secret, avoid the detection of heaven and earth, and jump out of the cage of the great cosmological abyss. Other than this, no other method would work. Even if he took the scarlet Jiao Jiao and the earth dragon into the small sealed world, when Xianxia left the great cosmological abyss, these two guys would still be intercepted by heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Xianxia did not take them into the small sealed world before. However, since the pattern on the back of his hand could carry holy spirits, it should not be a problem to put the scarlet Jiao Jiao and the earth dragon inside, right? Shaking the pattern on the back of his hand, Xianxia poured his strength into it. In the next moment, a ray of light shot out from the pattern, covering the scarlet Jiao Jiao and the earth dragon. Under the cover of the light, these two big eyes were directly sucked into the strange space. Xianxia also let out a slight groan. He felt that a small portion of the strength he had just recovered was consumed in an instant. He understood that there was a price to pay to activate this pattern. If it was like this after only taking in the scarlet Jiao Jiao and the earth dragon, if he wanted to take in Zhu Jiuyin, who knew how much he would have to pay? After all, that woman was a holy spirit, much more powerful than the scarlet Jiao Jiao and the earth dragon. After a while, Xianxia soared into the sky again and flew in the same direction. Along the way, he did not dare to delay in the slightest, constantly taking spirit pills to restore his strength. An hour later, Xianxia, who was galloping, suddenly felt something and turned his head to look around. Suddenly, he was shocked and shouted in a low voice, "Oh no!" Between heaven and earth, wisps of fog emerged from the endless void. This fog gave Xianxia a very familiar feeling. It was the great cosmological abyss fog. Back then, the entire Red Star City was swallowed by this great cosmological abyss fog and wrapped in the great cosmological abyss realm. Now that the fog had reappeared, the previous process would probably be reversed. Chapter 41:24. The great cosmological realm was about to close, and all outsiders were about to leave. If he could not meet up with Zhu Jiuyin before that, he and the others would have to stay there forever. Without any hope of escaping, Zhu Jiuyin would definitely vent his anger on them. By then, he and the other two would be doomed. Time was of the essence. Xianxia could not care less about his injured body. He kept urging the space law, and his figure flickered as he quickly rushed forward. 2 hours later, the fog had become much thicker and was tumbling as if it was going to fill the world. Xianxia clearly sensed the aura of another world coming from the fog. He understood that the fog had built a bridge between the great cosmological realm and the outside world. Now, the two worlds had merged. He still could not see Zhu Jiuyin's figure in his field of vision, which made him secretly anxious. After a while, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a stream of light rushing over from the front. Who else could it be but Zhu Jiuyin? At this critical moment, the two finally met. However, the situation was still not very optimistic. Behind Zhu Jiuyin, Jin Wu and the other holy spirits were chasing after him. Zhu Jiuyin also saw Xianxia. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly approached him. Before she could get close, a spider silk wrapped around Xianxia and continued to run. "Why haven't we gotten rid of them yet?" Xianxia asked in dissatisfaction. He had used the space spirit bead to escape back to Star City. First, he had to escape. Jin Wu and the other holy spirits wanted to kill him. The more he stayed, the more danger he would be in. Second, he wanted to distract them and create an opportunity for Zhu Jiuyin to get away, who knew that it was not effective. Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. "I am not good at speed. It is easier said than done to get rid of them." As she spoke, her face turned slightly pale. In order to rush back to Red Star City as soon as possible, she had to activate the secret skill that consumed her blood essence. In addition, She had been chased by Jin Wu and the others all the way and had suffered serious injuries. If she was alone, she would not be so useless. The key was that she had Yu He and the other two with her, and she had to split her attention to protect them. Yu He and the others were her means of restraining Yang Kai, but they had also become her hindrance during the pursuit, causing her to suffer quite a bit. However, she did not dare to give up on any of them. Otherwise, if she angered Yang Kai, she would not be able to bear the consequences. Brat, we're in big trouble now. Zhu Jiuyin's face was gloomy. Now that she had met up with Yang Kai, she had completed the first step of her grand plan. Next, she just had to enter the strange space on the back of Yang Kai's hand. When the great cosmological realm closed and Yang Kai left, she would be able to leave this place. However, this would take some time. Although it would only take a few breaths of time, it would be enough for Jin Wu and the others to kill Yang Kai 1,000 times over. Can you use your previous method to leave? Zhu Jiuyin asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. You've also noticed that the auras of those guys have sealed the world. They should be preventing me from using the same trick again. The moment he met up with Zhu Jiuyin, Jin Wu and the others had activated their auras with all their might, sealing off a large area of heaven and earth. They had suffered losses from Yang Kai before, so how could they not be on guard against him now? However, Yang Kai paused for a moment. If you have a means to break through their seal, then we can escape. You can do it, right? I'll try. Zhu Jiuyin nodded solemnly. Hand them over to me, Yang Kai said. Zhu Jiuyin glanced at him, feeling a little worried. Yang Kai said angrily, What time is it now? Are you still guarding against me going back on my word? Now that the great cosmological realm's fog has appeared, there is not much time left. Who else can I cooperate with besides you? Zhu Jiuyin's face relaxed slightly. I hope you're not lying to me. Saying so, he let go of Yu He and the others. Kai Yang told him to relax and immediately took out his scepter bag. Wrapping the three of them up, he wrapped them up inside the bag. These three were all at the heaven-opening realm, so the small seal world could not accommodate them, so he could only put them in the 6 directions wish pouch. After a while, the surrounding fog had become thicker and thicker, almost turning into a sea of fog. Jin Wu and the others obviously realized that there was not much time left, and all of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Bursts of light burst out from their bodies as they quickly closed the distance between each other, shouting endlessly. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhu Jiuyin's soft arm, saying in a deep voice, Let's do it. Zhu Jiuyin shouted in a low voice, Hold on tight. As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from her tender body, and the heavenly moon demon spider's Dharma idol reappeared. Its 8 claws danced, and the silver moon mark on its back bloomed with light. Spider silk pierced through the void and struck towards Jin Wu and the others. The divine spirits who were chasing after them were furious and counterattacked. Energy raged, and the world changed color. Zhu Jiuyin groaned as his Dharma idol collapsed, and blood spurted out of his mouth. She fought with 7 or 8 divine spirits alone and suffered a great loss in an instant. Even her source was damaged, and her aura that had reached its peak suddenly fell to the bottom. The result of the fight between the divine spirits was that a gap appeared in this sealed world in an instant. This is the time, let's go. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he activated the space spirit bead to wrap around himself and Zhu Jiuyin, disappearing in an instant. In the next moment, 7 or 8 attacks blasted the place where the two were originally at, shattering the void, but the two were nowhere to be seen. Jin Wu and the others chased after them, and their divine senses swept around, but they found nothing. How could they not know that Yang Kai had escaped again? They could not help but roar angrily at the sky. The other divine spirits also sighed slightly, knowing that the final winner of the opening of the Great Void Realm this time would still be Zhu Jiuyin. In front of the thatched cottage on Crouching Dragon Mountain, 2 figures suddenly appeared and fell heavily to the ground. Yang Kai had once cultivated his spear skills here, and he had spent 2 years there. Naturally, the space spirit bead was left here as well. He did not dare to return to Star City, for fear that Jin Wu and the others would chase after him. so Crouching Dragon Mountain was his first choice. Jin Wu and the others would not know about such a place, and they would not have the time to search for it. It could be said that the two of them were completely safe here. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked over, only to see Zhu Jiuyin staring at him with a cold look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai grinned at her and flipped down from her body. He lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, panting heavily. Zhu Jiuyin did not move, and she lay quietly beside Yang Kai. The last attack had already exhausted a lot of her energy and strength, and she had also collided with Jin Wu and the others. She had already suffered serious injuries, and she did not even have the strength to move a finger. Blinking slightly, Zhu Jiuyin suddenly laughed, and it was as pleasant as a silver bell. After getting rid of the crisis, she could finally get what she wanted. She no longer needed to be trapped in the great cosmological abyss. When she was in the outside world, she could soar up to 90,000 miles with her status as a sacred spirit. Protect me for 1,000 years, and your collection will all belong to me, Yang Kai suddenly said, which made Zhu Jiuyin's laughter stop abruptly. Kid, don't go overboard. Zhu Jiuyin suppressed the anger in her heart and turned to look at him. Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said calmly, You can consider it slowly, I'm not in a hurry. He was indeed not in a hurry, but Zhu Jiuyin was not. The fog of the great cosmological abyss was already very thick, and it could send him away at any time. Zhu Jiuyin did not have much time to consider. If she wanted to leave the great cosmological abyss, she could only agree to Yang Kai's request. Ever since Zhu Jiuyin took the initiative to find him and asked him to be the carrier, Yang Kai had never discussed any conditions with her. The other carriers had already discussed with the sacred spirits behind them. It was not that Yang Kai did not know how to ask for benefits, but he had been waiting for this moment when Zhu Jiuyin could not refuse. Brat, have you forgotten who taught you the Yin-Yang Reversal 5 Elements Mystic Universe Heart Sutra? Who gave you the Taoyi Divine Water to help you stabilize your Tao Seal? Who put in the effort to find the metal element treasure for you? Zhu Jiuyin gritted her teeth and wanted to bite Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai chuckled. Of course, I didn't forget. However, all your efforts were so that I could help you fight for the opportunity to leave. As it turns out, I didn't disappoint you, right? As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved the pattern on the back of his hand in front of Zhu Jiuyin. As for the metal element treasure, you didn't find it either. I want to say something about this. Jin Wu's inner core is the power of the metal element. If I cooperated with him, I could get the greatest benefits. However, I didn't because I'm an honest person. Since I have an agreement with you, I have to keep it to the end. Zhu Jiuyin really wanted to spit on his face. If she had not taken you, he, and the others as hostages, how could Yang Kai have obediently given in? He would have abandoned her and gone to find Jin Wu. She firmly believed that Yang Kai was definitely capable of doing such a thing. Your conditions are too harsh. Zhu Jiuyin suppressed the anger in her heart and tried to bargain. Money is just a worldly possession. You can't bring it with you when you're born. Yang Kai chuckled. Moreover, as a sacred spirit, once you leave the great cosmological abyss, you can recover to your peak and be comparable to a 7th or 8th grade heaven opening. Why do you need those worldly possessions? Zhu Jiuyin snorted. I can give you the things, but 1,000 years is too long. A sacred spirit has a long life. 1,000 years is just a moment. Brat, do you believe that I won't kill you? Do you still have the strength to make a move? Zhu Jiuyin took a deep breath and puffed up her full breasts. 300 years. 1,000 years. 500 years. 1,000 years. 800 years. Zhu Jiuyin was a little hysterical. 1,000 years. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and did not relent. Oh no, this fog seems to have gotten thicker. I'm afraid I have to leave this place. Bastard. Zhu Jiuyin's lungs were about to explode. Yang Kai smiled. So you agree? Word or no proof? Swear on your own origin. 1,000 years later, I will make you wish you were dead. Zhu Jiuyin said fiercely. She opened her small mouth and spat out the origin of the heavenly moon demon spider. That origin was also a small 8-legged spider, but its color was dim. It was obviously injured. Chapter 41:25. Zhu Jiuyin solemnly swore before withdrawing her origin source back into her body. Yangkai was also relieved. Zhu Jiuyin was too strong, but swearing on one's origin source was not a joke. It was just like how a cultivator swore on their own Dao seal. If there was no special method to avoid the oath, they had to abide by it. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a backlash. As for 1,000 years later, let's talk about it if you can defeat me. Yang Kai chuckled. Everything was in place. Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and pointed his back at Zhu Jiuyin. He activated his power and said, "Come in." A ray of light shot out from the pattern and shrouded Zhu Jiuyin, putting her into that strange space. Yang Kai's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Even though he was mentally prepared and knew that it would take a lot of power to put Zhu Jiuyin into that space, he was almost drained. The next moment, Zhu Jiuyin's angry voice sounded in his mind. Why are these two little fellows here? It's so crowded. Yang Kai did not want to move at all. He lay there with his arms and legs spread out. He replied weakly, "It's just a ride. Bear with it." He thought to himself, no wonder only one sacred spirit can laugh until the end in every spirit-seizing battle. He did not notice it when he kept the red flood dragon and the earth dragon. Now that he had kept Zhu Jiuyin, he immediately felt that the strange space was almost full. No wonder Zhu Jiuyin said it was so crowded. This strange space could only accommodate one sacred spirit at most. It could not accommodate a second one. A cool breeze blew, and the fog rolled. Yang Kai's breathing slowly calmed down. Not long after, the fog filled the entire great cosmological abyss. He could not see his fingers in front of him. It seemed like it was only an instant, but it also seemed like many years had passed. When the fog dispersed again, Yang Kai suddenly heard a burst of noise. He opened his eyes and saw that he was already in a void. Tens of thousands of cultivators were scattered around him. Some were shouting excitedly, and some were crying tears of joy as if they had been reborn. They could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. More than 10 years ago, the fog of the great cosmological abyss had swept across Star City and engulfed the entire Star City. More than 10 years later, the fog of the great cosmological abyss sent them back again. Back then, there had been millions of people in the entire Star City, but now less than 20,000 or 30,000 of them had come out alive. Many cultivators had been buried in the great cosmological abyss in the past 10 years, and only a small number of them had survived. Yang Kai immediately checked his small sealed world bead and found that he had brought back all the saint medicines he had obtained. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the principles of the Great Void Realm would not intercept non-physical bodies. If the 3 saint medicines had been intercepted, Yang Kai would have been depressed. Pu Baixiong and the black illusion mushroom were one thing, but the gourd vine was a precious treasure. In the small sealed world bead, the cultivators stayed in a certain district territory, either meditating or looking around curiously. However, as the master of the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai deliberately limited their range of activity, so they could not spy on the full picture of the small sealed world bead. After the initial excitement, many cultivators scattered. It was not easy to escape from death, so naturally, they did not dare to stay here any longer. It would be bad if the fog of the great cosmological abyss swept back again. Waves of cultivators said goodbye to each other and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai waited for a long time before he recovered some strength. With a thought, he released all the cultivators in the small sealed world bead. As soon as the dozens of people appeared, some of them did not react. After a while, Su Zhan said in surprise, "We're out." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Fortunately, we did not disappoint. The great cosmological abyss has closed, so we left safely." Su Zhan turned his head to look at him and could not help but be surprised when he saw his miserable appearance. He sighed and said, "Brother Yang, you suffered." Although he did not know what Yang Kai had encountered before, he could guess that he must have suffered a lot. After all, so many cultivators entered the land of immortality, but only he came out, so the divine spirits would definitely not let him go easily. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Su Zhan cupped his fist solemnly. Everyone also cupped their fists in unison. Many thanks, Brother Yang. If Yangkai had not hidden them in the small sealed world, they would have been found by the divine spirits behind them as soon as they left the land of immortality. Many of them might have died because of that. It could be said that Yangkai's previous actions had saved their lives, so it was a life-saving grace. It's my duty, Yangkai returned the gesture. I haven't returned for many years. The sect must be worried. I'll go first. Brother Yang, if you go to the Carefree territory in the future, please be sure to come to Carefree Blessed Land as a guest. This Ning will welcome you with open arms. Ning Dao Ran put one hand on his chest and invited sincerely. Yang Kai smiled and said, I have heard of the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands. If there is a chance, I will go and see it. Ning Dao Ran nodded, turned around, and left. I have to go back and report, Yang Kai. I will repay this kindness in the future. Don't die too early. Lin Feng snorted coldly, cupped his fists slightly, and chased after Ning Dao Ran. I'm leaving too. Little brother Yang, come and play with me when you have time. Chu Huashang said, flicking a token to Yang Kai. With this token, you can enter and exit the Yin Yang paradise. Yang Kai put away the token and nodded. Senior Sister Chu, take care. Su Zhen and Gu Pan also left after the three of them. They were from the Blessed Enclave, so it was understandable that they were in such a hurry to leave. The opening of the Great Cosmological Realm was a major event, and so many people were involved this time. Everyone who came out alive had a chance encounter, especially the bearers, who had gained a lot. Many of them had condensed the strength of level 6 and level 7. They had to hurry back and report this matter to their masters. Perhaps the Blessed Enclave would absorb many people here to enrich their own heritage. This kind of thing should not be delayed. The sooner they act, the better. Once the news completely broke out, it would be too late to recruit. Before leaving, Su Zhen and Gu Pan also gave Yang Kai a token, telling Yang Kai that as long as he was near their sect, he could use this token to contact them. Yang Kai naturally put away carefully. He also wanted to ask Gu Pan to inquire more about Zhang Ruo Shi, but there were too many people around. It was not very convenient, so he gave up. Anyway, with the token given by Gu Pan, he could go to Langya Paradise when he was free. In the following time, one by one, the bearers left. Everyone said goodbye to Yang Kai before leaving. They had gained a lot of benefits in the Great Void Realm this time, so naturally, they didn't dare to stay any longer to avoid any accidents. Some of these bearers were unknown, while others were elite disciples of various forces. As a result, Yang Kai had obtained a lot of tokens, as many as 20 to 30 of them. Watching them leave, Yang Kai was soon left with no one around him. Suddenly, his heart moved. This time, although he had obtained unimaginable benefits in the Great Void Realm, not to mention the huge amount of cultivation materials, he had even abducted a holy spirit and reached an agreement with it to protect him for 1,000 years. There was also the harvest in the land of immortality, 3 saint medicines, Tai E divine purification water, and even 16 world fruits and the root of a world tree. But in addition to these visible benefits, there was also an invisible benefit. That was the friendship of the many bearers. These guys had all been greatly cultivated by the holy spirits in the Great Void Realm. If they could grow up, each of them would become famous and stir up a storm. It was almost foreseeable that in hundreds or thousands of years, the 3,000 realms would definitely be their world. In this era where the winds and clouds gathered, Yang Kai was lucky enough to be a part of it. He couldn't help but feel proud. Brother Yang, do you have anywhere to go? A figure flashed over. It was Ding Yi. As soon as this guy came out, he gathered his old subordinates. Di Tian was brought up by him, and there were originally many of them, but they had suffered heavy casualties in the land of immortality. After coming out, many of them were slaughtered by the holy spirits. Moreover, this was originally a loose organization. The cultivator in the Great Void Realm had only joined to seek survival. Now that they had left the Great Void Realm, many people were naturally unwilling to stay. Now, there were only a few hundred people gathered around Ding Yi. These people were not from any sect or background. They had huddled together in the Great Void Realm for warmth. Now that they had nowhere to go after leaving the Great Void Realm, they gathered around Ding Yi again. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded, then shook his head. Before being swept into the Great Void Realm by the fog of the Great Void Realm, he could be considered a member of the First In. However, at that time, Bai Qi had been plotted against when she was advancing to split open the heavens, and she was almost dead. In a rage, the Lady Boss had chased after Qi Jin and the others. Now that more than 10 years had passed, he didn't know how the situation was. Ding Yi grinned. If you have nowhere to go, why don't you team up with me? Yang Kai smiled. Brother Ding, what good places do you have to go? Ding Yi said heroically. This time, I'll find a place in the spiritual state, establish a sect, and make a name for myself. Good ambition. Yang Kai praised. If it was the previous Ding Yi, he definitely wouldn't be qualified, but he had also obtained great benefits in the Great Void Realm. As long as he could advance to split open the heavens, he would be at least a 5th grade or even 6th grade expert. Such a cultivation base was enough to establish a sect. If I can get Brother Yang's help, great things can be expected. If Brother Yang is willing to join us, I'll give up the position of the leader. Ding Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. He had seen Yang Kai's ability with his own eyes. He sighed his own inferiority and tried his best to rope him in. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and shook his head. I appreciate Brother Ding's kindness, but I have other important matters to attend to. I can't spare any time. Ding Yi looked disappointed and sighed. That's a pity. However, he was cheerful by nature and quickly composed himself. In that case, let's part ways here. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Take care. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Little ones, let's go. Follow me to make a name for ourselves and let these 3,000 worlds tremble under our feet. Ha 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 ha. Ding Yi raised his arm and shouted, leading hundreds of people and leaving valiantly and spiritedly. Yang Kai stared in the direction he left and shook his head with a smile. Ding Yi's lofty aspirations made him envious, but this guy was also troublesome. In order to improve his strength, the Bai Fong had condensed a 7th grade fire element for him, so his advancement to split open the heavens might not be so smooth. Chapter 41:26. When a cultivator condensed the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements, the higher the quality, the better. Instead, the more suitable it was for the cultivator. Everyone had limits. The limits of the physical body, the limits of the Tao seal, and the limits of the foundation. These limits could not be seen or touched, but they limited the development of a cultivator. If the quality of the condensed power exceeded these limits, it might not be a good thing. Although Ding Yi's aptitude was not bad, it was estimated that it would be difficult for him to bear the impact of the 7th grade power. This could be seen from the backlash he suffered when he used the power of fire to attack. Ding Yi was not the only one. Many other bears would face the same situation as Ding Yi. If they did not solve this problem, they would definitely face a disaster when they advanced to the heavens. However, this was someone else's business after all, so Yang Kai could not care less. He then released Yu He, Lu Shui, Guozian, and the others from the Rui pouch. When the 3 of them learned that they had left the great cosmological abyss and returned to the outside world, everyone was overjoyed. At this time, there was no one around. Those who should have left had already left, and only Yang Kai's group remained. After glancing at Yu He, Yang Kai could only sigh at the fickleness of fate. The reason he had interacted with Yu He was that this woman was afraid that the Lady Boss would find trouble with her, so she had taken him as a hostage. Who knew that she would be swallowed by the great cosmological abyss's fog in the star market? They had spent more than 10 years together in the great cosmological abyss, helping each other through thick and thin, and the previous grudges had long disappeared. However, since they had left the great cosmological abyss, it was time to part ways. Yu He was obviously aware of this, and the joy of leaving the great cosmological abyss was diluted. She lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes without saying a word. Master, where should we go now? Wuxian asked with cupped fists. He used to be the great commander of Crimson Star, but now that the star market was no longer there, he had long broken away from Crimson Star and naturally followed Yonkai's lead. Yonkai took out the map of the universe, looked at their current location, and then looked for the star market where the first inn was located. He could not help but be secretly speechless. This was really far. If they wanted to return to the first inn, they would have to cross at least 5 territory. It would take at least a few months to fly there without relying on the Qianquan escape technique. Yonkai turned to Yu-He and asked, "Do you want to come with me and admit your wrongs?" Yu-He was, and the lady Yu-He was. Shi Yu-He and Qi Jin. They should have been very good for many years. But for some reason, they became enemies from time to time, and even caused Yu and Qi. You sometimes, but Qi. Qi was. Had you did not cause, and you. And what mistake? I didn't do anything wrong. Yui turned her head to the side and pouted. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Yonkai said with a straight face, since we're sisters, why should we become enemies? Let's sit down and talk it out. The lady boss is not an unreasonable person. Yu was silent for a while before whispering, Young master wants me to apologize, so I'll apologize. At worst, I'll be beaten to death by her. Yonkai laughed. That's not necessary. Come with me to see the lady boss. If the lady boss really wants to beat you, I'll help you stop her. Yui nodded. Yonkai turned to Lu Shui and asked, What about you? Do you have anywhere you want to go? Lu Shui's eyes were filled with confusion as she slowly shook her head. Sword Pavilion was gone, and she was now a poor homeless person. However, she was still a 4th stage heaven splitter. She was not weak, so it should not be a problem for her to make a living. Even if she wanted to join some second-class force, she should be very welcome. We're going to Star Market. If you don't mind, you can come with us, Yonkai suggested. When they arrived at the Star Market, she could go wherever she wanted. Yonkai naturally would not care about her. Lu Shui said, all right. He did not ask Wuxian. Since this guy and the other group had become his subordinates, they naturally had to go with him. Although the first inn could not accommodate so many people, when they arrived at the Star Market, it should not be a big deal to ask the lady boss to help them find a way to make a living. The main reason was that this group of people was loyal, and all of them had obtained great benefits in the great cosmological realm. If they could grow up, they would be a force to be reckoned with, and could become his team in the future in the 3,000 worlds. After the discussion, Yonkai planned a route to the territory where the first inn was located. He planned to go to the first inn to report his safety to the lady boss and Old White, then settle Wuxian and the others down before returning to the star boundary. In the land of the ancients, he had obtained a root of the world tree. The root was very mysterious and had the power to stabilize the world. So he could not wait to return to the star boundary and see if the root of the world tree could repair the star boundary. If it could, then he would have no more worries. If it could not, then he would continue to search for the world tree that Ada mentioned. As long as the crisis of the star boundary was not resolved, he would not be able to feel at ease. As they sped along, Yuhi's mind was in a mess. She was probably very nervous. After all, she had made a big mistake before. Now that she was going to see the lady boss, she was quite nervous. She didn't know if the lady boss would forgive her. Yonkai did not have the time to comfort her. He had consumed too much energy in the great cosmological realm, so he had been working hard to restore his strength. At a certain moment, Lu Shui suddenly whispered, Someone has been following us. Yonkai was startled and turned his head to look. Sure enough, he saw a small black figure in the distance. It was too far away, so Yonkai could not see what the person looked like. He only knew that the other party was definitely in the heaven-opening realm. He knew that he had been in the limelight in the great cosmological realm and had been in the limelight. He was afraid that he had been targeted by someone. The fog of the great cosmological realm sealed the universe, so the heaven-opening realm could not display too much strength. He was invincible in the Emperor realm, so naturally there would be people who were unhappy with him. Or perhaps it was because of benefits. After all, he had reaped too many benefits in the great cosmological realm. Just the income from Qixing alone was enough to make people jealous, not to mention the gains he had made from several adventures. Wealth moved people's hearts. Now that he had left the great cosmological realm, the heaven-opening realm was no longer restrained. He was like a tiger in the forest or a dragon in the sea, so it was not surprising that someone would target him. Although Yang Kai was not afraid, he was too lazy to cause any trouble. He led the three of them to constantly change directions in an attempt to get rid of the person behind them. But that person was like a maggot in one's bones, chasing after them relentlessly, which made Yang Kai furious. After a while, Lu Shui suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "Wait, there's something strange ahead." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes narrowed and looked forward. Yang Kai also scanned with his divine sense, but found nothing. This was not surprising. After all, he was still in the Emperor realm, and his foundation was not as good as Lu Shui's fourth-stage heaven-opening realm. It was natural that the other party could find something that he could not. He turned his head to look at Yuhi. This woman had been absent-minded all the way. Logically speaking, her fifth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivation was much stronger than Lu Shui's, so she should be the first to discover any abnormalities. But in fact, if it were not for Lu Shui's reminder, Yang Kai would not even have known that he was being targeted. Yui finally came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes cold. Her divine sense swept out, and her gaze fixed in front of her. She raised her hand and gently pressed forward. This palm did not have the slightest bit of aura, but the world force behind it surged. A layer of ripples appeared in front of them, as if a layer of fog had been lifted, and several dozen figures appeared out of thin air. Sweeping his gaze over these people's faces, Yang Kai sneered, "I was wondering who it was, so it's you." The people blocking their way were not bystanders, but Scarlet Star's people. Led by Great Master Zhao Bai Chuan, Chun Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, and Bei Yushan were all here. Apart from mid-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators like them, the rest were all low-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. There were quite a lot of people, more than 40 of them. Needless to say, the ones tailing them should be Scarlet Star's people. Yang Kai's heart sank slightly, and he hurriedly contacted Zhu Juyin. "Trouble is coming. Please help." Although he had Yuhi, a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, and Lu Shui, a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, the other party's lineup was too strong. Scarlet Star's Great Master Zhao Bai Chuan was also a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, and the remaining few four-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators were all four-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. Not only did they far outnumber them, but their strength was also far ahead of them. If they fought, Scarlet Star would definitely defeat them. Now, their only chance of victory was Zhu Jiuyin. As long as she could make a move with the power of her saint spirit, these fifth and fourth stage heaven-opening realm cultivators would only be food. He knew that he had been riding on Scarlet Star's head all these years, and now she was here for revenge. He had placed all his hopes on Zhu Jiuyin, but who knew that this woman would reply, "Run, I can't fight for a while." Yang Kai was stunned. "What do you mean?" He used Zhu Jiuyin as a trump card, but who knew he would get such a reply? Zhu Jiuyin said, "Firstly, my origin is damaged and needs to be repaired. If I fight, it will only increase my injuries. Secondly, I was born and raised in the great cosmological abyss, and the laws of the great cosmological abyss are different from the outside world. Even if I make a move, I won't be able to unleash all my power. I need some time to adapt to the laws of the outside world." "A certain time? How long will that be?" Yang Kai asked. 3 to 5 months? Or a year and a half? 10 to 20 years? "I can't say for sure," Zhu Jiuyin replied seriously, but her tone was full of schadenfreude. Yang Kai almost scolded her. He knew that Zhu Jiuyin's origin was damaged. At the last moment, she forcefully blocked the attacks of 7 to 8 saint spirits by herself, so she definitely wouldn't be unscathed. Furthermore, a damaged origin was an extremely terrifying injury to any saint spirit, and she indeed needed to recuperate carefully. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. However, to adapt to the laws of heaven and earth, Yang Kai didn't know if what she said was true or not. However, this was a serious matter, and Zhu Jiuyin wouldn't lie to him, so this was very likely to be true. Chapter 41:27. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth in anger. "If I die, you won't have a good ending either. Don't forget your previous oath. As a Tao protector, he should protect Yang Kai's safety. If anything happened to him, Zhu Jiuyin would definitely suffer a backlash. Zhu Jiuyin, that's why I told you to run. Aren't you quite good at running? The secret communication with Zhu Jiuyin only took a moment. On the other side, Yui looked at Zhao Baichuan with a cold face and said in a deep voice, I wonder why Headmaster is blocking the way here. It was a waste of time to ask this question. The other party had set up an ambush here, so they definitely did not have any good intentions. When she asked, she secretly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai. I will hold them back later. Hurry up and leave. She had a 5th stage heaven-opening cultivation base. Even if she was not a match for this group of people, it would not be easy for Qi Xing to kill her. Zhao Baichuan did not answer and just looked at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes indifferent, as if looking at an ant. Chen Tianfei smiled and stepped out from behind Zhao Baichuan, cupping his fists. Greetings, consecrated Yang, Miss Yu. He lowered his posture very much, as if he was still in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai responded casually and said indifferently, Is there something, Headmaster Chen? Chen Tianfei said, It's nothing, I just want to ask where you're going. If you don't mind, how about traveling with us? Where are you going? Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. Star City has been destroyed, and we are now rootless duckweeds. We don't know where to go. Consecrated Yang is also considered a consecrator of Qi Xing. We're all on the same side. If Consecrated Yang has a good place to go, can you help us a little and let us have a place to stay so that we don't have to wander around? Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but he secretly felt strange in his heart. This group of guys blocking here obviously wanted to harm him. However, even if they had such a great advantage, why didn't they make a move? Instead, they were talking nonsense with him? And looking at Chen Tianfei's expression, he was obviously worried about something. What do they have to worry about? With a thought, Yang Kai came to a realization. Indeed, they should be wary. What he was worried about was Zhu Jiuyin. They also knew that he was the bearer. After all, Zhu Jiuyin had lived in Crimson Star City for several years. Zhao Baichuan had even brought Chen Tianfei and the others to visit that woman. Now that the great cosmological realm was closed, they were not sure if they had brought Zhu Jiuyin out. Although Zhu Jiuyin was nowhere to be seen, he still had to be prepared. If he really brought Zhu Jiuyin out, how would they dare to fall out with him? That was why he was feigning civility. So that's how it was. Understanding the thoughts of Qi Xing's people, Yang Kai calmed down and smiled slightly. Master Qin's words are reasonable. This king is a foreign elder of Qi Xing and has received their incense for many years. Now that Qi Xing is in trouble, this king cannot just stand by and watch. How about this? If you are willing, you can follow me. Chen Tianfei's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he probed, Where does foreign elder want to go? Yang Kai took out the map of the universe and channeled his power into it. A route immediately appeared on the map of the universe, which was the route he had planned before. He reached out and pointed at the end. There's a Star City here. I want to go there. Star City? Chen Tianfei was puzzled. Yang Kai chuckled. I forgot to tell you, this king was born in the First Inn, and my lady boss is Madame Lan of the First Inn. She was trapped in the great cosmological realm before, but now that she is free, I should go back and find her. Madame Lan. Chen Tianfei was shocked, and even Zhao Baichuan, who had been calm all this while, narrowed his eyes. Madame Qin hesitated. Could it be that Madame Lan Yu Ruolan? In this trichiliocosm, there were not many famous women. Many people had heard of the lady boss's reputation, and this Madame Qin was also a woman, so she knew a lot about the deeds of the lady boss. That's right. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Madame Qin. Madame also knows my lady boss? Madame Qin smiled embarrassedly. She is very famous, like thunder in my ears. This was the person she worshipped, and she had thought more than once that if she could reach Madame Lan's level in this lifetime, she would have no regrets. Chen Tianfei was surprised. So the consecrator is from the First Inn? Yang Kai blushed with shame. I'm ashamed. I'm just following the lady boss's orders. Chen Tianfei turned his head to look at Zhao Baichuan, vaguely feeling that things were getting a little tricky. They were indeed trying to harm Yang Kai by stopping him here. After all, he had snatched countless treasures from Crimson Star over the years, so how could they be willing to let him go? Moreover, the divine origin magnet stones that Yang Kai had harvested from the divine origin magnet mountain were also a huge fortune. They had heard that Yang Kai had collected quite a few 6th-grade divine origin magnet stones. The Star City was destroyed, and Crimson Star had also suffered heavy losses this time. If they want to make a comeback, they would need a huge amount of resources, which was why they had targeted Yang Kai. But now, they actually learned that this guy was from the First Inn. They had never been clear about Yang Kai's origins, and only now did they know that he was related to the First Inn. No wonder the Emperor Realm had such a strong foundation. With Madame Lan's careful guidance, it was not surprising. After saying so much, "Do you want to go to the First Inn with me?" Yang Kai asked. Zhao Baichuan chuckled. This old man has long heard of the First Inn's great name. In my early years, I have also made a few transactions with the First Inn, and it is indeed a fair trade. However, what can we do if we go to the First Inn? As far as I know, it is not so easy to enter the First Inn. Yang Kai smiled. Normal people naturally can't enter, but if you bosses are willing to suffer a little, this king can guarantee that you could do odd jobs and such, right? Zhao Baichuan's eyes twitched, and Chen Tianfei laughed dryly. They were all mid-level heaven splitters, so no matter what they did, they wouldn't go to the extent of doing odd jobs, right? If this spread out, how could they face others in the future? Zhao Baichuan immediately said decisively. This Zhao appreciates revered elders' good intentions, but people like us are used to wandering the clouds and wild cranes. I'm afraid we won't be able to stand any restrictions. This First Inn is fine. That's a pity. Yang Kai sighed and patted Chen Tianfei's shoulder. With Boss Chen's looks, I originally wanted to let him exercise more to lose weight. Chen Tianfei smiled along, but his face was about to stiffen. Zhao Baichuan said, "This trip will take us through several large territories. The journey is long, and there may be dangers ahead. If revered elder doesn't mind, let us escort you." There's no need to go through so much trouble. Yang Kai raised his hand and grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes and dares to come and take advantage of me, I will definitely make sure they do not return. The moment he raised his hand, the pattern on the back of his hand flashed slightly, and at the same time, a divine spirit aura spread out. This was naturally the result of the communication between Yang Kai and Zhu Jiuyin. It was not convenient for Zhu Jiuyin to make a move, but releasing a strand of divine spirit aura was not a problem. Zhao Baichuan and the rest's faces changed. Cold sweat drenched their backs. Without leaving a trace, Zhao Baichuan took a few steps back and cupped his hands. "Since that is the case, then I will not delay, revered elder." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "We will meet again. We will meet again." He led he and the rest and walked past them, leaving behind a trail of dust. When they were far away, Chen Tianfei wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. That fellow actually brought Zhu Jiuyin out. The Ouyang brothers' faces were also ashen. Ouyang Lai said, "The might of a divine spirit is truly terrifying." When that strand of divine spirit aura spread out, he did not even have the courage to resist. He felt as if he was going to suffocate to death in the next moment. Ouyang Bing looked at Zhao Baichuan with admiration. "Great master is wise. You did not fall out with him at the first moment. Otherwise, we would be in trouble." Chen Tianfei smiled apologetically. "Great master is naturally wise, but now that that brat brought Zhu Jiuyin out, I am afraid we cannot do anything to him." As they spoke, the group looked at Zhao Baichuan, waiting for him to make a decision. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy. His eyes were overflowing with light. It was obvious that he was thinking. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction Yang Kai left, and said with hatred, "Damn it, we fell into his trap." "What?" Chen Tianfei and the rest looked at him in confusion. "This brat was bluffing just now. Chase after him." Zhao Baichuan shouted and took the lead to run forward. Chen Tianfei and the rest did not dare to delay and followed behind. Madame Qin asked, "Great master, You said that brat was bluffing just now. Zhao Baichuan snorted. If he was not bluffing, why would he take the initiative to mention the first inn in Madame Lan? Why would he expose Zhu Jiuyin's aura? What kind of person is that brat? You have known him for so many years, don't you know? If he really had some tricks up his sleeve, why would he be so polite to us? I'm afraid he would have already taken advantage of us and taught us a lesson. Everyone's hearts sank. Thinking carefully, it was indeed so. The first time Yang Kai crossed paths with Qi Xing was when he forced his way into Qi Xing and killed Gan Hong and the Femme Fatale, the two leaders. Then he showed his strength to crush everyone, acting like a tyrant in Star City, madly exploiting Qi Xing's benefits. It could be said that such a person was very difficult to get along with, but when Yang Kai spoke to them just now, he was very polite. In these few years, when did Yang Kai treat them with such a face? The more he acted like that, the more it showed that he was guilty. They all felt that Zhao Baichuan's words made sense, exposing the relationship between the first inn and Madame Lan, and revealing Zhu Jiuyin's aura. Could it be that he was using Madame Lan's power to intimidate others? Chen Tianfei was cautious by nature. He hesitated, but great master, if he is deliberately showing weakness, what should we do? Zhao Baichuan snorted. Whether he is bluffing or deliberately showing weakness, we will know when we catch up with him. At the same time, thousands of miles away, Yang Kai, Yuhi, and the rest were escaping quickly. Yuhi was puzzled. Young master, why are you running so fast? Yang Kai said with a serious face. I don't have much contact with Zhao Baichuan, but this person can become the leader of Qi Xing. He is definitely not a simple person. What I said just now can scare him for a while, but it can't scare him forever. Who knows when he will come to his senses and chase after us? It is better to leave quickly. Chapter 41:28. After a cup of tea's time, Yui's expression changed as she cried out in alarm. Oh no, they've really caught up. Yang Kai turned his head back and saw several dozen streaks of light rushing over. His heart was filled with resentment. Being weak really was frustrating, being bullied everywhere without being able to resist. Turning to Lu Shui, he said, I'm afraid this matter can't be settled peacefully. If you don't want to be implicated, you'd better part ways with me here. Lu Shui glanced at Yang Kai with some surprise, not expecting him to think of this at this time. Her heart warmed slightly as she shook her head. Even if we part ways now, I can't get rid of the responsibility. If I stay, I'll be able to increase my strength. Yang Kai nodded, not bothering to persuade her, directly summoning his wish pouch and covering her in Guazian. The two understood and did not resist, being put into the pouch by Yang Kai. Leaving Yuhi behind to look after each other, he quickly fled. Firstly, Yuhi had a 5th stage heaven opening cultivation, so her speed was not slow. Secondly, if something unexpected happened, with Yuhi by his side, he could block it for a bit. Guazin was a 2nd stage heaven opening, and Lu Shui was a 4th stage heaven opening, so bringing them along would undoubtedly slow them down. So, it was better to just put them into the wish pouch. Sure enough, there's a trick. This boy is too cunning. Behind them, Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in excitement. If Yang Kai really had nothing to fear, he would not have immediately increased his speed after discovering them. The more Yang Kai acted like this, the more it showed that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Chen Tianfei even suspected that he did not bring Zhu Jiuyin out at all. The divine spirit aura he felt before might not have been released by Zhu Jiuyin himself. Although that divine spirit aura was not fake, it could have been released through other means, such as Zhu Jiuyin planting some kind of secret technique on Yang Kai in advance. He's running pretty fast. Ouyang Lai coldly snorted. His brother Ouyang Bing said that Yuhi's a 5th stage heaven opening, after all. Only First Master can match her speed. He tried to flatter him without leaving a trace. Madame Qin was puzzled. Why did those two suddenly disappear just now? Chen Tianfei said, that little brat surnamed Yang seems to have an artifact that can accommodate living creatures. Weren't the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon suddenly released by him? Everyone had witnessed the battle where Yang Kai killed Gan Hong and the Femme Fatale. Although it had been many years, the scene was still vivid in their minds. Thinking about it carefully, they knew that Guizian and Lu Shui, who were slightly weaker, must have been taken away by Yang Kai. Great Master Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. He raised his hand, and a bright light flashed in his hand. An object suddenly spun and rapidly expanded, turning into 100 zhang tall mountain. All of you come in. The Great Master bellowed, and was the first to rush into the mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up. They knew that the Great Master was serious this time. He had even taken out this artifact. Without hesitation, they all rushed into the mountain. There were quite a few spirit peaks in the mountain. Several dozen heaven-opening experts stood on the spirit peaks and poured their strength into the mountain. The head boss stood on the tallest peak, controlling the situation and controlling the technique. The 300-meter-tall mountain immediately rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was ridiculously fast. In front, Yuhi sensed a movement and turned her head to look back, her pretty face paling. Zhao Baichuan even took out the 100 tempering peak. How shameless. This 100 tempering peak was not only a secret art artifact, but also a defensive artifact and a flight artifact. It could be said to have many uses in one body. It was quite famous among mid-rank heaven-opening cultivators, so it was not surprising that Yuhi knew about it. Originally, she had relied on her 5th-rank heaven-opening cultivation to flee with Yang Kai, not inferior to Qi Xing and the others in terms of speed. After all, although Qi Xing was also a 5th-rank heaven-opening cultivator, Zhao Baichuan was the only one. The remaining masters were all 4th-rank heaven-opening cultivators, while the others were all low-rank heaven-opening cultivators. Their cultivations were uneven and their speed could not be unified. But now, with this 100 tempering peak, everyone could work together. Not only could they move together, but their speed was also much faster. While speaking, Yuhi also hurriedly summoned her own flight-type artifact, which was a small boat. Pulling Yang Kai onto the boat, she turned into a stream of light and moved forward. However, the grade of Yui's flight-type artifact was obviously not as good as Zhao Baichuan's 100 tempering peak. What's more, there were dozens of heaven-opening cultivators on the 100 tempering peak working together. The distance between them was constantly shrinking. The distance of thousands of kilometers quickly turned into thousands of kilometers, then hundreds of kilometers. Zhao Baichuan's voice came from behind, directly pouring into the hearts of Yang Kai and Yuhi, two friends. This Zhao suddenly remembered something and needs to discuss it carefully with Foreign Elder Yang. I hope Foreign Elder Yang can make it convenient. Although he had pursued them to this point, he still did not directly shed all pretense of cordiality. This was because he was careful. In the end, although he was confident that his speculation would not be wrong, he was also afraid of the aura of the divine spirit from before. Everything had to be prepared. It was precisely because of this cautiousness that Zhao Baichuan was able to build a foundation in the vast trichiliocosm without any foundation or background. Otherwise, he would have died countless times long ago. Yang Kai stood at the stern of the boat, looking at Zhao Baichuan coldly, and snorted. What else does Chief want to discuss with this foreign elder? Zhao Baichuan said, This matter is of great importance, and it concerns the survival of my Crimson Star. I must explain it clearly face to face. Foreign elder, please wait. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. How could he not know that he was thinking about his huge harvest in the Great Void Realm? What about the survival of Crimson Star was all nonsense, but on the surface, he remained calm and nodded, so serious. Then this foreign elder will have to listen carefully. While speaking, he turned his head to Yuhi and ordered, Stop the boat. Yuhi slowed down as she was told. As soon as he slowed down, Zhao Baichuan was a little surprised. The speed of the 100 tempering peak, which was originally rushing over, also dropped sharply. In less than 10 breaths, it stopped directly in the void. Yang Kai said mockingly, Doesn't Chief have something to discuss with this foreign elder? Why are you stopping? Are you teasing this foreign elder? Quickly get on the boat and talk. Zhao Baichuan was stunned by his bluff and almost doubted his own speculation. Was this guy still deliberately mystifying, or was he inviting him into a trap? If his speculation was wrong, if he got on the boat, there would be no good end. For a moment, it was difficult to get off the tiger. Yang Kai urged a few times, but Zhao Baichuan did not move. He could not help but say angrily, "Zhao Baichuan, you are so bold. How dare you tease this foreign elder?" Zhao Baichuan's face twitched, and he did not make sound. Yang Kai said bitterly, "This foreign elder has other important matters to attend to, so I will not argue with you this time. If there is a next time, I will not spare you." He turned his head and ordered Yuhi, "Let's go." Yuhi was covered in cold sweat and hurriedly urged the boat to fly away. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire Kai Yang's courage. Again and again, he had bluffed and bluffed, but Zhao Baichuan had actually been fooled by him. She knew that this was also Zhao Baichuan's cleverness. If it was Chun Tianfei and the others, they would not be so easily fooled. Sometimes it was not a good thing to think too much. I fell into a trap again. Seeing the boat fly away, Zhao Baichuan's face was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I must pull out that kid's tendons and skin him." Chun Tianfei hurriedly said, "Please calm down, First Master. This brat is indeed cunning, but in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. Once we catch up to him, I will capture him and let First Master deal with him however he wants." The group immediately urged their power and urged the Bai Lian Peak to chase. The distance between them quickly closed again. Yang Kai stood at the stern of the boat and said angrily, "Zhao Baichuan, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you." Zhao Baichuan did not speak. What responded to Yang Kai was a stream of light from the Bai Lian Peak. Yang Kai shrank his neck and flashed into the cabin. Yuhi maneuvered the boat and nimbly avoided the terrifying attack. "Sigh, I can't scare him anymore." Kai Yang sighed. He knew that he had almost reached his limit. Zhao Baichuan was too cunning. If he didn't show any real skill, then he would only rely on his mouth to make him retreat. It was simply a fantasy. Scaring him twice was already his limit. Now it would be a life or death battle. Yang Kai was extremely resentful. He was chased by the divine spirits in the great cosmological realm, and after leaving the great cosmological realm, he was chased by Qi Xing. His growth was simply a history of blood and tears. The 100 Tempering Peak was an offensive and defensive artifact, and it was also a flying artifact, so it was very useful. Now that it had several dozen heaven-opening realm masters, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. As they chased, streaks of light shot out from the peak, forcing Yuhi to dodge. The small boat was like a vast ocean in the middle of a storm, with a risk of capsizing at any moment. Seeing this, the many heaven-opening realm masters of Qi Xing were naturally excited. Now that they had completely shed all pretense of cordiality and attacked Yang Kai, if Yang Kai really had a way to fight back, he would not hide it. However, he could only dodge and flee. In other words, Zhu Juyin was not brought out by him at all. The divine spirit aura released before should have been left on him by Zhu Juyin. Everyone's hearts were set, and they poured their strength into the mountain with even more effort. Time passed, and the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Another stream of light shot out, and Yuhi hurriedly steered the boat to dodge, but at the same time, as if she had foreseen it, the second stream of light blasted towards the place where the boat was dodging. Yang Kai's vision was immediately filled with dazzling light, and a huge crisis shrouded his heart. He shouted, "Not good." Yui's face was also filled with despair. The other party's attack was about to arrive, and it was too late to dodge at this time. Judging from the fluctuations in the attack, if they were hit, she and Yang Kai would definitely not have a good ending. Just as she did not know what to do, Yang Kai had already hugged her waist, and then the world spun. When she came back to her senses, she had already appeared hundreds of kilometers away. A dazzling light bloomed somewhere in the void. Yui's heart was empty, and her mind was somewhat shaken. At this moment, her connection with the boat was completely cut off. How could she not know that her boat had been shattered? The light that burst out was the scene of the boat being shattered. Chapter 41:29. Yui's face instantly turned ashen. It was not that she felt sorry for her secret treasure. Although the secret treasure was not bad, it was not particularly precious. However, the boat was destroyed during the escape, and the future was bleak. Although she knew that Yangkai was proficient in the law of space and was good at escaping, under the pursuit of Qi Xing, the law of space might not be useful. Back then, she had also chased after Yangkai in the void and experienced the profoundness of Yangkai's teleportation. However, in the end, Yangkai was still captured. She was a fifth stage splitting heaven, and Zhao Baichuan was also a fifth stage splitting heaven. She was able to take down Yangkai back then. So how could Zhao Baichuan fail? Just as he was about to let Yangkai go first and stay behind to resist for a while, he saw Yangkai sneer. If you want to play, this king will play with you. Let's see who can play who. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the law of space and teleported thousands of miles away. It was a pity that there was no place to hide in this vast void. Even though they were a distance away, they were quickly discovered by Qi Xing's people and continued to chase after them. The speed of the Bailian Peak was ridiculously fast, and they were constantly closing in on each other. Yuhi said, "Young master, why don't we go to the Heavenly Temple? There is also a Heavenly Temple in this large territory. I left a Heavenly Temple there, so I can take you there." The Heavenly Temple was a fortress built by the joint efforts of many paradises. All battles were prohibited there. As long as they could hide in the Heavenly Temple, then the two of them would be safe. It was impossible for Zhao Baichuan and the others to chase into the Heavenly Temple to make things difficult for them. Yangkai shook his head. "We can hide for a while, but we can't hide forever. Even if we go to the Heavenly Temple, we can't hide in there forever." Yui thought about it and agreed. Although the Heavenly Temple was safe, they could not hide in it forever. She stopped persuading him. After teleporting, Yangkai relaxed his mind and let Yuhi use her power to wrap him up. After all, his speed was not as fast as Yuhi's. At this time, it was better to let her take the initiative. Bai Lianfeng quickly chased after them from behind. When they reached a certain distance, Yangkai took over and teleported away again. On 100 Refining Peak, Zhao Baichuan stomped his feet in anger while Chun Tianfei also cursed loudly. This little brat, surnamed Yang, was too good at running. Although he had long heard that those who were proficient in space principles were adept at escaping, it was only today that he truly witnessed it for himself. If he did not seal the space around him, he would not be able to stop his movements at all. However, Yangkai maintained a certain distance from them, not giving them a chance to seal the sky and lock down the earth. After several days of continuous pursuit, Qi Xing and the others could not do anything to Yangkai. At a certain moment, Yuhi suddenly exclaimed, "Young master!" A few of them ran out. Yangkai turned his head and looked back, only to see several figures descend from the 100 Refinement Peak. Immediately after, the hand seals changed, and the light of a formation shone under the feet of those people. It was the light of the Qinkuan escape technique. He couldn't help but snort coldly. They went to the Universal Hall. The two of them were heading in the direction of the Universal Hall, where this large territory was located. Qi Xing's people probably thought that they wanted to take refuge in the Universal Hall, so they sent a few people ahead of them to stop them. Little did they know that if Yangkai and Yuhi really wanted to go to the Universal Hall, they would have done so long ago. Why would they foolishly fly over? However, this was the effect that Yangkai wanted. Seeing those people leave, Yangkai immediately had Yuhi change direction. On 100 Refinement Peak, Zhao Baichuan was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he not know that he had fallen for Yangkai's trick? However, it was too late to regret now. Those heaven-opening realm masters had already gone to the Universal Hall, and the distance was too far. It was impossible to contact them in a short time. Chun Tianfei was confused. Where is this brat going? Zhao Baichuan also did not know, but 2 days later, he knew what Yangkai was planning. He was actually planning to leave this large territory and enter another large territory. In front of the territory gate, Yangkai activated the territory shuttle and passed through with Yuhi, directly entering another large territory. An hour later, 100 Refinement Peak plunged into the territory gate, but looking around, the surrounding space was empty. There was no trace of Yangkai. Find him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find him. If you miss this opportunity, There won't be a next time. Zhao Baichuan shouted angrily. Nearly 30 figures immediately flew out from 100 Refinement Peak. Some immediately scattered in all directions, while others used the Universal Escape technique to head to the Universal Hall. Zhao Baichuan himself controlled 100 Refinement Peak to speed forward and continue searching. However, because of Yankai's actions, he had no choice but to split up. Now, there were only a dozen or so heaven-opening realm masters left on 100 Refinement Peak. The 100 Refinement Peak's secret treasure was more powerful and faster the more people it could use it. Now, there were only a dozen or so people left, so it was much slower than before. Very soon, a subordinate sent a clue and found Yankai. Looking at his route, he was actually heading towards the territory gate. Zhao Baichuan silently took out the map of the universe and checked his location. He made a prompt decision and put away the 100 Refinement Peak before activating the Qianxia escape technique with the remaining heaven-opening realm cultivators, heading towards the Qianxia Palace in this region. Without stopping to rest, he rushed out of the Heavenly Hall and met up with one of his subordinates. That person immediately reported, "First Master, I found out that the two people from before came to the Heavenly Hall and are now heading in that direction." What else was there to say? Summoning 100 Refinement Peak again, Zhao Baichuan waved his hand. Chase. 2 days later, as expected, he saw the figures of Yankai and Yu He in the distance. In front, Yankai also sensed something and turned his head to look. His face couldn't help but darken. They're like ghosts. Qi Xing and the others were like maggots that couldn't be shaken off at all. Yu He said, "Young master, why don't you take refuge in my Sui Palace?" Sui Palace was her faction. According to the division of the 3,000 realms, with her a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm master, it could barely be considered a second-class faction. However, the reality was a bit complicated because she was the only heaven-opening realm master in Sui Palace, and it was only a very small spirit state. Apart from her, the rest were all homeless people from the Emperor Realm or cultivator below Emperor Realm. The entire Sui Palace only had a few hundred people, so strictly speaking, Sui Palace wasn't a second-class faction. Because even if there was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm master, without the power of inheritance, it would disappear sooner or later. Even so, Yu had been running Sui Palace for many years, so it had a certain amount of defensive power. As long as they could reach Sui Palace, they didn't need to fear Qi Xing and the others. "Where is Sui Palace?" Yankai asked. Yu He took out the universal map and poured her power into it, pointing at a location. "Here." Yankai checked and slowly shook his head. "It's too far. We still have to pass through 7 large territory. We can't make it in time." If he wanted to pass through 7 large territory, there would be too many unforeseen events on the road. "Then what should we do?" Yu He had no idea. Yankai said, "I have a place to go, but I need to take a risk." He originally wanted to escape back to the First Inn, but now it seemed that it wouldn't work. The First Inn was also very far away, and he had to pass through several large territory. Rather than that, it was better to take a risk. At the very least, he could only take refuge in the Universal Palace. 3 days later, the two passed through the territory gate and entered the next large territory. In less than 2 hours, Bai Lian Peak chased after them, showing how fast they were. If Yankai didn't rely on the Space Divine technique, he would have been cornered long ago. This time, Zhao Baichuan had learned his lesson. He immediately had his subordinates head to the various territory gates and seal off the main roads to prevent Yankai from escaping again. Along the way, the dozens of heaven-opening realm subordinates under him had scattered quite a few, but along the way, some of them had regrouped with him, so there were still more than 30 subordinates he could use. Yankai had Yu He, a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, by his side. Other than him, no one else in Crimson Star was a match, but there were quite a few 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. As long as they were distributed properly, it wouldn't be a problem to tie down Yu He. Immediately, Chun Tianfei and Madame Qin led several low-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators away. The Ouyang brothers and Bei Yushan led another group away, and Zhao Baichuan personally chased after Yang Kai. A few days later, the fleeing Yang Kai and He suddenly stopped, standing quietly in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Baichuan frowned. He didn't know what schemes Yang Kai had, but he made up his mind. This time, no matter how eloquent he would ignore him and capture him first. Urging by Lin Peak to quickly rush over, Zhao Baichuan sneered, "Run. Why aren't you running?" "I can't run anymore." Yang Kai grinned. Zhao Baichuan snorted. "Since that's the case, then obediently surrender and you'll suffer less physical pain." Yang Kai said, "Boss, aren't you afraid that Madame Lan will investigate you for making a move on me? My lady boss is very protective. If you make her angry, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." Everyone knew that the lady boss was protective. When Lao Bai's breakthrough to heaven-opening realm was interfered with, she swore to destroy the forces behind Qi Jin in a fit of anger. Otherwise, she would never advance to rank 7 in her life. Such a vow was heartless. If she couldn't do it, she really couldn't advance to rank 7. Hearing Yang Kai mention the lady boss, Zhao Baichuan showed a look of fear. Although he had been trying to reach rank 6, he didn't have enough foundation after all. Naturally, he was not a veteran rank 6 like the lady boss. If he was targeted by her, Qi Xing would be finished. However, he only hesitated for a moment. Yang Kai's huge wealth made him very tempted. He snorted, "As long as I kill you, how will Lan Yuan know what happened?" Yang Kai nodded, "So the boss wants to kill all of us. Then you want me to obediently surrender? You believe me just because I said it?" Zhao Baichuan sneered. As he spoke, he was already hundreds of miles away. He was about to reach the limit. In the next moment, he could block the place where Yang Kai was standing to prevent him from using the law of space again. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him and waved his hand. "I will remember the boss's gift today. I will repay you generously in the future." Zhao Baichuan had a bad feeling. He couldn't care less. He raised his hand to grab Yang Kai and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" A giant hand fell and grabbed at the void, but at the same time, Yang Kai and Yue's figures had disappeared. Zhao Baichuan hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. In the perception of his divine thoughts, he also lost track of Yang Kai's aura. How is this possible? Zhao Baichuan was stunned. Chapter 41:30. Back on the Sunstar, Yang Kai had tried to steal the Golden Crow's corpse, but he had been surrounded and intercepted by many heaven-opening realm experts. In the end, he had relied on the space spirit bead to escape. If not for his ignorance and ignorance of the universe escape technique, he would have been able to safely escape to the first inn. Unfortunately, the lady boss had used the universe escape technique to return to the first inn to stop him, forcing him to use the golden annihilation plume. In terms of speed, even with the space principles, he was not as fast as the 100 refinement peak and would be caught sooner or later. However, with the space spirit bead's positioning, he could teleport a long distance, so it was easy for him to shake off Qi Xing and the others. "Find him! You must find him for me." Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy as he roared angrily. However, he was not too worried. Although Yang Kai had temporarily disappeared, he was still in this large territory. The other leaders had already sealed off the entrance to the territory, so it was wishful thinking for Yang Kai to leave this large territory. On the 100 refinement peak, one figure after another flew out, searching for Yang Kai. At an unknown location, a space spirit bead floating in the void fluctuated with the space principles, and 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he did not put away the space spirit bead, leaving it where it was. He had left this bead behind when he was escaping. He had left more than a dozen such arrangements, almost covering the entire large territory. The space spirit bead was very small, and it was not eye-catching in the large void, so the chances of it being discovered were not high. It was left here as a backup plan. Who knew when it would be useful? Yuhi looked around and did not see Qi Xing and the others, so she knew that the 2 of them were temporarily safe. She said, "Young master, where are we going now? Are we leaving this large territory?" Yang Kai shook his head. "We can't leave. Chun Tianfei and the others are nowhere to be seen. If I'm not wrong, They must have gone to the territory gate. If we want to leave, we will definitely clash with them. You are strong, but they outnumber you. You may not be able to get rid of them. If you go to the territory gate, you will only be walking into a trap. After pausing for a moment, he asked, "How's your understanding of the thing I gave you?" Yuhi was holding a jade pendant in her hand. She had been using her energy to refine the jade pendant. Her mind was immersed in comprehending the jade pendant. She replied, "I was in a rush. I only managed to refine 10% of it." 1 point. Xianxia muttered, "That should be enough." "Young master, where does this jade ring belong to?" Yuhi asked, puzzled. Previously, when they were escaping, Xianxia had suddenly handed this jade ring to her, telling her to comprehend and refine it with all her might. Yuhi didn't know the reason, but she didn't ask and just did as she was told. However, as she comprehended and refined it, she discovered that this jade ring was actually the seal of a large formation, just like the seal of her Suiwei palace. She had never heard of Xianxia being involved with any forces. Although he was a member of the First Inn, the seal of the First Inn's large formation could not be in his hands. That kind of thing could only be controlled by the lady boss. No one else was qualified to have it. Xianxia smiled slightly. "Do you know what this large territory is called?" Yui didn't know. She immediately took out the map of the universe and checked it. She suddenly said, "This is the territory of Kikikyo." Outside the map of the universe, there were many large territories in the 3,000 worlds. In this large territory, there were countless forces of different sizes. Generally speaking, if there was a second-class force in this large territory, then this large territory would be named after this force. For example, in the large territory of the Blessed Paradises, the Xiaoyao Blessed Land was the Xiaoyao territory, and the Yin-Yang Wonderland was the Yin-Yang territory. In this large territory, there was a second-class force called Kikikyo, so it was named Kikikyo territory. A large territory without a second-class force was nameless and was only named by codename, such as DJU territory, C-17 territory, and so on. Yes, this is the territory of Xiao. Xianxia's voice was filled with a trace of nostalgia. Yuhi's heart moved. She covered her red lips and said in surprise, "Young master, this jade ring, could it be the seal of Xiao's large formation?" The reason why she had such a guess was because Yuhi also felt that this large formation seal was not a low-level one. At the very least, it should be a second-class force. But how could Xianxia have a seal of Xiao's large formation? Xianxia laughed loudly. "This is indeed the seal of Xiao's large formation. With it in hand, we can sneak into Xiao's territory without anyone knowing. As long as we hide in there for a while, Qi Xing's group will not be able to find us and will naturally leave." Yuhi was stunned. She looked down at the jade ring in her hand in a daze. She was speechless. This really was the seal of Xiao's large formation. This didn't make sense. Such a precious item would only be in the hands of the leader of a force. How could it be in Xianxia's hands? According to what Yuhi knew, the leader of Xiao's large group was a fifth-stage heavenly monarch called Xiao Heavenly Monarch. His strength was on par with hers. He was not a person to be trifled with. "Young master, where did this come from?" Yuhi was puzzled. "It's a long story." Xianxia identified the direction and called out, "I'll explain it to you as we walk." After listening to Xianxia's explanation, Yuhi learned that when he first entered the outside world, he was lured by Xiao's fire spirit land's venerable Duan Hai and was abducted into Xiao's territory to work as a servant. He spent quite a few days in Xiao's territory, and when he went out to hunt down a person called Fong Tai, he encountered an old man called Su Huang. This Su Huang had a deep relationship with Xiao, and according to Xianxia's guess, Xiao's territory should have been Su Huang's, but for some reason, it was occupied by Xiao Heavenly Monarch. With his territory snatched away, Su Huang naturally vowed to take revenge, and the Six Directions wish pouch belonged to Su Huang. Su Huang had planted a flying blackback centipede in Xianxia's Dao seal to threaten him, and used the Six Directions wish pouch to bring him into Xiao's territory. As the owner of Xiao's territory, Su Huang naturally had a grasp of Xiao's grand array. He quietly infiltrated Xiao's territory to tamper with the refinement array's control. But due to a strange combination of factors, Su Huang had no choice but to fight against Xiao's heaven-opening experts alone. That battle was earth-shattering, and blood flowed like rivers. Several of Xiao's venerable guardians died, and Yangkai knew that only 2 died. The Water Spirit Land's venerable died right in front of him, and even his spatial ring was taken away by him. If not for that, he wouldn't have had so many heaven-opening pills to stay in the first inn. The Fire Spirit Land's venerable guardian Duan Hai was also killed, and Xiao, Heavenly Monarch, suffered heavy injuries. In that battle, the 7 Openings Land's Earth Protection Array revealed many flaws, causing many of the disgruntled odd-job workers to flee. That was when Kai Yang took advantage of the situation to escape. At that time, Old Fong Bai Qi, Daiyu, and Asun were with him. Later, Si Chun Great General went looking for his family, stayed in the first inn, explored the Sun Star, and snatched the Golden Crow's corpse. Xiao's land was the first great force Yang Kai came into contact with after entering the 3,000 worlds. Towards this force, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest goodwill. If it weren't for Su Huang being exposed ahead of time, forcing him to act, Yang Kai's attribute power would have been taken away by Duan Hai. When Yang Kai was fleeing, Su Huang, who was seriously injured, chased after him and gave him this spirit array seal on his deathbed so that Yang Kai would have a chance to avenge him and take back Xiao's land in the future. Yang Kai didn't dare refuse at that time and accepted this jade slip. Later, Su Huang died, and Yang Kai buried him in his sealed world bead. As for revenge, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't take it seriously. He had indeed suffered a lot in Xiao's land, but in the end, he had turned the situation around. When he grew up in the future, if there was a chance, he could come back and seek justice. Before he grew up, he had never thought about returning to Xiao's land, let alone that this jade slip would one day play a role. Yang Kai spoke calmly, but he was infuriated. Those damn bastards, they actually abducted those newcomers who had just entered the 3,000 worlds as slaves. This is simply unforgivable. There is no need for such a force to exist. Young master, you can rest assured that I will definitely seek justice for you. Yang Kai chuckled. Let's just do our best and leave the rest to heaven's will. There's no need to force it. The two didn't move too quickly because they had to pay attention to hiding their tracks. Crimson Star's several dozen heaven-opening realms were scattered throughout this large territory, so there was no telling when they would run into them, so it was best to be careful. Fortunately, their journey was quite smooth. A few days later, a large fog suddenly appeared in front of them. This fog was so thick that it blocked their line of sight, and even their divine senses couldn't penetrate it. The Xiao land had arrived. The two of them had already used their own techniques to conceal their figures and auras as they quietly approached the fog. Yuhi was a 5th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, so her concealment techniques were naturally extraordinary. Unless one's strength was on par with hers, it would be difficult to detect her. Although Yang Kai's strength was lacking, with the shadowless veil, no one below the mid-heaven-opening realm could spy on him, so he didn't have to worry about exposing his tracks. As they approached, Yang Kai looked over and saw that the fog was tumbling like gray clouds, but there were many weak spots in the fog that were clearly different from other places. He knew that the last time Su Huang caused havoc in the Xiao land, he had already caused irreparable damage to the Xiao land. The weak spots in the fog were the weak spots of the Xiao land's grand formation. Although it had been more than a dozen years, it wouldn't be easy for the Xiao land to repair these places. Not to mention, the Xiao Heavenly Monarch should also be recuperating and wouldn't have much energy to deal with these things. Yang Kai calmed down. Although the Jade Ring was the rune seal of the Xiao land's grand formation, Yuhi had only refined a small portion of it. He was originally a little worried that they wouldn't be able to smoothly infiltrate the Xiao land, but now it seemed that there shouldn't be any problems. Without needing Yang Kai to say anything, Yuhi had already flown towards the weak spots. After silently observing several flaws, Yuhi finally chose one and secretly transmitted her voice to him. Young master, I'm confident that I can bring you in, but I don't know if we'll be discovered after we go in. If we are discovered, we'll have to leave quickly. I know, let's do it. Yangkai nodded. In any case, they were being pursued by the Scarlet Star sect, so the worst-case scenario would be to hide in the Heavenly Temple. Chapter 41:31. Yuhi activated the power of the Jade Pendant and shot out a ray of light. The thin fog rolled and slowly parted to the sides, revealing a passage that led to the inside. The two looked at each other and entered without hesitation. Only when the two figures disappeared did the fog slowly close up. There was no abnormality at all. A moment later, Yangkai and Yueha entered the Qiqiao land. The process was unexpectedly easy. They didn't dare to act rashly and instead hid their presence and waited in place for a long time. After an hour, there was still no movement from the Qiqiao land. Only then did Yangkai confirm that the two of them didn't alert anyone. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. Su Huang's havoc a dozen years ago had caused many flaws in the Qiqiao land's defensive array. Yueha had also refined a portion of the Jade Ring's power, so she was naturally able to enter without alerting anyone. If the Qiqiao Heaven Lord was vigilant, he might have discovered the two of them. However, Yangkai guessed that the Qiqiao Heaven Lord was still recuperating. Su Huang had said that the Qiqiao Heaven Lord would not be able to recover without many years of recuperation. As far as the eye could see, the traces of the great battle were long gone. The entire Qiqiao land was made up of 7 spirit provinces and occupied a vast area. It was because of this that the Qiqiao land was called the Qiqiao land. These 7 spirit provinces were also very special. Each spirit province nurtured different elemental powers. The yin, yang, and 5 elements all gathered together. The Qiqiao land planted fruit trees with different elemental attributes and produced spirit fruits. These spirit fruits were the main ingredients for refining the heaven-opening pill. It was because of this that the Qiqiao land was able to gain a foothold in the 3,000 worlds. At this moment, many cultivators were flying around the spirit states, heading to another place floating above the Qiqiao land. That place was the Qiqiao land's odd job market. Every month when a market opens, Kaiyang looked around for a while, thinking about it. That place was a fragment of a world. It was unknown which generation's master of the Qiqiao land had moved it here to be used as a marketplace. Every month, there would be 3 days when the marketplace would be open for the odd-job disciples of the Qiqiao land to exchange and trade. Yangkai had even bought a grade 3 metal attribute material, the unsullied golden dew, for Daiyu. Thinking back to how difficult it was to earn heaven-opening pills when he first entered the 3,000 worlds, he could not help but sigh. Now, his net worth was more than 100 million. In just a short 10 years, such a change had occurred. Yangkai was very familiar with the market. After all, he had been here many times. His destination was the world fragment where the market was located. The 7 Openings land had the 7 Openings heavenly monarch and several earth protectors. It wasn't safe for him and Yuhi to hide there. However, it was different in the market. Most of the people gathered, there were Chor's disciples. There were very few true 7 Openings land disciples. If they hid there, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. He quietly called out to Yuhi, then followed the crowd and flew toward the market. Soon, they landed on the world fragment. The world fragment wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. Only a small portion of the world fragment had been used. There were still many places that had yet to be explored. Yangkai and he found a remote place and quietly dug a hole to hide. At this point, Yangkai let out a sigh of relief. This escape had come to an end for the time being. All that was left was to wait for Qi Xing's people to leave. Then, he would find an opportunity to leave this place. A trace of weariness crept into his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ever since the land of the ancients closed, he had been on the run. First, he was chased by many divine spirits, and now, he was being chased by the Crimson Star. He secretly swore that when he advanced to the heaven-opening realm in the future, the first thing he would do was find Qi Xing and let Zhao Baichuan know the consequences of offending him. His mind was immersed in the strange space behind his hand. He wanted to ask Zhu Jiuyin how she was doing, But who knew that this guy had fallen into a deep sleep? He knew that her source was damaged and urgently needed to be healed. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so weak. For any holy spirit, their source was their foundation. Just like a cultivator's Tao seal, if one source was severely damaged, it would be very difficult to recover. Only after a long period of recuperation would there be a chance. Turning his head to look at Yuhi, he couldn't help but be surprised. Why are you refining this jade? He saw Yuhi sitting in a lotus position, immersed in her thoughts as she held the jade slip in her palm and focused on refining it. He had given this jade slip to Yuhi before mainly because her cultivation was higher than his, allowing her to refine it faster. Reality proved that this was indeed the case. If Xianxia had refined it himself, he definitely wouldn't have been able to break through the defensive spirit array and sneak in here in just a few days. But now that he had come in, there was no need to refine it. Yuhi opened her eyes and said, "Young master, don't you want this Xianxia land?" Xianxia was stunned when he heard this, but he immediately understood what she meant. He couldn't help but laugh. Even if you refine this jade and control the formation here, it won't be easy to seize the Xianxia land. Back then, Su Huang was also a 5th grade heaven opening, which was the same as Yuhi. Back then, he was the original owner of the Xianxia land after all. He knew everything about this place. He used the jade to control the formation in his hand to fight the Xianxia heavenly monarch and the many venerables who protected the earth. In the end, he didn't succeed and even lost his life. So even if Yuhi completely refined this jade, she might not have a chance to snatch it from the tiger's mouth. Changing the topic, Xianxia nodded and said, "But it's up to you. It's never wrong to refine more." Although it was still safe to hide here, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be discovered. When that time came, the more they refined the jade, the more initiative they would have. Yuhi nodded and focused on refining again. Xianxia didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing to recover his strength. Time passed by little. In the void, on the main peak of the 100 Refinement Peak, Zhao Baichuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. From the information he received from his subordinates, Xianxia had disappeared without a trace, which made him extremely annoyed. In the great cosmological realm, for more than a decade, the biggest winner was Xianxia, but if there was a second winner, it might be Qi Xing. Although Qi Xing was crazily plundered by Xianxia, and 70% of all the profits fell into Xianxia's pocket, Qi Xing also relied on Xianxia's power and reputation to develop in the great cosmological realm, accumulating a huge amount of wealth and manpower. Star City's 3 great forces were Sword Pavilion, Thunderlight Sect, and Crimson Star. Originally, Crimson Star was ranked last, but because they had clung to the big tree known as Xianxia, they were able to survive and quickly rise in adversity. As for Sword Pavilion, Thunderlight Sect had long since been destroyed and no longer existed. However, it was one thing to be in the great cosmological realm, and another thing to be out of the great cosmological realm. In the great cosmological realm, Zhao Baichuan was willing to be under Xianxia because Xianxia had Zhu Juyin behind him. However, in the outside world, without the suppression of the fog of the great cosmological realm, Amir the Emperor realm was nothing in his eyes. Thinking of the 70% of the profits that went into Xianxia's pocket, how could Zhao Baichuan tolerate it? 30% of the profits was already so huge, let alone 70%? If he could kill Xianxia and snatch back the other profits, Qi Xing's future would definitely be bright. Zhao Baichuan was also confident that he could break through to the 6th stage within 10 years. However, that brat was too good at running away. Even if he mobilized dozens of heaven-opening realm experts and used the 100 Refinement Peak, he still couldn't stop him. This large territory was still sealed. It was certain that Xianxia must still be in this large territory, but no one knew where he was hiding. These days, some of the small forces in the 7 Openings territory had encountered great misfortune. In this large territory, the 7 Openings territory was not the only force in this territory. There were many other forces that couldn't be seen in public, as well as many Qingquan worlds. In order to search for Xianxia, Qi Xing's people could be said to be unscrupulous. However, they had many heaven-opening realm experts, and Zhao Baichuan, a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm expert, was present. Even though those small forces were sullen, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only let Qi Xing and the others barge into their headquarters and search wantonly. The entire Seven Openings territory could be said to have been stirred up by Qi Xing. Zhao Baichuan looked at Chen Tianfei and asked, "You still haven't found him?" Feeling Zhao Baichuan's suppressed anger, Chen Tianfei wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I haven't found him yet, but don't worry, Chief Head. That brat definitely won't be able to escape." The entrance to the territory was still sealed by Qi Xing. If Xianxia wanted to leave this large territory, he would definitely cause a commotion. "Umph," Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. This king also knows that Brat won't be able to escape, but if he continues to hide, where will we find him? Chen Tianfei bitterly said, "Chief Head, it's not that we aren't doing our best, but that we don't have enough people." In order to chase after Xianxia, they had run through several large territory, and Zhao Baichuan had only brought a few dozen heaven-opening realm experts with him. The majority of Qi Xing's people were still on the way, and it would take them at least 1 to 2 months to arrive. However, if they wanted to rely on these few dozen heaven-opening realm experts to find someone in such a large territory, it would undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhao Baichuan clearly also realized this point, and his brow furrowed. Chen Tianfei observed his expression and said, "Chief Head, if we want to resolve this situation, we can only borrow troops." "Borrow troops? From where?" Zhao Baichuan lowered his head and looked at him. Chen Tianfei chuckled, "I won't hide it from Chief Head. In this large territory, there's a force called Qiqiao Land, and the master of Qiqiao Land is Qiqiao, Heavenly Monarch. I once had a good relationship with him, so if Chief Head doesn't mind, we might as well go to Qiqiao Land and have his subordinate try to borrow troops from Qiqiao, Heavenly Monarch. If he is willing to help, then things will be simple." Qiqiao, Heavenly Monarch? Zhao Baichuan seemed to recall something. Could it be that Qiqiao, Heavenly Monarch, who came to Star City and did many business with Qi Xing? Zhao Baichuan had heard of this person before, but he had been in seclusion to break through to the 6th grade in the early years, so he had never met him. During his time in seclusion, all of Qi Xing's affairs had been managed by Chen Tianfei, and it was during that time that they had come into contact. However, Chen Tianfei would report this matter to him afterwards, so Zhao Baichuan had only heard of Qiqiao, Heavenly Monarch. Chapter 41-32. That's him. Chen Tianfei nodded. That 7 skills Heavenly Monarch is also extremely strong, a 5th-stage Heaven Splitter. Zhao Baichuan nodded. A 5th-stage Heaven Splitter was on par with him, and as the leader of a region, his status was definitely not low. He asked solemnly, "Are you confident?" Chen Tianfei chuckled. "I'm 90% sure. However, there will definitely be a price to pay, and First Master will be the leader this time." "Paying a little price is nothing." Zhao Baichuan nodded. Since he wanted to borrow troops, he definitely needed some compensation, but as long as he could find Xianxia, it was worth it. "Let's go to 7 Skills Land." Chen Tianfei immediately pointed the way, and 100 Refining Peak quickly headed towards 7 Skills Land. A day later, Chen Tianfei pointed to the fog ahead and said, "First Master, we've arrived at 7 Skills Land." Zhao Baichuan looked over and saw the fog tumbling, but he could not see the inside of 7 Skills Land. He could not help but nod. The atmosphere of a great sect is truly extraordinary. Chen Tianfei chuckled. "This is the first time subordinate has come here. Please wait a moment. First Master, allow me to send a message to 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch and have him open the door." Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. Chen Tianfei immediately took out a token and poured his divine sense into it. 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch had gone to Star City many times to make a few transactions with Qi Xing, so he and Chen Tianfei naturally left a way to contact each other. However, it had always been 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch who went to find him. Chen Tianfei did not expect that one day he would have to ask someone else for help. He had just begun to contact 7 skills Heavenly Monarch when the fog tumbled and squirmed. Suddenly, there was a thunderclap and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket blasted out from the fog, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chen Tianfei was stunned for a moment. His narrowed eyes were filled with light that filled the sky. Zhao Baichuan's expression also turned solemn as he shouted, "Open!" With a rumble, the 100 refining peak shook and rich earth element power gushed out from 100 refining peak, forming an airtight layer of protection around this artifact. The sound of the explosion was deafening. The lightning struck the 100 refinement peak, causing the illusory figure to sway unsteadily. What a powerful attack! Zhao Baichuan's expression turned cold. Even 100 refinement peak could not withstand such an attack a few times. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several more bolts of lightning striking from the fog. At the same time, a furious roar came from the Qiqiao land. "You Xiaoshan, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You want to seize my Qiqiao land? Be careful not to overeat yourself." Chen Taifei was dumbfounded. He and the others had just arrived here, and they were attacked. He had no idea what was going on. Who was this Yu Xiaoshan? Rumble. Wherever the lightning passed, the void shattered. The 100 refinement peak was a treasure that Zhao Baichuan had spent a lot of effort to refine. It was extremely extraordinary. Seeing the lightning attack, the 100 refinement peak quickly shrank. At the same time, it moved unsteadily to avoid the lightning. Even so, it was still struck by a bolt of lightning. The mountain shook again, and one of the mountain peaks broke in half. Chen Tianfei. Zhao Baichuan was furious and turned to look at Chen Tianfei. The damage to the 100 refinement peak made his heart ache. Although this treasure was not bad, it was difficult for it to block the power of the formation. Chen Tianfei was covered in cold sweat. He could not care less and hurriedly shouted, "Heavenly Lord, stop! Stop! I'm Crimson Star Chen Tianfei, not Yu Xiaoshan. Heavenly Lord, did you recognize the wrong person?" If he did not hear wrongly, the voice that shouted from the Qiqiao land just now should be Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. As soon as these words were spoken, the faint lightning in the fog suddenly stopped, and a surprised voice sounded, "Chen Tianfei? Crimson Stars Chen Tianfei?" Chen Tianfei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly flew out of the 100 refinement peak and revealed his fat figure. Who else could it be? "Heavenly Lord, take a closer look." A moment later, a surprised voice came from the fog. "It's really Brother Chen?" It was difficult not to recognize him. Looking at the trichiliocosm and the billions of living beings, it was difficult to find a fatty like Chen Tianfei. But soon, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao snorted coldly. "Why did Brother Chen come to my Qiqiao land? Who's in that peak?" Chen Tianfei hurriedly said, "Heavenly Lord, I have something to ask of you, so I came here. As for this peak, it's called the 100 Refinement Peak. It belongs to my first master, so it's naturally my first master." As he spoke, he turned around and gestured to Zhao Baichuan. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy. After pondering for a moment, he put away the 100 Refinement Peak and revealed himself. Along with him were more than a dozen low-rank Heaven Splitters. "It's actually First Master Crimson Star." Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was obviously shocked. "I've heard a lot about you." He had been to Crimson Star City several times, but he had never seen Zhao Baichuan. He knew that this guy had been in seclusion all year round to break through to the 6th rank, so he did not mind. Now that this person had come out of seclusion, could it be that he had already reached the 6th rank? Thinking so in his heart, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's tone could not help but become much more polite. Zhao Baichuan's face was cold. No one would be in a good mood after being attacked for no reason, not to mention that he was already annoyed by Xianxia. Hearing this, he only nodded slightly. This old man has long heard of the Heavenly Lord's name. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao said, "Brother Chen, why have you come here today?" Chen Tianfei said, "We do have a request. Can Heavenly Lord allow us to have a chat inside?" In the fog, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was silent for a while before saying, "Please." When he finished speaking, the fog rolled, revealing a passage. Qin Tianfei could not help but sigh in relief. He looked back at Zhao Baichuan with an inquiring expression. Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. Qin Tianfei smiled slightly and cupped his hands, sorry for disturbing you. As he spoke, he led the way forward. Behind him, Zhao Baichuan was like a moon surrounded by stars. Not long after, they entered the Seven Openings land. Suddenly, a group of heaven splitters appeared in front of them. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a face as clear as jade. Qin Tianfei smiled wholeheartedly and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man. Greetings, Heavenly Lord. This person was the master of the Seven Openings land, Heavenly Lord Xianxia. Heavenly Lord Xianxia laughed and went forward to hold Qin Tianfei's arm. After so many years, Brother Qin still looks as good as before. Congratulations. Qin Tianfei smiled bitterly. Heavenly Monarch, you flatter me. In recent years, Sai, it's a long story. Allow me to introduce you to Heavenly Monarch. This is Great Leader Zhao of Crimson Star. Great Leader, this is Heavenly Monarch, 7 skills. Heavenly Lord Qi Qiao cupped his hands, head Zhao. Zhao Baichuan returned the greeting. Heavenly Lord is too polite. Heavenly Lord Qi Qiao saw his expression and knew that this guy was still holding a grudge over what happened just now. He hurriedly explained, Head Zhao, please don't blame me. I didn't mean to attack you just now. It's just that our Seven Openings land is under attack and has been troubled for many days. Suddenly, I heard a disciple report that an expert had arrived. I thought it was that thief again, so there was a misunderstanding. I hope Head Zhao can forgive us. Zhao Baichuan was stunned. Someone actually came to find trouble with Heavenly Lord? Only now did he understand why the other party had attacked him as soon as they met. It turned out that they were treating him as an enemy. Since it was pardonable, the trace of unhappiness in his heart disappeared. Qin Tianfei said in shock, Who is so bold to come here and ask for food? Sai, it's a long story. Heavenly Lord Qi Qiao sighed, his tone and expression exactly the same as Qin Tianfei's. Zhao Baichuan raised his eyebrows. Heavenly Lord seems to be injured. He found that although this person was at the 5th grade heaven opening realm, his aura was somewhat unstable. Not only him, but the 3/4 grade heaven opening realm experts behind him were also the same. Heavenly Lord Qi Qiao said angrily, I was injured a few years ago and still haven't recovered. Even my 7 Openings land's defensive formation was damaged. If it weren't for that, how could Yu Xiaoshan dare to bully me? Previously, he had called out Yu Xiaoshan's name. Now that he mentioned it again, Zhao Baichuan and Qin Tianfei immediately understood that this person should be the one who was scheming against the 7 Openings land. Let's not talk about such a troublesome matter. Today, the 2 leaders of Qi Xing's group have come to my 7 Openings land, bringing light to my humble dwelling. Come, prepare a banquet. Let this Heavenly Lord, Brother Qin, and Leader Zhao drink and chat merrily. With this order, someone immediately went to prepare a banquet. Heavenly Lord Qi Qiao warmly invited Zhao Baichuan and Qin Tianfei. The 2 naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately went to the banquet. In the market, Xianxia and Yui looked at each other, somewhat speechless. They actually chased us all the way here. Could it be that they discovered something? Yui couldn't help but worry. The commotion just now had been quite big. Even though they were hiding in the market, they still noticed it. However, they couldn't hear the conversation between Heavenly Lord Qi Qiao and Qin Tianfei, so they didn't know what they were talking about. Although it's unlikely, we can't let our guard down. Yang Kai's expression was dignified. He didn't leave any flaws along the way, so the people of Qi Xing shouldn't have discovered them. Moreover, if they really did discover something, they would have already taken action. How could they have left them alone? However, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was naturally impossible to leave now. It was very likely that they would alert the enemy. Moreover, not all of Qi Xing's people were here. It was obvious that some people were still searching outside. Now, they could only wait and see. While the 2 were secretly worried, at the banquet, everyone was exchanging toasts and toasting each other. Heavenly Lord Qi Qiao intended to befriend Zhao Baichuan, so he was naturally very enthusiastic. However, He soon discovered that Zhao Baichuan was only at rank 5. It seemed that he had not successfully advanced to rank 6. While he was disappointed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was only at rank 5, and he was injured. Facing a rank 6 was quite stressful. During the banquet, everyone only talked about romance and nothing else. They all got along well. Chun Tianfei wanted to mention to Heavenly Lord Qiqiao about borrowing troops, but he was secretly stopped by Zhao Baichuan. Chun Tianfei didn't understand, but he did as he was told. After the banquet, Zhao Baichuan mentioned that he wanted to take a look at the Qiqiao land. The Qiqiao Heavenly Lord naturally agreed and allowed the Earth Spirit to personally bring Qi Xing and the others to tour the 7 spirit continents of the Qiqiao land. Earth Spirit Earth Venerable was the same as Duan Hai. They were both grade 4 sky splitters, which was the same as Chun Tianfei. Under Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's secret instructions, he naturally led the way with all his heart. As a result, both the host and the guest were happy. Chapter 41:33. At night, Qi Xing and the others were settled down. In a palace, Zhao Baichuan stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. Chun Tianfei stood behind him without saying a word. After a long time, Zhao Baichuan sighed, "What a beautiful scenery. Old Chun, what do you think of the Qiqiao land?" Chun Tianfei did not know why the great master asked this, so he pondered for a moment and said, "The 7 great spirit provinces give birth to yin and yang and the 5 elements, which is very rare. Furthermore, the Qiqiao land has been managed by the Qiqiao Heavenly Lord for so many years. Although the Qiqiao land is not as spectacular as the Blessed Grotto Heavens, it is still considered extraordinary among the second-class forces." Zhao Baichuan nodded and said, "I have also been to the headquarters of some second-class forces. The Qiqiao land should be considered average among all the second-class forces." Chun Tianfei smiled bitterly. If Qi Xing could withstand the pressure and manage it carefully, it might not be worse than the Qiqiao land after so many years. Unfortunately, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight came one after the other, so we had to split the world with them. Strictly speaking, the Crimson Star was a second-tier force, and so were the Sword Pavilion and the Thunderlight sect. After all, they all had middle-grade heaven-opening realm masters and many low-grade heaven-opening realm masters. The star market was also a part of the spiritual state. However, when the 3 forces gathered together, there would naturally be many conflicts. After all, no one force could dominate and develop rapidly. This was also why Qi Xing was inferior to the Qiqiao land. Zhao Baichuan smiled gently. Fortunately, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight are gone now, and only Qi Xing is safe and sound. But our Star City is gone too. Chun Tianfei had a worried expression, and every time he thought of this, he would have a headache. Star City was swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, divided into countless pieces, and completely disappeared. It was unknown where Qi Xing would settle down in the future, and they could not lead a group of people to wander in the 3,000 worlds. As long as we have people, we can make a comeback. Zhao Baichuan's face was full of confidence. Great Master is right, Chun Tianfei said respectfully. But Great Master, since we are here to borrow troops, why did you stop me from explaining the situation to the Qiqiao land? Yang Kai is extremely cunning. If we continue to delay, he might escape at any time. Don't mention the matter of borrowing troops again. Zhao Baichuan waved his hand. Right now, it's not us who's looking for Qiqiao to borrow troops. It's him who's looking for us to borrow troops. Chun Tianfei was no fool. His expression changed when he heard this. First Master, you mean? Zhao Baichuan chuckled. Just now at the banquet, this king thought about it carefully. Isn't that Yu Xiaoshan, the Flying Smoke Hall's Hall Master? He's also a Tier 5 Heaven Splitter. The Flying Smoke Hall is in the neighboring territory, right next to the Qiqiao land. Chun Tianfei nodded and said, there must be a lot of friction between neighbors. Qiqiao previously said that he suffered some injuries in his early years, and even the protective array of Qiqiao land was damaged. I'm afraid that Yu Xiaoshan smelled something fishy and wanted to take this opportunity to annex Qiqiao land and strengthen himself. Zhao Baichuan said, "This king thinks so too. You probably didn't notice at the banquet just now, but of the venerable protectors of the Qiqiao land, for our Tier 4 heaven splitters, and the remaining 3 are only Tier 3. Chen Tianfei thought back and found that the situation was indeed as Zhao Baichuan said. The 3 Tier 3 heaven splitters were the venerable protectors of the Fire Spirit Land, Water Spirit Land, and Metal Spirit Land. At the time, he didn't care, but now he couldn't help feeling strange. Tier 3 heaven splitters were only lower Tier 3 heaven splitters, so how could they be qualified to be venerable protectors? Zhao Baichuan smiled lightly. If my guess is correct, the Qiqiao land suffered a great change back then. The previous 3 venerable protectors should have died, and the 3 Tier 3 heaven splitters were only temporarily appointed by the Qiqiao land to fill the numbers. Chen Tianfei suddenly understood and flattered. First Master's eyes are as sharp as torches. If it's really as First Master says, then the Qiqiao land really does have the intention of borrowing troops from us. After observing his expression for a while, he said, "First Master intends to intervene? But what good would that do for my Crimson Star? After all, this is their personal grudge and struggle. Even if we helped the Qiqiao land block the attack of the Flying Smoke Hall, at most it would only make the Qiqiao land feel grateful. That Xianxia has countless treasures on him, and is the hope of my Crimson Star making a comeback." Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. How could this king care about the Qiqiao land's gratitude? He raised his hand and pointed forward. "Old Chen, what do you think of this world? If we change it and call it the Crimson Star Land, wouldn't that be better?" Chen Tianfei's heart jumped, and his squinted eyes, because of the pile of fat on his body, suddenly widened. Since Zhao Baichuan had already said so much, how could he not understand the meaning behind his words? The First Master wanted to seize the Qiqiao land. At first, he felt a little uneasy. After all, the Qiqiao land was not a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will. They also had a 5th grade open the heavens and a few 4th grade open the heavens. Not to mention, this was their headquarters. Wanting to cause trouble here was tantamount to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. But after thinking about it carefully, this matter really had a lot of potential. The Flying Smoke Hall was eyeing the Qiqiao land covetously. If they could take advantage of the fact that both sides were injured to suddenly make a move, they might have a chance to seize this treasure land. No wonder the First Master took the initiative to ask to tour the Qiqiao land after the banquet. It turned out that he was going to inspect it first. His heart beat wildly, and his lips couldn't help but dry up. Chen Tianfei's expression was both nervous and excited, secretly admiring the First Master's generosity. Moreover, if they could seize this treasure land, its value wouldn't be less than capturing Xianxia alive. Not to mention, they didn't know where Xianxia had run off to, but the Qiqiao land was right in front of them. Taking a step back, he cupped his fist solemnly. "First Master, please ask for instructions. I, Chen Tianfei, will definitely sacrifice my life to repay the First Master's kindness in nurturing me." Zhao Baichuan chuckled and patted Chen Tianfei's shoulder. "This matter isn't urgent. We still need to plan carefully." Turning around, he narrowed his eyes and looked down. He said softly, "It's time to have a place to settle down." At the same time, in another hall, the Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao was quietly listening to the Earth Spirit's report. Previously, he had arranged for the Earth Spirit to bring the Crimson Star people to tour the Qiqiao land. It was because the Earth Spirit was very meticulous and could observe things that others couldn't. After listening, the Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao asked, "Did you find anything wrong?" The Earth Spirit shook his head and said, "I didn't find anything wrong. The Crimson Star people acted very normal along the way. There was nothing wrong." The Earth Spirit Land's venerable guardian was a middle-aged woman. Hearing this, she frowned and said, "Heavenly Lord, the Crimson Star people just had to come to my Qiqiao land at this time. Could it be a trap?" The Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao looked at her and said, "I know what you are worried about, but the Crimson Star people are very far from here. Moreover, as far as I know, they have no connection with the Soaring Smoke Hall." The probability of them joining hands to harm my Xianxia land isn't high. Of course, we can't rule out this possibility. We need to investigate carefully. It's fine as long as Heavenly Lord knows what to do. The woman nodded. The Earth Spirit Lands, Earth Spirit Lands, Earth Spirit Lands, Venerable Guardian slammed his fist on the table beside him and shouted angrily, "Damn it! If it wasn't for that Su Huang's rebellion, my Xianxia land wouldn't have fallen to such a state. If the formation was intact, that Yu Xiaoshan wouldn't have dared to act rashly. One had to pay a great price to break through a Xianxia land's defensive formation. No one knew where Yu Xiaoshan heard the news, but when he found out that the Xianxia land's defensive formation was damaged, he rushed over like a cat that smelled blood. In the past few years, the two sides had clashed at least 20 times, and both sides suffered losses. Although the soaring smoke hall didn't gain any advantage, the Xianxia land's defensive formation was more vulnerable. It wouldn't be long before it was completely broken. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills' face darkened to the extreme when he heard Su Huang's name. Although Su Huang had been heavily injured by the Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills and was most likely dead, 3 of the Heavenly Lords of Seven Skills had died in that battle. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills himself had been heavily injured, countless disciples had died, and many workers had fled. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills had suffered heavy losses. It would have been fine if that was all there was to it, but the key was that Su Huang had secretly tampered with a lot of the control rights of the formation back then, causing Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills to be unable to fully control the formation to this day. He could only unleash less than 60% of the defensive formation's power. He was injured. He had to heal his injuries and refine the formation again. It could be said that he was physically and mentally exhausted. What made him feel even more uneasy was the Grand Formation Jade Slit Ring that Su Huang had taken with him when he fled. He also had a Jade Slit Ring for the formation in his hand, but it was just a replica. The one in Su Huang's hand was the real Jade Slit Ring. Whether it was in terms of control or affinity with the formation, that Jade Slit Ring was much stronger than the one in his hand. If he could obtain that Jade Slit Ring, he would be able to solve his current predicament and quickly regain control of the formation. However, he did not know whether Su Huang was dead or alive, and the whereabouts of the Jade Slit Ring were unknown. Life was not as one wished, 9 out of 10. Sighing in his heart, Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills looked at Earth Spirit Earth Protector. Wei Hua, I will leave Qi Xing's people to you. Find out their intentions as soon as possible. Qi Xing and the Seven Openings land were separated by many large territories. Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills did not believe that they would come here for no reason. However, he was a scheming person and did not ask during the banquet. Earth Spirit Earth Protector stood up and cupped his fists. Yes. Dismissed. Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills waved his hand, and everyone left. For the next few days, Earth Spirit Earth Protector, Wei Hua, was ordered by Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills to warmly entertain Qi Xing's group. Every day, he would set up a banquet to entertain them. He also took many specialties from the Seven Openings land and the large territory here for Qi Xing and the others to taste. The relationship between both sides continued to deepen. However, what made Wei Hua speechless was that Qi Xing's group did not state their intentions. It was as if they were just here to sightsee. If there was a banquet, they would go. If there was wine, they would drink. If there were female disciples to serve them, they would accept them. Wei Hua did not know what they wanted to do. On this day, during the banquet, Wei Hua could no longer hold it in. Under the influence of alcohol, he asked, "Brother Chun, you have traveled thousands of miles to my Seven Openings land. Is there something you need? If there is something, there is no harm in saying it. My Heavenly Monarch is very forthright and will not disappoint you." Chen Tian drank until his face was flushed. He looked drunk, but he was actually very sober. Hearing this, he thought to himself, here it comes. Sure enough, the Seven Openings land could not hold back and asked first. Chapter 41-34. The Great Cosmological Realm has opened. In the main hall, Seven Openings' Heavenly Monarch was shocked after hearing Earth Venerable's report. The other Heaven Opening realms were also dumbfounded. The Great Cosmological Realm was an extremely magical place. Although many people had heard of the existence of the great cosmological realm, it required a great opportunity to enter it. Moreover, even if one entered, it was hard to say if one could come out alive. There were not only opportunities there, but also huge risks. Wei Hua nodded. That's what Qin Tianfei said. The venerable woman from the Yin Spirit Land said, then in Brother Wei's opinion, is what Qi Xing said true or false? Wei Hua slowly shook his head. Whether it's true or false, we need to investigate carefully to verify. However, from Qin Tianfei's expression, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Moreover, this matter has too many implications and will spread sooner or later. They probably won't shoot themselves in the foot. 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch nodded. That's right. The opening of the great cosmological realm is a big matter. No one can hide it. Wei Hua said, the star market they were in just happened to be swallowed by the great cosmological realm, so they're now homeless. When they came out of the great cosmological realm, they happened to be nearby. That Qin Tianfei recognized Heavenly Monarch and wanted to come to our 7 Openings land to rest and recuperate for a while. So that's how it is. 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch nodded lightly. He was still wondering why Qi Xing's people would come all the way to his territory, but now he knew it was because of the great cosmological realm. This explained everything. Earth Venerable Yangling's eyes suddenly lit up. Heavenly Monarch, if that's the case, we might be able to absorb Qi Xing and the others. They're now homeless. If we can let them stay in the 7 Openings land, our strength will definitely increase greatly, and we won't have to fear you, Xiaoxan. Earth Venerable Wood Spirit snorted. Wishful thinking. That Qin Tianfei is only a 4th-stage heaven opening realm, but that Zhao Baichuan has a 5th-stage cultivation, which is similar to a heavenly monarch. Not to mention whether we can absorb them. Even if we can, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be disloyal in the future. Earth Venerable Yangling thought so too. Zhao Baichuan had a 5th-stage cultivation. If he really entered the 7 Openings land, how to settle him down was a problem. He might not be willing to be under a heavenly monarch. Moreover, Qi Xing had lost their own star market and needed a place to settle down. Would they not covet the 7 Openings land? If they really did so, they would be led in the 7 Openings land? Heaven Opening Yangling lands people, but we can hire them. Yangling Yangling. Yangling Yang Heavenly Monarch. Yangling Yangling Earth Venerable Yangling smiled faintly. The people of the left and right Crimson Stars are now homeless and have nowhere to go. That Qin Tianfei is also on good terms with the Lord of Heaven. If we pay a price, we might be able to move them and make them work for us. A level 5 and a level 4. If we use them well, we might be able to exterminate the flying smoke hall. Earth Venerable Wood Spirit snorted. You're thinking too simply. These 2 venerables seem to be at odds with each other. Earth Venerable Yangling saw him, refuting him again, and his face darkened. He turned to look. What do you think? Earth Venerable Wood Spirit said. They just came out of the great cosmological realm. Although we haven't been there before, we've heard of it. There are dangers there, but there are also great opportunities. As long as they can come out alive, they will have great gains. Now that they've come out alive, although I don't know what they've gained, it definitely won't be too shabby. What can our 7 Openings land offer to move them and make them work? If the benefits are too little, they won't care. If there are too many benefits, our 7 Openings land will definitely be at a disadvantage. Earth Venerable Yangling said, but Heavenly Monarch and Qin Tianfei are old friends. If Heavenly Monarch comes out, have you cultivated until you're stupid? Venerable Wood Spirit said disdainfully, let's not talk about whether or not Qin Tianfei will be willing to get involved in this mess because of their old friendship. Moreover, Qin Tianfei is not the master of Crimson Star, but Zhao Baichuan. If Heavenly Monarch comes out and is rejected, where will our 7 Openings land put our face? Earth Venerable Yangling was fuming, but he had to admit that this bastard's words made sense. He was speechless for a moment. Heavenly Monarch's 7 Openings sat up high and looked coldly at his 2 capable subordinates arguing. Only then did he say, Miao Yu, since you refuted his words, you must have a plan in mind? Let's hear it. Miao Yu is the name of Earth Venerable Wood Spirit. Earth Venerable Yangling was amused when he heard this. He looked at Miao Yu with schadenfreude, eager to see him make a fool of himself in front of the heavenly monarch. Unexpectedly, Miao Yu smiled and looked confident. Heavenly monarch, please allow me to report. I do have some ideas. If this can be done, not only will our 7 openings land be able to get Crimson Star's foreign aid without any cost, we will also have a chance to get rid of you, Xianxia. However, this matter still requires Heavenly Monarch to personally take action to show our sincerity. Earth Venerable Yangling glared. Bullshit. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land was interested. Let's hear it. Miao Yu's narration caused the eyes of everyone in the hall to light up. They were extremely excited. Even though Venerable Yangling was unhappy, he couldn't help but admire this fellow's quick thinking. He secretly hated himself for not thinking of such a simple matter, allowing this fellow to steal the limelight. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land also laughed. Good job, Miao Yu. What a good move to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. This plan is brilliant. It's an open scheme. Even if Crimson Star's people see it, they will definitely be moved. Good. If this matter succeeds, Miao Yu, you'll be credited. Miao Yu smiled reservedly. It's my duty to share Heavenly Monarch's burden. I dare not be greedy. He glanced sideways at Earth Venerable Yangling with a smug look, disgusting the latter. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land stood up and said, There's no time to lose. We don't know when that Yu Xiaoshan will attack again. I'll go find Zhao Baichuan to discuss this matter. Miao Yu said, Heavenly Monarch, about the great cosmological realm. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment. Send some people out to investigate. If the great cosmological realm really opens, the news won't be able to be kept a secret. It will soon become a hot topic. We'll know when we go to the Heavenly Palace to investigate. Yes, Miao Yu responded respectfully. Half a day later, at the residence of Crimson Star and the others, Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei enthusiastically sent Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land out. It was unknown what the two sides talked about, but they were all smiling. Clearly, everyone was very satisfied. Then it's settled. When the time comes, I'll have to rely on Brother Zhao's strength. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land cupped his hands repeatedly. A touch of redness appeared on his slightly pale face due to his injuries. Zhao Baichuan cupped his fists and said, Heavenly Monarch, you're too polite. Crimson Star and I would like to thank Heavenly Monarch for finding such a good opportunity for us. After this matter is done, Crimson Star will definitely reward you handsomely. Well said. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land chuckled and bade farewell before leaving. He was extremely happy. Originally, if he wanted to invite Crimson Star as external aid, Qiqiao Land would definitely have to pay a huge price. However, according to Miao Yu's method, not only would they not have to pay a price, but they would also be rewarded handsomely by Crimson Star after the matter was done. This was a huge difference. After sending off Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land, Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei returned to the house and set up a restriction to prevent spying. Chen Tianfei had a strange expression as he stroked his chin. Sure enough, as First Master expected, Qiqiao came to borrow troops from us. However, this method is quite interesting. Zhao Baichuan chuckled. A grand overt scheme, very impressive. Chen Tianfei nodded. They know that we have no home now, and what we need the most is a place to stay. As long as we can help them get rid of you, Xiaoshan, we could take over Soaring Smoke Hall. TSK, it's really impressive. First Master, how should we choose? He knew that Zhao Baichuan intended to seize Qiqiao Land, but now that Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land had thrown out Soaring Smoke Hall as bait, Chen Tianfei did not know what to choose. Strictly speaking, Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land's proposal had a high chance of success. After all, with the combined strength of the two forces, Soaring Smoke Hall was definitely no match for them. If they could plan it well, it could be said that seizing Soaring Smoke Hall was an ironclad matter. On the other hand, seizing Qiqiao Land was not so easy. Zhao Baichuan only wanted to find a place to settle down. Xiao Land and Soaring Smoke Hall were both second-rate forces, so it would not matter where they settled down. There was no need to choose Xiao Land. Therefore, this matter was still up to the first master to decide. Zhao Baichuan sneered. This king doesn't know what the situation is with Soaring Smoke Hall, but this Xiao Land suits this king. Chen Tianfei heard this and knew that the first master still intended to seize Xiao Land. He pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's feign civility first and wait for an opportunity to act." Zhao Baichuan said, "Don't worry. This king has already made arrangements. Now we just need to see if we can insert a chess piece. If this chess piece can be inserted, then this matter will be foolproof." Just as he was speaking, Zhao Baichuan's expression suddenly changed, and he waved his hand to open the restriction. The next moment, a third great heaven splitter walked in, carrying an unconscious woman in his hand. He cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate greets the two masters." This third great heaven splitter was also one of the great commanders of Crimson Star, and his status was only second to the several masters. He had followed Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei into Xiao Land, and there were more than a dozen lower grade heaven splitters like him, their cultivations uneven. "How is it?" Zhao Baichuan asked. The man said excitedly, "Sure enough, as first master expected, some Xiao Land disciples have left in batches." Zhao Baichuan snorted coldly. "The news of the opening of the Great Void Realm has been leaked, so they will definitely investigate. After all, they are not at ease with us." The man said, "This subordinate has been waiting for a long time and finally found an opportunity to restrain one of them. It won't be long before he can get in touch with the other masters." Chen Tianfei didn't know what this person had come to report, but at this moment, he immediately understood the first master's plan and secretly admired him. Sure enough, the first master was worthy of being called the first master. When he let him leak the news of the Great Void Realm without leaving a trace, he had already been secretly plotting. Chen Tianfei couldn't help but sigh in admiration of the first master. Chapter 4135. The matter of the Great Void Realm could not be concealed, and Qi Xing had no intention of concealing it, but Chen Tianfei had not expected the first head to be able to do something about it. Revealing the news of the Great Void Realm was to reassure the Xiao Land, telling them that they had not come here for no reason, but that Star City had been destroyed and they had no home to return to. Secondly, once the Xiao Land learned of this matter, they would definitely send people out to verify it, giving Qi Xing an opportunity to take advantage of. Zhao Baichuan had several dozen heaven-opening realms under his command, but he only had a dozen or so with him now. The others, such as Madame Qin, the Ouyang brothers, and Bei Yushan, were all outside. If he wanted to seize the Xiao Land, he had to contact them, and with Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei's strength alone, it was still a little weak. However, with the Xiao Land's protective array activated, even if there were many flaws, Zhao Baichuan and the others could not contact Bei Yushan and the others. Acting rashly would only arouse suspicion. However, now that the Xiao Land had taken the initiative to send disciples out to investigate, they had fallen into Zhao Baichuan's trap. He had already arranged for people to lie in ambush and wait for an opportunity to act, and now he had succeeded. A third great heaven-opening realm was not too strong in the 3,000 great worlds, but it was definitely not weak either. It was very simple to subdue a Xiao Land disciple, plant some restrictions in their body, and force them to pass on information unless the disciple did not care about his life. But how many people in this world were not afraid of death? What's the matter with this woman? Chen Tianfei looked at the unconscious woman in confusion. The man smiled. "I let out a male disciple, and this woman is likely his partner. With this woman in hand, the male disciple will not dare to have any second thoughts." Chen Tianfei was stunned. "You carried her in just like that? No one saw you, right?" The man shook his head. "Don't worry, Head Chen, no one saw you." Zhao Baichuan nodded. "You did well in this matter. Leave this woman here." "Yes." The man put down the woman in his hand and retreated respectfully. At this moment, the woman slowly woke up, her long eyelashes trembling. She raised her eyes and saw Zhao Baichuan. She was shocked, but before she could react to what had happened, she saw Zhao Baichuan raise his hand. Then, her vision turned black and she couldn't feel anything. A moment later, there was only a pile of ashes left. The female disciple had been silenced. Seeing this, Chen Tianfei knew that the male disciple who was coerced to deliver the letter was most likely doomed. When he saw Bei Yushan and the others, he would definitely be silenced. No matter what, the fewer people who knew about this matter, the fewer the better. To the current Xianxia land, the death of 2 disciples was nothing. After all, the soaring smoke hall was eyeing the Xianxia land covetously. If that wasn't the case, the Xianxia lands wouldn't have sent people out in batches to scout for information. Wasn't it precisely because they were afraid of being caught in a net? Everything had been arranged properly, and all that was left was to wait. Day after day passed. 3 days later, the outpost suddenly became quiet and cheerless. The outpost was only open for 3 days a month. During the rest of the time, it was completely empty and devoid of people. He was still refining the spirit array, jade, slit, ring diligently. She was very interested in the 7 openings land. After all, this was the headquarters of a second-class force. Xianxia was silently recuperating. He had suffered heavy injuries in the great cosmological boundary and was then pursued by Qi Xing. Now that he finally had a chance to rest, he naturally had to make the best use of this opportunity to recover. While recuperating, Xianxia also took stock of his gains in the great cosmological boundary. Although he had been trapped in the great cosmological boundary for more than a decade, the resources he had accumulated were terrifying. Disregarding everything else, the trip to the Xianxia mountain alone made him rich overnight. The pieces of 4th grade, 5th grade, and even 6th grade Xianxia divine stones were the hard currency of the 3,000 great cosmological boundary. There was also the Xianxia divine gore that little fatty Su Zhen had refined for him, which contained 6th grade Xianxia divine light. Once this kind of artifact was released, even a low-rank opening heaven pill would find it difficult to resist. Opening heaven pills were calculated in the hundreds of millions. When he had gone to the star market where Sword Pavilion was located, Sword Pavilion had been massacred. He had picked up tens of thousands of space rings, and the materials in those space rings were a huge fortune. Not to mention that he had been receiving 70% of Qi Xing's profits over the years. Qi Xing had developed rapidly under his wings, and 70% of the profits had fallen into Xianxia's pocket. It could be said that in the past decade, Xianxia alone had accumulated the foundation of a second-class force for more than 100 years or even hundreds of years. There were countless materials. Xianxia himself did not know how much wealth he had. Perhaps only Yuhi knew a little. After all, she had been the one to deal with Qi Xing's people over the years. In addition, the harvest from the land of ancients was also the biggest. 3 sacred herbs, 16 world fruits, the Tai divine purification water, the roots of the world tree, and not to mention the agreement with Zhu Jiuyin to protect him for 1,000 years. This agreement was made by Zhu Jiuyin with her own origin. Within 1,000 years, she would protect Xianxia's safety even if she had to die. It was a pity that this woman's origin was damaged and had fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, how could Xianxia be chased around the world by Qi Xing's group? There was also the Red Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. These 2 fellows could fight against a 4th-stage heaven splitter in the great cosmological realm. Xianxia did not know how strong they would be in the outside world, but it would not be too bad. In addition to these visible benefits, Xianxia's own strength had also skyrocketed. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, he obtained the remains of a giant dragon, refined the Earth Dragon's Dragon Pearl, obtained the power of the Earth element, obtained countless dragon blood flowers, refined the dragon blood pill, and improved his own dragon race bloodline. He also obtained the moon essence, refined the power of the water element, and comprehended the divine technique of the golden crow casting Sunday. Just with this divine technique, Xianxia could compete with a low-grade heaven splitter. There was also the space divine technique that he comprehended when he obtained the Tai divine purification water in the land of ancients. So close, yet so far. Previously, Xianxia had not thought a name, but now he finally thought of a suitable name. This divine technique was not so much a divine technique as it was a flexible application of the law of space. Once it was used, it would extend the space infinitely. Although they were close to each other, they would be far away from each other. No matter what, they would not be able to get closer. There was also the Great Spear technique that he had spent 2 years to cultivate by gathering the strengths of many sects. It could be said that more than 10 years in the great cosmological realm had allowed Xianxia to grow a lot. Now, he was no longer the country bumpkin who had just jumped out of the shackles of the universe and came to the 3,000 worlds. In terms of wealth, even the leaders of those second-class forces had to look up to him. Even a high-grade heaven splitter might not be as rich as him. No one would believe such a bizarre thing, even if he told them about it. He was a little speechless by him as he counted and laughed foolishly. A month later, Xianxia's injuries had healed, and he had also recovered to his peak. Looking for an opportunity, he quietly sneaked out to investigate and found that Qi Xing's people had not left yet and had been staying in the Qiqiao land. This discovery puzzled him. He did not know what was so special about the Qiqiao land that Qi Xing was reluctant to leave. However, since Qi Xing's people had not left, he did not dare to act rashly. Leaving the Qiqiao land was simple. He had been refining the jade slit for so many days and had now refined about 40% of it. However, the further she went, the harder it was to refine. If she wanted to completely refine the jade slit and control the Qiqiao land's grand array, she would need at least 1.5 years of hard work. After all, Yi was not Su Huang. Su Huang knew everything about the Qiqiao land and had spent a lot of time tampering with the grand array's control. In the end, he had failed because of Xianxia. Although he was also a 5th-grade heaven splitter, refining something that belonged to someone else took time. Young master, you can't refine it anymore. On this day, Yuhi suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Xianxia looked over suspiciously. Yuhi said, I feel that if you continue refining it, the master of the Qiqiao land should be aware of it. How much have you refined it now? About 50%. Xianxia nodded slightly. If you can't refine it, then don't refine it. Once we get out of here, we can take our time. There's no rush. Although Su Huang had given him a chance to reclaim the Qiqiao land and take revenge for him before he died, this was only a dying request. Whether or not Xianxia could complete, it was up to him. Yu had refined it here because she had nothing to do. Since there was a risk, she naturally couldn't continue, lest she gave herself away. What made him speechless was that it had been almost 2 months, yet Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei still hadn't left. This made him a little suspicious. Could it be that the people of Crimson Star wanted to join the Qiqiao land? It really was possible. After all, Crimson Star City was gone, and they needed a place to stay. The Qiqiao land was a ready-made place. However, was Zhao Baichuan really willing to stay under the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch? Would the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch have the guts to accept him? Just as he was thinking this, the ground suddenly shook, and a series of rumbling sounds came one after another. Xianxia was startled for a moment before realization dawned. The Qiqiao land is under attack. Is it that Yu Xiaoshan? Yuhi asked. Most likely. Xianxia didn't recognize Yu Xiaoshan, but when Crimson Star and the others came, the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch had shouted this name, letting Xianxia know that there was a grudge between the two. Moreover, Yu Xiaoshan should have attacked the Qiqiao land more than once. At this moment, the Qiqiao land was under attack, so there was no one else besides Yu Xiaoshan. Sure enough, the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch's angry voice sounded in the next moment. Yu Xiaoshan, you old bastard, you're here again. A loud laugh came from the sky. Qiqiao, this old master has come to take your dog life today. If you know what's good for you, quickly open the array, and this old master will give you a quick death, leaving some incense for your Qiqiao land. If you don't blame this old master for slaughtering your entire sect. Once this was said, many of the disciples of the Qiqiao land panicked. The Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch angrily said, Old bastard, you're too arrogant. Your flying smoke hall can't take down my Xianxia land. Quickly retreat, and this king can still spare your life. Being stubborn will only make you look bad. Chapter 41:36. These words were said without much confidence, causing Yu Xiaoshan to burst into laughter. The two sides continued to exchange words for a while. A great battle was about to break out. The Xianxia land had a defensive array, so if the soaring smoke hall wanted to take it down, they would have to destroy the array. If it were in the past, the soaring smoke hall would not have this ability. After all, everyone's strength was about the same, but after Su Huang's havoc in the Xianxia land, many flaws had appeared in the array. Furthermore, the Xianxia heavenly monarch had been heavily injured and had yet to recover, making it difficult for him to unleash the full power of the array. It was because of this that the soaring smoke hall had relentlessly attacked the Xianxia land in an attempt to take it down. Although the soaring smoke hall had been beaten back in the previous 20 or so clashes, it was not without any gains. At the very least, they had figured out the details of the Xianxia land's defensive array. As such, when the battle began, the soaring smoke hall's heaven-opening realm experts attacked a certain place under Yu Xiaoshan's instructions. That place was where Xianxia and Yu He had snuck in, and it was also the weakest point of the entire Xianxia land's defensive array. The Xianxia heavenly monarch roared in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only unite his heaven-opening realm experts and urge the array's power to counterattack. For a time, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, causing endless rumbling sounds to ring out. Within the Xianxia land, the 7 spirit provinces were constantly shaking, and mountains were collapsing. In the market, Xianxia and Yu He's expressions were solemn. This was troublesome. In a confrontation between two second-tier forces, if the Xianxia land could be defended, then it would be fine. They could continue to hide here. If they couldn't defend, then after the soaring smoke hall occupied the Xianxia land, they would definitely investigate carefully. At that time, the two of them might be exposed. Young master, should we find a chance to leave this place? Yu He asked quietly. I'm afraid the array won't be able to last much longer. She had already refined 50% of the array jade pendant. Although she did not dare to rashly urge the array's power to prevent the Xianxia heavenly monarch from noticing, she could clearly sense the array's state through the jade pendant. How long can it last? Xianxia asked. Yu He said, based on this level of strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to last for half a month. Moreover, he probably hasn't used his full strength yet. If he did, the time would be even shorter. Xianxia nodded his head when he heard this. Since he said so, it should not be wrong. The Xianxia land's defensive formation probably could not stop the people of the Flying Smoke Hall this time. Once the formation was broken, the Xianxia land's fate would be worrying, and they would also be unlucky. At this point, it was time to consider a way out. However, there was one thing that he didn't understand. Would the people of Crimson Star make a move in this battle? They had been staying here all this time and hadn't left. Did they reach some kind of agreement with Heavenly Lord Xiao? If the 7 Skills lands had the help of Qi Xing's people, then the Flying Smoke Hall might not be able to gain any advantage. After all, Zhao Baichuan was a 5th-stage Heaven Splitter and had many Heaven Splitters under his command. 2 days later, the battle was still going on. However, due to the barrier of the Great Protective Array, there was no direct confrontation between the two sides. Yui suddenly frowned, revealing a puzzled expression. Why is the power of the Xianxia land's defensive array dropping so quickly? What's wrong? Xianxia looked at her. Yui said, logically speaking, this Great Protective Array is not ordinary, so it shouldn't have been worn down so quickly. I originally thought that the Great Protective Array would be able to last 10 days to half a month, but now it seems that it won't even last 5 days. So fast. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he said thoughtfully, perhaps it wasn't your feeling that was wrong. Yui looked at him. Then what is it? What if Heavenly Lord Xiao deliberately reduced the power of the Great Protective Array to show weakness to the enemy? Yui was not an idiot. For better or worse, she had cultivated to the 5th stage Heaven Splitter. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes lit up. Young master means, Xianxia laughed heartily. the flying smoke hall is probably out of luck. Qixing's people had definitely reached some kind of agreement with Heavenly Lord Xiao, hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Once Heavenly Lord Xiao let the flying smoke hall's people in, Zhao Baichuan would definitely attack. At that time, with the combined power of the two forces, how could the flying smoke hall be a match? It was just that this matter could not be done too obviously. So Heavenly Lord Xiao weakened the power of the Great Protective Array without leaving a trace, trying to make it look like it could not be resisted in order to make Yu Xiaoshan lower his guard. Understanding this point, Yang Kai could not help but admire Heavenly Lord Xiao. Letting the enemy into his own home required a lot of courage. If an accident happened, the Qiqiao land's losses would be great. And in such a battle, what could he do? Could he intervene and take advantage of the situation? If he took the opportunity to kill Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, then he could let He control the Great Protective Array here. However, it was useless to only control the Great Protective Array. Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiaoshan were both fifth-stage heaven splitters. If he did not deal with them, he would only be making a wedding dress for others. Thinking about it, he gave up and obediently hid here, sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Sure enough, just as Yang Kai had guessed, the power of the Qiqiao land's Great Protective Array was continuously weakened by Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. In less than 5 days, a huge hole was blasted open in the Great Protective Array. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's angry and helpless roar resounded throughout the 7 spirit provinces. Under the leadership of Yu Xiaoshan, many elites of the Flying Smoke Hall rushed into the Qiqiao land through the hole. Once the two sides came into contact, it was a battle to the death. Both sides were mid-tier forces with countless years of accumulation. Originally, their strength was not much different. However, more than 10 years ago, Su Huang had wreaked havoc in the Qiqiao land, heavily injuring Heavenly Lord Qiqiao and even killing 3 Earth Protectors. This caused the Qiqiao land to lose 3 fourth-stage Heaven Splitters and many low-stage Heaven Splitters. It could be said that the Qiqiao land's strength had been greatly reduced. On the other hand, the Flying Smoke Hall's army was powerful and menacing. How could the Qiqiao land be a match for them? Yu Xiaoshan directly went to find Heavenly Lord Qiqiao and fought fiercely with him. Meanwhile, the middle-stage Heaven Splitters under his command began to chase after Earth Protector and the others. For a time, the Heaven Splitters of the Qiqiao land were facing a great calamity and were at a disadvantage. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was heavily injured and had yet to recover. Although he fought one-on-one with Yu Xiaoshan, how could he be his opponent? In less than 2 hours, he was injured again by Yu Xiaoshan, vomiting blood as he retreated. Yu Xiaoshan was unforgiving. He held a bronze sledgehammer that glowed brightly. He raised it high and activated the might of the world, smashing it down on Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. He grinned sinisterly. Qiqiao, after you die, this old man will take good care of your wives and concubines for you. Ha-ha. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's face was pale and his eyes were spitting fire. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he smiled coldly. Yu Xiaoshan, do you think you've won? In fact, you've lost. What? Yu Xiaoshan's expression changed slightly. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao gritted his teeth and quickly formed a hand seal. The phantom of the mini-universe world flashed behind him, and the might of the world burst out as he shouted, soul subduing. In the next instant, an invisible force burst out from his body. Before Yu Xiaoshan could react, he was hit head-on. In an instant, Yu Xiaoshan was frozen in place, unable to move. Not only was he unable to move, but Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was also unable to move. Once this soul-subduing secret technique was used, although it could seal the enemy's movements, the user would also be greatly affected. It could be said to be a double-edged sword. If used well, it could reverse the situation, but if not, it would be suicidal. You're courting death. Yu Xiaoshan was furious. He continuously activated his own strength, wanting to break the suppression of the soul-subduing secret technique. The aura of the might of the world fluctuated continuously. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao sneered. The one who should die is you. Leader Zhao, please make your move. In the next instant, a figure flew over at lightning speed, followed by a dozen or so heaven-opening realm cultivators. Yu Xiaoshan's expression changed drastically, and he asked in horror, "Who is it?" Heavenly Lord Qiqiao laughed loudly. "Yu Xiaoshan, you didn't expect this king to have an ambush, did you? I might as well tell you. The one who came is Leader Qi Xing. Leader's star market has been destroyed, so I need to borrow your flying smoke hall." As he spoke, Zhao Baichuan had already passed by Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. He raised his hand, and the might of the world filled his palm as he lightly slapped down on Yu Xiaoshan. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, Qi Xing's people had suddenly come this time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with Yu Xiaoshan, this old man. However, just as he thought this, he saw a strange smile appear on Yu Xiaoshan's face. "Qiqiao, you said that the one who should die is me? But the way I see it, the one who should die is you." Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's heart skipped a beat, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Before he could react, Zhao Baichuan suddenly turned around and slapped down on him. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's eyes widened in an instant, filled with shock and anger, as well as disbelief. With a bang, under Zhao Baichuan's palm, half of Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's head was smashed into his chest, and the lower half of his body directly exploded into dust. Zhao Baichuan retracted his hand and stood there, his face as calm as an ancient well. Strictly speaking, even if Heavenly Lord Qiqiao had not recovered from his serious injuries, he was not so easy to kill as a fifth-grade splitter. However, he had been pretending to be weak, not hesitating to let Yu Xiaoshan injure him many times to numb Yu Xiaoshan's nerves, pinning his hopes of turning the tables on Zhao Baichuan, who knew that Zhao Baichuan had already contacted Yu Xiaoshan and was in cahoots with him, so he lost his life in vain. However, as expected of a fifth-grade splitter, although he suffered irreparable injuries, he did not die for a while, but he could no longer maintain the soul-subduing secret technique. Yu Xiaoshan broke free and came face-to-face with Zhao Baichuan. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your help. Brother Yu is too polite." Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. "Why?" In front of the two, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, who only had half his body left, and even half his head shrunk into his chest, was gasping for breath. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand that Zhao Baichuan actually changed sides at the last minute. Since Crimson Star's people wanted a territory, as long as they helped him kill Yu Xiaoshan, then they could naturally take over the flying smoke hall. Why would they make a move on him? Zhao Baichuan looked down at him and said coolly, "Qiqiao land is a good place. This seat likes it very much." Chapter 41:37. Zhao Baichuan did not know what the situation was with the flying smoke hall, but he had carefully investigated the Qiqiao land. It was indeed a good place. There were 7 spirit provinces here, nurturing yin, yang, and 5 elements, and 7 kinds of spirit fruits that could be used to refine heaven-opening pills. It was a stable source of income. If Qi Xing landed here, he would have the capital to rise again in the future. Moreover, compared to killing Yu Xiaoshan, killing Qiqiao was undoubtedly easier. After all, this guy was heavily injured, so Zhao Baichuan did not have to worry about him retaliating before death. On the other hand, Yu Xiaoshan was completely unharmed. If he had some forbidden technique that could erupt before death, Zhao Baichuan would not be able to bear it. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Baichuan was naturally more willing to seize the Qiqiao land. The light in Qiqiao, Heavenly Lord's, eyes quickly dimmed. Even in death, he did not dare believe that while he was scheming against someone else, he had also been schemed against. "Zhao Baichuan, you will die a horrible death." Qiqiao, Heavenly Lord, cursed before dying. Zhao Baichuan's expression was indifferent. "You don't need to worry about that." Qiqiao, Heavenly Lord, had been plotted against and died tragically. On the other side, Chun Tianfei had turned into a giant meatball that rumbled into the battlefield, crashing towards Venerable Earth Spirit Weihua. Weihua was already surrounded by 2 fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators from the Flying Smoke Hall and was in imminent danger. How could he block Chen Tianfei's attack? In his shock, he barely managed to block for 10 breaths before being hit by the giant meatball. His chest caved in, and he spat out blood mixed with countless pieces of his organs. The two fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators of the Flying Smoke Hall attacked at the right time. When their blades flashed, Wei Hua's head soared into the sky, blood spurting from his neck as he staggered to the ground. First, Qiqiao Heavenly Lord had been plotted against, and then Earth Venerable Earth Spirit had also died. Only a dozen breaths had passed, and such a shocking turn of events caused the heaven-opening realm cultivators of the Qiqiao land to pale with fright. "Let's go." Earth Venerable Earth Spirit Miao Yu saw that the situation was not right and loudly shouted. He directly flew into the sky, not daring to continue fighting. Behind him, the heaven-opening realm cultivators of the Qiqiao land abandoned their opponents and fled for their lives. "Ha! What do you think you're going?" A burly figure suddenly appeared from the gap in the formation, blocking the only way out. It was Bei Yushan of the Crimson Star. Not only had he come, but beside him, Madame Qin, the Ouyang brothers, and the other heaven-opening experts had all appeared. When Miao Yu and the others saw this, their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. Bei Yushan and the others were all fourth-stage heaven splitters. Now that four had appeared, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. In the blink of an eye, Bei Yushan and the Ouyang brothers led Red Star Splitter Heaven to block Miao Yu and the others' path. Madame Qin stayed behind by herself at the gap. She sat cross-legged with a guqin placed in front of her. She plucked it lightly, and the sound of the guqin lingered in the air. Miserable cries rang out as heaven-opening realm cultivator after heaven-opening realm cultivator was killed. The Seven Openings Land's army was routed like a landslide, unable to resist in the slightest. After all, they did not have much fighting spirit to begin with. Moreover, their strength was inferior, so how could they be a match for Bei Yushan and the others? In less than an incense stick's worth of time, more than a dozen people had died. Even Venerable Yangling was beaten to a pulp. Miao Yu's hair was disheveled, his body bathed in blood as he shouted, "Spare me! I surrender!" How could Bei Yushan pay him any attention? He continued to pursue. On the other side, Yu Xiushan's expression changed, and he said, "Head boss Zhao, please have your subordinates spare Miao Yu's life." Zhao Baichuan said, "Brother Yu, is this because you cherish talent?" Yu Xiushan chuckled. How could someone who craves life and fears death have any talent? However, this Miao Yu is still a fourth-stage heaven splitter. Sparing his life will be of some use. Since he had already said so, Zhao Baichuan naturally did not refuse. In any case, he had already achieved his goal, so he immediately sent a message to Bei Yushan to stop. Soon, the battle calmed down. The Seven Openings land side had suffered heavy casualties. Only Miao Yu and the Yin Spirit Land's Venerable were left. Earth Venerable Yangling and Earth Venerable Wei Hua had both died on the spot. Many low-grade heaven splitters had also died, and the disciples at the bottom had been reduced by 40%. Although their lives had been saved, everyone from the Seven Openings lands had uneasy expressions. They did not know what fate was waiting for them. Yu Xiushan flew into the sky and issued a call for surrender. Seeing a chance of survival, the Seven Openings lands people naturally bowed. Yu Xiushan nodded in satisfaction. Flying down, Yu Xiushan cupped his hands at Zhao Baichuan. "Brother Zhao, this cooperation was pleasant. The Seven Openings lands have been taken down, so it's time for Brother Zhao to fulfill the agreement." Although the Soaring Smoke Hall had obtained a complete victory in this battle, it was not without losses. The number of disciples who had died was not small, and more than a dozen low-grade heaven splitters had died. However, the purpose of the battle was not the battle itself, but the benefits. Since Qi Xing could obtain the Seven Openings Land's foundation from this battle, the Soaring Smoke Hall would naturally not lose out. Yu Xiushan and Zhao Baichuan had already secretly agreed that after taking down the Seven Openings Lands, Qi Xing would occupy it, while the Soaring Smoke Hall would monopolize the Seven Openings Land's treasures for many years. This was a win-win deal. On the surface, Qi Xing had suffered loss. After all, all the benefits had been taken by the soaring smoke hall, but for Qi Xing, who had come out of the Great Void Realm, the Seven Openings land's treasures might not be in their eyes. As it should be, brother, you please. Zhao Baichuan gently nodded. Yu Xiaoshan thanked him and immediately arranged for people to be led by Miao Yu to loot the Seven Openings land storehouses. The corpses on the battlefield were all cleaned up by the soaring smoke hall's people. Qi Xing's people did not participate. After all, cleaning up corpses was a good opportunity to collect the spoils of war, so it was not convenient for Qi Xing to intervene. The smell of blood on the battlefield had yet to dissipate, but the division of benefits between the soaring smoke hall and the Seven Openings lands had already been agreed upon. It was ironic. A moment later, a subordinate delivered the space ring of the Seven Openings Heavenly Monarch. Yu Xiaoshan received it, erased the barriers left on it, and swept it with his divine sense before taking out an item and tossing it to Zhao Baichuan. Brother Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the Seven Openings land's Great Array Jade Slit Ring. Zhao Baichuan received it and smiled. Many thanks, brother Yu. This was also part of the deal. With this jade slit ring in hand, Zhao Baichuan was the true owner of the Seven Openings lands. Yu Xiaoshan laughed loudly. Of course, our two families will be neighbors in the future, so I'll have to ask brother Zhao for help. Zhao Baichuan nodded. In less than 2 days, everything had been completed. Zhao Baichuan said, Qi Xing has just arrived here and is quite busy, so I won't keep brother Yu here any longer. Once this Zhao has finished his business, I will definitely pay you a visit. Yu Xiaoshan knew that this guy was trying to drive him away, so he had no intention of staying any longer, simply chuckling and saying, Then this you will wait for the good news. Farewell. Farewell, I won't see you out. Zhao Baichuan nodded lightly. Under Yu Xiaoshan's leadership, the people from Soaring Smoke Hall immediately escorted the Seven Openings land's captives and flew away, soon disappearing from sight. After they left, Chen Tianfei said with a pained expression, leaving some of the captives behind would have been useful. This Yu Xiaoshan's appetite is too big, taking them all away without leaving a single one behind. How hateful. Zhao Baichuan smiled lightly. Let him be, a few captives are nothing. What's important is that we have the Seven Openings lands. With this place in the future, how could our Qi Xing not prosper? Chen Tianfei immediately smiled. Great Master is right, but it's also interesting. We originally came to the Seven Openings lands to borrow troops to search for that Yang Kai, who knew that the situation would develop like this. Yang Kai had unimaginable wealth on him. If they could capture him and plunder him, Qi Xing's financial resources would definitely skyrocket. But compared to a base, it was hard to say which was more important. His expression turned solemn again. Chen Tianfei said that brat surnamed Yang himself isn't enough, but he said that he came from the first inn and that Madame Lan was behind him. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it's true, I'm afraid things will be a little troublesome. After all, Madame Lan of the first inn was at the 6th rank splitter, while the Great Master was only at the 5th rank. If she really came knocking on their door, they might not be able to stop her. Zhao Baichuan snorted coldly. She's just a woman. What's there to be afraid of? I will be promoted to the 6th rank soon, so it's fine if that Madame Lan doesn't come. But if she does, I won't be afraid of her. Chen Tianfei's expression brightened, and he hurriedly cupped his fists. Congratulations, Great Master. The Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, and the others also said in unison, Congratulations, Great Master. The Great Master had been in seclusion for so many years to break through to the 6th rank, but he always lacked some maturity, but now it seemed that he had reached that maturity. Zhao Baichuan held the jade in his hand and said, What's more, as long as I refine this jade, I will be able to control the formation here. With the help of the formation, even if he had just been promoted to the 6th rank, he would be able to exert power beyond himself. What's more, the news of them taking over the Kikikyo land hadn't spread yet, and by the time Madame Lan found this place, it would probably be 8 to 10 years. Understanding this point, Chen Tianfei's worries were all removed. I'm going to seclusion, so you will be in charge of the affairs here. Zhao Baichuan said, put down the power in his hand, and left. For so many years, Qi Xing had been managed by Chen Tianfei, and he was still very confident in this fatty. Chen Tianfei and the others bowed to see him off. What followed was a period of bustle, cleaning up the battlefield, burying the corpses, and repairing the broken formation. The people of Qi Xing were in full swing. Qi Xing had been developing rapidly in the great cosmological realm, and the number of disciples under their command had exceeded 10,000, but countless people had died in the land of the ancients, and now there were only about 3,000 to 4,000 left. These people weren't fast enough to keep up with Zhao Baichuan and the others, and chased them all the way through several large territory. Now that more than 2 months had passed, they naturally met up with Bei Yushan and the others early. The Qiqiao land was very large, and the 7 spirit continents were vast and boundless, and it could easily accommodate 1 million people. Throwing 3,000 to 4,000 people in was like throwing a basin of water into the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace. Rebuilding this place was a big project, and it would take hundreds of years of hard work. After all, Qi Xing had too few people, but because there was hope, the people of Qi Xing were full of enthusiasm and didn't hesitate to work hard. Chen Tianfei personally went out to inspect various places. Although he had visited some places in the Qiqiao land with Wei Hua before, that was only as a guest. Now, from the perspective of the owner, Qiqiao land was very different. Chapter 41:38. Inside the underground cave in the market, Yang Kai's expression changed as he hesitated. The battle 2 days ago could be said to have shocked him. He had thought that the 7 Openings land had reached an agreement with Crimson Star, and that Soaring Smoke Hall would suffer a great loss. Who would have thought that 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch would be killed by Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiaoshan? In just 2 days, the 7 Openings land had actually changed owners. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand when Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiaoshan had gotten together. However, Yang Kai could understand why Zhao Baichuan coveted the 7 Openings land. After all, Crimson Star Market was destroyed, and they did need a place to settle down. Perhaps it was because of this temptation that the 2 sides hit it off so easily. The change of ownership of the 7 ingenious lands was a great opportunity for him. Originally, this place had 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch, who had the Grand Array Jade Ring, so he did not have much interest in the 7 Openings land. But now that it was Zhao Baichuan, things were different. If Zhao Baichuan wanted to control the 7 Openings land's Grand Array, he had to refine the Grand Array Jade Ring. In other words, the 7 Openings land was in a completely defenseless state. With Yuhi's ability, she could easily control the Grand Array. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Yang Kai made up his mind. Since Qi Xing's people were unwilling to let him off and intended to harm him, chasing him all the way across several large territories, then they shouldn't blame him for doing the same thing to them. Yuhi obviously also realized this and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, gently nodding. Yuhi suddenly became a little excited and said, "Young master, I will do whatever you say." Yang Kai said, "If you were to fight Zhao Baichuan, how confident are you in defeating him?" Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm also a 5th grade Heaven Opening Realm cultivator. Under normal circumstances, our strength should be about the same, and neither of us can do anything to the other. But in this 7 Openings land, I have the help of the Grand Array. In a one-on-one battle, I can definitely kill him in half an hour." She had this confidence. After all, after hiding here for 2 months, she had refined 50% of the Grand Array and could control its power. On the other hand, Zhao Baichuan did not have this convenience. This was also the reason why Su Huang could cause havoc in the 7 Openings land with his 5th grade Heaven Opening Realm cultivation, severely injuring the 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch and killing 3 Earth Venerables. Su Huang had relied on the Grand Array's power, of course. Chen Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers, Bei. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He could only blame Zhu Jiuyin for falling into a deep slumber. If she could help, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Since he didn't have enough people, he could only deal with them one by one. As long as he cut off Zhao Baichuan's wings, it would be much easier to deal with him alone. can you find Chun Tianfei, Bei Yushan, and the other fourth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators? Yang Kai asked. Yuhi said, I'll try. As she spoke, she closed her eyes and held the Grand Array jade slit ring. Relying on the Grand Array that covered the entire 7 openings land, she could faintly sense the situation inside. However, because she had not completely refined it, her perception was not complete. A moment later, Yuhi opened her eyes. There is 1 person in the Water Spirit Land, 2 in the Fire Spirit Land, and 2 in the Earth Spirit Land. I don't know who is in the Water Spirit Land and the Fire Spirit Land, but the auras of the 2 in the Earth Spirit Land are similar. Even the fluctuations of their divine souls are the same. It should be the Ouyang brothers. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Then let's start with the 2 of them. Ouyang Bing and Ouyang Lai were twin brothers and were proficient in joint attacks. Their individual combat strength was not as good as the other heads of Crimson Star, but when they combined their swords, they were the most difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had fought with Crimson Star's people in the Great Void Realm and had a deep understanding of this. If he could get rid of the Ouyang brothers, Crimson Star's combat strength would drop significantly. While speaking, Yang Kai had already taken out a mask as thin as a cicada's wing and pasted it on his face. With a slight thought, it transformed into the image of a fair-skinned man. 7 faces. Yui stared at him and whispered, a look of reminiscence flashing across her eyes. You recognize this thing? Yang Kai was dumbfounded, but quickly reacted. Yui should have seen this mask before. 7 faces was given to him by the Lady Boss, and there were some unclear grievances between Yu He and the Lady Boss, so it was not surprising that she had seen 7 faces before. 7 faces was an appearance-changing artifact. It was extremely peculiar and could allow the user to transform into 7 different faces. The most peculiar thing was that this thing could not only change one's appearance, but also one's aura. It was quite mysterious. However, the Lady Boss had also said that 7 faces had the same drawbacks as the Shadowless Veil. A low-rank Splitting Heaven Saint could not see through it, but a mid-rank Splitting Heaven Saint would risk being exposed. The stronger the enemy, the greater the chance of being exposed. As for a high-rank Splitting Heaven Saint, it was best not to take it out and throw it away. After changing his appearance and aura, even if those who were most familiar with Yang Kai stood in front of him, they would not be able to recognize him. Yang Kai took out his good wishes bag, and Yuhi understood and relaxed her mind. Before putting her inside, Yang Kai said, if there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see the Lady Boss and apologize to her. She shouldn't hold it against you. Yuhi forced a smile. I've already made a big mistake. Elder Sister Lan probably won't forgive me, but it doesn't matter. Being beaten to death by her isn't a bad thing. Yang Kai was speechless, but he didn't say anything, urging the good wishes bag to put Yuhi inside before shaking the Shadowless Veil, concealing his aura and whereabouts, and walking out of his hiding place. It had to be said that the combination of 7 faces and Shadowless Veil was simply wonderful. One could conceal one's aura and figure while the other could change one's appearance, making them the most suitable for sneaking around. Yang Kai was no stranger to Kikikyo Land. For better or worse, he had lived here for a long time, but he was only familiar with the city and the Fire Spirit Land and had never been to the other 6 spirit provinces. After identifying the direction, he went straight to the Earth Spirit Land. In the Earth Spirit Land, the Ouyang brothers led a group of disciples to patrol the territory. Kikikyo Land had 7 spirit provinces, and now there were only 5 people left in Crimson Star except for the Great Master. Originally, according to Chun Tianfei's plan, everyone would be in charge of 1 spirit province, and everything in the spirit province would be taken care of by them. However, the Ouyang brothers' situation was special. They had always been inseparable, so the 2 of them only took 1 spirit province. From today onwards, the Earth Spiritual Land would be the territory of the 2 brothers. The Ouyang brothers were also quite excited. After cultivating for so many years, they had never controlled such a large piece of land. As they patrolled, they chatted and imagined a beautiful future. Just as they were talking, the 2 suddenly turned their heads and looked in one direction. They saw a stream of light rushing over and landing in front of them, turning into a young man with a fair complexion. The Ouyang brothers were stunned for a moment, because this person looked very unfamiliar, as if they had never seen him before. However, before they could carefully consider it, that person had already cupped his hands and said, "My lords, Master Chen has a message for you. Please take a look." Saying so, he handed over a jade slip with both hands. Ouyang Lai frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "What is Chen Tianfei up to now?" He reached out to grab the jade slip. Ouyang Bing frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't tell what. Just as he hesitated, Ouyang Lai had already taken the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. At this moment, a sensational aura suddenly filled the air. This aura was so terrifying that it made the Ouyang brothers, fourth grade heaven opening realm masters, feel cold all over, and the other disciples' faces changed drastically. "Divine spirit," Ouyang Bing exclaimed. This aura was the aura of a divine spirit, and it was the aura of Zhu Jiuyin. It was a trap. Ouyang Bing's hair stood on end, and he finally understood where the sense of wrongness in his heart came from. However, before he could even react, two figures had already appeared like ghosts without any warning. Both of them were women. One of them raised a palm and lightly pressed it towards Ouyang Lai's chest, while the other shook a cold water-long sword, which turned into a sword light that covered the sky and enveloped Ouyang Bing. At the same time, two behemoths also appeared, one spitting out raging flames towards Qi Xing and the others while the other wriggled, releasing a stinky mucus that corroded the void. The aura of world force rippled. With a light crack, Ouyang Lai's eyes bulged and his chest caved in. Caught off guard, Yui's palm had almost taken his life. After all, the difference in strength between the two was only a single minor realm, and under normal circumstances, Ouyang Lai was not Yuhi's opponent, not to mention that he was first deterred by the aura of a divine spirit and then ambushed by a sneak attack. However, after taking Yuhi's palm, Ouyang Lai still did not die. A fourth grade heaven opening realm master's vitality was tenacious, so it was not so easy to kill him. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar exploded. Behind Yuhi, a long spear appeared out of nowhere. Using Yuhi's figure as a cover, the spear peeked out from her shoulder and stabbed into Ouyang Lai's head. With a boom, Ouyang Lai's head exploded and blood spurted out from his neck. "Big brother!" Ouyang Bing roared, his eyes instantly turning red. The two brothers had been together since they were born and had never been separated for so many years. Now his own brother was killed right under his nose. Ouyang Bing was furious. In his fury, he lost his mind. Lu Shui's long sword flew, and every strike was aimed at his vital points. In an instant, Ouyang Bing's whole body spurted blood, and he did not know how many times he had been stabbed. Chapter 41:39. Lu Shui's strength was extraordinary. After all, she was once one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion. She mainly cultivated the Sword Dao and was most proficient in killing. Back in the great cosmological realm, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was almost killed by her heart's sword, which showed how strong this woman was. On the other hand, Ouyang Bing's strength was only below average among the fourth grade Sky Splitters. She had to join hands with her brother to perform that joint attack. Now that Ouyang Lai had died, how could he be Lu Shui's match? Not to mention that Yu He, who had pulled out her hand, was already pouncing on him. He was already beaten to the point where he could only parry and had no strength to fight back. Now that he was in danger, his heart was dead. On the other side, the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon also showed their might. Xianxia was originally worried that these two strange beasts wouldn't be of much use outside the universe world, but now it seemed that they could actually fight the lower grade Sky Splitters head-on. The Scarlet Flood Dragon spewed flames from its mouth, and from time to time, a Scarlet Star Disciple would be burned into a fireball. The Earth Dragon's mouth expanded and wriggled, swallowing a Scarlet Star Disciple in one gulp. Many Scarlet Star Disciples' expressions changed drastically as they dodged. Xianxia didn't stay idle. After piercing Ouyang Lai's head with his spear, he immediately summoned the divine essence-fused gourd. The gourd opened. An array of light shot out from the divine essence-fused gourd, sweeping in all directions. He was just the Emperor Realm's cultivator who had condensed 4 types of energy. Without using external force or divine technique Dharma idol, he was no match for any Heaven Splitter Realm cultivator. However, it was different with the divine essence-fused light. This thing was a 6th-grade metal elemental energy, and an ordinary cultivator couldn't resist it. Under the divine essence-fused light, many Scarlet Star disciples who hadn't reached the Heaven Splitter Realm had their bodies riddled with holes and died in an instant. Only a few lower-grade Sky Splitters had eyes wide open as they urged their mini-universe force to resist. Strictly speaking, the Grade 6 Divine Essence-Fused Light could only be countered by Grade 6 Divine Essence-Fused Light. However, this was only a simple comparison of power. The heaven-opening realm condensed the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, and they mutually countered and multiplied endlessly. They formed a miniature universe world within their body, allowing them to use the power of a world. As such, even if it was only a few low-grade heaven openers, they could still block the power of the divine essence-fused light. However, defending for a long time was bound to be lost. A level 6 strength had a level 6 strength, and even a lower-grade split, the heavens wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. It didn't take long for Ouyang Bing's life force to fade away, and she died on the spot. He wasn't a match for any of Yuhi, let alone the 2 of them working together. In less than 10 breaths of time, Ouyang Bing was killed by Lu Shui's sword. Her eyes were wide open, and she died with remaining grievances. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how he could meet he and Lu Shui in this Qiqiao land. With 2 4th-stage Heaven Splitters killed, how could the remaining Crimson Star disciples still have the strength to resist? Yuhi Lu Shui's figure flickered and swept into the battlefield, killing all the Crimson Star disciples in just a moment. The battle broke out suddenly, and it ended quickly as well. It only took a few breaths of time. None of the dozens of Crimson Star disciples, including the 2 sect masters, managed to escape. They were all wiped out. In this surprise attack, Yang Kai's side could be said to have won a great victory. After putting all the corpses into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai cleaned up the battlefield so that no one would notice any flaws. Then, he put Yuhi, Lu Shui, and the Scarlet Flood Dragon into his scepter bag and went straight to the Water Spirit Land. According to the information he had investigated before, the Ouyang brothers were on the Earth Spirit Land side. The Water Spirit Land side had a Crimson Star sect master, but she didn't know who he was. As for the Fire Spirit Land side, there were 2 people, so Yang Kai naturally had to pick on the soft persimmons first. Half an hour later, another great battle was over. Yang Kai let out a soft breath and collected the corpses on the ground. The one on the Water Spirit Land side was none other than Madame Qin. She was accompanied by a few low-rank heaven-opening masters and hundreds of Crimson Star Sect disciples. Yang Kai used the same trick again. He hid his face and approached, then released Yuhi and the others to catch Madame Qin off guard. Just like the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin had just obtained a territory. Madame Qin excitedly led a group of subordinates to explore and imagine a beautiful future, but who would have thought that danger would lurk around her? In a moment of carelessness, she was seriously injured by Yuhi, and what happened next was no suspense. In less than an hour, 3 sect masters of Crimson Star died tragically, and more than a dozen low-rank heaven-opening masters died. It could be said that this was a serious blow. The reason for such a result was that Crimson Star's side was not prepared at all, and Yang Kai's methods were extraordinary. He had the 6 Unity Scepter bag that could hide Yuhi and the others, and 7 faces that could change his appearance and aura. It was not surprising that he had such a result. However, this was not the end. On Crimson Star's side, there was still Zhao Baichuan, Chen Tianfei, and Bei Yushan. Only by killing all of them would the Kikikyo land truly belong to Yang Kai. In the 2 battles, although there was no danger and they won with an absolute advantage, everyone had consumed a lot of energy. After recovering for a while, Yang Kai went straight to the Fire Spirit Land. The two on the fire spirit land side were undoubtedly Chen Tianfei and Bei Yushan. Although the latter's strength was extraordinary, he was single-minded and was not a concern. On the contrary, Chen Tianfei was full of schemes and would not be so easy to deal with. Xianxia did not know if he would be exposed if he approached him like this. In the fire spirit land, in the fire spirit fruit orchard, Chen Tianfei and Bei Yushan led a large group of Crimson Star disciples on an inspection. The fruit trees were filled with bright red fruits, causing Chen Tianfei and the others to smile. There were 7 spirit provinces in the Xianxia land, and each spirit province had a different fruit tree, corresponding to the 5 elements of yin and yang. The spirit fruits produced could be used to refine the heaven-opening pill, which was also the biggest source of income for the Xianxia land. From now on, this would be Crimson Star's industry. While they were inspecting, a stream of light came from afar and soon arrived in front of them, revealing a figure. Chen Tianfei looked up and saw a man cupping his fists and saying, "Master Chen, the 2 Ouyang masters have a message for you." Saying so, he presented a jade slip with both hands. The person who came was naturally Xianxia. Just like what he had said to the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin before, there was no change at this moment. Bei Yushan muttered, "What do those 2 brothers want to do?" He reached out to grab the jade slip. Chen Tianfei stopped him and looked at Xianxia faintly. "What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before?" Xianxia lowered his head. "This disciple's status is lowly. I'm afraid Master Chen won't pay attention to me." He was a little annoyed. This fatty really wasn't easy to deal with. When he used this method to deal with the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, they didn't ask him anything, but when it came to this damn fatty, he was acting suspiciously. Chen Tianfei chuckled. "This king has been nurtured and trusted by the first master and has been in charge of Crimson Star for many years. Now, there are 3,351 people under Crimson Star, and this king has memorized their names and appearances, but I don't remember you. Where did you come from?" Xianxia was speechless when he heard this. 3,351 people, and he could memorize their names and appearances? Was this fatty for real? Without waiting for him to figure it out, Chen Tianfei suddenly sighed. "The Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin are most likely dead, right?" Bei Yushan's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Tianfei in disbelief. Xianxia smiled encouragingly. "Master Chen must be joking. The 2 Ouyang brothers are currently patrolling the Earth's spiritual land." Chen Tianfei slowly shook his head. "If that's the case, why didn't they respond when I sent a message to them?" Not only did they not respond, but Madame Qin also didn't respond. Chen Tianfei's eyes narrowed as a cold light blossomed from them. "Who are you?" "You've been exposed." Xianxia sighed and looked at Chen Tianfei. "Master Chen is amazing. To be able to see through this young master is impressed." As he spoke, his voice returned to normal. Chen Tianfei's eyes widened. Xianxia. 7 faces could not only change his appearance and aura, he could also change his voice. Now that he had revealed his original voice, Chen Tianfei immediately recognized him. He couldn't help but be stunned. How could Xianxia appear here? After the people from Soaring Smoke Hall left, he had already sent disciples to guard the damaged areas of the spirit array, so it was impossible for someone to sneak in. Could it be that he had been here before? But how did he get in? Chen Tianfei couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop him from feeling ecstatic. "Brat, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to walk, and there is no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. I couldn't find you at first, but now that you've shown yourself, let's see how you'll die." Xianxia laughed. "Since I dare to show myself, then I won't be afraid of you. The ones who will die today are you." He raised his hand and opened the Rui pouch, revealing you, he, and the others. At the same time, Chen Tianfei also waved his hand, set up the spirit array. Originally, there were many disciples around Chen Tianfei. These disciples seemed to be standing in groups of 2s and 3s, but in fact they were hiding something and had long been on guard. Chen Tianfei was quick-witted, and when he couldn't contact the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, he immediately realized that something had happened to them. Since he knew something had happened to them, how could he not be on guard? The reason why he stayed here was just to wait for them to show up, but Xianxia didn't know anything and just barged in. Following his order, the many Crimson Star disciples instantly formed a battle formation. Not only that, but Chen Tianfei also raised his fat hand and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. Yui raised her hand to meet the attack, and Chen Tianfei was startled. How could he dare to meet it head-on? After all, his strength was a grade lower than Yuhi's, and if he met her head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage. So he immediately exclaimed, "First Master." HM? Yuhi was startled and turned her head to look in a certain direction, only to see a layer of ripples appear in the void, and the Crimson Star's first master, Zhao Baichuan, appeared like a ghost. With a wave of his sleeves, a powerful force slapped down on Yuhi. Yuhi changed her move and met Zhao Baichuan's attack head-on, but both of them shook and retreated 3 steps. With this attack, both sides were evenly matched. Lady Yuhi is indeed powerful. Zhao Baichuan looked at Yuhi indifferently and praised her generously. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. First Master is also not bad. Chapter 4140. The two were both level 5 sky splitters, but they had never fought before. After all, there was no opportunity for them to fight in the great cosmological realm. At that time, Zhao Baichuan was very respectful in front of Yang Kai. With Zhao Baichuan's rescue, Chen Tianfei was able to break free from Yuhi and quickly stood beside Zhao Baichuan with Bei Yushan. Meanwhile, many Crimson Star low-rank heaven splitters laid down a large formation, their auras tightly linked together, sealing off the sky and locking down the earth. Everyone's figures were wandering around, not revealing their mysteries for the time being. Nobody knew what this formation was. Sword Pavilion had a sword formation, so Red Star naturally had its own foundation. Although Yang Kai had once entered Red Star and was the 6th master, he still didn't know much about Red Star's secrets. Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin. Zhao Baichuan frowned slightly and looked at Yuhi. Are they dead or alive? He was preparing to go into seclusion to refine the 7 Openings Lands formation Jade Ring. But before he started, he received a message from Chen Tianfei saying that Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin had lost contact. Something must have happened. He didn't dare to believe it at that time. After all, Red Star had just colluded with Flying Smoke Hall to seize the 7 Openings Land. When he left, Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin were fine. What could have happened in such a short time? Besides, there was no one else in the entire 7 Openings Land except for them. Who could do anything to them? After trying to contact them, he found that it was as Chen Tianfei said, he couldn't reach them at all. Zhao Baichuan also realized that something was wrong. He couldn't care less about refining the formation Jade Ring and immediately hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to react. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, and his strength was far inferior to him, so he naturally couldn't detect him. At this moment, seeing Yuhi, Yang Kai, and the others, how could Zhao Baichuan not know that his 3 capable assistants had been plotted against? Yuhi chuckled. They are naturally dead. Zhao Baichuan's face sank. Miss Yuhi, although your courage is commendable, this is unwise. Are you bullying Red Star because there is no one else? Although he had Lu Shui and Yang Kai, as well as the Red Dragon and Earth Dragon, in Zhao Baichuan's eyes, except for Yuhi, who was a 5th stage sky splitter, the others were nothing to be afraid of. As long as he dealt with Yuhi, he could do whatever he wanted with the rest. Yuhi laughed lightly and said, "Why does Head need to probe? Since this concubine dares to appear, naturally, I am not afraid of you." Zhao Baichuan said seriously, "Miss, do you have the confidence to win against me?" On his side, he had a 5th stage splitter, 2 4th stage splitters, and dozens of lower stage splitters. On the other hand, Yuhi and Yang Kai only had 1 5th stage splitter, 1 4th stage splitter, 1 5th stage splitter, and 1 from the Emperor realm. They were just 2 mutated beasts. The disparity in strength and numbers was so great that they had no hope of winning. "We'll only know after we fight," Yuhi said calmly. Zhao Baichuan said seriously, "Perhaps we can have a good talk. There's no need to make such a big fuss." Chen Tianfei was stunned. Why did the first master's words sound like he wanted to bury the hatchet? Were they not going to avenge the deaths of the 3 heads? Yuhi was also stunned for a moment. She chuckled and said, What does the first master want to talk about? Zhao Baichuan said, My Crimson Star has now obtained the Qiqiao land, and there are many things waiting to be done. We are in need of people. Miss, you killed 3 of my heads, and this hatred is unresolvable. However, if you can swear on your Dao seal to join my Crimson Star and serve my Crimson Star wholeheartedly in the future, then we will naturally be a family. Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up when he heard this. He secretly admired Zhao Baichuan. As expected of the first master, his vision was even more far-sighted than his own. He only wanted to kill these guys in front of him. Firstly, he wanted to avenge the dead Ouyang brothers and stabilize the hearts of the people. Secondly, he wanted to seize the wealth on Yangkai and contribute to the future development of Crimson Star. However, if the first master's proposal was successful, it would be more helpful to Crimson Star than killing them. Yuhi was, after all, a 5th grade splitter, and her combat strength was not bad. With her help, Crimson Star could rise to a higher level. If she surrendered, then Yangkai would not be able to make any waves. Wouldn't his wealth be Crimson Star's? A matter that could be solved without bloodshed was naturally better than fighting and killing. But would these guys in front of him agree? Sure enough, Yuhi chuckled when she heard this and turned to look at Yangkai. Young master, the first master wants us to surrender to him. Yangkai put on a straight face and said coolly, In his dreams. Yuhi looked at Zhao Baichuan. First master, you heard my young master's reply. Zhao Baichuan looked at Yangkai coldly. Junior, you only have 1 life and 1 chance. Don't make a mistake. He could not understand why Yuhi, a 5th grade splitter, would listen to Yangkai. Yangkai said arrogantly, If you kneel down and beg for mercy now and swear on your Dao seals that you will follow this young master's lead in the future, perhaps you can still keep your dog lives. Otherwise, Brother Ouyang and Madam Qin will be your examples. Zhao Baichuan was furious. Junior, how dare you boast so shamelessly? Seeing this, Chen Tianfei knew that this matter could not be negotiated and immediately shouted, Attack! As soon as he said this, the low-grade splitters who had been surrounding Yangkai and the others all formed hand seals. In an instant, dozens of auras linked together and turned into an invisible millstone that shot towards everyone. This spirit array had been hidden before, and its power was not obvious, but at this moment, when it was activated, it actually shattered space. Most importantly, this spirit array sealed the sky and locked down the earth, so Yangkai and the others who were surrounded by could not escape at all. However, Yangkai's expression was indifferent, and he was not in a hurry. Yuhi raised her hand and chuckled lightly. You have a spirit array to help you, but I also have a spirit array. As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. With a loud crack, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, landing on the head of a low-grade heaven splitter. The low-grade splitter sensed the arrival of danger, and his expression changed greatly. But before he could react, the bolt of lightning struck him. Without a sound, the lower grade split, the heavens turned into powder and disappeared without a trace, leaving only a mark where it had been. The expressions of Qi Xing and the others changed greatly, and Zhao Baichuan looked like he had seen a ghost. How can you control this spirit array? That bolt of lightning was clearly the power of the 7 Apertures Earth Spirit Array, not Yuhi's own power. Previously, when the 7 Apertures Heavenly Monarch controlled this spirit array to resist the attacks of the soaring smoke hall, Zhao Baichuan had recognized it at a glance. After all, this was the spirit array of 2nd grade force. Although he had only refined 50% of the Jade Slit, she could still use a portion of its power. The Dead Heaven Splitter was only at the 2nd stage and was unable to resist the power of this spirit array, so this attack immediately succeeded. Yuhi chuckled. There are many things you don't know. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk lightning fell from the sky, rumbling in all directions. Zhao Baichuan and the others all paled and cried out in alarm, using various methods to resist. Their strength was not bad, and they were able to block the attacks of the lightning. However, the low-rank heaven splitters were out of luck. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky in an endless stream. No matter how hard they tried, they could not block them. Miserable screams rang out one after another, and more than half of the several dozen low-grade splitters died in an instant. The spirit array set up by Qi Xing collapsed, and the pressure on Yang Kai and the others was greatly reduced. They immediately activated the Divine Essence-fused gourd, and the Divine Essence-fused light swept out, combining with the power of lightning to attack the enemy. Lu Shui wielded the Aqua Sword, and sword light flowed, and cold chi filled the air, each strike reaping lives. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon's massive bodies also charged into the enemy group, and the surviving low-grade splitters were all horrified. "Bitch, stop!" Zhao Baichuan's eyes widened as he roared, and the aura of world force surged as he charged towards Yuhi. Yuhi chuckled, and with a thought, the spirit array changed again. A thick fog appeared out of thin air, enveloping a large area in the blink of an eye, directly enveloping her, Zhao Baichuan, Qin Tian, and Bei Yushan. The thick fog tumbled, and the sounds of fighting could be heard coming from inside, mixed with the angry shouts of the three masters from Qi Xing, but no one could be seen. This was the convenience of controlling the spirit array. Yuhi was a 5th-grade splitter, and in terms of ability, she was on par with Zhao Baichuan. But by relying on the many transformations of the spirit array, she could fight 1 against 3, creating an opportunity for Lu Shui to kill the enemy. Qi Xing originally had several dozen low-grade splitters, but they were first ambushed and killed by Yang Kai and the others, and then more than half of them were killed by Yuhi's spirit array. Now, almost all of them were injured, and with Lu Shui's aura of a 4th-stage splitter filling the air, how could they dare resist? Yang Kai held the Divine Essence-fused light, and the 6th-stage Divine Essence-fused light filled the air, sweeping through the world. There was also the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. One low-grade splitter after another died, and corpses fell from the sky. In just a few dozen breaths of time, almost all of the low-grade splitters who were lucky enough to survive had died, and only a few people managed to escape. Lu Shui wanted to kill them all, but Yang Kai stopped her. "Don't chase a cornered enemy." Turning his head to look at the fog, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about the few low-grade splitters who had escaped. Now, the main thing was to deal with the remaining 3 masters from Qi Xing. Although Yuhi could fight 1 against 3 by relying on the power of the spirit array, she hadn't completely refined the Jade Slit Ring, so the power of the spirit array she could display was limited. Now that she was fighting 1 against 3, it was hard to say how long she could trap them. Suddenly, a burly figure rushed out of the fog. It was Bei Yushan. This guy's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was full of murderous intent. When he rushed out of the fog, he was still a little confused. Previously, when he was in the fog, he couldn't display his strength at all, and he couldn't even find where Yuhi was hiding. This made him furious, and he had rampaged through the fog, but he hadn't expected to actually break free. At this moment, when he raised his head and saw Yang Kai and Lu Shui, he immediately shouted, "Thieves, hand over your lives." The ground under his feet cracked open, and Bei Yushan pounced towards Yang Kai and Lu Shui like a wild beast that had just been let out of its cage. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon rushed forward, but they were sent flying by Bei Yushan's punches. Their huge bodies tumbled far away, smashing a large orchard. Chapter 41:41. Bei Yushan rushed over like a ferocious beast, but Lu Shui met him head-on, her aqua sword blossoming with a soft moonlight. "Be careful. This person has extraordinary strength. Don't fight him head-on," Yang Kai warned while holding the Divine Essence-fused gourd. Bei Yushan was shrouded in a golden light, as if he was made of gold, his arms crossed in front of him, completely ignoring the sword chi. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk when the sword chi struck Bei Yushan, it was blocked by his protective barrier, and although it was barely able to break through, it only left a few shallow wounds on his body. Although Bei Yushan was simple-minded and single-minded, he was born with extraordinary strength and a powerful defense. As a fellow 4th-stage Heaven Splitter, Lu Shui's sword chi could do nothing to him. Although the two of them had lived in Star City for countless years, This was the first time they had faced each other head-on. For a time, Lu Shui frowned. After blocking Lu Shui's killing move, Bei Yushan arrived in front of her in a few steps. Grinning sinisterly, he punched towards Lu Shui's face. Lu Shui retreated, drawing circles with her sword one after another. Large circles encircled small circles, and small circles encircled even smaller sword circles, layer upon layer, seemingly endless. These sword circles contained extremely strange power. Even though Bei Yushan's strength was extraordinary, and the power of this punch was enough to shatter a star, he was still blocked by these countless sword circles. As soon as he fell into them, it was as if he was in a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the more he sank, unable to exert his strength. Not only that, but even Bei Yushan's movements were slowed down. Seeing this, Xianxia no longer hesitated and immediately urged the power of the divine essence-fused gourd to rush towards Bei Yushan. The power of the sixth-stage divine essence-fused light was boundless, so Bei Yushan did not dare to be careless and hurriedly urged his world force to support himself. Previously, when Xianxia urged the divine essence-fused light, many lower-grade heaven splitters could resist it for a while, let alone Bei Yushan, a mid-grade heaven splitter. Golden light flickered on his body, and the sixth-grade divine essence-fused light was unable to do anything to him. Xianxia wasn't surprised. Logically speaking, with his current cultivation base, he shouldn't be able to interfere in a battle between fourth-stage martial artists who split open the heavens. Now that he could use the divine essence-fused light to wear down Bei Yushan's strength, he was already very satisfied. Now that Zhao Baichuan and Chun Tianfei were trapped by Yui's grand array, as long as he could join forces with Lu Shui to kill this Bei Yushan, they would be able to gain an even greater advantage. Furious roars rang out as the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon flew back. Previously, they had been sent flying by Bei Yushan's punches. Although they weren't heavily injured, they had completely aroused their ferocious nature. Now that they had rejoined the battle, the two of them had learned their lesson. They no longer approached Bei Yushan. One of them spat out flames, while the other spat out sticky liquid at Bei Yushan. The raging flames were not as powerful as Xianxia's first essence magnetic divine light, but the Earth Dragon's mucus was even more effective. The Earth Dragon's mucus was extremely corrosive, and when it fell on Bei Yushan's body, it emitted a sizzling sound as golden light flashed wildly. Bei Yushan flew into a rage and roared again and again. He wanted to deal with the Earth Dragon, but he simply couldn't break free from the restraints of Lu Shui's sword ring. Xianxia's expression was calm as he continued to circulate the power of the divine essence-fused light. In this situation, if Bei Yushan didn't have any other methods, he would only end up nursing a grievance. However, if he wanted to kill him, he would need to slowly wear down his strength. The situation was deadlocked for a while. Time passed, and at a certain moment, Bei Yushan finally realized that something was wrong. He had lost more than half of his strength, and if he didn't continue like this, he would really die here. Turning his head to look at the fog, he could only hear the sounds of battle coming from inside, but he couldn't see anyone. He knew that the chief head and Chun Tianfei were powerless to protect themselves at this moment, so there was no way they could help him. With a roar, his aura suddenly soared. "Be careful!" Xianxia shouted. As soon as his voice fell, Bei Yushan's figure suddenly swelled up. This person was already tall and sturdy, a full head taller than an ordinary person, but at this moment, using some kind of secret technique, the golden light around his body was replaced by a blood-red light, and with the sound of bones dislocating, Bei Yushan directly transformed into a small giant several dozen meters tall. This small giant was majestic, its exposed skin constantly spraying out a bloody mist that lingered around its body. Lu Shui's eyes narrowed as she saw how terrifying Bei Yushan's move was. Although he had to pay a huge price to use it, his strength had increased by more than just a little. Her strength was on par with Bei Yushan's, perhaps even a little higher, but after Bei Yushan used this secret technique, it was obvious that he was stronger than her. The sword ring still surrounded Bei Yushan, restricting his freedom, But under Bei Yushan's fist, the sword ring shattered, causing Lu Shui to let out a muffled groan as blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Immediately after, Bei Yushan stretched out his hand and grabbed the scarlet flood dragon that was constantly swimming around him. He swung the scarlet flood dragon's body and smashed it onto the earth dragon's body. The two mutated beasts rolled into a ball, their auras greatly reduced. "Smelly woman, I'll kill you." Bei Yushan broke free and rushed towards Lu Shui, his nostrils puffing hot air. Lu Shui didn't dare to be careless, wiping her long sword with her fingers as she shouted. The long sword turned into a streak of light and slashed towards Bei Yushan's head. Bei Yushan raised his hand to grab it, but as he did, a hole appeared in his palm and blood flowed out. Seeing the long sword coming towards him, Bei Yushan didn't panic, instead spitting out a mouthful of blood that hit the streak of light. With a loud clang, the long sword was knocked away. Bei Yushan grinned and slapped his huge palm towards Lu Shui. The latter paled slightly and hurriedly dodged, but with the protection of Yang Kai's divine essence-fused light, she was finally able to escape. Having missed, Bei Yushan immediately turned his head towards Yang Kai, his face ferocious. "A mere Emperor Realm Master dares to be impudent in front of me? Hand over your life." He actually abandoned Lu Shui and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. After turning into a small giant, his mind seemed to have been affected and he was easily provoked. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and looked at him quietly. "Be careful." Lu Shui cried out in alarm, retracting her long sword and preparing to attack, but it was still too late. She could only watch as Bei Yushan slapped towards Yang Kai. With this slap, how could Yang Kai, who was only an Emperor Realm Master, survive? Lu Shui almost turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. But at this moment, a loud dragon roar rang out, and the aura of a divine spirit suddenly surged. Although this aura was not as strong as Zhu Jiuyin's, it gave off a feeling that it was not inferior to Zhu Jiuyin's. When she opened her eyes again, Lu Shui was stunned. Where Yang Kai had been standing, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a behemoth with a towering head and feet appeared. This behemoth was covered in dragon scales, had dragon horns on its head, sharp dragon claws, a dragon tail behind it, and dragon whiskers fluttering in the wind. Dragon pressure filled the air. Dragon race? Lu Shui was dumbfounded. The small giant Bei Yushan had transformed into was not short, but in front of such a behemoth, the difference was like the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. There was no comparison at all. Bei Yushan was also stunned. After transforming into a small giant, he had always been the one to look down on others, but today he actually had to look up. A huge shadow loomed over his head, covering the world as a dragon claw slapped towards him. Bei Yushan immediately roared and raised his hands high above his head, as if he was holding up the sky. Just as he made this gesture, the dragon claw had already slapped down. With a loud bang, the world trembled and Bei Yushan was nowhere to be seen. This 100-meter-tall, small giant had been slapped directly into the ground. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes trembled. Just when she thought the situation was settled, Bei Yushan's crazy roar came from below the dragon claw. Then, the dragon claw slowly raised and Bei Yushan's figure slowly appeared. The muscles all over his body bulged as he forcibly lifted the dragon claw with brute force. He was already extremely strong, and now that he had used a secret technique, his strength had risen to another level. Even if Yang Kai had transformed into a half-dragon, he could not gain any advantage in a contest of pure strength. The aura of world force became violent, and with a sudden lift, Yang Kai's huge body was sent flying. Bei Yushan laughed wildly. "Haha, good, again." As if he had gone mad, he ignored everything and rushed directly towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to compete in strength again. Lu Shui urged her sword qi to stop him, but he turned a blind eye to it, allowing the sword qi to slash into his body, leaving him riddled with wounds and bleeding profusely. "This guy is crazy," Lu Shui thought to herself, guessing that her opponent might have been affected by that secret technique. On the other side, Yangkai regained his footing and looked down at Bei Yushan, who was rushing towards him, his expression indifferent as he clenched his dragon claw and punched out. Bei Yushan's eyes lit up, and he also swung his fist to meet the attack. For him, this kind of battle was the most exciting. None of the enemies he had encountered in the past were willing to compete with him in terms of strength. They were always jumping up and down like monkeys, making him very unhappy. The two fists quickly approached each other, but one was huge and the other was tiny. However, this was only relative. The fists of the little giant that was more than 100 feet tall would not be too small, especially when the peak of the fist was still surrounded by the mighty power of the world. A long spear suddenly appeared, growing as the wind blew. Yangkai grasped the huge black dragon spear, and with a dragon roar, he poured his strength into it and fiercely thrust it out. The joy and excitement in Bei Yushan's eyes was instantly replaced by shock and fury, the blood mist around his body boiling as he roared, "I want you dead." In his anger, he did not retreat, but instead moved forward, his hands reaching for the black dragon's spear as if he wanted to seize it. At this moment, with a loud crack, a purple lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket suddenly fell from the sky, exploding on Bei Yushan's head. This lightning bolt was very different from the previous ones, both in terms of color and power. As soon as this lightning bolt appeared, Yangkai could clearly feel that the surrounding world energy had decreased by a lot. It was obvious that Yuhi had used a lot of Qi Xiaolan's resources to activate this attack. Chapter 41-42. The consumption was huge, but the effect was very obvious. Bei Yushan was enveloped by the purple lightning and immediately trembled like a sieve. His hair stood on end. The lightning wandered around his body and dispersed the blood mist, causing him to freeze in place, unable to move. At this moment, the blue dragon's spear arrived. The spear shot out like a dragon, piercing through Bei Yushan's chest and exiting from his back, directly piercing through his heart. Bei Yushan's eyes widened as he grabbed the blue dragon spear with both hands and threw it behind him. The force behind this throw was so strong that even Yangkai was unable to hold on. Suddenly, a fist came crashing toward him. Sensing the aura of death, Yangkai's heart rang with alarm as he roared, "Dragon Shield!" The seal in his body began to shine brightly, and an earthen yellow energy overflowed from his body, transforming into one solid dragon shield after another, blocking between him and Bei Yushan. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of dragon shields had appeared, layer upon layer. Although the quality of the earth attribute Yangkai condensed was extremely high, because he had not broken through to splitting the heavens, this was just a simple application of earth attribute force. Although its defense was not weak, in the face of the world force of a fourth stage heaven splitting master's fury, it was still insufficient. If not for this, he would not have been able to summon so many dragon shields at once. This was also the reason why the sixth stage divine essence-fused light was blocked by some lower stage heaven splitting masters. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk wherever the fist passed, the dragon shields shattered one after another, as if they were made of paper. However, although the dragon shields were shattered, they were not completely useless. At the very least, they had weakened the power of Bei Yushan's fist. The hundreds of dragon shields only lasted 3 breaths of time before shattering completely. The fist rapidly expanded in Yangkai's field of vision, smashing into his abdomen. Dragon scales were sent flying as Yangkai's huge figure was sent flying, blood spraying out from his wounds midair. Enduring the pain, he summoned the divine, essence-fused gourd. Opening the gourd, the rich divine essence-fused light surged out and swept towards Bei Yushan. Originally, after Bei Yushan had used that secret technique, his body had expanded and his strength had soared. Blood mist had covered the surface of his body, making his defense impregnable. However, after being struck by Yuhi's lightning bolt, the blood mist had collapsed and a flaw had appeared in his defense, allowing Yangkai to succeed. And now, there was an enormous hole in Bei Yushan's chest. The front of his chest was completely penetrated. His heart had been punctured, Such an injury could be said to be fatal, but Bei Yushan still hadn't died. It could be seen how tenacious his vitality was. Dense divine light of origin magnetism poured into Bei Yushan's body through this hole, washing his flesh and blood. Bei Yushan acted as if he didn't feel anything as he strode towards Yang Kai step by step, determined to kill him. Sword Qi crisscrossed as a dazzling sword light slashed towards Bei Yushan. Lu Shui tried to stop it, but it wasn't very effective. She could only watch helplessly as Bei Yushan rushed towards Yang Kai, her heart leaping in her throat. Yang Kai was severely injured and was unable to maintain his dragon form. Although Bei Yushan had only punched him once, it had to be known that this was a strike from a 4th-grade opening heaven-burning wrath. Yang Kai was lucky that he hadn't died. By relying on the hundreds of dragon shields and the strength of his half-dragon body, he had already returned to his original form by the time he was sent flying. The little giant rushed in front of him, swinging his fist. Yang Kai didn't dodge, instead looking up with an indifferent expression. Just as this fist was about to hit, Bei Yushan's movements suddenly froze, followed by a miserable scream. Multicolored light overflowed from his 7 apertures, and not just his 7 apertures, but even his body bloomed with multicolored light. This multicolored light was none other than the divine light of origin magnetism that had poured into his body. The multicolored light that poured out continued for a dozen breaths of time before gradually coming to a stop. The divine light of origin magnetism was retracted by Yang Kai, but Bei Yushan, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, was no longer breathing, standing there like a statue with his fist raised high. In the next moment, with a loud crash, Bei Yushan's entire body turned into a pool of blood, dying on the spot. Bei Yushan's heart had been pierced by Yang Kai's spear, and he had suffered an indelible injury. Lu Shui had also been constantly attacking him, so the accumulated injuries were extremely terrifying. With the divine light of origin magnetism wreaking havoc in his body, destroying his flesh and meridians, it was already extraordinary that he had been able to persist until now. But in the end, he had still died. Lu Shui let out a long breath, finally relaxing her tense heart. Just now, she had almost thought that the one who had died was Yang Kai. This battle could be said to be extremely difficult. Originally, both Lu Shui and Bei Yushan were the 4th-stage heaven-splitting realm, but their strength was almost on par. In a one-on-one battle, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. During the battle, Bei Yushan had been assisted by Yu He's Spirit Array, Yang Kai's Endless Trump Cards, and Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon had also contributed greatly. Only then had they been able to kill Bei Yushan here. This was also thanks to Bei Yushan using a secret technique that affected his mind. If he had not fought to the death and had instead focused on escaping, Yang Kai and Lu Shui might not have been able to keep him here. Unfortunately, although using a secret technique greatly increased Bei Yushan's strength, it also cut off his desire to escape. Hurry up and recover. Yang Kai coughed lightly and immediately stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged and circulating his secret art to adjust his breathing and heal his injuries. Although Bei Yushan had died, there was still Chun Tianfei and Zhao Baichuan. These two had to be killed no matter what. Only by killing them could they truly occupy this Qiqiao land. Lu Shui's injuries were not too serious. In the previous battle, she had mainly been moving around and had not fought Bei Yushan head-on, so she had still retained a lot of her strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai had been pursued by Bei Yushan and had suffered heavy injuries. Fortunately, his recovery ability was also extraordinary. In less than half an hour, he had stood up again. Although he had not completely recovered, he already had the strength to fight. Yui's voice entered Yang Kai's ears. She had obviously been paying attention to the outside world. Yang Kai discussed with her for a while, decided on a plan, and then told Lu Shui the details. Lu Shui nodded, and her figure flickered, arriving at the periphery of the fog. She held her aqua-cold sword vertically in front of her. With a shake of the sword, it turned into thousands of sword images, each of which was filled with the world force of Lu Shui's small universe. Just as she finished her preparations, a fat man rushed out from the fog. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? Yuhi controlled the spirit array and restrained the two Scarlet Star headmasters with her own strength. This battle could be said to be a great achievement. If she had not let him go, Chen Tianfei would not have been able to escape from the fog. Chen Tianfei's appearance at this moment was obviously intentional by Yuhi, just like how she released Bei Yushan before. Chen Tianfei's cultivation method was special. His body of fat was not a burden, but a means of protection that he relied on to survive. But now, this fat man had obviously lost a lot of weight, and his body was full of scars. Obviously, he did not have a good time in the fog. Originally, he was dizzy in the fog and could not see any trace of the enemy. But at this moment, he suddenly saw the light, causing Chen Tianfei to be stunned. However, in the next moment, his field of vision was filled with thousands of sword images. Chen Tianfei was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into a trap? He immediately took a deep breath, and his body suddenly expanded. Bei Yushan used a secret technique, and his body grew rapidly, turning into a small giant that was more than 100 feet tall. Chen Tianfei, on the other hand, turned into a meatball. He did not have Bei Yushan's majesty and looked extremely comical. Sword images shrouded him, and a sizzling sound rang out incessantly as blood splattered everywhere. Lu Shui had succeeded in this one move. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Chen Tianfei's body quickly shriveled up like a deflated balloon. When the tens of thousands of sword lights dissipated, Chen Tianfei stood in place, covered in blood. He was panting and had a lingering fear in his heart. However, this fatty had now returned to his normal human form. His body of fat had long disappeared, and the clothes that were originally close to his body had become extremely loose. Bitch Lu Shui, how dare you trick me? Chen Tianfei's eyes were filled with anger. Lu Shui's face was solemn. You're still alive. She had been lying in ambush outside the fog, preparing her secret art in advance. She had thought that she could directly kill Chen Tianfei on the spot, but who knew that she only destroyed his fat? The result was really surprising. First, it was Bei Yushan, and now it was this Chen Tianfei. Qi Xing and the other leaders were indeed not easy to deal with. Previously, she had been able to kill the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, all thanks to Yang Kai's ability to change his appearance. She had caught them off guard, and with the crushing power of Yu Hua's fifth-grade sky-splitting technique, she had been able to easily kill them. Die for me! Chen Tianfei was furious and pounced on Lu Shui. Lu Shui snorted coldly. Her long sword danced and stabbed out, hitting Chen Tianfei's chest. However, the long sword did not feel like it had stabbed anything. Instead, it felt empty. Oh no! Lu Shui's heart skipped a beat, knowing that she had fallen into a trap. The sword light shredded his clothes, but there was no trace of Chen Tianfei. After he had become thin, his clothes had become extremely loose, covering his true whereabouts. With a golden cicada shell shedding, he had indeed escaped Lu Shui's attack. Looking up, Chen Tianfei had already rushed towards where Yang Kai was. Obviously, he planned to capture Yang Kai first. It had to be said that Chen Tianfei's mind was sharper than that of ordinary people. In his current state, he could not defeat Yuhi, nor was he a match for Lu Shui. If he wanted to live, the only way was to capture Yang Kai and use Yang Kai as a bargaining chip. To be able to be trusted by Zhao, by Chuan, and manage Qi Xing for so many years, Chen Tianfei's strength was not just his fat. Lu Shui hurriedly chased after him, but she was still a step too late. Wind and thunder rolled in the sky. Yuhi must have sensed that Yang Kai was in danger and intended to mobilize the power of the Great Array. At this moment, Yang Kai shook his hand and summoned a long vine. There were 7 gourds of different colors on the vine. The gourd were fast asleep, and when Yang Kai shook them, they immediately rolled into a ball, turning into small gourd people with sleepy eyes. What is this? Chen Tianfei was shocked. He was at the 4th stage and had never had the opportunity to enter the Elder's land, so he had never seen such a strange thing as a gourd vine. The long vine in Yang Kai's hand shook again, piercing through the 7 small gourd people. The power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements gathered on the vine, growing and multiplying endlessly. The aura of world force fluctuated. Chen Tianfei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed, "Fifth stage, heaven opening." From the gourd vine came the aura of a 5th stage heaven opening. In an instant, Chen Tianfei felt as if his soul had left his body. Chapter 41-43. The 7 little people in the gourd corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, and each of them could nurture a rank 5 expert. In the land of the ancients, the man surnamed Go, who was chosen by the Holy Spirit Jin Wu, had activated the 7 little people in the gourd and shocked Xianxia greatly. However, he had kept a trump card hidden until he entered the world fruit and was chased by Xianxia. He had no choice but to use his trump card. At this moment, Xianxia did the same. The gourd vine pierced through the 7 little people, and the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements gathered on the vine. It shone brightly and intertwined with each other, creating a cycle of reincarnation that evolved into infinite mysteries. With the help of the gourd vines splitting the heavens' power, Xianxia swept the vine at Chen Tianfei. Chen Tianfei was shocked. After all, he was only a rank 4 expert. Although he was only 1 rank away from a rank 5 expert, his real strength was far from that of a rank 5 expert. If not, he would not have been so respectful to Zhao Baichuan. He raised both hands, gathered all his strength, and sent out palm shadows all over the sky. At the same time, he quickly retreated. The gourd vines swept over, and the palm shadows collapsed. Under Chen Tianfei's horrified gaze, the vine viciously hit his body. "My life is over." Chen Tianfei wailed in his heart, and his face was ashen. But in the next moment, he discovered that the situation was slightly different from what he had imagined. He had indeed been swept by the vine, but he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. The aura emanating from the gourd vine was at the 5th stage, but the true might it could display was not at the 3rd stage. This vine was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. It was not that the gourd vine was not strong enough, but that Xianxia was not strong enough, just like how the man surnamed Go was not strong enough. Even if he had such a powerful weapon, he could not use its full power. Back in the world in the fruit, if the man surnamed Go had been able to activate the splitting the heavens power of a rank 5 expert, the one who died would not have been him, but Xianxia. Although Xianxia relied on the golden crow casting sun dharma divine technique and was able to compete with the lower grade splitter heavens, when faced with a 5th grade splitter heavens, he could only stretch out his neck and be stabbed. The man surnamed Go couldn't use the full power of the gourd vine and was killed by Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was in the same situation as him, unable to use the full power of the gourd vine. However, Xianxia never thought that he would be able to kill Chen Tianfei with just the gourd vines. That moment of deterrence was enough. Lu Shui. Before Chen Tianfei could attack again, Xianxia shouted. Lu Shui was already prepared. When Xianxia summoned the gourd vine, she had already activated her secret technique. At this moment, her glabella suddenly split open as if she had grown a 3rd eye. From her glabella, a finger-sized golden sword chi suddenly slashed out. Glabella sword. This secret technique was Lu Shui's strongest trump card. Back then, she had relied on this move to almost kill the Scarlet Flood Dragon in the great cosmological realm. Fortunately, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was huge and had the bloodline of the dragon race, so its vitality was tenacious. Even so, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's back was slashed open, and its head was almost chopped off. Later, it recovered after many days of recuperation. During the fierce battle with Bei Yushan, Lu Shui didn't use this secret technique because it couldn't be used at will. Instead, it needed a certain amount of time to accumulate, and it couldn't be used a second time in a short time. She had left this secret technique mainly to deal with Chen Tianfei. The sword Qi slashed out from her glabella and instantly slashed behind Chen Tianfei. Although Chen Tianfei didn't see it, it seemed as if he had eyes on his back. He twisted his body and hurriedly dodged. With a splatter of blood, a huge wound immediately appeared on Chen Tianfei's shoulder. The wound was a foot long and slanted down from his shoulder to his chest. One could almost see his beating heart and wriggling lungs inside. Such a wound could be said to be very serious. Not to mention that there was still pure sword chi lingering around the wound, constantly cutting open Chun Tianfei's flesh and blood. However, although the wound wasn't light, this guy was still alive. Lu Shui felt that it was a pity. If she had moved slightly to the left, Chun Tianfei's head would have been chopped off. However, this damn fatty's reaction was too fast, and he was actually able to avoid the fatal blow in such a situation. Heavily injured, Chun Tianfei's eyes trembled and his face was filled with fear. He didn't dare to fight again. He didn't even care about the headmaster trapped in the array. He leaped up and rushed straight towards the flaw of the 7 openings array, obviously wanting to escape this place. Where do you think you're going? Lu Shui held her sword and chased after him. Yang Kai's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of Chun Tianfei, blocking his path. The gourd vine in his hand shook again, turning into a long whip and lashing at him. Chun Tianfei gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die." Just now, Yang Kai had used the gourd vine, allowing him to see through the details of the vine. Therefore, he wasn't too afraid at this moment. As he spoke, he rushed towards Yang Kai without dodging, raising his palm to meet the gourd vine. With a boom, Chun Tianfei's body shook slightly. On the gourd vine, the 7 little people on the gourd vine were beaten back to their original forms, and the power to split open the heavens dissipated. Although this thing was convenient to use, it couldn't take too strong of an impact. Otherwise, the little gourds would be damaged and fall into a deep sleep, unable to be used again. Chun Tianfei forced the gourd vine back, and his speed increased again. Yang Kai withdrew the gourd vine and took out the black dragon spear, saying leisurely, "Ah Fei, the 7 openings array will be your burial ground. Don't waste your efforts." As he spoke, a round sun appeared behind him. The sun was brilliant and dazzling, and within the sun, there was the cry of the golden crow. "So what if you have a divine technique, Dharma idol? Those who block me will die." Chun Tianfei roared. Although a divine technique Dharma idol was good, and Zhao Baichuan had said that Yang Kai's divine technique Dharma idol could compete with a low-grade heaven splitter, Chun Tianfei was a mid-grade heaven splitter. In the world of heaven splitter, mid-grade and low-grade were 2 completely different realms, like the difference between heaven and earth. As long as he could break through Yang Kai and charge out of the 7 openings array, he would be able to escape. At that time, where could he not find shelter in this vast world? Unfortunately, just as Qi Xing had gained a firm foothold, Yang Kai had secretly schemed against him, causing him to lose the initiative and even many of his family leaders to be buried here. Chun Tianfei's hatred for Yang Kai was so great that even the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to wash it away. Suddenly, there was a loud crack. Chun Tianfei's eyelids twitched, and when he looked up, his vision was filled with lightning. In the sky, a giant bolt of lightning was falling down towards him. At the critical moment, Yuhi had split her attention to help. She controlled the power of the array and was able to trap both Zhao Baichuan and Chun Tianfei by herself. Now that only Zhao Baichuan was left in the fog, she was naturally able to deal with him with ease. She had always been paying attention to the outside world, not taking action, but once she did, she would cut off Chun Tianfei's path of survival. As the bolt of lightning fell, Chun Tianfei tried to dodge, but the speed of the bolt of lightning was too fast for him to dodge. As the bolt of lightning fell on his head, Chun Tianfei immediately let out a miserable cry. Lightning flashed all over his body as he trembled. The large wound on his shoulder immediately emitted the smell of burnt meat. At this moment, Yang Kai charged over with his spear. On the tip of the Azure Dragon spear, the Golden Crow Casting Sun Divine Technique Dharma idol exuded a terrifying aura, completely covering Chun Tianfei. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a figure rapidly fell from the sky. He was in a sorry state, and his aura was unstable. Who else could it be but Chun Tianfei? First, he had lost all his fat from Lu Shui's killing move, losing his most powerful defense. Then, He was severely injured by the mind's eye sword. Next, he was injured by Yuhi's control array. Yang Kai's Golden Crow Casting Sun was immediately successful. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's attack was just icing on the cake. Although the Golden Crow Casting Sun was extraordinary, Yang Kai's foundation was not enough. Under normal circumstances, Chun Tianfei could easily break through the divine technique Dharma Idol. However, he was knocked dizzy by Lu Shui and Yu He, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of him. With a boom, Chun Tianfei fell to the ground, immediately creating a huge crater. Without waiting for him to get up, Lu Shui had already charged over. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. He put away the Azure Dragon Spear and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The outcome was decided. Chun Tianfei had suffered heavy injuries and had less than 70% of his strength left. On the other hand, Lu Shui had not consumed much energy, so defeating him was not a problem. With Chun Tianfei dealt with, the only one left was Zhao Baichuan. In front of Yu He, who controlled the array, Zhao Baichuan had no way out. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and died. Looking at this huge seven corners land, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little strange. After jumping out of the shackles of the universe and arriving at the 3,000 worlds, this was the first place he had settled down. Because of his various encounters here, he did not have the slightest good impression of this place. However, he did not expect that under various circumstances, this seven corners land would actually fall into his hands. And all of this was thanks to the array jade pendant that Su Huang gave him before his death. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. However, this was also good. With this place, he would have a place to stay outside of this world. Although the first inn was not bad, Senior White and the others were in love with him, and the lady boss took good care of him, it was still someone else's force after all. If he wanted to bring the people from the star boundary out in the future, he would need to have a base. This seven corners land just happened to meet his requirements. It seemed that he was not in a hurry to return to the first inn, but to return to the star boundary. He had already obtained the world tree's roots, so it was time to see if they were useful to the star boundary. Just as he was thinking this, Chun Tianfei suddenly shouted, "Surrender! Don't kill me! I'm willing to surrender, Master. Please spare my life." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Chun Tianfei in an extremely miserable state. He was suppressed by Lu Shui to the point that he could not even raise his head. There were many wounds on his body, and he was soaked in blood. It would not be long before he was killed on the spot. At this critical moment of life and death, he could not care about his dignity and face and immediately surrendered. Lu Shui frowned and slowed down her attacks, turning her head to look at Yang Kai with an inquiring expression. Yang Kai was unmoved and said indifferently, "Ah Fei, I'm afraid it's too late to surrender now. What's more, even if you are willing to surrender, I don't have the ability to accept you, so please die quickly." He knew himself well. He was just a mere Emperor Realm Master, so how could he control a fourth-grade Heaven Splitter? Chapter 41-44. If Chun Tianfei's cultivation was lower than his, Yang Kai might have been able to plant some kind of barrier in his Dao Seal, but this fatty was a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Compared to Yang Kai didn't have such means. What's more, he had killed so many people from Qi Xing this time. How could Chun Tianfei not have any resentment in his heart? It was easy to spare his life now, but the consequences of his retaliation in the future were hard to predict. Hearing this, Lu Shui launched another attack, forcing Chun Tianfei into a dangerous situation, walking the line between life and death, possibly dying at any moment. Chun Tianfei's face turned pale with fright. He knew that if he couldn't change Kai Yang's mind, then this time he would really be doomed. Dodging Lu Shui's killing move, he quickly shouted, "I have the Loyalty and Righteousness Manual. I am willing to offer it to Master to show my sincerity." Yang Kai had no idea what the Loyalty and Justice chart was, but Lu Shui's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. "The Loyalty and Justice chart is in your hands?" Yang Kai was puzzled and asked her with a divine sense message. After Lu Shui explained the effects of the Loyalty and Justice chart, her eyes suddenly lit up and she raised her hand, Spare his life. Lu Shui immediately sheathed her sword. Chen Tianfei's face was pale as he gasped for breath. Yang Kai stepped down from the sky and landed beside Lu Shui, looking at Chen Tianfei and asking, "Where is the loyalty and justice chart?" A trace of reluctance flashed across Chen Tianfei's eyes, but he quickly took out a palm-sized book from his space ring and held it up with both hands. "The loyalty and justice chart is here. Master, please take a look." Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and the loyalty and righteousness book flew into his hand. The book felt quite strange to the touch. This book seemed to be made from the hide of some kind of strange beast. The book was thick, and there were 3 large words written on its cover: Loyalty and Righteousness Book. Yang Kai flipped through it and found that the Loyalty and Justice chart only had 9 pages, each of which was blank. In addition, there was a small beast horn that was about the size of a finger, like a small bamboo shoot. Whether it was the Loyalty and Justice chart or this small horn, both faintly exuded the aura of a divine spirit. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This loyalty and righteousness manual was refined from saint spirits, and he couldn't help but wonder which almighty expert had crafted it. It had to be known that every divine spirit was comparable to a high-rank heaven splitter when they matured. It was extremely difficult to kill a divine spirit, let alone refine it into an artifact. As if noticing Yang Kai's doubts, Lu Shui explained, "This loyalty and righteousness chart is made from the skin and flesh of the Xianxia. It has the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, and to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Congratulations, Master." Xianxia. Yang Kai's brow twitched. He naturally knew this name. It was also a divine spirit, and ranked quite high on the Holy Spirit chart. It was rumored that the Xianxia's angry eyes could distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, loyal and treacherous. It was extremely fair, so it wasn't surprising that an artifact refined from the Xianxia's body would have such an effect. Lu Shui continued, "Several thousand years ago, there was a fellow called the Loyalty and Justice Demon who used this loyalty and justice chart to enslave a group of heaven splitters and wreak havoc in the 3,000 worlds. In the end, it was the almighty experts of the heavenly paradise who destroyed him. However, although the Loyalty and Justice Demon died, the minor universe world in his body didn't collapse and instead disappeared into the void. 200 years ago, someone discovered this clue in the star market. At that time, Sword Pavilion, Thunderlight, and Crimson Star joined forces to search for the Loyalty and Justice Demon's minor universe world. Although they successfully entered, they couldn't find the Loyalty and Justice chart. Everyone thought that the Loyalty and Justice chart had been destroyed or stolen by the people of the heavenly paradise, but who would have thought it would fall into your hands?" Yang Kai nodded slightly and glanced at Chen Tianfei meaningfully. Zhao Baichuan probably didn't know about this Loyalty and Justice chart, so it seemed that this damn fatty wasn't that loyal to Zhao Baichuan. But then again, if he was really loyal, why would he not care about Zhao Baichuan's life and death and run for his life alone just now? "How do I use this thing?" Yang Kai asked. Without waiting for Lu Shui to explain, Chen Tianfei said, "As long as this lowly one leaves his name and aura on it, Master will be able to control my life and death." In order to survive, Chen Tianfei was going all out. Although after leaving his name and aura on the Loyalty and Justice chart, his life and death would be controlled by others, it was still better than being killed here. "If one day you have second thoughts." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Chen Tianfei's expression became solemn. "Absolutely not. If that day really comes, Master only needs to use the Xianxia horn to cut off my name, and this lowly one will immediately die. But my cultivation is lower than yours." Yang Kai showed an awkward expression. "Although this Loyalty and Justice chart is good, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any accidents." "It shouldn't be." Chen Tianfei was not so sure. Although he had experimented with the Loyalty and Justice chart after getting it, the subject of the experiment had a lower cultivation than him. He didn't know what it would be like to use the weak to enslave the strong. Yang Kai pondered for a while. Killing Chen Tianfei would not affect the overall situation, but if he was left alive, it would be somewhat useful. After all, Chen Tianfei was also a fourth-stage heaven splitter, so he was more or less a good fighting force. The most important thing was that this guy had been managing Crimson Star for many years, so it was obvious that he was a talent in this area. If people from the Star Boundary came, they would definitely need someone to take care of them. Although there was Head Chief Hua Qingxi and Second Chief Bian Yuqing in the High Heaven Palace, they were very unfamiliar with the 3,000 worlds, so with someone to help them, they would be able to integrate as soon as possible. This fatty was a good candidate. Not long after, Yang Kai made up his mind, opened the loyalty and justice chart, and said, "Leave your name." Chen Tianfei's anxious heart immediately relaxed, and he shed tears of gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for not killing me. This humble servant will serve the Master with all his might." Lu Shui cast a look of contempt at the side, but Chen Tianfei pretended not to see it. He raised his hand to his mouth, bit his finger, forced out his blood essence, and wrote his name on the first page of the loyalty and justice chart. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that the loyalty and justice chart in his hand had a wonderful connection with Chen Tianfei, and he knew that the loyalty and justice chart had played a role. The rarest thing was that this loyalty and justice chart did not require him to refine it, and it would not cause him any burden. However, this was also a drawback. If he could not refine it, it meant that whoever controlled the loyalty and justice chart could control Chen Tianfei's life and death. After surrendering, Chen Tianfei's attitude became more and more respectful, and he immediately clamored to assist Yu He in killing Zhao Baichuan to show his sincerity. Yang Kai did not refuse, and let him and Lu Shui go to help. Rumbling sounds constantly came from the fog, accompanied by Zhao Baichuan's angry shouts. In less than half an hour, the fog dissipated, revealing the four people. Yui's face was slightly pale, but it was not serious. Lu Shui's lower abdomen had a dark red wound, dripping with blood, and Chen Tianfei was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhao Baichuan's figure was straight, standing in place, but there was no vitality, and his eyes were wide open. Although they had the help of the Great Array, and the three of them had killed Zhao Baichuan, the final struggle of the fifth-grade heaven splitter before death was no small matter. However, Zhao Baichuan had died in the end. He had died in the Xianxia land. An aura of world might spread out from his body, filling the surroundings and entering the void. Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something extra in the Xianxia land. He had noticed this phenomenon before. When he killed the other fourth-grade heaven splitters, such a situation also occurred. Every time they died, the mini-universe world in their bodies would collapse, and the world would dissipate. However, although Yang Kai noticed it, he did not have the time to pay attention to it. At this moment, carefully sensing it, he was surprised to find that the world might emitted from Zhao Baichuan's body had made the Xianxia land more solid. This discovery surprised him. It seemed that he would have to go back and ask Yu He what was going on. In a great battle, all the Crimson Star Heaven Splitters were killed except for Chen Tianfei, who had surrendered. The remaining soldiers had long fled. The battle here had caused too much noise, so they naturally noticed it and did not dare to stay. Taking advantage of the time when Yang Kai and the others were busy, they left the Xianxia land. Yang Kai did not want to keep them here. Some soldiers were not a threat, so there was no need to be afraid. Now the Xianxia land was his. Poor Zhao Baichuan had only been in possession of the Xianxia land for a day before it changed owners. It had to be said that it was a great irony. Chen Tianfei was not dead, but he had become skin and bones, pitiful to the extreme. Everyone recuperated where they were. Yu He recovered the fastest. She had not suffered any serious injuries, but the battle had consumed too much of her strength. After all, not only did she have to trap Zhao Baichuan, she also had to pay attention to the outside world. When Yang Kai, Lu Shui, Bei Yushan, and Chen Tianfei were fighting, it was all thanks to her help. Originally, she did not understand why Chen Tianfei had changed sides, but after seeing the loyalty and righteousness chart, she immediately understood. With this thing, there was no need to worry about Chen Tianfei having second thoughts, unless he did not want to live. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask about his previous doubts. Yu He smiled lightly, A heaven splitter has a miniature universe world inside their body. Although this miniature universe world is not a true world, it is still a part of the world. After a heaven splitter cultivator dies, this miniature universe world will collapse, and world might will leak out. This world might is greatly beneficial to any place. Take the Xianxia land, for example. It can strengthen the foundation of the Xianxia land and expand its area. It can do that? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Yuhi smiled. Of course it can. Otherwise, where does young master think those paradise lands came from? They weren't born strong, but grew up bit by bit. Generations of experts passed away in their own blessed lands, using the power of the world to strengthen their own foundation. After countless years, the size and foundation of those blessed lands could be reached today. Young Kai's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, then won't the Xianxia land one day also become a paradise land? Although that's the case, if you want to do that, you'll need countless years of accumulation. Yang Kai said, if you find a few more heaven splitters to kill. Yuhi pursed her lips. That'll offend a lot of people. Yang Kai knew that this was an unrealistic idea, but it was also a way out. The current Xianxia land is at least 10% stronger than before. Yuhi's words made Yang Kai overjoyed. Chapter 41-45. The Xianxia land's foundation wasn't just something visible to the naked eye. There were also many benefits that couldn't be seen or touched, such as world energy and world principles. As the foundation of the Xianxia land increased, the power of the defensive spirit array would also increase. There were many other benefits. It wasn't strange for it to have such growth. In this short period of time, at least several hundred heaven opening realm masters had died in the Xianxia land. Dozens of heaven opening realm masters from Qi Xing had been killed here. In the previous battle, the Xianxia land's heaven opening realm masters had also died. Although they were all low-rank heaven opening realm masters, there were still many of them. Even 7 or 8 mid-rank heaven opening realm masters had died. The Xianxia land originally had 3 mid-rank heaven opening realm venerables, but 2 of them had died, leaving only with Spirit Land's venerable Miao Yu to surrender and drag out an ignoble existence. The Xianxia heavenly monarch himself had been assassinated by Yu Xiushan and Zhao by Chuan, dying an unnatural death. In this battle, 3 mid-rank masters had died. Then, Yang Kai changed his appearance and used Yuhi's heaven-opening realm power to kill the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, Bei Yushan, and Zhao Baichuan. These were 5 more mid-rank masters. It was the world force released by the deaths of so many heaven-opening realm masters that filled the Xianxia land, allowing its foundation to grow significantly. This battle could be said to be a huge harvest. However, the current situation was a bit awkward. In the entire Xianxia land, besides Yang Kai, Yuhi, Lu Shui, and Chun Tianfei, who had just surrendered, there was only the Scarlet Flood Dragon left. Such a large piece of land was empty and desolate. Yang Kai released everyone from the small sealed world bead and Guizian from his wish bag. Only then did he regain some vitality. When Guizian saw Chun Tianfei, he was shocked. He didn't know how this fatty had become so thin, but when he learned that the Xianxia land now belonged to Yang Kai, everyone was naturally jubilant. The aftermath of the battle was a headache, and the first to bear the brunt of it was the repair of the spirit array. The protective array was damaged in the previous battle, and it required a master who was proficient in array formations to repair it. It also required a lot of manpower and resources. Yang Kai did not lack resources. In the great cosmological realm, he had already made a lot of money. Now that he had killed Zhao Baichuan and even collected the 30% of Qi Xing's profits, it was not a problem to repair a 7-way lands protective array. The key was manpower. Where could he find an expert who was proficient in the Dao formations? Even if he did, would he be trustworthy? These were all problems. In Yang Kai's plan, the 7 openings lands would be the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, and also the foundation of everyone in the star boundary. But now, with so many things to do, he didn't know where to start. A few days later, the aftermath of the battle gradually subsided. Everyone's injuries also improved a lot, especially Chun Tianfei. Although his body did not become fatter, he was no longer as weak as before. Meng Hong and the others came to bid farewell. He was a disciple of the Great Moon State. Previously, he was inadvertently involved in the great cosmological realm and had not been heard from for more than 10 years. The people of the Great Moon State must have thought that he had met with an accident. In the past 10 years, he had also made great gains in the great cosmological realm. After all, he had used the Tai Divine Purification Water to wash away the third-grade power in his Tao Seal and replaced it with a fifth-grade power. In the future, he had the potential to reach the fifth grade and split open the heavens. Once he grew to the fifth grade, the status of the Great Moon State would also rise with it. Now, he was the future hope of the Great Moon State. After returning, he would definitely be fully cultivated by the Great Moon State. Now that he had escaped from the great cosmological realm, it was natural for him to return to the Great Moon State to report his safety. Xianxia did not ask him to stay. Before he left, he handed him a space ring. Meng Hong took it and checked it. His expression changed slightly. Brother Yang, Meng Hong can't accept such a big gift. With that said, he was about to push it back. The contents of the ring were none other than a few sets of fifth-grade resources, which were also the resources Meng Hong needed. Xianxia smiled. Brother Meng gave me a world fruit before. What's the big deal if I give you these now? To be honest, I'm the one who took advantage of you. Meng Hong's world fruit was a medium-grade world fruit, which could allow a medium-grade world fruit to advance to the first grade. Xianxia did not have many of them, only 3. He knew that even if he returned the world fruit to Meng Hong, the other party would not accept it. Meng Hong was a person who clearly distinguished kindness and grudges. After receiving a favor, he would definitely find a way to repay it. Therefore, Xianxia settled for the second best and gave him a few sets of resources. After all, Xianxia had plenty of them. In terms of value, a medium-grade world fruit was not comparable to a few fifth-grade resources. Seeing that Meng Hong still wanted to refuse, Xianxia said, Great Moon Province is only a third-grade force, and I've seen your leader. He's only a third-grade world fruit. Brother Meng, have you ever thought about how long it would take for Great Moon Province to gather all the resources you need to advance to splitting the heavens? Brother Meng, you have so many years ahead of you, so why waste them waiting? With these resources, Brother Meng can advance to splitting the heavens sooner and help the sect in turn. Although these words were a little harsh, they were the truth. Meng Hong was silent for a long time before he sighed heavily and put away the ring. Brother Yang, this Meng will never forget your kindness. The main reason was that the financial resources of the Great Moon Province were indeed not strong enough. He could not bear to ask the sect to raise those level 5 resources for him. If he were to use all the power of the sect to support him, how would the other junior brothers and sisters cultivate? It was because of this consideration that he did not refuse again. Xianxia chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Meng, you're too serious. In addition, I've prepared some things for your 2 junior brothers, Old Fong, Daiyu, and Sunday. Please take them back. Meng Hong's 2 junior brothers had stayed with him in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. Xianxia had prepared 4th-grade resources for them. Although their foundation had been laid and they had condensed 3rd-grade power, it was not impossible for them to condense 4th-grade power. In the future, when they reached 3rd-grade world fruit, their strength would be stronger. As for Old Fong and the others, he had prepared 3 portions of Tai Divine Purification Water. There were no yin-yang or 5 elements resources because Xianxia did not know where their limits were and whether they should wash away the power in their Tao Seals. If they intended to break and rebuild like Meng Hong and recondense the power of yin-yang or 5 elements, they would use the Tai Divine Purification Water. After washing away the power, Xianxia would prepare resources for them for cultivation. Meng Hong nodded and took it. After thanking Xianxia again, he took his 2 junior brothers and said goodbye to Chunyu. Xianxia called Chen Tianfei and asked him to escort the 4 of them. The Kikikyo territory was not close to the large territory where the Great Moon Prefecture was located. They had to pass through several large territories. The journey was long, and it might be dangerous for the 3 of them alone. After all, they might encounter some robbers. It would be safer with Chun Tianfei, a fourth-grade world fruit, to escort them. Meng Hong did not refuse. Chen Yu's force was located in the same large territory as the Great Moon Prefecture, so everyone was returning in the same direction. After a short while, the group of 5 passed through the gap in the array and disappeared. After watching Meng Hong and the others leave, Yang Kai turned around and glanced at Lu Shui. What are your plans for the future? She was originally a member of the Sword Pavilion. She had sought refuge with Yang Kai in the great cosmological realm just to seek a temporary peace. She had no home to return to outside the great cosmological realm. She had contributed a lot to helping Yang Kai kill the Qi Xing people. Speaking of which, Yang Kai wanted her to stay. After all, he needed people at this time. After Chen Tianfei was sent out, the only people he could use were Yu He, Guizian, and the others. Lu Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion when she heard this. Yang Kai did not urge her, but said, "If you want to leave, I won't keep you. I have prepared 100 million opening heaven pills for you, which should be enough to ensure that you have no worries about cultivation for the rest of your life. If you want to come to the Qiqiao land in the future, you are welcome to come back at any time. Of course, it would be better if you could stay." Lu Shui was slightly moved. 100 million heaven-opening pills was not a small number, but Yang Kai being able to give it to her was a testament to his courage. Even though Yang Kai's wealth was now comparable to that of a nation's, who would complain about having too many heaven-opening pills? It could be said that with this 100 million opening heaven pills, Lu Shui would no longer have to worry about her own cultivation resources in the future. She only needed to find a star city to cultivate, and there would always be a chance for her to advance to the 6th grade in the future. "Can I stay?" Lu Shui looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai laughed. "Of course you can, but you have seen the situation of the Qiqiao land now. As long as you don't mind, from now on, this will be your home." Lu Shui did not think too much and smiled. "I will stay." Yang Kai also smiled. "Then you are most welcome." Lu Shui bowed gracefully. Subordinate greets master. She did not look down on Yang Kai just because his cultivation was lower than hers. This was because she knew that once Yang Kai advanced to opening heaven pills in the future, it would be an achievement that she would have to look up to for the rest of her life, not to mention that he now had the ability to contend with a low-level opening heaven pill. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said somewhat awkwardly, "Since you have already addressed me as master, I will not treat you as an outsider. Now, there is something I need you to do." Lu Shui said seriously, "Master, please ask for instructions." Yang Kai took out a token and said, "Take this token to the first inn and find Madame Lawn. Tell her about the situation here, and then have her find a formation grandmaster to help repair the defensive formation here." This token was none other than the token that the lady boss had given him. Yang Kai had used this token many times to collect debts from the various shops in Star City. Lu Shui received the token and said seriously, "Yes." Yang Kai then took out the map of the universe and pointed out the location for her. Only then did he say, "There is no time to lose. Set off now. Be careful on the road and return early." "Rest assured, master." After Lu Shui said this, she stepped on her sword and soared into the sky. If one wanted to repair the great formation of the Qiqiao land, they needed a formation grandmaster. Yang Kai did not have the connections in this area, but the lady boss definitely did. Moreover, this was a good opportunity for Lu Shui to report to the lady boss that she was safe so that she would not worry. Turning his head, he saw that he was deeply worried. Yang Kai could not help but laugh. "Afraid that the lady boss will eat you? Since you were so afraid of her, why did you harm her in the first place?" Yang Kai did not quite understand this matter, but Yuhi clearly had no intention of explaining. She only said angrily, "At worst, I will be beaten to death by her." Chapter 41-46. On a certain spirit mountain in the 7 Possibilities land, Yang Kai found a good place to take out Su Huang's corpse from his sealed world bead and placed it in the grave he had dug. After Su Huang's death, Yang Kai had stored his corpse in the sealed world bead. Now that the 7 Possibilities land had fallen into his hands, placing Su Huang's corpse back here could be considered returning him to his roots. After all, This seven possibilities land belonged to Su Huang. There was no friendship between Yang Kai and Su Huang. They were simply using each other. However, Yang Kai did obtain some benefits from him. The 6 Unity Wish bag belonged to Su Huang, and if it weren't for the Grand Array Jade slit ring that Su Huang had given him before his death, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to easily recapture the 7 Openings land. Yang Kai's actions could be said to be a gesture of gratitude. Just as he was about to fill in the grave in front of him, a weak soul fluctuation suddenly spread out from the corpse. Yui's expression immediately froze as she stood in front of Yang Kai. Under the gazes of the two, a slightly illusory figure floated out from the corpse, dispersing as if it was blown away by the wind. This figure was Su Huang, a remnant soul. Yui frowned tightly. She was able to discern with a single glance that it was a remnant soul that floated out from the corpse. It didn't possess any lethality or threat, and she could easily annihilate this remnant soul on the spot. Thus, she wasn't as nervous as before. However, she couldn't understand why there was still a remnant soul in this corpse. Yang Kai also couldn't understand. Su Huang's corpse had been buried in the sealed world bead for many years without any abnormalities. But today, there was some movement. On second thought, this might be a barrier Su Huang had set up when he was alive. Only when his corpse returned to the 7 possibilities land would the restriction be triggered, and this remnant soul would appear. What's the use of this remnant soul? Yang Kai's thoughts raced as he stared at him quietly. Su Huang's remnant soul floated midair and turned his head to look around. "You're back." He let out a long sigh filled with endless loneliness and sorrow. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the jade ring that was hidden in Yui's sleeve suddenly flew out and fell into the hand of the remnant soul. Then, Su Huang's remnant soul lightly brushed the jade ring and threw it back. Yui took it and scanned it with her divine sense. With a strange expression, she said, "One of the barriers in this jade ring has been removed. It should be something he did when he was alive." Yang Kai replied, "The formation jade originally belonged to Su Huang. Before his death, he had gifted it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had suspected that Su Huang was up to no good. Now, it seemed that Su Huang was right. If he didn't bring his body back to the 7 Openings land, the final barrier of the formation jade slit ring wouldn't be removed. Even if he had the formation jade slit ring, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the defensive formation of the 7 Openings land. I don't have much time. Come with me." Su Huang's remnant soul said again and quickly floated forward. Yang Kai and Yui exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. The two of them didn't ask anything because this remnant soul was left behind by Su Huang. It didn't have much ability to think and only acted according to the thoughts Su Huang had left behind before his death. Even if they asked him, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. They rushed forward, and after an incense stick's worth of time, they arrived in front of a large hall. This large hall was located in the Earth's spiritual land. It could be said to be the central hall of the 7 Openings land. The 7 Openings land was divided into 7 spiritual provinces. The arrangement of these 7 spiritual provinces was very interesting. The Earth's spiritual land was located in the center and occupied the most vast area. The metal, wood, water, and fire provinces were located on the left and right sides. The Yin-Yang spiritual land was located at the head and tail of the Earth's spiritual land. If one were to look down from above, the 7 Openings land would look like a tortoise lying in the void. The tortoise's back was the Earth's spiritual land. Its front limbs were the metal and wood spiritual lands. Its back limbs were the water and fire spiritual lands. Its head was the Yang spiritual land, and its tail was the Yin spiritual land. It was very lifelike. As for the market square, it was a fragment of a world suspended above the tortoise's back. It was unknown which generation's master of the 7 Openings land had used a divine technique to move it here and use it as a trading ground. The place Su Huang's remnant soul brought Yang Kai and Yu, he too was the central hall of the Earth's spiritual land. This was also the place where the 7 Openings heavenly monarch lived. The remnant soul rushed into the hall and turned left and right before stopping in front of a wall. Everything here is yours." After the remnant soul finished speaking, he slammed into the wall and exploded into specks of fluorescent light. The fluorescent light covered the wall and quickly turned into a door. Yuhi and Yangkai looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect such a change. "The secret vault," Yuhi said excitedly. Yangkai also raised his eyebrows. Although Yangkai didn't know what was behind this door, it wasn't difficult to guess from what Su Huang's remnant soul had said. This was definitely the door to a treasure vault. The Seven Openings land had a treasure vault, but Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiaoshan had secretly colluded to kill the Seven Openings heavenly monarch. Zhao Baichuan obtained the Seven Openings land, and Yu Xiaoshan ordered people to sweep the Seven Openings land's treasure vault. In the past 2 days, Yangkai had also inspected the entire Seven Openings land and naturally saw the treasure vault. It was empty inside. Yu Xiaoshan didn't even leave behind a single strand of hair. All the resources had been swept away. But now, it seemed that the treasure vault was only the one on the surface. There was actually a secret vault here. It was unknown whether the Seven Openings heavenly monarch knew about the existence of this secret vault. Judging from the current situation, the Seven Openings heavenly monarch might not even know about it. "Young master, be careful," Yuhi said and stepped into the door. Yangkai followed closely behind, secretly on guard. An hour later, the two walked out of the door again. This door was indeed the door to the secret vault. There were many cultivation resources sealed inside, and it could be said that they had been accumulated for many years. If it were the previous Yangkai, he would have been ecstatic, but he had made a fortune in the great cosmological realm. After killing Zhao Baichuan, he took back the 30% of Qi Xing's gains. Facing the wealth in this secret vault, he wasn't too excited. In comparison, the wealth in this secret vault was only comparable to the 30% of Qi Xing's gains, or even slightly inferior. Although Qi Xing had only plundered the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, there were countless good things in the great cosmological realm. The Qiqiao land was only a second-class force, and among the second-class forces, it was only at the lower middle level. Even if it had accumulated for countless years, how many precious resources could it have? It was just that there was a lot of things in this secret vault. This was an unintentional gain. Fortunately, Yangkai had moved Su Huang's corpse out of the small sealed world bead. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to enter this secret vault. He returned to the mountain again, filled in the grave, and erected an inscription. Only then was he done. Standing in front of Su Huang's grave, Yui took out the Grand Array jade slip and said, "Young master, you should refine this jade slip. Whoever controlled this jade slip would truly control the Seven Openings land." Previously, because of the urgency of the situation, Yangkai had given the jade slip to Yuhi to refine. After all, with her 5th grade heaven opening cultivation, it would be faster for her to refine it. Now that the Seven Openings land had changed owners, the Grand Array jade slip should naturally be returned to Yangkai. But unexpectedly, Yangkai shook his head and said, "You keep it first." Yuhi asked, "Is young master worried that it will be inconvenient to refine it?" "It's fine with my assistance. It should be completely refined in a few months." Yangkai smiled and said, "It's not all because of this. I may have to leave this place temporarily after a while. At that time, I will need you to stay behind and keep watch." "Where are you going, young master?" Yuhi was surprised. "I'm going home." Yangkai smiled slightly. The following days passed peacefully. Yangkai waited for Lu Shui's return while cultivating in seclusion. By now, he had condensed 4 types of heaven-opening force, namely wood, fire, earth, and water. For the fire attribute, he had comprehended the golden crow casting sun divine technique aspect. For the earth attribute, because it came from the same source as his, he had also easily comprehended the dragon shield divine technique, greatly increasing its defensive power. However, he had no clue about the wood attribute and the newly condensed water attribute. Logically speaking, when comprehending the mysteries of each type of force to the extreme, it would be possible to derive a secret technique or divine technique. But unfortunately, Yangkai still couldn't find a way to do so. When he was still in the Great Void Boundary, he had been working hard on this, but unfortunately, even now, he had little success. A single divine technique aspect had allowed his strength to soar, allowing him to contend with a low-rank heaven-opening master with his strength as an emperor. So what if he comprehended 2, 3, or even more? Advancing to heaven-opening master was a slow and time-consuming process. Before this, he was still just an Emperor Realm Master and needed to protect himself. This matter couldn't be rushed. On this day, while Xianxia was comprehending, he suddenly received a message from Yuhi, causing him to open his eyes. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he appeared beside Yuhi. At this moment, Yuhi was looking up. Ever since the last great battle, many flaws had appeared in the protective formation of the Xianxia land. It was as if many cracks had appeared. Looking out from the largest crack, she could see many people gathered outside the Xianxia land. "Who are these people?" Xianxia asked. Yuhi replied, "They are all representatives of the great forces in this large territory. They have probably heard that the Xianxia land has changed masters, so they have come to pay a visit. Do you want to receive them?" This large territory was called the Xianxia land's territory because it was a second-grade force. However, the Xianxia land was not the only force in the Xianxia territory. There were other forces, but they were all third-grade forces or below. They were not presentable forces. The Xianxia land changing masters was undoubtedly a big deal in the Xianxia territory. Previously, many Crimson Star disciples had escaped, so this matter could not be hidden. They had probably heard some rumors and came to investigate. There were many things to be done in the Xianxia land. Logically speaking, it was best to close the door and not meet them, so as to prevent others from seeing the truth and being targeted. However, Xianxia rolled his eyes and chuckled. Since they are here to pay a visit, they will definitely send gifts. Why not take the benefits for free? Let them all in. Yuhi was speechless. Only she knew how rich Xianxia was now. After all, in the great cosmological realm, she was the one who had exchanged benefits with Crimson Star. Previously, he had obtained the Xianxia land's secret vault. So what good things could the gifts from these forces be? Her young master had fallen for money. Chapter 41-47. The spirit array was released, and one figure after another fell into the Xianxia land. There were quite a few people who had come, numbering in the hundreds. However, Xianxia secretly observed them and found that although there were many people, they only represented 20 to 30 forces. After all, each force definitely wouldn't send just one person. Some of these forces were led by heaven-opening realm cultivators, but they were all low-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. Most of them were third-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, with a few second-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. There were even some from the Emperor realm, which made Xianxia quite confused. He couldn't understand which force was so poor. Could it be that they didn't even have a heaven-opening realm cultivator? The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was hale and hearty, and after flying down, he immediately cupped his fists. "Golden light, Dox Hong J greets Madam." Xianxia was from the Emperor realm, so he naturally didn't place him in his eyes. These words were directed at Yuhi. The representatives of the various large and small forces behind him all stepped forward and said in unison, "Greetings, Madam." Yuhi hurriedly waved her hands and said crisply, "I was wrong. I was wrong." Hong Jie was puzzled. What was wrong? "Please give me some pointers, Madam." They all let out a sigh of relief. Before coming, everyone had been wondering what kind of temper the new master of the Xianxia land had. If she was easy to get along with, that would be fine, but if she wasn't, it would be difficult to get along with her. Now, seeing Yuhi's demeanor and tone, they immediately understood that although this woman's cultivation was high, she wasn't difficult to deal with. She probably wouldn't make things too difficult for them on this trip. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm not some madam. I'm just a maid. The person in charge here is my family's young master." As she spoke, she pointed at Xianxia. Everyone was shocked. Most of them couldn't sense Yuhi's cultivation, and only the third-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators knew. This woman was unfathomable and was definitely a mid-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator. But now, This mid-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator was calling herself a maid, and the young man from the Emperor realm beside her was the true master? Just where did this young man come from? However, no matter what his background was, no one dared to slight him. Their expressions turned serious as they bowed again. "Greetings, master!" Hong Jie even lowered his head to his knees and said in fear and trepidation, "This old man's eyes are blurred, and I have eyes but fail to see. I hope master can forgive me." Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. "Ignorance is bliss. Get up." "Thank you, master." Everyone stood up. When they looked at Yang Kai again, their expressions were different from before. Although they had seen Yang Kai before, no one had taken him seriously. They had only thought that he was a servant following beside Yuhi. Now, Yuhi, the fifth-grade Kai genius, was just a foil. Hong Jie secretly wiped his sweat and smiled apologetically. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Master, you have the image of dragons and tigers, and your temperament is extraordinary. No wonder you could obtain the Seven Openings land. Now that this land has changed owners, it is the fortune of the Seven Openings territory and also our fortune." This old man was openly flattering, and many people secretly despised him. However, they all nodded in agreement. They had no choice. Before, they had to obey the Seven Openings Heaven Lord, but now they had to obey Yang Kai's orders. This was the tragedy of small forces, unless they all left the Seven Openings territory. However, even if they left the Seven Openings territory, where could they go? The world was vast, and any spiritual state that had some foundation had already been occupied. If they rashly entered other people's territory, it would definitely cause some disputes. Yang Kai smiled reservedly, looking unfathomable. Hong Jie said again, "This old man is rude. How should I address you, master?" Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this, but he soon smiled and said, "You can just call me Void Master." His title in the astral world was Great Emperors of the Void, which happened to be used here. Moreover, the title of Lord was generally only qualified to be used by the leaders of the lower forces. For example, the leader of the Great Moon State was the Great Moon Lord. When it came to the mid-level forces, it was the Heavenly Lord, such as the Seven Openings Heaven Lord. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, so he was not qualified to use such a title. However, at this moment, no one present felt that there was anything wrong with it. He had a middle-level Kai Tian as his maid, and he had an extraordinary background. What was wrong with using the title of Lord? Everyone bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, Lord." Yang Kai smiled and said, "You are all guests from afar, so please come in and have chat." Hong Jie bowed and said, "Then we will disturb Lord." A group of several hundred people followed Yang Kai and Yuhi into the main hall. The main hall was spacious, and there were many seats. The 2 rows of guests and hosts sat down. Hong Jie did not decline and sat in the first seat on Yang Kai's left. No one offered tea or anything. After all, the Seven Openings Heaven was currently understaffed. However, Hong Jie and the others did not dare to complain. They all sat upright and still with a solemn expression. Hong Jie stood up and said loudly, "Congratulations to True Monarch for entering the Xianxia lands. Golden Light Dock offers 200,000 heaven opening pills, 10 drops of Vajra raindrops, and a 1,000-year-old blood coral to congratulate True Monarch." As he spoke, he offered a spatial ring with both hands and raised it high. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Golden Light Dock is considerate. This lord will remember." Tilting his head, Yuhi accepted the ring. Hong Jie smiled and said, "This is just a small gift. Please don't laugh at me, Lord." To Yang Kai, this gift was indeed a small gift. He did not even want to look at it. The Kai Tian pills in his hands were calculated in the hundreds of millions, so why would he care about a mere 200,000? The Vajra Dew was probably a specialty of Golden Light Dock and should only be a grade 3 resource. The only thing worth looking at was the 1,000-year-old blood coral. It might be useful, but its value is not great. However, such a thing was a considerable wealth to a grade 3 force. Just the 200,000 Kai Tian pills was enough to buy a grade 4 resource. A grade 3 force did not even have a mid-rank Kai Tian pill. Immediately after Hong Jie, another representative of a force presented a gift. Yangkai naturally didn't refuse any of these gifts and had Yuhi accept all of them. These forces had probably discussed this beforehand, and the value of the gifts they sent out was about the same. Although these gifts were precious to these forces, they weren't enough to hurt them. Yangkai can understand. When presenting gifts, they naturally did not forget to introduce themselves. Yangkai soon learned that in the territory of the 7 Openings land, in addition to the Grade 2 Openings land, there were 7 other Grade 3 forces. However, there were more than 7 groups of people present, and the rest were actually representatives of universe worlds. Only now did Yangkai realize that there were actually a dozen or so universe worlds under the jurisdiction of the 7 Skills lands, and all the people who had come here were the great emperors of these universe worlds, figures that stood at the peak of their respective worlds. The gifts they sent were not as good as those of the Grade 3 forces. They were all specialties of their respective worlds, but it was better than nothing. After all, they were under the control of the 7 Openings land. It could be said that everything in these dozen universe worlds belonged to the 7 Openings land. Yangkai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He did not place these gifts in his eyes. To him, the most precious things in this hall were undoubtedly the dozen or so universe worlds. Controlling these universe worlds meant that there would be an endless supply of talents in the future. He secretly transmitted his voice to Yuhi. Only then did he learn that this phenomenon was very common in the entire 3,000 worlds. Any force would control a large number of universe worlds. For example, Hong Jie's Golden Light Dock also had a few universe worlds under its control, just not as many as the 7 Openings land. As for those blessed lands, which one of them did not control the universe worlds in their entire territory and several nearby, large territories. Only by selecting talents from these countless universe worlds could they ensure that their own forces would continue to burn and produce experts in large numbers. Only the Star World was located in a remote location, almost disconnected from the outside world. They knew nothing about the 3,000 worlds. The hall was filled with laughter. Although Yangkai was not very proficient in the ways of governing, he knew the principle of combining kindness and authority. Now that his prestige had been established by Yuhi, a rank 5 heaven splitter, giving him some face could be considered favor. This made everyone sigh in their hearts. This new true monarch was much easier to get along with in the 7 Openings land. The 7 Openings land is already dead, and the 7 Openings land does not live up to its name. I want to change the name to the Void Land. What do you all think? Yangkai looked down and asked. Hong Jie was the first to respond. Of course, with a true monarch overseeing the Void Land, our Void Land territory will definitely be famous in the 3,000 worlds in the future. No one can look down on us. Yangkai only wanted to change the name of the 7 Openings land, but he directly changed the name of the 7 Openings land territory to the Void territory. His flattery was obvious, but it did not make people feel disgusted. Laughing heartily, Kaiyang boasted shamelessly, of course. Suddenly, he frowned. However, our Void Land has just experienced a great battle, and the defensive array is damaged in many ways. Although I order people to invite a master to repair it, this person's hands are not enough. Without waiting for Yangkai to finish, Hong Jie said, Rest assured, true monarch, once this old man returns to the Golden Light Dock, I will immediately transfer disciples to help. However, our Golden Light Dock does not have many disciples and can only transfer 500 people. I hope true monarch can be magnanimous. Immediately, someone stood up. Reporting to true monarch, our flying crane set can also transfer 500 disciples. One after another, people stood up and expressed that their respective forces could transfer hundreds of people to help. The 7 forces gathered a few thousand people in an instant. Yangkai smiled and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. Since everyone is so considerate, I'll ask you to send some disciples here as soon as possible. You can rest assured that we won't let them work in vain. Everyone will be paid 2 heaven-opening pills per day. If there are any who are proficient in spirit arrays, the reward will be calculated separately. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Although 2 heaven-opening pills per day was not a lot. 500 disciples was equivalent to 1,000 heaven-opening pills. Moreover, repairing the array was definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days. It was very likely that it would take a year and a half. In this way, the income was very generous. No one thought that they would be able to earn some benefits from this matter. They could not help but feel grateful to Xianxia. After all, even if Xianxia did not give them anything, they would still fight to help. At that moment, they were somewhat regretful. If they had known, they would have reported more people. After chatting for a while, everyone took their leave. Obviously, they realized that there were benefits to be gained and could not wait to transfer disciples over. The 7 forces quickly left. The remaining 10 or so representatives from the world of heaven and earth looked at Xianxia with eyes full of expectation. Chapter 41-48. Speaking of which, the 7 great forces were just outsiders while these dozen or so universe worlds were truly on the same side. In the past, the 7 openings land was their high sect, but now it was the void land. Xianxia's performance was completely different from the 7 openings heavenly monarchs, giving them hope. These dozen or so representatives were the great emperors of their respective worlds and were recognized by the world will and destiny of their respective worlds, just like Xianxia's status in the star boundary. If such people didn't die young, they would generally have some achievements, but the level of their achievements would depend on their own luck and hard work. How many people can you send? Xianxia knew what they were thinking and immediately asked. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. One of the great emperors cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to true sovereign, my 3 open world can send about 40 people." Another great emperor said, "My golden sun continent can send 35 people." In order to break free from the shackles of the universe, one would need to be at least a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm cultivator. It was impossible to be weak, and how many 3rd-layer emperors could there be in a single universe world? This could be seen from the Star Boundaries Foundation. Whether it was 3 open world or golden sun continent, they were all universe worlds similar to the Star Boundary, so having a few dozen 3rd-layer emperors was already an extremely good foundation. If they wanted to open the heavens in the future, they would have a great need for heaven-opening pills. Now that they had come to Xianxia's place to help, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. Each universe world could only send a few dozen people, with the smallest being 20 or more and the largest being 60 or 70. Altogether, there were no more than 600 to 700 people. This was almost the same as the number of people a 3rd-class force could send. Xianxia waved his hand. "As you wish, go back and prepare. I will treat you equally, 2 heaven-opening pills per person per day." Everyone was overjoyed and bowed. "Many thanks, true sovereign." In their excitement, they didn't want to stay any longer and left one after another, leaving the noisy hall empty. What followed was another long wait. On the other hand, the 3rd-class forces of Golden Light Dock were surprisingly efficient. In less than a month, they had gradually sent their disciples over. Moreover, they had coincidentally increased the number of disciples that had been reported previously. In this regard, Xianxia turned a blind eye. In any case, when the time came to repair the array, he would definitely need a large number of people. There was no harm in having more people. As for the heaven-opening pill, he didn't care at all. This matter was handed over to Yuhi to manage. She would coordinate the number of people and select the cultivator who was proficient in formations. When the time came, they could be arranged to assist the formation master invited by the lady boss. The rewards were calculated on the same day, and Hongjie and the rest were once again deeply grateful. After 2 interactions, they felt that Xianxia, the true monarch of Void, was much more benevolent than the heavenly monarch of 7 skills. Naturally, they had a good impression of him. With so many people in the Void, it naturally became lively. However, the people in charge of the various forces strictly restrained their disciples, so there were no conflicts or conflicts. On this day, Xianxia was in seclusion. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he opened his eyes to look at the mysterious pattern on the back of his hand. This pattern was formed on the back of his hand after he had obtained the primordial spiritual fruit in the land of ancients. The fruit had shattered and formed on the back of his hand. There was a strange space in it, and Zhu Jiuyin was sleeping in it. At this very moment, Yang Kai clearly felt that Zhu Jiuyin's aura was recovering. This fellow was finally waking up. Yang Kai felt a little tired. He originally thought that with a powerful Holy Spirit as his protector, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the 3,000 worlds in the future. At least, no one would dare to provoke him. Who knew that once they left the great cosmological realm, this woman would fall into a deep sleep. Even when dealing with existences like Qi Xing, Yang Kai had to fight a battle of wits and courage with them, which made him mentally exhausted. After a while, Zhu Jiuyin faintly woke up, and her voice rang in the depths of her heart. "How long have I been asleep?" "About 3 months," Yang Kai replied. After sensing carefully, Zhu Jiuyin's aura was still a little weak. It seemed that the injury on her origin had not healed yet. "Where is this place?" Zhu Jiuyin asked again. "Originally, it was the Qiqiao land. Now it's the Void Land, my territory." As soon as his voice fell, he felt an itch on the back of his hand. A stream of light flew out and landed in front of him, turning into Zhu Jiuyin's appearance. It had to be said that this woman was a natural beauty. Her face was stunning, her figure was hot, and her eyes were full of love. Especially now that her origin was injured, her eyebrows were slightly knitted, which filled her with a delicate and pitiful look. Any man who saw her could not remain indifferent, and with her appearance, the strange pattern on the back of Yang Kai's hand also slowly dissipated and soon disappeared. A terrifying divine sense, with Zhu Jiuyin as the center, suddenly spread out in all directions. In an instant, it was as if doomsday had arrived. An indescribable horror rose in everyone's heart. In the Void Land, thousands of disciples from various forces all turned pale. Hong Jie and the others even opened their eyes wide and looked toward the place where Yang Kai was in seclusion. All of them felt their hair stand on end and their souls almost left their bodies. But very soon, the divine sense was retracted. Zhu Jiuyin was only checking the situation here and did not have any other intentions. What was that? Was that feeling just now an illusion? Hong Jie and the others were still in a state of shock. In the secret room, Zhu Jiuyin glanced at Yang Kai and said while holding her forehead, "Since I have come out, the space will collapse on its own." Yang Kai was stunned. "Doesn't that mean that I won't be able to put you away in the future?" Zhu Jiuyin nodded lightly and looked as if her head was about to split open. Even her aura was fluctuating. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. He was still thinking that after Zhu Jiuyin recovered, he could use her as a trump card. In the future, when he encountered an enemy that he could not defeat, he could directly release Zhu Jiuyin, who knew that the pattern and space on the back of his hand had collapsed on their own. This plan fell through, which made him feel a little regretful. He did not know if the Rui pouch could contain her, but even if it could, Zhu Jiuyin would probably not be willing. After all, although the space in the Rui pouch could be big or small, it was extremely crowded. I was born in the great cosmological abyss and grew up in the great cosmological abyss. Now that I am in the outside world, I need a long time to adjust to gradually adapt to the laws of the outside world and return to my peak. Before that, you have to behave yourself and not provoke too powerful enemies. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Yang Kai was stunned. How long will it take? He really did not expect this, but it was not strange after thinking about it. Although Zhu Jiuyin was a saint spirit, she was a native of the great cosmological abyss after all. She naturally needed a process of adaptation in the trichiliocosm. Who knows? Zhu Jiuyin slowly shook her head. What's more, my origin is still damaged, and I need to recuperate. As she said that, her figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. Her voice entered Yang Kai's ears. I will be in seclusion for the time being. Do not disturb me unless there is something. Yang Kai bared his teeth. This Tao Protector did not have the awareness of a Tao Protector at all. Yang Kai regretted it so much. If he had known, he would have cooperated with Jin Wu. At least Jin Wu could provide him with the power of the metal element. The door of the secret chamber was opened, and Yuhi rushed in nervously. She's awake? Yang Kai nodded. Where is she? Yuhi did not understand. She wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. I don't know where she is, Xianxia replied. Yuhi closed her eyes and connected her mind to the defensive formation of the Void Land. She checked the 7 spirit states and soon found traces of Zhu Jiuyin. This woman had entered the largest palace and was adjusting her breath. She seemed to have noticed that someone was spying on her and looked up to glare. Yu stuck out her tongue and looked away. Xianxia also sighed. What a tragedy sigh. As he was talking, he suddenly felt something. He took out an item and checked it. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Good news is coming." Yui asked curiously, "What good news?" "Lady Boss is here." Xianxia smiled brightly. He stood up and rushed outside. But after a few steps, he suddenly reacted and looked back. He saw Yuhi standing there with a pale face. Her 2 small hands were fiddling with the corner of her clothes uneasily. She looked like she was out of her wits. Xianxia walked back and held her hand. He comforted her. "You have to face what you have to face. Just admit your mistakes and apologize. Lady Boss is a sentimental person. She won't do anything to you." Yui bit her red lips and nodded. "Let's go and welcome Lady Boss with me." Xianxia pulled her and ran out. When Hong Jie and the others saw Xianxia, they all bowed. Xianxia didn't bother to greet them and went straight to an open space, looking up at the sky. Not long after, a stream of light suddenly appeared at the gap in the array and fell straight down. When it came close, the light scattered, revealing several figures. The one in the lead was a woman in a palace robe. She had a dignified bearing and a myriad of graces. When the male disciples of the third-class forces saw her, they couldn't help but gasp, infatuation filling their eyes. Who else could it be but Lady Boss? Hong Jie and the others had solemn expressions. They were all lower-grade heaven splitters, so they could clearly feel that this beautiful woman was actually a peak mid-grade heaven splitter. She seemed to be even stronger than that Miss Yuhi by the true monarch side. These days, they had all figured out that Yuhi was a 5th-grade heaven splitter. She was definitely powerful. If she was stronger than a 5th-grade heaven splitter, wouldn't that mean she was a 6th-grade heaven splitter? In addition to the woman in the lead, there were actually 2 mid-grade heaven splitters whose auras were comparable to Yuhi's. There was also one who should be a 4th-grade heaven splitter. This true monarch of the void really had a great background. He could even make friends with such a character. No wonder he could occupy the Qiqiao land and become a master. Just as they were in shock, Xianxia had already run over. He flung his sleeves and shouted, "This little one greets Lady Boss. Good luck to you." Lady Boss smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xianxia, and she exhaled. "You're not dead yet," Xianxia said with a smile. "Thanks to Lady Boss, everything is fine." You're fine. I'm not fine." At the end of her words, the Lady Boss gnashed her teeth and pulled Kai Yang over. Without giving him any chance to explain, she began to beat him up. Hong Jie and the others watched in horror, and their throats were dry. Chapter 41-49. Pung, ping, pung, pung. The Lady Boss wanted to hit him, but Xianxia had no strength to fight back. However, the Lady Boss was beating him fiercely and did not use much strength, nor did she use her heaven opening realm strength. Xianxia's skin was thick and tough, so how could he be afraid of a mere beating? Back in the first inn, there were others who had been beaten even more viciously by the Lady Boss. After beating him for a while, the Lady Boss suddenly grabbed Xianxia's ear and pulled him to her face. Seeing him grinning mischievously, she gritted her teeth and said, "Smelly brat, why are you so happy after being beaten up?" Xianxia grinned and said, "As long as you're happy." How could he not be happy? Ever since he came to this world, the Lady Boss had been the one who cared for him the most, providing him with a lot of protection and dependence. When he first joined the first inn, Xianxia was very repulsed, but as they slowly got to know each other, this repulsion was replaced by warmth. For some reason, the Lady Boss gave him a very warm feeling, as if she was a long-lost family member. These words sounded very familiar, as if they had traveled back in time many years. There was a person standing in front of her who had said similar words many times. The Lady Boss was slightly absent-minded, and a face involuntarily appeared before her eyes. She quickly sorted out her thoughts and raised her hand to knock Xianxia's head, viciously saying, Don't think I'll let you off just like that. I'll remember this debt and slowly settle it with you in the future. What debt? It was nothing more than the debt that had worried her for over a dozen years. Xianxia grinned, smiling even more happily, nodding repeatedly in agreement. The lady boss rolled her eyes at him, then turned around and said to an old-fashioned old man with white hair and a beard beside her, "Great Master Wu Liang, this is my good-for-nothing assistant. I'll have to trouble Great Master to deal with the spirit array here." When Xianxia heard this, how could he not know that this old man was a formation master invited by the lady boss? He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Junior Xianxia greets Great Master Wu Liang. Great Master Wu Liang rolled his triangular eyes and scanned Xianxia from head to toe. Seeing that he was just someone from the Emperor realm, he naturally didn't take him seriously. He nodded to the lady boss and said, "Since Madam has invited this old master here, then this old master will naturally do his best. This old master has observed this great formation from the periphery for a while before. It's not bad, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. However, this old master still needs to observe it for a while before making a decision." "Of course." Lady Boss smiled sweetly and tilted her head to signal to Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Lu Shui, show Great Master Wu Liang around." Lu Shui, who had returned with the lady boss and the others, immediately replied, "Yes." He extended his hand and gestured, "Grandmaster, please." Great Master Wu Liang nodded lightly and turned into a streak of light and rushed forward. Lu Shui followed closely behind. Seeing this, Xianxia calmed down. This Wu Liang Grandmaster was a decisive person. Originally, Xianxia wanted to give the lady boss and the others a welcome dinner and let this Wu Liang Grandmaster rest for a while before letting him take action. Who would have thought that this Wu Liang Grandmaster would propose to observe first? This was naturally what Xianxia wanted. The sooner the formation was repaired, the sooner he could find time to do other things. The person the lady boss had found was very reliable. After Great Master Wu Liang left, only the lady boss and White Seven were left. Lao Bai had also followed them this time and stood behind the lady boss, looking at Xianxia with a smile. However, there was a lot of guilt in that smile. After all, when he had reached the 5th stage and opened the sky, he had immediately set off to look for the lady boss and left Xianxia alone. If he hadn't been so anxious at that time and had taken Xianxia with him, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many problems later, and Xianxia wouldn't have gone missing for more than a decade. All these years, the lady boss had been worried about Xianxia's safety. So how could Lao Bai not be worried? Every time he thought about it, he would blame himself and secretly regret his decision at that time. Today, when he saw Xianxia appear in front of him alive and kicking, Lao Bai was finally relieved of a huge rock in his heart. Their eyes met, and Xianxia nodded slightly at him. Then, he turned around and looked behind him. Ever since he had followed him here, she had been lowering her head and pursing her lips. She looked uneasy, like a child who had made a mistake and was facing her parents. "Yuhi," Xianxia called out softly. Yuhi moved a few steps with difficulty and arrived before the lady boss. And then she said in a voice that was like a mosquito's whisper, "Big sister." The lady boss acted as if she hadn't heard her, and she didn't even spare her a glance. She just looked at Xianxia and said, "I'm slightly tired from running all the way. How can I rest? Take me over." As she spoke, she directly walked past Yuhi. Yuhi's countenance suddenly turned pale. Xianxia felt a headache coming on as well. Actually, he didn't know exactly what enmity there was between these two women. He only guessed that they should have been very familiar with each other before this. Yet they became enemies for some unknown reason. After that, Yuhi even colluded with Qi Jin and the others from the Golden Rainbow State and used the Sun Lock round controlled by the Golden Rainbow State to draw the snake out of its hole and draw the lady boss and Bai Qi over. When Lao Bai advanced to open the sky, everyone attacked. Even though the lady boss tried her best, she was unable to protect him completely. Lao Bai's advancement failed at the last step, and he was in imminent danger. Lao Bai was a trusted aide of the lady boss, and had followed her for many years. So, it could be said to be a death grudge that couldn't be resolved at all. "Get the fuck over here." What are you dawdling for? Xianxia still intended to console you, when a lady boss's fierce voice sounded out from ahead. He didn't dare dally and shot an apologetic glance at you, before he hurriedly chased after her. Yui's countenance turned even paler while she shivered like a quail in the cold of winter. Labai let out a long sigh. If you knew this would happen, then you wouldn't have done it in the first place. You always have to pay the price for making a mistake. Yui was astounded. She raised her head to look over and cried out involuntarily. You're still alive. All those years ago, she'd personally witnessed Bai Qi's advancement into the heaven-opening realm while the five elements were in chaos, and the minor universe world that had just taken form showed signs of collapse. Under such circumstances, it could be said that the advancement had failed, and no matter what, it was impossible to reverse the situation. She'd always thought that Bai Qi had perished in the sun lockground. Earlier, she'd always kept her head down while following Xianxia over, and her mind was in chaos. So, she hadn't noticed Bai Qi's aura at all. At this moment, she was shocked when she saw Bai Qi in person. Bai Qi looked at her indifferently and said, "If I died, then you'd probably be a dead person now. If Bai Qi died, then the lady boss would definitely not let Yuhi off and would definitely kill Yuhi to avenge Bai Qi." It was precisely because Lao Bai had escaped death that the lady boss didn't kill Yuhi this time. "You should thank Xianxia." Bai Qi sighed lightly. Yuhi was puzzled. She didn't know what this had to do with Xianxia. All those years ago, the lady boss had restrained several mid-rank heaven-opening realm experts by herself. As the battle gradually progressed, Bai Qi seemed to be on the verge of perishing. However, Xianxia had given him some worldly elixir at the critical moment, stabilizing the minor universe world within his body and pulling him back from the brink of death. The worldly elixir was obtained by Xianxia in the Heaven Void Hall in the Star Boundary. This thing was extremely rare. It was something that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. It contained all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. When a cultivator opened up a minor universe within his body, it was equivalent to opening up a minor universe. The worldly elixir could allow a cultivator to comprehend all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. Naturally, it could help Lao Bai at a critical moment. At that time, Lao Bai didn't know what it was. Later, after he told the lady boss guessed that it was extremely likely to be the worldly elixir. No one had expected that Xianxia would actually have such a treasure in his possession. The worldly elixir was a treasure that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. The conditions for its birth were extremely harsh. In the past, even if it existed, it would have long been plundered clean. Unless another world was suddenly born in this vast universe, only then would it have a chance of appearing. However, how difficult was the birth of a world? There might not even be a single case in hundreds of thousands of years. Even if a new world was born, it might not necessarily give birth to the worldly elixir. The Heaven Void Hall and the Star Boundary had preserved the extremely ancient environment of the heavens and earth, which was why there were remnants of the worldly elixir. Xianxia didn't know the value of this item, but how could the lady boss not know? It could be said that as long as a cultivator had this item, there would be no risk when breaking through to split the heavens. Breaking through to split the heavens wasn't a 100% success rate. Even if one condensed the power of yin, yang, and the five elements, if one wanted to open up a minor universe within their body without enough foundation, there was still a possibility of failure. And once one failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the worldly elixir could perfectly solve this problem. Once such a treasure appeared, even the blessed paradises would fight over it. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any risk when breaking through to split the heavens? There were quite a few disciples of the blessed paradises who had died because of failed breakthroughs. Admit your mistake properly. Bai Qi didn't explain too much. This was related to the worldly elixir, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Right now, only he and the lady boss knew about this matter. Actually, the lady boss has been quite concerned about you these past few years. Yuhi's delicate body trembled, and her dim eyes suddenly blossomed with light. Only the word concern continuously reverberated in her mind. Unknowingly, Her face was already covered in tears. When she came back to her senses, Qi had already disappeared. Wiping her eyes, Yui hurriedly rushed in a certain direction. In the central hall of the Earth's spiritual land, the lady boss didn't regard herself as an outsider at all. She leisurely walked around in a circle. Kai Yang led her to a large hall and said, "Lady boss, you can rest here in the future. When I return, I will arrange for some servants to serve you." Now that there were quite a few people in the void, it wouldn't be a problem to find a few women to temporarily act as maids. In any case, Xianxia would reward them. Why this one? I think the one next to it is quite good. It's a bit more spacious. The lady boss looked around and said casually. Xianxia said embarrassedly, "The one next to it isn't very convenient." The lady boss tilted her head and looked at him suspiciously. "What's so inconvenient about it? Are you hiding a mistress?" Xianxia was speechless. Of course not. However, the one next to it is indeed taken. The lady boss had a clear mind and guessed the truth. She secretly transmitted her voice to Xianxia. "Is it that Zhu Jiuyin?" Chapter 4150. She was not completely unaware of what had happened to Xianxia over the years. On the way here, she had already inquired about it from Lu Shui. Lu Shui did not hide too much. Since Xianxia asked the lady boss for help, it meant that he trusted her, so she revealed a lot of information about the great cosmological realm. It was not surprising that the lady boss knew about the existence of Zhu Jiuyin. Xianxia nodded solemnly. The lady boss asked, "Is she reliable?" Zhu Jiuyin was a holy spirit heavenly moon demon spider, an existence equivalent to a high-grade heaven splitter. Facing such an expert, even the lady boss felt pressured. If she was unreliable, it would be troublesome. Xianxia transmitted, "Don't worry, lady boss. That woman swore on her origin. She's not joking." "That's good." The lady boss nodded slightly. The source of a holy spirit and the seal of a martial artist were both the foundation of one's body. One would not easily make an oath on it. Once one went against it, it would definitely cause damage, and it was very likely that the damage would be irreparable. She turned around and sat on a chair, supporting her cheek with her hand, and said with a smile, "Tell me about what happened in the great cosmological realm." She had only heard of the great cosmological realm and had never had the chance to enter it. For a cultivator of 3,000 worlds, this mystic realm was a legendary existence, so she was naturally very curious about it. Since she wanted to know, Xianxia had nothing to hide. He immediately sat down and started from the beginning. Hearing that Yuhi had captured him and was going to take him to the Wei Palace, the lady boss snorted coldly. Later, he was accidentally swept into the great cosmological realm's fog in Star City, and she showed a worried look. Although Kai Yang had now escaped and returned safely, he must have experienced many dangers along the way. In the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, he resisted the beast tide at the beginning and narrowly escaped death. He then took in the Earth Dragon and Red Flood Dragon, entered Red Star City, and fought the Thunder Light Sword Pavilion at Origin Magnet Mountain, and rose to fame. Outside Star City, he comprehended the divine technique and slaughtered thousands of people from the Thunder Light Sword Pavilion by himself, establishing an invincible, majestic figure. Along with a few disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands, he went to the ocean and fought against the sea race. He fled for his life from the Kuan shark. Zhu Jiuyin hid in Star City and chose him as his vessel. Then, the land of the elders opened. Many bearers fought with their wits and courage, and Xianxia came out on top. After they came out of the land of the elders, it was another life and death battle. All in all, the past 10 years have been extremely exciting, but also filled with danger. While Xianxia was talking, Bai Qi also walked in and stood behind the lady boss to listen attentively. Her eyes were filled with fascination, and she wished she could take her place and experience the many wonderful things in the great cosmological realm. The lady boss had been smiling the whole time, but her smile clearly hid a deep sense of worry. Xianxia didn't notice, but intentionally or unintentionally exaggerated Yuhi's contributions, telling the lady boss that if it weren't for Yuhi's help in the great cosmological realm, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. The lady boss smiled without saying anything. How could she not know what he was thinking? Seeing that she didn't change her expression, Xianxia was also very helpless. He could only greet her. "You said so much, Lady Boss. Have a drink." Outside the hall, Yuhi lowered her head and walked in with a cup of fragrant tea. She poured a cup of tea for the Lady Boss and Xianxia, then lowered her head and stood in front of the Lady Boss, waiting for her orders. Xianxia picked up the cup and used the cover of drinking tea to observe the situation, but he saw that the Lady Boss was indifferent and turned a blind eye to it. Helpless, he could only give Lao Bai a look. Lao Bai understood and cast a relieved look, saying, "Lady Boss, don't you often teach me that the road is under one's feet and one should look forward? Let bygones be bygones, and things that you can't let go of will only become a burden." The Lady Boss took a sip of tea and threw the cup on the table, splashing tea everywhere. "Who asked you to talk so much?" Bai Chi said with a smile. Yes, I said that I should be slapped." As he said this, he gently slapped his mouth twice, looking like a dog servant, which made Xianxia stunned. The Lady Boss snorted coldly. "You escaped from death and lived a peaceful life for more than 10 years. I'm afraid that you have forgotten who put you in danger. If Xianxia hadn't saved you, how could you still be alive now? I'm afraid that your soul would have been scattered." Hearing this, Bai Chi said solemnly, "Whoever has enmity with this lowly one, and whoever has helped this lowly one will remember it in this lowly one's heart. Naturally, this lowly one will not dare to forget it. Lady Boss has also taught us that kindness must be repaid and hatred must be avenged. Since this is the case, this lowly one will first take revenge for that day." As he said this, he suddenly shouted angrily at Yuhi. "Yuhi, that day you colluded with Qi Jin and others to destroy my path of advancement and almost caused me to die. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today, I will kill you to repay the favor of that day." He raised his hand and slapped toward Yuhi, and the aura of the world force suddenly filled the air. Under this palm, there was no mercy at all. Xianxia turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Old Bai, stop." But Bai Chi was now at the 5th stage splitter. Even if he had not been promoted for long, it was not something that Xianxia could contend with. By the time he reacted, Bai Chi's palm had already fiercely imprinted on Yuhi's shoulder. Yuhi let out a muffled groan, and the sound of bones breaking came out from her shoulder. Her whole body flew out like a rag sack, and the world force raged in her body. In midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood and then fell heavily to the ground. Under this palm, Bai Chi retracted his hand and stood behind the Lady Boss again. He said with a smile, "Lady Boss, I have already taken revenge. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to kill her. AI, in the end, you have been promoted to the 5th stage splitter for many years. You are really extraordinary." He sighed, as if he really was not strong enough. The Lady Boss's face was livid, and she clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yuhi without blinking, and her divine sense quickly probed. Xianxia had already rushed to Yuhi's side and held her up. He was so nervous that he was about to die. "How are you?" Although his cultivation was not enough to stop Bai Chi, he had also seen the scene just now. When Bai Chi attacked, Yuhi did not resist at all. It was not that her reaction was not fast enough, but that she did not think of resisting at all. Yuhi slowly shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She gently pushed Xianxia away and looked at Bai Chi gratefully. She knew that Bai Chi had held back. Otherwise, with the same cultivation level, Bai Chi was completely capable of taking her life under the premise that she did not resist. Under this palm, she looked extremely miserable, but in fact, she did not suffer any serious injuries at all. She would be able to recover after recuperating for 10 days to half a month. Seeing this, Xianxia did not force her anymore. His mind was full of thoughts, and he quickly reacted. Just as Bai Chi had said before, Yuhi had colluded with Qi Jin and the others to destroy his path of advancement. Such a great hatred could be said to be irreconcilable. If he could not pass this trial, how could the Lady Boss treat Yuhi nicely? If she really did that, it would only chill Bai Chi's heart. Not taking Yuhi's life as soon as she saw her was already out of consideration for their old friendship. Now that Bai Qi had personally made a move to resolve this hatred, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. Looking at the lady boss's nervous expression, it was obvious that she was worried about Yuhi's injuries. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, her tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. Yuhi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked step by step to the lady boss. She knelt down with a thud and lowered her head. Her beautiful hair covered her eyes as she called out softly, "Sister." The lady boss's red lips wriggled, and her voice was cold like steel. "From the moment you conspired with Qi Jin and the others, our sisterly relationship was over. Don't call me sister in the future. I don't have a sister like you." Yuhi's delicate body trembled as tears streamed down her face. "I was wrong. I was wrong. You have to walk your own path. There's no right or wrong." The lady boss slowly shook her head. "I won't pursue Senior Bai's matter with you for now. He's lucky after all. But don't forget, I made a poisonous oath in the land of Sealing Sun." Yui's figure suddenly trembled when she heard this. Xianxia's expression became solemn as well. The thing he was most worried about had happened in the end. There were a few people who joined forces with you, in the land of Sealing Sunday. Besides Qi Jin, who was a 6th grade sky splitter, there was Ling Chunxiu, who was a 5th grade sky splitter from the Myriad Altar, Elder Su, who was a 4th grade sky splitter from the Tempest Auction House, and finally, Hai Pingle, who was a 6th grade sky splitter from the Thoughtless Heaven, had appeared. Elder Su had been killed by Yangkai with the last golden annihilation plume, and his soul had already dispersed a long time ago. At that time, when she saw that Senior Bai had failed in his advancement and was unable to reverse the situation, the lady boss had made a great oath in her rage. "I swear that I won't advance to the 7th grade sky splitter until I flatten your headquarters." This was the explanation she'd given to Senior Bai. Such a great oath was no small matter. Once it was made, it couldn't be removed. In other words, if the lady boss was unable to do this, then she would really have no hope of advancing to the 7th grade in her lifetime. At that time, this great oath was related to 3 people: Qi Jin, Ling Chunxiu, and Yuhi. Hai Pingle was the last to make an appearance, so this oath had nothing to do with him. In other words, if the lady boss wanted to advance to the 7th grade sky splitter, then these 3 forces would be the stumbling blocks that obstructed her path, and she had to kick them away. Yui naturally wouldn't forget it, so as soon as the lady boss spoke, she knew that there was no room for negotiation. Yui bowed and kowtowed, and then said softly, "I dare not obstruct Big Sister's path of advancement. Little sister thanks Big Sister's kindness in cultivating me all those years ago." She raised her head again and glanced at Yang Kai, and her eyes were filled with apology. Yang Kai had a bad feeling, and he shouted in a low voice, "What are you doing?" World force surged and swept Yang Kai to the side, and then Yuhi raised her hand and pressed it fiercely towards her forehead. Bai Qi couldn't help but be moved. She didn't expect Yuhi to be so decisive. In order to not obstruct the lady boss's path of advancement, she actually wanted to commit suicide here. She probably also knew that the lady boss wouldn't kill her. That great oath was only made in anger, and she didn't consider the consequences at all. At this moment, if she wanted to remove the great oath, Yuhi was an obstacle. Yankai's eyes were about to split open, and he madly urged the space splitter, but Yuhi was a 5th grade sky splitter, and the world force swept over. So how could he break through? However, this palm didn't hit her in the end. The lady boss appeared in front of Yuhi like a ghost, raised her hand, and grabbed her wrist, and looked down at her with a complicated expression. Yuhi raised her head, and tears flowed down her cheeks, and her eyes were gray. Chapter 41-51. They looked at each other. The lady boss's heart softened, and she sighed, "Why bother?" Yuhi bit her lips and cried like a weeping beauty. The lady boss reached out and touched Yuhi's head. "I picked you up and raised you, so your life is also mine. Without my permission, no one can kill you, including yourself." Yuhi lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, "Yes." The lady boss slightly urged her strength, and Yuhi suddenly groaned and fell to the ground, unconscious. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched, and he felt a lingering fear. If the lady boss had not suddenly made a move, Yuhi might have really died in front of him. He had been with Yu-He in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. He had been tired of her and wanted to get rid of her, but in the end, he still supported her and went through thick and thin with her. But after more than 10 years of contact, Xianxia did not realize that Yu-He's temperament was so decisive. However, although the lady boss had made her unconscious and temporarily stabilized her emotions, there was still a troublesome matter. That was the lady boss's great oath of the heart demon. If Yu-He did not die, her great oath of the heart demon would not be lifted, and she would not be able to split open the sky in this life. He did not know if Yu-He would take it too hard after she woke up. With another sigh, the lady boss picked up Yu-He by the waist and then walked into a room in the inner hall and placed her on a bed. Xianxia and Lao Bai followed her step by step, both of them silent. Quietly looking at the person sleeping on the bed, the lady boss's expression gradually softened, and she even gently hummed a nursery rhyme, as if coaxing a child to sleep. One of her hands was still on Yu-He, gently patting her to the rhythm. Xianxia and Lao Bai looked at each other, both of them somewhat speechless. After a while, the lady boss suddenly waved her hand at them, and the two of them understood and left together. As soon as they left the inner hall, Lao Bai put his arm around Xianxia's neck and put his arm around his shoulder, winking at him. "Let's drink." Xianxia laughed heartily. Naturally, he did not refuse. Good. In the entire Trichiliocosm, Lao Bai could be considered the first true friend he had. In this aspect, even Lao Feng couldn't compare to him. After all, when he met Lao Feng in the Qiqiao land, both of them had their own thoughts, and their goals weren't so simple. When they were in Star City and the First Inn, Xianxia and Lao Bai often drank wine at night. The two of them were already familiar with this. He didn't go far. He sat on the ground in the main hall outside. Xianxia didn't have wine, but Lao Bai did. And it was good wine. Xianxia took out a large pile of spirit fruits from his spatial ring. These were all specialties of the great cosmological realm, and it was an eye-opener for Lao Bai. With wine, he would drink wildly and get drunk. By the time the lady boss brought Yu-He out of the inner hall, 2 days had already passed. As far as the eye could see, the hall was in a complete mess. Wine jars and fruit pits were scattered everywhere, and the dense smell of wine was extremely pungent. Xianxia and Old White were both sprawled on the ground, snoring so loudly that it shook the heavens. The lady boss was so angry that her nose was crooked. She gritted her teeth and looked at the two fellows. "Wake them up." Yu-He hurriedly walked out. She formed seals with her hands and urged her strength to gently blow a cool breeze at the two of them. As the cool breeze brushed past their faces, the two lying on the ground shuddered and slowly woke up. With a splitting headache, Xianxia slowly sat up straight and rubbed his forehead while smiling bitterly. He had indulged a little too much this time. It was mainly because he had been in a state of high tension since the land of immortality closed. The arrival of the lady boss brought him a great sense of security, and his mind was completely relaxed. He urged his strength to dispel the remaining alcohol in his body, and then he raised his head and saw Yu-He looking at him with a worried expression. He was overjoyed and stood up. "Yu-He, you're awake?" Yu-He nodded imperceptibly, and then she pointed at the lady boss in front of her. Xianxia looked over and saw the lady boss's expression was icy cold as she glared fiercely at him, and he couldn't help but shrink back. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Lao Bai and smiled flatteringly. "The two of you are quite promising." The lady boss's face was filled with an exasperated expression. The two of them hurriedly said in unison, "We know our mistake. We won't dare do it again." The lady boss blinked and felt as if she had punched cotton. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, "If the next time, I'll throw the two of you into a pool of wine and drown you." The two of them nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yu-He stood behind the lady boss and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Xianxia raised his head to glance at her, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her smiling like a flower. When he was drinking with Lao Bai earlier, he'd inquired about some information about Yu-He. Lao Bai didn't dare say too much, and he only told him that Yu-He was an orphan that the lady boss had picked up, and it was the lady boss who had raised her and taught her how to cultivate. The relationship between the lady boss and her could be said to be like that of sister and mother. It wasn't just Yuhi. In the first inn, Lao by himself, the cook, and the accountant were all like this. However, the three of them hadn't been with the lady boss for as long as Yuhi. However, Lao Bai was tight-lipped about why the two of them had turned against each other. It was really difficult for him to say such things, so he only asked Yang Kai to ask the lady boss himself. Yang Kai didn't have the courage to do that. If he really asked, he would definitely be bashed up by the lady boss. Great Master Wu Liang has made some progress in repairing the Grand Formation, but he needs your cooperation, Yang Kai. Come with me to see him, said the lady boss before leading the way. Yang Kai hurriedly followed after her. Not long after, the group of four met with Great Master Wu Liang again. Lu Shui accompanied him at the side. In the past 2 days, she had followed Great Master Wu Liang around the entire void several times, and she could be said to have witnessed some of the skills of this formation Dao Grandmaster. She admired him from the bottom of her heart. As expected of the candidate chosen by Madame Lan of the First Inn, he was indeed quite capable. The two sides met, and the lady boss greeted Great Master Wu Liang. The latter stroked his beard, and with great vigor, he pointed out, Madame Lan, I have carefully examined the great formation here. Right now, there are 3 plans for you to choose from. I just don't know which one Madame would prefer. The lady boss smiled sweetly. Great Master, you should know that this place isn't mine, nor is it the First Inn's. It's my subordinates. The choice is still up to him. Yang Kai stepped out from the crowd and said politely, Great Master, please give me some pointers. Great Master Wu Liang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said, The first option takes the least time and requires the least amount of materials. This old man will repair this grand formation of yours. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow, thinking, Isn't this exactly why I asked you to come here? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he asked, Then what about the other 2 options? Great Master Wu Liang said, The second option is to upgrade the grand formation here. I don't dare to say too much, but I'm still confident that I can increase its power by 20%. However, the first option of the Dharma Idol sect will take more time and require a greater price. Conservatively speaking, the cost will be double that of the first option. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. The protective grand formation of the void was originally left behind by the Xianxia land, and Yang Kai had personally witnessed the might of this grand formation. Back then, Su Huang had relied on this grand formation to battle the numerous mid-tier heaven splitters of the Xianxia land single-handedly. He had even severely injured the Xianxia heavenly lord and killed 3 earth protectors. The might of this grand formation was indispensable, and now, this great Master Wu Liang could actually upgrade the grand formation and increase its power by 20%. Just how amazing was this old man's attainments in the field of formations? He couldn't be bragging, right? After all, upgrading such a grand formation was not an easy task. He turned his head to look at the lady boss, only to see her nod subtly. Clearly, she also trusted this great Master Wu Liang. Yang Kai immediately relaxed and asked again, Then, what about the third option? Great Master Wu Liang pondered for a moment, then said, The third option is for this old man to set up a new formation on top of preserving the foundation of this grand formation. It takes the most time, and the cost is also very high. It is at least 5 times more expensive than the first option, but it can increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. The second option doubled the cost and increased the might of the grand formation by 20%, but the third option would only increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. In terms of cost-performance ratio, the third option was undoubtedly far inferior to the second option. However, a grand formation was the protection of a place. So how could it be calculated in terms of cost? Moreover, for something like a grand formation, the greater the might of the grand formation, the higher the cost would be. Yang Kai planned to migrate everyone from the star boundary over, so he first had to create a safe environment for them. This kind of safety did not mean that there would be protection everywhere, but that there would be means to defend against danger when it came. Therefore, he decided without hesitation, let's choose the third option. I'll have to trouble Great Master to do it. Great Master Wu Liang was taken aback, and he sized up Yang Kai. Boy, you might not know how much it would cost to repair this grand formation. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just the Emperor realm. Even if he had obtained this property by chance, how much wealth could he have? Repairing such a grand formation was not something an ordinary third-grade force could afford, let alone the Emperor realm. The lady boss pursed her lips and smiled. Rest assured, Great Master, this assistant of mine made a windfall some time ago, so he should be able to afford it. Just do as you please. She had learned a lot about Yang Kai in the great cosmological realm from Lu Shui, so how could she not know that he was now so rich that he could rival an entire nation? The wealth that Qi Xing had plundered in the great cosmological realm could be said to have all become a wedding dress for him. The cost of repairing this grand formation was probably nothing more than a drop in the bucket for Yang Kai. Even if it was 5 times the cost, it was probably nothing. Great Master Wu Liang looked at the lady boss, then looked at Yang Kai, secretly guessing that this boy had Madame Lan behind him. Even if he did not have enough wealth, Madame Lan probably would not sit idly by. Thus, he nodded and said, since that's the case, then let's decide on the third option. However, before that, this old man still has to talk to you about the remuneration. Please speak, Great Master, Yang Kai said politely. After a while, Yang Kai and Great Master Wu Liang reached an agreement. It had to be said that the price of inviting him to do the job was not small. His asking price was not fixed, but was determined by the cost of setting up the grand formation. He wanted to charge 20% of the cost. In other words, no matter how much the cost was, he would charge 20%. The lady boss obviously knew about this rule long ago, so she did not say anything. Chapter 41:52. If Yang Kai chose the third option, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to Great Master Wu Liang, because the higher the cost of setting up the grand array, the more benefits he would obtain. He was eager for Yang Kai to choose the third option. This price was a little overpriced, but if Great Master Wu Liang really had such ability, how could Yang Kai not be willing to pay such a price? There's a list here. Prepare the materials on the list as soon as possible. Great Master Wu Liang took out a blank jade slip, and after busying himself for a while, he handed the jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it, and was secretly speechless. The materials on the list were numerous, and there were probably no less than 10,000 kinds. He didn't recognize most of them. After all, he hadn't been in this world for a long time, and many of the materials were unheard of. However, there were also some materials that he already had. Whether it was the wealth plundered by Qi Xing in the great cosmological realm, or the hidden storehouse left behind in the 7 Possibilities land, there were many materials that could be used. Yang Kai passed the list to Yu He, leaving her with a headache. Yang Kai made the arrangements to welcome the lady boss and Great Master Wu Liang. The many second-grade forces who had come to help were busy, and the banquet was soon ready. They took their seats and toasted each other. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves to the fullest. A few days later, Lu Shui and Lao Bai soared into the sky, passed through the gap in the grand array, and disappeared. The two were heading to the star market to buy materials for setting up the grand array. Although Yang Kai had a lot of usable materials, they weren't enough to set up the grand array, so he still needed to go to the star market to buy them. There was also a star market in the 7 Possibilities territory. It wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. It could be considered a medium-sized star market. After all, the 7 Possibilities land was originally just a second-grade force. In a large territory, as long as it wasn't too remote, there would generally be a star market, and the size of the star market was closely related to the most powerful force in this large territory. For example, the star market where the Blessed Land was located was a large star market, and the star market where the Great Moon Province was located was a small star market. Lu Shui and Lao Bai split up. The former was going to a star market in this large region, while the latter was going to a large star market. The journey to purchase the materials this time was long, and it would take at least 2 months for a round trip. Great Master Wu Liang didn't stay idle either. He used the materials he had on hand to get busy. The disciples of the Golden Light Dock were also mobilized to help. Although there were many of them, they were still struggling to make ends meet. Within a few days, the great emperors of the Qingkun world under the jurisdiction of the Void Lands also brought hundreds of people and finally solved the urgent situation. The entire void was buzzing with activity. Xianxia scattered the resources in his hands in large quantities, turning them into a part of the void protective array. Half a month later, Chen Tianfei returned. Previously, he had followed Xianxia's instructions to escort Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture. He had only returned after Meng Hong and the others had entered the Great Moon Prefecture. Seeing the lady boss, Fatty bowed in fear and trepidation. Only then did he realize that Xianxia wasn't bluffing when he said that he was from the first hotel. Chen Tianfei had long heard of this legendary woman. Now that he had met her, he realized that she was indeed worthy of her reputation. Chen Tianfei brought back news of Lao Fong and the others. After entering the Great Moon Prefecture, they had been cultivating diligently and were now doing well. The overall atmosphere of the Great Moon Prefecture was very good. Although they had joined later, they weren't bullied by anyone. This time, when Chen Tianfei escorted Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture, he was warmly received by Supreme Lord Yu. Supreme Lord De Yu is only a third-stage Heaven Splitter. Facing Chen Tianfei, who was a fourth-stage Heaven Splitter, was quite stressful. He let him rest for a day, then sent him to assist Great Master Wu Yang. Days passed, and the Great Formation was gradually perfected. 2 months later, Lu Shui and Lao Bai returned one after another, bringing a large number of resources needed to set up the Great Formation. This allowed Great Master Wu Yang to set up the Great Formation much faster. On this day, Xianxia held a jade slip and injected his divine thought into it. After checking for a long time, he withdrew his divine thought and praised, "Lady Boss, this Great Master Wu Yang you found is really amazing." The Lady Boss chuckled. Although Great Master Wu Yang's cultivation is only at the level 5 splitting heaven realm, in the entire 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 1,000 people who can surpass him in terms of formation Dao. If she didn't trust this person's ability, why would the Lady Boss invite him to set up the Great Formation? However, the 3,000 worlds were too big, and there were many people who had such attainments in formation Dao. Although there were a lot of people in the 3,000 worlds, there were also many people who cultivated formation Dao. It was already a great achievement to be ranked in the top 1,000. Taking the jade slip from Xianxia's hand, the Lady Boss glanced at it and raised her eyebrows. The 9th heaven. This jade slip was sent over by Great Master Wu Liang, and it recorded the various foundations of this great formation. Great Master Wu Liang named this great formation in the void the 9 heavens. Such a great formation was universally shocking. Xianxia had never seen or heard of such a thing before. If it was really set up, not to mention the void being impregnable, even if a high-rank heaven-splitting heaven realm master personally attacked, he would likely have to retreat with broken wings. The Lady Boss's small mouth formed a circle as she looked at Xianxia in amusement. Great Master Wu Yang must have seen your deep financial resources and made some changes to the Great Formation. If this Great Formation is successfully set up, its power will increase by more than just 50%. Xianxia nodded. Recently, Great Master Wu Yang's attitude towards him had become better and better. He was no longer as indifferent as when they first met. Because Xianxia was here, he could let loose and go all out. For an Array Dao Grandmaster, the most exciting thing was to set up a great formation that he had been thinking about for a long time. He had been brewing this 9 heavens great formation in his heart for 1,000 years. But unfortunately, there was no force that would allow him to display his talent. Although many forces had asked him to take action over the years, in the end, it was just to repair the original Great Formation because the resources needed to set up this 9 heavens Great Formation were just too great. Xianxia could do it. Over the past 2 months, Great Master Wu Liang discovered that no matter what materials he needed, Xianxia could take them out, and there were no restrictions on him. He could do whatever he wanted with the Great Formation. What was there to hesitate about? The 9 heavens Great Master Wu Liang was the pinnacle and crystallization of his life's cultivation, and he could use the void to display it. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's enthusiasm for setting up the Great Formation was unprecedentedly high. Every day and every night, he would not sleep or rest. The thousands of people who came to the void to help were ordered around, and they were all so tired that they did not even have time to rest. However, if he wanted to set up the Nine Heavens Great Formation, he still needed Xianxia's full support because the resources needed were just too great. It was several times more expensive than the third plan that he had previously proposed. In order to move Xianxia, Great Master Wu Liang not only explained the various benefits and powers of the Nine Heavens Great Formation in the Jade Scroll, but he also did not hesitate to lower his own status, stating that if the Great Formation was set up, he would only take 10% of the reward. This was all to move Xianxia. It should be known that his 20% reward was a rule that had not changed for many years. He had also set up great formations for many second-class forces and had even worked for a few blessed lands, but he had never lowered his price. Today, however, in front of Xianxia, the Emperor Realm, he had actually taken the initiative to raise this point. From this, one could see his desire and determination to set up the Nine Heavens Great Formation. What do you think? The Lady Boss looked at him. Xianxia asked in return, "What do you think, Lady Boss?" The Lady Boss chuckled. "This is your business, and you're asking me? I have no objections." Xianxia nodded slightly, then took the Jade Scroll and studied it for a while. After a while, he replied to Great Master Wu Liang. Agreed. If he was going to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. Great Master Wu Liang wanted to set up the Nine Heavens Great Formation. So how could Xianxia not want to? He was also moved by the power of the Nine Heavens Great Formation. Inside the Yin Spirit Land, Great Master Wu Liang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, scaring Chen Tianfei. He did not know what this old man was up to. In the central hall of the Earth Spirit Land, Yuhi also glanced at the Jade Scroll and said with a shocked expression, "Young Master, if you want to set up the Nine Heavens Great Formation, not only will you need a huge amount of resources, but you will also need many artifacts." Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, I have a lot of artifacts on hand. They can be used to increase the power of the Great Formation, but I still need to find a few powerful artifacts to act as the array cores." He had a huge number of artifacts on hand, and there were many kinds of artifacts. After all, he had picked up tens of thousands of space rings in the great cosmological realm. There were many artifacts in those space rings, but the power of those artifacts was uneven. They could increase the power of the Great Formation, but they could not act as the array cores. The Nine Heavens Great Formation, as the name implied, would have 9 layers of spirit arrays once it was successfully set up. It was a great spirit array that combined protection, secret arts, and concealment. It was a great spirit array that would multiply endlessly. Without breaking this Nine Heavens Great Formation, one could forget about breaking into the void. Even if this spirit array was not as good as the protective spirit arrays of the blessed enclaves, it was not far behind. In the 3,000 great worlds, there was no spirit array of a second-class force that could compare to this. Of the Nine Heavens Great Formation, the first 3 layers were auxiliary spirit arrays that could allow the Great Formation to absorb the power of the stars at all times, reducing the consumption of the Great Formation's operation. This was a very practical spirit array. After all, once the Nine Heavens Great Formation was activated, the consumption was too great. Even if Xianxia was as rich as a nation, he could not support it for too long. With the first 3 auxiliary spirit arrays, he could store energy for the Great Formation and release it when needed, reducing the expenditure. It also had some self-healing ability. As long as the Great Formation was not too seriously damaged, there was no need to deliberately repair it. The Nine Heavens Great Formation would slowly recover on its own. The middle 3 layers were protective spirit arrays. One was concealment. Once activated, it could make the entire void disappear without a trace. Without powerful searching methods, it would be impossible to find a trace. One was hallucination. Entering this spirit array would cause the cultivator to hallucinate. Whether it was concealment or the array of the hallucination Great Formation, Xianxia already had a plan for it, so he did not need to spend too much effort on it. There was also the protective spirit array. The array eye of this spirit array required some powerful defensive artifacts. The last 3 layers were killing spirit arrays with infinite power. They also required powerful killing spirit arrays as the array eye. Xianxia had 2 of them, so he needed 1 more. Each of the 9 heavens great formation had its own unique uses, but they were also closely related. Grandmaster Wu Liang, who created this 9 heavens great formation, could be said to be an amazing talent. Chapter 41:53. Xianxia was also looking forward to the day when this 9 heavens grand array was set up. But now, he needed to find some powerful secret treasures. Otherwise, even if this grand array was set up, it wouldn't have much power. Thinking about it, he needed at least 1 defensive secret treasure and 1 offensive secret treasure. And this was only the minimum requirement. The more he had, the stronger the power of the grand array. He was going to bleed again, Xianxia thought to himself. Several days later, at the gap in the grand array in the void, a group of 3 people sped out. It was Xianxia, the lady boss, and Yuhi. Below, Chun Tianfei, Lu Shui, Guizian, and the others bowed to send them off. Xianxia was going to look for the secret treasures to set up the array's eyes. He could only trouble the lady boss to recommend him to a Grandmaster artifact refiner. Xianxia didn't know anything about the 3,000 worlds. He really didn't know where to find such a person. There were definitely some in those paradises, but Xianxia couldn't enter them. What's more, they might not receive him. Originally, he was only going with the lady boss, but before leaving, the lady boss wanted to bring Yuhi along as well. Xianxia didn't understand. He wanted to leave Yuhi behind to watch over the void, but since the lady boss insisted, he let her be. Fortunately, although the void's defensive power was weak, there was still Zhu Jiuyin. Xianxia ordered her to watch over the house, so she couldn't not do her best. Now that her strength had not fully recovered, she still needed a long time to adapt to the outside world's laws. But if they really fought, an average mid-rank heaven splitter was definitely not her match. There probably wouldn't be any blind person who would look for trouble in the void. First, they went to the Universal Temple in the Void territory, leaving their soul brand. This way, in the future, Xianxia could use the Universal Escape technique to save some time. Coming out from the Universal Temple, the lady boss took out her ship and sped away. After passing through several large territories, on this day, they entered a large territory. Only then did the lady boss put away the ship. "We're here," Xianxia asked. The lady boss didn't answer. She just looked at Yuhi with a smile. Yuhi's face was somewhat pale as she timidly looked at the lady boss and said, "Elder sister, I was the one who committed the crime back then. If elder sister wants to punish someone, just punish me. Don't implicate others. Please have mercy on me, elder sister." As he spoke, he was about to kneel down. The lady boss reached out to support her and chuckled. "What are you thinking? What do you think I brought you here for?" Yuhi looked at her and said, "Could it be that elder sister doesn't want to fulfill that great heart demon oath?" Oath of the heart demon? When Xianxia heard this, he was shocked. Why was the great oath of the heart demon suddenly brought up? Previously, in the void, because of this great oath of the heart demon, Yuhi had almost committed suicide. Fortunately, the lady boss had stopped her in time. These days, the 2 sisters got along quite well, and there was not much estrangement. Xianxia thought that the matter was over, but at this moment, when she heard the great heart demon oath, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The lady boss nodded and said, "The great heart demon oath cannot be dispelled, so it must be fulfilled. However, there is still room for negotiation. Come with me." As he spoke, he led the way. Xianxia and Yuhi glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Halfway there, Xianxia took out the universe map and found that it was as he had guessed. This was the Green Light territory, and in this large territory, there was a second-tier faction that was not a second-tier faction. That was Yuhi's Green Light Palace. This Green Light Palace only had 1 heaven-opening realm master, Yuhi, who opened the heaven-opening realm. The others were all below heaven-opening realm. The reason why the Green Light Palace was a second-tier faction was because Yuhi was overseeing it. The reason why it wasn't was because it didn't have the foundation of a second-tier faction. However, The Green Light territory was indeed named after the Green Light Palace. What was the lady boss doing? Xianxia was faintly worried, but he felt that she shouldn't do anything too excessive. After a short while, they arrived at the Green Light Palace. This was also a part of the Spirit Province. It wasn't very large, and its foundation was shallow. Yuhi had operated here for 1,000 years, but after all, a single tree couldn't support everything, so she didn't spend too much effort on it. The three stopped outside the Green Light Palace, and the lady boss ordered, "Bring all your people out." Yuhi pursed her red lips and softly responded, then rushed into the Green Light Palace and soon disappeared. Xianxia turned his head to look at the lady boss. He wanted to ask her what she wanted to do, but he didn't know how to start, so he could only wait patiently. After a short while, figures flew out of the Green Light Palace and rushed over under Yuhi's lead. There weren't many of them, only 2,000 to 3,000. This number was a little shabby for a second-rate faction, but Yuhi didn't establish the Green Light Palace to develop any faction, but to find a place to live. These people were all people she had taken in over the years, and there was no difference between them and her. These cultivators' strength was uneven, and it was rare even in the Emperor realm. Yuhi had to use her power to protect them so that they could survive in the void. "Big sister, I've brought them out," Yuhi said softly with her head lowered, looking like she was at the mercy of the lady boss. The lady boss nodded slightly and slowly raised her palm. The aura of the mighty power of the world began to spread out. She lightly opened her red lips and said, "Back then, outside the land of Sealing Sun, this lady swore a heart-demon oath. If this oath is not fulfilled, there will be no hope of reaching the 7th rank in this life. Little hearer, this lady will end this grudge with you today." As she spoke, she pushed her slender palm forward. As this palm slammed down, the Green Light Palace's protective array began to creak, as if it couldn't bear the burden. "Stop! What are you doing? This woman wants to destroy our home. Fight it out with her." Behind Yuhi, the many disciples of the Green Light Palace were furious and roared. Even though the lady boss's divine might was unparalleled and the aura of the 6th rank could be seen at a glance, the many cultivators' eyes were red, and they looked like they were going to fight it out with their lives. Fortunately, Yuhi suppressed them with all her might, so no trouble occurred. "All of you shut up," Yuhi scolded. Her words were very effective against these people. Once these words were spoken, even though they were still angry, they didn't say a word. They only glared fiercely at the lady boss, all of them looking like they wanted to eat her. The might of the 6th rank heaven opening exploded, and the Green Light Palace's protective array instantly shattered. Although the array's power was not bad, Yuhi didn't manage it well. After all, the Green Light Palace's foundation was too shallow. Otherwise, the protective array of a second-rate faction wouldn't have been broken so easily. With the array shattered, the Green Light Palace was completely exposed. With a boom, the spirit state where the Green Light Palace was located shook slightly. The lady boss pulled up her sleeves and stood there. "The Green Light Palace has been destroyed. Little here, take them to the void to live in the future. Anyway, Xianxia has a lot of people, so there's no need to worry about not being able to settle you." The lady boss turned around and looked at Yuhi with a smile. Behind her, the spirit state where the Green Light Palace was located exploded. Pieces of the spirit state scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge Green Light Palace disappeared without a trace. "Thank you for your kindness, elder sister." Yuhi's beautiful eyes were slightly red, not because her Green Light Palace was destroyed, but because the knot in her heart was completely untied at this moment. "Go." The lady boss waved her sleeves and activated her power to wrap around Xianxia, flying into the distance. Xianxia turned around and waved at Yuhi. The strength of the 2,000 to 3,000 people was uneven, so it was definitely dangerous to travel through the void. However, Yuhi was a 5th-grade heaven splitter and had opened up a mini-universe world in her body. She could take them all in, so there was no need to worry about this. Only now did Xianxia understand why the lady boss insisted on bringing Yuhi. It turned out that this was her plan. "In this life, if I don't destroy your headquarters, I will not advance to the 7th grade heaven splitter. In Kai Yang's ears, the lady boss's blood-sobbing oath echoed. He couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. He had always thought that this oath was very, very serious. But now it seemed that when the oath was made, the lady boss had already left some leeway. Just because he had flattened their headquarters, it did not mean that he had to kill everyone. He thought that Yuhi had to die to be released from this oath, so he was on tenterhooks for several days. Now it seemed that even under the circumstances that day, the lady boss had no intention of killing Yuhi. The loophole in this oath was probably prepared for today. If the Green Light Palace was destroyed, then the oath would no longer have anything to do with Yuhi. Moreover, without the Green Light Palace, Yuhi would have no home to return to and would definitely go to the void. This was exactly what Xianxia wanted. Even without today's matter, he had planned to persuade Yuhi to move the Green Light Palace to the void, and Yuhi probably wouldn't refuse. The lady boss just happened to be there at the right time and used the Great Heart Demon oath to add fuel to the fire. What's so funny? The lady boss glanced at Xianxia leisurely. Xianxia said seriously, "The lady boss is a good person. Don't flatter me." The lady boss raised her hand and gave him a knock on the head. Xianxia immediately covered his head and said angrily, "Why did you hit me? A man's head and a woman's, but can't be touched." The lady boss snorted coldly. "You still haven't explained your matter to me clearly. What's wrong with me hitting you?" As she said this, another kick came from under her skirt. Xianxia was caught off guard and was sent flying by the kick. He was extremely angry. "You woman, you hit me without saying anything. You're simply a crazy woman." The lady boss's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she lightly gritted her teeth. Xianxia suddenly felt a little cold and couldn't help but shrink his neck. His eyes drifted, and just as he was about to use the law of space to escape, the surrounding space was suddenly sealed. The lady boss smiled sweetly. "Do you think I'll give you a chance to escape?" Step by step, she approached Xianxia. Xianxia quickly retreated and said seriously, "If you have something to say it properly. Don't use your hands and feet. Master, come again." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed hold of the lady boss's ankle. It was warm and soft like jade, but Kai Yang didn't have time to savor it. Instead, he saw the lady boss nimbly flip over and kick his chin with her other foot. With her skirt fluttering, Xianxia saw stars and was immediately sent flying. He was filled with grief and indignation. He had only been reunited with the lady boss for a short time, but he had already been beaten twice. He secretly swore to himself that one day, when he advanced to the heaven-opening realm, he would definitely return the favor tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 41:54. Are you angry? In the void, the two of them flew side by side, the lady boss rubbing Xianxia's head. Xianxia's face was bruised and swollen. He lowered his eyes and sighed. "I wouldn't dare. If being angry was useful, what was the point of cultivating?" The lady boss chuckled. Xianxia said with a bitter expression, "Lady boss, if you have something to say in the future, just say it. Don't touch me, okay?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and took the lady boss's hand off his head. The lady boss held back her laughter. "All right, then I have something to ask you right now. Just answer me honestly." Of course, of course." Xianxia nodded repeatedly. The lady boss's expression became solemn, and she asked, "What grade of fire element energy are you cultivating?" Xianxia was silent for a moment before replying. "It should be above the 7th grade. This matter could not be hidden." Ever since he had displayed the Golden Crow Casting Sun Divine Technique aspect outside Crimson Star City, this secret was no longer secret. This was because the conditions for activating the Divine Technique aspect were extremely harsh. One had to be at the 7th grade or above to be able to do so, and generally, only those at the heaven-opening realm could comprehend it. In other words, the Divine Technique aspect was basically exclusive to those at the high-grade heaven-opening realm. However, this did not mean that those at the high-grade heaven-opening realm would definitely be able to comprehend the Divine Technique aspect. Some high-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators might not even be able to comprehend the mysteries within it for their entire lives. Since ancient times, Those who could comprehend the divine technique aspect in the Emperor realm were few and far between. When Zhao Baichuan saw the golden crow casting sun that day, he was extremely shocked. He even said that with this divine technique aspect, even if Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, he would be able to compete with those at the low-grade heaven opening realm. Just how big was the gap between the heaven opening realm and the Emperor realm? It was like the difference between heaven and earth. A heaven opening expert, even the lowest first stage heaven opening, had condensed a lesser cosmos world within their body and could use the might of a world. Killing the Emperor realm would be as easy as crushing an ant. In the Emperor realm, Yang Kai was often able to fight above his cultivation level, but in the Emperor realm, he was unable to kill heaven-opening cultivators. But with the divine technique Dharma idol, there was this possibility. Many people had seen the divine technique Dharma idol that day. After the great cosmological realm closed, this news would definitely gradually spread. It was fine if the lady boss didn't ask, but now that she did, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of hiding it. Golden crow, casting sun. The lady boss chuckled. I heard that your fire elemental power is the golden crow true fire. Yes, it's the golden crow primordial fire. Yang Kai scratched his face, feeling extremely guilty. I'm curious, where did you get the golden crow primordial fire from the Emperor realm? The lady boss stared at him with her beautiful eyes and gritted her teeth. If I remember correctly, you haven't been in the 3,000 realms for long. The only time you came into contact with the golden crow primordial fire was in my first in. Don't tell me that it was at that time that you absorbed the power of the golden crow's corpse. Yang Kai turned to face her and squeezed out an ugly smile. The lady boss's face immediately turned ashen. It really is. Yang Kai didn't say anything, which could be considered a tacit agreement. You're courting death. The lady boss felt a wave of lingering fear. At that time, several high-grade heaven-opening cultivators had come, and dozens of mid-grade heaven-opening cultivators had come. Yang Kai actually had the guts to absorb the golden crow primordial fire right under their noses, and most importantly, he had succeeded. With a stern expression, the lady boss said again, the golden crow primordial fire is extremely powerful. It can't be suppressed without a powerful wood elemental power. If you can absorb the golden crow primordial fire, doesn't that mean that you've already condensed high-grade wood elemental power before that? Lady boss, you're a genius. Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. The lady boss's eyelids twitched slightly as she murmured, high-grade wood elemental, fire elemental. What else? What did you gain in the great cosmological realm? What power did you condense? Earth elemental? Metal elemental? Earth elemental and water elemental, Yang Kai replied honestly. Earth elemental and water elemental? The lady boss was puzzled. How did you condense the water elemental without the metal elemental? It's a long story. There was a secret technique that allowed me to skip the metal elemental and condense the water elemental. The lady boss was bewildered. Show me your earth elemental and water elemental power. Yang Kai couldn't refuse and could only activate the earth elemental and water elemental power in the Dao Seal. The dragon shield immediately lingered around his body. He dispersed the dragon shield and activated the water elemental power, which was bone-chilling. Sensing the power of these two powers, the lady boss couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her chest rose as she exclaimed, they're both high-grade. She looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. How long had this brat been in the 3,000 worlds? It had only been a dozen years at most, but he had already condensed 4 high-grade powers. Although there were countless opportunities in the great cosmological realm that allowed him to condense the earth elemental and water elemental powers, such an achievement was beyond the reach of countless cultivators. Every cultivator didn't condense the heaven-splitting power overnight. Instead, they needed a long time to accumulate and precipitate. Moreover, they also needed to collect resources, which also took a lot of time. Generally speaking, a cultivator in the Emperor realm would take 100 years from the time they condensed the Dao Seal to the time they succeeded in splitting open the heavens. Some took hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Those who could achieve splitting open the heavens in a few decades were all blessed by the heavens. Yangkai had only spent a dozen years to condense 4 elements, and all of them were high grade. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. You want to directly achieve high-grade heaven splitting? The lady boss looked at him. Yangkai said seriously, "That's right." Speaking of this, Yangkai suddenly had a thought. "Lady boss, is there anything wrong with directly achieving high grade?" In the great cosmological realm, Yu had tried to persuade and stop him many times. She even cooperated with Zhu Jiuyin to forcibly condense the 6th grade metal element for him and destroy his foundation. Fortunately, Yangkai forced Zhu Jiuyin to give up. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between the 6th grade and the 7th grade, it was a world of difference. Not to mention the middle grade and the upper grade, even the highest achievement that could be achieved in the future would be different. As it concerned his future, Yangkai naturally resisted. Otherwise, how could he have dared to offend a great god like Zhu Jiuyin in the great cosmological realm? Yui's behavior made him feel that something was wrong, but he had asked Yui before. Yui didn't say much, only telling Yangkai to ask the lady boss when he had the chance in the future. Now that the lady boss was in front of him, Yangkai naturally wanted to understand. The lady boss was silent. After a long time, she sighed. "I didn't expect your ambition to be so high. Directly achieving high-grade heaven splitting is naturally very risky. The strength of our Dao seal is the foundation of bearing the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The higher the grade of the power, the stronger the need for the Dao seal. If you exceed your own limit, your Dao seal may collapse when you achieve splitting open the heavens. You should understand this." Yangkai nodded. How could he not understand such a thing? However, he was not worried about this. Not to mention that his Dao seal itself was incomparably strong, and he had taken more than a dozen drops of Dao-E divine water in the great cosmological realm, which allowed his Dao seal to reach a higher level. There was no problem for it to bear the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements of the 7th grade. The risk of a Dao seal is only a natural disaster. The greatest danger of directly achieving high grade is a man-made disaster. Man-made disaster? Yangkai frowned, expressing his puzzlement. The lady boss slowly explained, "A cultivator of our generation, after achieving splitting open the heavens, will not stay in that grade forever. By taking a heaven-splitting pill or using other means to strengthen the mighty power of the world and promote the small cosmos world in one's body, one can continue to improve. However, since the foundation has been laid, there is a limit to the extent of improvement. Generally speaking, after a cultivator breaks through to the opening heaven stage, they can only improve by 1 or 2 grades at most with the help of external forces. Any more is basically hopeless. For example, if I achieve the 6th grade of splitting open the heavens, then I will have a chance to achieve the 8th grade in the future. This is my limit. Old Bai has achieved the 5th grade, so his limit will be the 7th grade. Of course, if you can find a furnace of heaven and earth, it will be a different story. The furnace of heaven and earth is a divine tool created by heaven and earth, and the heaven-splitting pills it breeds are far from comparable to the heaven-splitting pills refined by alchemists. With the heaven-splitting pills, you can break through this limit, but don't think about it. According to the records, the number of times the furnace of heaven and earth has appeared is too few, and every time it appears, it will lead to a bloody storm. The 2nd grade and the 5th grade are both barriers because the limit of the 2nd grade is the 4th grade, and the limit of the 5th grade is the 7th grade. This is the possibility of advancing from the lower grade to the middle grade, and from the middle grade to the upper grade. Therefore, generally speaking, if one has the ability, the lower grade will generally reach the 2nd grade, and the middle grade will reach the 5th grade. This is to give oneself hope for the future. Yangkai nodded. No wonder Old Bai has reached the 5th grade. And so has Yue? The lady boss said, "That's part of the reason. But another part of the reason is that they have reached their limit and that 6th grade resources are difficult to find." Every 6th grade resource was a treasure. Although Yangkai had a bountiful harvest in the great cosmological realm, there were not many 6th grade heaven opening materials. At most, there were no more than 100 of them. These were the resources that Qi Xing had plundered from the entire great cosmological realm after he monopolized it. Speaking of this, the lady boss glanced at him leisurely. You want to reach the 7th grade directly. So where is your limit? The 9th grade. Yonkai's face was cold and resolute. Yes, the 9th grade. The lady boss smiled slightly. Who can be a match for such an existence? I'm afraid that even those blessed enclaves can't sit back and watch, right? Once you really grow up, won't you shake the foundation of their rule over the 3,000 worlds? Yonkai's expression changed. Lady boss, you're talking about a man-made disaster. The lady boss nodded slightly. 36 blessed enclaves and 72 blessed enclaves. It's impossible for them to sit back and watch. Yonkai's expression changed. These top forces are so overbearing. This was going to be a little troublesome. He had met Su Zhen and the others in the great cosmological realm, and they were disciples of the Blessed Enclave. When they returned, they would definitely report everything about the great cosmological realm. When the time comes, those from the Blessed Enclave would know that he had condensed several kinds of upper-grade powers and comprehended the divine technique. Wouldn't his situation be very bad? Chapter 4155. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a person who was as talented as you. He wanted to directly become an upper-grade cultivator. He had countless opportunities, and his luck was heaven-defying. He condensed 6 of the forces of yin, yang, and 5 elements one after another. He was only one step away from being a meritorious person. The lady boss's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence as she spoke slowly. And then, Yang Kai turned to look at her. Then, the lady boss let out a soft sigh. Then, due to some reasons, he had no choice but to reach the 5th stage and open the heavens. Yang Kai frowned. You mean to say that the last type of energy he absorbed was a 5th grade resource? The lady boss gently nodded. In order to open the heavens, one had to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in the Tao Seal. But how much one could achieve in the end depended on the lowest grade of energy. Just like how a wooden barrel could hold water, how much water it could hold completely depended on the shortest plank. No matter how long the other planks were, it was useless. Yang Kai did not know why that person had given up on his great future and reached the 5th stage with a 7th stage aptitude, but it could be assumed that this person had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, who would be willing to make such a choice? That person, where is he now? Yang Kai asked. The lady boss slowly shook her head. Yang Kai understood, knowing that that person was probably no longer here. The lady boss continued. So if you want to directly reach the high grade, the biggest obstacle is not finding those high-grade resources, but the heavenly paradises of the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai's heart sank. If what the lady boss said was true, this matter would not be easy to deal with. These heavenly paradises had stood tall in the 3,000 worlds for countless years, and their foundations were terrifying. If one was targeted by them, they would definitely not have a good time. If I can join one of these heavenly paradises, Yang Kai's heart trembled. Perhaps he could borrow the power of that heavenly paradises to resist this pressure. The lady boss chuckled. 36 heavenly paradises, 72 blessed lands. Which one do you want to join? If you join this one, how could the other 107 be willing? Which force can help you deal with such a troublesome matter? Yang Kai frowned. Could it be that there is no one in this world who can directly reach the high grade? There is. The lady boss nodded. The disciples of those heavenly paradises naturally have this opportunity, but unfortunately, you are not one of them. Let's not talk about how rare and difficult it is to find a 7th grade resource. In terms of individual talent, since ancient times, how many people have been able to directly reach the high-grade heaven opening realm? Yang Kai said angrily, they're only allowing the officials to set fires, but not allowing the common people to light lamps. A 1,000 years ago, she had tried to persuade that person, but what was the result? Yang Kai gently nodded. For the rest of the journey, The lady boss seemed to have lost interest in talking. She was shrouded in a kind of inexplicable sadness. The two were speechless. Along the way, they passed through several large regions. On this day, the two of them suddenly stopped in a void. The lady boss took out the map of the universe and looked at it, then looked around and muttered to herself, "This should be the place." Saying so, she took out a jade pendant and poured her strength into it. The jade pendant turned into a stream of light and flew forward. Suddenly, the stream of light seemed to hit something and burst into light. Under the light, a door appeared in front of Xianxia's eyes. This made him raise his eyebrows. How could he not know that there was a hidden space here? The jade pendant should be the thing to open this space. This concealment method was extremely clever. Even a lady boss, a 6th grade heaven splitter, could not see any clues. She had to use this special jade pendant. Xianxia could not help but think of the 9 heavens array. If the 9 heavens array was set up properly, the void would be completely hidden. He secretly rejoiced at his choice. What the lady boss said to him on the way made him realize that he would be in constant trouble in the future. Maybe he would implicate the void. With the protection of a 9 heavens array, it would provide some strong protection for the void. "Hey, which old friend is visiting? It's so troublesome." Suddenly, a low voice came from the door. The voice seemed to be that of an old man. His tone was bleak, making people feel sad. Xianxia was stunned. The owner of this place was quite interesting. He did not put on an act. He felt that it was troublesome, so he said it directly. He was not afraid of offending people. The lady boss was used to it. Smiling like a flower, she said, "Master, you're home. Please open the door." Xianxia was dumbfounded. How could the owner of this place have such a strange name? The troublesome master recognized the lady boss's voice and sighed. "I was wondering who it was. It's you, little girl. Sigh, it's so troublesome. Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened, revealing a dark passage. The lady boss motioned for Xianxia to follow. She took the lead and stepped into the passage. Xianxia did not dare to delay and followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the world behind the door, a dazzling light shone in front of them. Xianxia could not help but squint. When he looked carefully, he could not help but be dumbfounded. He originally thought that the world behind the door was at most the same as his own void, but after entering it, he found that it was not. The space here was vast and boundless. The place where he and the lady boss were standing was still in the void. And in this space, there were dozens of stars. Each star was surrounded by nebulas, and it was a majestic sight. There was even a huge, dazzling sun star that emitted a scorching light. The sun's real fire danced on the surface of the sun star, filling the void with a ring of flames. This was simply a miniaturized version of a large territory. Xianxia was shocked beyond words. The lady boss was not surprised and said, "The atmosphere in those blessed enclaves is countless times more beautiful than here. Moreover, this place is the ruins of a blessed enclave. I'll have to trouble Grandmaster to be the only successor of that blessed enclave." Ruins of blessed lands. Xianxia was shocked. The lady boss said, 36 heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands are not unchanging. The long river of history is rolling, the survival of the fittest. Many ancient heavenly paradises have been destroyed, and new forces have risen. These 3,000 worlds are not as simple as you think. Xianxia could not help but be shocked. The blessed paradises were the most powerful forces in this world. What kind of force could destroy them? Was it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Moreover, if the ruins of a blessed land were so magnificent, what would a real blessed land be like? What about the heavenly paradises that were ranked above the blessed lands? Xianxia's mind was in turmoil. Attracted by the sun star, the power of the golden crow real fire in his body also began to stir, as if it wanted to respond to the other side. "Let's go." The lady boss reached out and grabbed Xianxia's arm, leading him towards one of the stars. Not long after, Xianxia saw the troublesome grandmaster that the lady boss had mentioned. Sure enough, it was an old man, but he had a frown on his face, as if he felt that life was meaningless and could not wait to die. What shocked Yongkai was that although this old man did not look like much, he was actually a high-rank Kai Tian master. Yongkai was speechless. He could not help but admire the lady boss for being able to make friends with such a character. Her connections were truly amazing. Junior greets Grandmaster. The lady boss obediently paid her respects. Not to mention that her strength was inferior. Her seniority was also much lower. Yongkai naturally followed suit and saluted. The troublesome Grandmaster raised his eyes and glanced at the lady boss, then quickly lowered them again, as if he found the action of raising his eyes very troublesome. He said lazily, "Little Lon, how many years has it been since we last met?" The lady boss said with a smile, "About 300 years. 300 years. The troublesome Grandmaster was shocked. Doesn't that mean that this old man has been sitting here for 300 years? Yongkai was speechless. How bored and lazy must this old man be to sit here for 300 years? That boy Tingyu is also here, the troublesome Grandmaster said again. The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Old man, your eyes are blurred. Look carefully, he is not Tingyu." The troublesome Grandmaster raised his eyes and looked at Yongkai, saying in surprise, "He is not, but he looks very similar. Yes, Tingyu is long gone. He is old and muddle-headed." Yonkai's heart skipped a beat. It was not the first time he had heard the name Tingyu. Yueha had also called this name in the land of Locking Sunday, combining all the previous things. Yongkai vaguely guessed that he should look like this person named Tingyu, and this Tingyu should be a very close person to the lady boss and Yueha. Perhaps this person was the key to the falling out between the lady boss and Yueha. In front of the lady boss, Yongkai could not ask more questions, so he could only suppress his doubts. "Why did you come to see me this time?" asked the troublesome Grandmaster. The lady boss said, "I came to see you to refine treasures, of course. I knew it. You were so troublesome." The troublesome Grandmaster did not hide his disdain. The lady boss did not take it seriously and said with a smile, "Who asked you to be so skilled in refining treasures? In this territory of the 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 3 people who can compare with you." The troublesome Grandmaster coldly snorted, "Don't flatter this old man, I don't buy it." Although he said so, the slightly raised corners of his mouth showed that he liked it very much. Saying so, he stood up, his thin body emitting a crackling sound as he sighed. "Forget it, after sitting here for so long. It's time to get up and move around. I'll just treat it as a relief from boredom. Little Lon, what kind of treasure are you refining?" The lady boss hurriedly said, "Old man, what I want to refine this time is not an ordinary artifact, but a spear array." Chapter 4156. There were many kinds of secret treasures, and array treasures were one of them. As its name implied, it was a kind of secret treasure that was specially refined for various kinds of large arrays. Generally speaking, any secret treasure could be used as an array treasure. As long as the design of the large array was reasonable, the combination of the secret treasure and a large array could produce a superimposed effect. However, array treasures could only be activated with the help of large arrays, because each array treasure consumed a large amount of energy. A single cultivator could not bear it and needed the help of large arrays. Therefore, the power of array treasures was generally much stronger than that of ordinary secret treasures. Correspondingly, it required more resources to make array treasures. Master Troublemaker glanced at the lady boss leisurely. "You want to make array treasures?" The lady boss nodded. "No problem. As long as you can gather the materials you need, this old man can't help you. But since you helped this old man do 3 things in the past, I promise to forge 3 artifacts for you. You've already used up 2 chances before, so now there's only 1 left. Tell me, what kind of artifact do you want to forge?" The lady boss smiled. "Old man, I want to make an offensive secret treasure and a defensive secret treasure." Master Troublemaker shook his head slowly. "You know my rules. Don't be greedy, little girl." The lady boss said, "Of course I know your rules. I can exchange 1 chance for 1 secret treasure, but..." She suddenly stopped talking and moved her red lips to send a secret message. Master Troublemaker's expression was indifferent at first, but then he was stunned. He looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and hesitated. After a long while, he nodded lightly. Fine, I'll allow you. But boy, you have to remember that you owe this old man a favor. In the future, this old man may ask you to do something for me. When the time comes, you can't refuse. Hearing this, Yang Kai knew that the lady boss must have reached an agreement with this old man, and this agreement must be related to him. He trusted the lady boss, so he immediately cupped his fists and said, Master, rest assured. This boy will keep this in mind and will never refuse in the future. Ha ha ha. Master Troublemaker chuckled. I hope you'll still be so confident when the time comes. Walking forward, they soon arrived at a large hall. Inside this hall was a huge furnace that was at least 1,000 meters high. Around the furnace were various kinds of secret treasure refining arrangements, dazzling Yang Kai. The three of them walked under the furnace, as small as 3 ants. The surface of the furnace was engraved with countless mysterious patterns that seemed to contain the great Tao. The lady boss looked up at this furnace and praised. Although this is not the first time I've seen this heaven and earth furnace, it is truly mysterious. Heaven and earth furnace. Master Troublemaker's name, as well as the heaven and earth furnace. The lady boss smiled. Of course, this is not the real heaven and earth furnace. Strictly speaking, this is the mini heaven and earth furnace. The heaven and earth furnace was created by heaven and earth and contains all kinds of things. What kind of treasure is this? Master Troublemaker's ancestors were lucky enough to see the real heaven and earth furnace, so they used it as a blueprint and spent the endless flowing time, great emperor's energy, to create this mini heaven and earth furnace. But even so, this mini heaven and earth furnace can still display a trace of the real heaven and earth furnace's power. Less than 100%, Master Troublemaker snorted coldly. If my ancestors hadn't worked so hard for this heaven and earth furnace, how could they have been taken advantage of by thieves? Listening to his words, it seemed that it was because of this mini heaven and earth furnace that this blessed land had declined, but that should be a long time ago. But thanks to this mini heaven and earth furnace, my ancestors were able to protect this blessed land. It's really the mini heaven and earth furnace that makes and destroys this blessed land. Saying so, Grandmaster Troublemaker threw a jade slip to Yang Kai and said proudly, My sect has a total of 1035 kinds of array artifacts. Take a look and see which one you want. Yang Kai caught the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense, marveling at what he saw. The variety of array artifacts recorded in this jade slip dazzled Yang Kai's eyes. The names, functions, and types of array artifacts varied greatly. Just the information in this jade slip alone was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of the divine Ding Heaven. Among the 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands, the divine Ding Heaven was also famous for refining artifacts. Yang Kai's magnetic divine gourd was refined by little fatty Su Zhan. Yang Kai didn't know which was stronger between the divine Ding Heaven and this blessed land. It was very difficult to choose a secret art or a defensive artifact from more than 1,000 kinds of array artifacts. Yang Kai looked at this and felt that it was good, then looked at that and also felt that it was good. For a moment, it was difficult to choose. Grandmaster Troublemaker didn't urge him and just stood aside and waited silently. In the end, the lady boss couldn't stand it anymore and took the jade slip. After examining it, she said, Heavenly Luo Umbrella and Heaven Punishing Sword. Yang Kai nodded and said, Then it's these two. Grandmaster Troublemaker grinned meaningfully. It will take a lot of resources to forge these two things. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Please list the required resources, Grandmaster. Grandmaster Troublemaker nodded and took out another jade slip, sending his divine sense into it. After a while, he threw it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at it and frowned. It wasn't that too many resources were needed, but that he didn't recognize many of them. He also didn't recognize many of the treasures he plundered from the great cosmological realm. This was a bit awkward. In other words, even if he had some kind of resource, he didn't know it. Helpless, Yang Kai could only ask the lady boss and cooperate with her to take out the required materials from his small sealed world one by one. At first, Grandmaster Troublemaker didn't care, but as Yonkai took out more and more things, he couldn't help but be a little moved. You also have this brilliant black platinum, and it's the size of a wash basin. TSK, Demon Sealing Iron is almost extinct. This old man couldn't find it back then. Where did you find it? Emperor-grade paradise. This is a rare thing. This piece of Emperor-grade paradise is probably 10,000 years old, right? Every time Yonkai took out something, Grandmaster Troublemaker could casually name it, which showed how knowledgeable he was. Grandmaster Troublemaker was also amazed by Yonkai's background. He couldn't imagine that a trivial Emperor Realm Master could have so many good things. Where did this little brat come from? Did he inherit the legacy of a divine emperor? Low-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could only be called True Monarch. Mid-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could be called Heaven Monarch, and Divine Emperor was exclusive to high-grade heaven-splitting artifacts. The more Grandmaster Troublemaker looked at Yonkai, the more surprised he became. Naturally, the lady boss wouldn't expose him and just smiled faintly. After more than an hour, the materials in front of Yonkai were piled up like a mountain. Looking at the things in front of him, Yonkai scratched his head and said, "There's still some things missing." He had collected more than 80% of the materials on the list, but he couldn't find the remaining 20%. Although the great cosmological realm had given him a huge harvest, there were some things that he couldn't find, so he was helpless. The lady boss asked, "Old man, do you have any of these things?" Grandmaster Troublemaker looked vigilant and snorted. "What? Do you want to take advantage of this old man?" The lady boss smiled and said, "Of course I won't take them for free. As you can see, Yonkai has a lot of rare things that you can exchange with him. At worst, he will suffer a loss." Grandmaster Troublemaker rolled his eyes and nodded slightly. "That's more like it." At that moment, the two bartered with each other, with the lady boss helping from the side and arguing with Grandmaster Troublemaker. After a few hours, all the materials were gathered. Overall, although Yonkai suffered a loss, it was not a big deal. Grandmaster Troublemaker said angrily, "Little girl, you're helping an outsider. Don't expect this old man to refine any treasures for you in the future." The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, "This old man is old. Don't get angry so easily. It's easy to shorten his life." Grandmaster Troublemaker was so angry that his nose was crooked. Yonkai watched from the side in fear that the old man would abandon the task. Fortunately, although he was angry, he was a man of his word. After the materials were ready, he immediately started refining. A jade ring was activated, and the tyrannical aura of the 7th grade heaven opening spread out. Grandmaster Troublemaker shouted, "Back away!" Without hesitation, the lady boss wrapped Yonkai and flew back thousands of miles. With a rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The whole stars seemed to be shaking. Then, a scene that stunned Yonkai appeared. The outer ring of the stars seemed to be attracted by some force and slowly rotated. Not only that, but the rings of the stars in the void also did the same. The initial rotation of the rings was not very fast, but as time passed, it became faster and faster. A sensational aura spread out from the stars. Yonkai looked up and was surprised to find that these stars had gathered into an inexplicable spirit array, and at the center of this spirit array was the blazing sun star. "The heaven and earth refining method," the lady boss murmured. "It's a lost refining method. In this world, only Grandmaster Troublemaker has mastered it. When this old man is old, I'm afraid this method will be lost." The heaven and earth refining method? Yonkai was surprised. But at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the sun, illuminating the world. A beam of light, attracted by the array, suddenly shot out from the sun and fell straight towards the stars where Yonkai and the others were. Yonkai turned pale with fright. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, he could still feel the terror of this power. If such a powerful attack were to hit him, this star would probably collapse immediately. With a bang, the beam of light fell, and the stars shook violently, but they did not shatter as Yonkai had expected. This was because the beam of light had directly blasted into the small universe furnace. In an instant, The patterns on the surface of the small universe furnace lit up one after another, and a blazing flame ignited inside. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He now understood why Grandmaster Troublemaker's refining method was called the Heaven and Earth refining method. The foundation of his refining method was to attract the sun's fire and draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Such an astonishing method was beyond his imagination. Chapter 4157. Looking from afar, one could see the Grandmaster throwing one priceless material after another into the small universal furnace while he constantly changed his hand seals. Below the small universal furnace, the light of the array formation flickered incessantly, dazzling the onlookers. Refining an artifact was an extremely taxing and exhausting task, not something that could be accomplished overnight. Any carelessness could result in failure. Xianxia did not dabble much in the Tao of artifact refining, but he was proficient in alchemy. Although the two of them were from different territories, they had many similarities. Grandmaster Nuisance's heaven and earth tempering method was mysterious and extremely peculiar, making Xianxia unable to take his eyes off it. As more and more materials were thrown into the miniature universe furnace, more and more liquid-like liquid began to appear, and the impurities in the countless materials were quenched out by Grandmaster Nuisance through some special means. At a certain moment, the spirit arrays below the miniature universe furnace changed again, and Grandmaster Nuisance let out a roar, his inner world's aura filling the air. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Grandmaster Nuisance's thin body began to swell, turning from an old man on the verge of death into an indomitable giant about 1,000 meters tall. The giant's hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was red from the flames. His muscles bulged, and he was filled with explosive power. The giant raised his hand, reached into the small universal furnace, and grabbed the liquid-like material out of the furnace. He placed it on a huge forging felt, and then he raised his hand again, grabbed a huge hammer from the side, and smashed it down with a loud bang. Asterisk guang, guang, guang. Asterisk every time the hammer smashed down, the stars trembled, and a deafening sound spread throughout the world of heaven and earth. Sparks flew everywhere, each of them possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth, but the giant paid no attention to them, allowing them to splash onto his body. This hammering continued for a full 9 days, when the giant suddenly threw the semi-finished product into the miniature universe furnace, drawing an even more ferocious sun fire, and added more materials. Another 9 days later, the giant took out the semi-finished product and continued hammering it. Again and again, with a 9-day cycle, the semi-finished product was constantly reincarnated between the small universe furnace and the forging felt. A huge long sword gradually took shape. Although it was only a half-finished product, Xianxia could still feel a terrifying power from the longsword. He was shocked. If this longsword was really completed, how terrifying would its power be? After 81 days, Grandmaster Troublemaker suddenly roared, "Get over here, boy!" The landlady had been waiting for this moment. She summoned her power and flew to Master Troublemaker's side with Xianxia. They stood at the foot of the giant, looking as tiny as ants. Blood! Grandmaster Troublemaker waved his sword and placed it in front of Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the giant's sword that was several dozen meters long and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. However, he knew that the artifact refinement should be at the final stage. Grandmaster Xianxia had asked for his blood in order to leave his mark on the Heaven Punishing Sword. Once that was done, only he would be able to activate the Heaven Punishing Sword. Even if others took it away, it would be useless. Not daring to be careless, Xianxia slashed his palm with his fingers. Blood flowed out. Xianxia clenched his fist and placed it above the longsword. Blood flowed down his palm and dripped onto the longsword. With a sizzling sound, the drops of blood did not immediately merge into the longsword. Instead, they turned into small blood dragons that swam around the surface of the longsword. "Ah!" Master Troublemaker exclaimed. He looked at Xianxia in surprise. "Dragon blood? Are you from the dragon race?" This time, even the lady boss looked at Xianxia in amazement. The landlady did not know that Xianxia had the bloodline of the dragon race. When she had rescued Mia Meng had warned Xianxia not to let others know about this secret. Although the dragon race was powerful, they had many enemies in the 3,000 worlds. If others knew about this secret, it might cause some trouble. Mia Meng had also told him that if he really encountered some unsolvable danger, he could reveal the secret of the dragon race bloodline. That way, he would be able to escape the disaster. Generally speaking, in the 3,000 worlds, the dragon race bloodline was a double-edged sword. It might cause Xianxia endless trouble, but might also protect him at certain times. That was why Xianxia had deliberately kept this secret. In the great cosmological realm, he had used the dragonification secret technique a few times. However, those who saw this secret technique were either his own people or dead people. Ha, you're from the dragon race. Good. Master Troublemaker laughed thunderously. Don't stop. Give me more dragon blood. It seemed that the dragon blood was also very beneficial to the heaven-destroying sword. Xianxia could only continue to sprinkle his own blood. His recovery ability was very strong. With his dragon bloodline body and the wood elemental power of the immortal tree, ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. In order to sprinkle the dragon blood, he had to constantly stimulate the wound so that it would not heal so quickly. As time passed, the golden dragon blood covered the entire surface of the longsword. That's enough. Master Troublemaker growled and threw the longsword into the small universal furnace again. The landlady turned her head and looked at him. It was as if she was seeing Xianxia for the first time. Boy, you've hidden it well. The landlady snorted coldly. She had always thought that Xianxia was just a newcomer to the 3,000 worlds, but it was not until Xianxia came out of the great cosmological realm that she knew that Xianxia had secretly condensed 4 kinds of upper-grade powers. She also knew that this guy had the bloodline of the dragon race. It's nothing to show off. Xianxia smiled. I'll deal with you later. Xianxia felt bitter. Not far away, Master Troublemaker had returned to his original appearance. His aura was slightly withered. This refining process had consumed a lot of his energy, but at this point he did not need to worry too much. The heaven-destroying sword was basically finished. All he needed to do was wait. More than 10 days later, Master Troublemaker suddenly stood up and stared at the small universal furnace with shining eyes. At this moment, the small universal furnace was shaking violently, as if some peerless monster was about to rush out of the furnace. Along with the shaking, streaks of sword chi slashed out of the furnace. However, the small universal furnace was very mysterious. The heaven-destroying sword was suppressed inside and could not escape. Finally, at a certain point, all the commotion stopped. Haha, it's done. Master Troublemaker laughed and turned to Xianxia. Get ready. This treasure was refined with your blood as the catalyst. Only you can collect it. Don't let it escape. Xianxia nodded solemnly and secretly urged his power, ready to go. In the next moment, as Master Troublemaker changed his spell, a golden light suddenly shot up from the small universal furnace. Xianxia reacted quickly and reached out his hand to grab the golden light. With a buzzing sound, the void trembled. Xianxia grasped the golden sword in his hand, and it trembled violently. However, before Xianxia could feel the power of this heaven-punishing sword, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. His whole body was dragged along by the sword, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop it. A voice came from afar. Lady Boss, save me. Lady Boss stood where she was and watched with her arms crossed. She sneered. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-destroying sword carried Xianxia out of the stars and into the void. Xianxia desperately tried to summon his power, but it was to no avail. He could feel that the heaven-destroying sword was closely related to him. However, this treasure had just been completed. Its aura was astonishing and its sharpness was unstoppable. Even though he was connected to it, he could not control it. Fortunately, this was the ruins of the prosperous land and was completely isolated from the outside world. He was not afraid of where it could run to. After a few days, the remaining energy in the heaven-punishing sword was gradually exhausted. Xianxia stood in the void with cold sweat dripping down his forehead as he stared at the sword in his hand. Only now did he see the true face of the heaven-punishing sword. When the sword was forged, it was more than 100 feet long. However, when the sword was completed, it was no different from an ordinary sword. It could be seen that there was a secret hidden within the sword. The entire sword was golden in color, and it looked indescribably noble. Xianxia picked up the sword and waved it a few times, gently drawing a white line across his arm. Immediately, a white mark was left on his arm. He was secretly speechless. This sword was really sharp. One had to know that he had a half-dragon body, so his defense was extremely strong. Even so, such a light cut had left a white mark. If he had used any more force, it was very likely he would have been injured. He wanted to test the power of the sword, but he could not activate it. He knew that the heaven-destroying sword was a formation treasure, and activating it required an enormous amount of energy. However, he was only in the Emperor realm, so how could he activate it? Perhaps he could only use the 9 heavens formation to display the power of the heaven-destroying sword. Xianxia was looking forward to it. The forging of the heaven-destroying sword could be said to be extremely fast. It had only taken him 3 months. It had to be known that for such a powerful secret treasure to appear from nothing, it would take a normal weapon refinement grandmaster several years, or even longer to refine. However, in the hands of the troublesome weapon refinement grandmaster, it did not take 100 days. It seemed that this was also the work of the heaven-earth tempering technique. In this vast universe, secret treasures were also divided into grades. For example, the grades of the heaven-opening realm range from grade 1 to grade 9. This kind of secret treasure could not be used by those below the heaven-opening realm, because it required the might of the world to activate the secret treasure. Even if someone from the Emperor realm obtained it, it would be nothing but scrap metal. Any one of the stars or the spirit state could be regarded as a small universe. It naturally nurtured the might of the world and set up the 9 heavens formation in the void. This 9 heavens formation could mobilize the might of the world in the void to support the heaven-destroying sword, allowing it to display its power. Xianxia also had a way to forcibly activate the heaven-destroying sword, and that was to draw the might of the small sealed world. However, this would reduce the foundation of the small sealed world, which was extremely disadvantageous to it. Although the small sealed world was not very useful in the 3,000 worlds, Xianxia always had an idea in his mind. When the time came, he would need to use the small sealed world. If this idea could be realized, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Chapter 4158. Xianxia had used countless precious materials to forge the Heaven's Punishment Sword. There were even a few Tier 6 materials. Strictly speaking, the Heaven's Punishment Sword was at least a Tier 5 secret treasure, possibly even a Tier 6 secret treasure. Xianxia was naturally very satisfied with such results. Although he had put in a lot of effort, he had also gained a lot. After keeping the Heaven's Punishment Sword, Xianxia returned to the stars. The master had already started to forge the Tianluo umbrella. The Heaven's Punishment Sword was an offensive secret treasure, while the Tianluo umbrella was a defensive secret treasure. With one offensive and one defensive, the 9 heavens formation complemented each other. With these 2 secret treasures, the 9 heavens formation of a void land finally had a soul. The minimum requirement was satisfied. Unfortunately, Xianxia had planned to ask the master to refine his shadowless veil. But now it seemed that there was no need to mention it. The Tianluo umbrella and the Heaven's Punishment Sword had cost the lady boss a chance in Xianxia's promise to the master. If he asked him to refine the shadowless veil, it would be too much. Xianxia didn't want to ruin his relationship with this artifact, refining Grandmaster. The process of forging the Tianluo umbrella was not unusual, but it took more time than the Heaven's Punishment Sword. It took half a year. Since ancient times, the value of defensive secret treasures was higher than that of offensive secret treasures. The reason was that the cost and difficulty of forging were higher. Even with the legacy of the Blessed Land, the Tianluo umbrella was only completed after half a year. Xianxia let out a lot of dragon's blood. The grade of the Tianluo umbrella was almost the same as the Heaven's Punishment Sword. They were both Tier 6 secret treasures with extremely strong defensive capabilities. After the 2 secret treasures were completed, the master immediately chased them away. He had no intention of keeping them. Forging 2 Tier 6 secret treasures in a row was not a small burden for him. Especially for someone like him who was afraid of trouble, it was a kind of torture. Naturally, he wanted to rest quickly. The lady boss took Xianxia and left, returning the way they came. He had spent quite a bit of time on the way here, but it was much simpler on the way back. After going through the Universal Palace several times, he returned to the Void Land in less than a month. It had been almost a year since Xianxia and the lady boss left. During this time, the changes in the Void were not obvious. After all, it was extremely difficult to set up the 9 Heavens Array, and they were not even halfway done yet. When he saw Great Master Wuliang again, he was haggard and emaciated, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. His entire being was brimming with enthusiasm. When he learned that Xianxia had obtained 2 6th-grade formation treasures, he threw his head back and laughed heartily as he left. His voice came from afar. "Don't worry, true sovereign. Even if this old man has to stake his old life, I will arrange the 9 heavens for you." Xianxia was worried. He was afraid that this guy would overwork himself and die halfway. If that was the case, then the initial investment would be wasted. After all, the 9 Heavens Array was set up by Great Master Wuliang alone. Even if other Array Dao Grandmasters were invited, they would not be able to fully understand the mysteries within. There were more people in the Void Land. They were thousands of people brought by he from the Green Star Palace. Their cultivation was not high, and they were all under the Emperor realm, but it was not a problem to use them as assistants. The entire Void Land was still in full swing. In the central hall of the Earth's spiritual land, Yuhi reported to Xianxia about their efforts during this period of time with a worried face. "Young master, the cost of arranging the 9 Heavens Array is too great. Should we discuss with Great Master Wuliang to modify the array?" Yuhi was in charge of the finances of the entire Void Land. Seeing a huge amount of materials being consumed every day really made her heart ache. Although Xianxia had made a huge fortune in the great cosmological realm and obtained the secret treasury left behind by Su Huang, he still could not bear such consumption. Now that the 9 Heavens Array was only half arranged, more than 30% of the resources obtained from the great cosmological realm had been consumed. If the 9 Heavens Array was really arranged completely, Xianxia's wealth would be greatly reduced. Not to mention, he had spent a lot of resources refining the heaven-destroying sword and heavenly Luo umbrella, and these 2 formation treasures were also to be used in the 9 Heavens Array. The 9 Heavens Array almost emptied Xianxia's pockets. "No need." Xianxia slowly shook his head. "Let's do it according to the original agreement." When he agreed to Great Master Wuliang's request, Xianxia was already mentally prepared, so he was not surprised by such a consumption. The more effort he put in, the greater the harvest. The Void Land was the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, so how could he be careless? If the resources were consumed, there would always be a chance to earn them back in the future. However, if there was a day when a strong enemy attacked and the Void Land could not defend itself, it would be too late for regrets. In addition to what the lady boss had told him before, it made him even more determined to arrange the 9 Heavens Array. If he wanted to directly reach the high-grade opening Heavens Array, there would be many dangers and obstacles. Perhaps he would be suppressed by the many blessed and heavenly abodes one after another. At that time, the Void Land would be his capital to contend with these blessed and heavenly abodes. Satisfy whatever Great Master Wuliang wants. If he lacks any resources, send people out to buy them in advance. Don't we still have more than 3 billion opening heaven pills? More than 3 billion opening heaven pills was an extremely terrifying number, and almost half of them were obtained by Xianxia from the space ring of Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. This guy had been in charge of Sword Pavilion for countless years and had accumulated more than half of his wealth, but all of it had been given to Xianxia. There were also the tens of thousands of space rings of Sword Pavilion, which contained many opening heaven pills. Qi Xing had been the dominant figure in the Great Expanse boundary for many years. so there were large transactions taking place in the star market at all times. With each transaction, Qi Xing would take some of the fees. Many a little makes a mickle, and many grains make a tower. Although 70% was given to Yang Kai, the remaining 30% was not a small amount. These 3 billion opening heaven pills were saved up in this way. Yuhi said, "We've already used up nearly 1 billion. There are many materials we don't have on hand, so we have to go to the various star markets to buy them." Yang Kai nodded. "That's good. There's no need to be afraid of paying." As he spoke, Yang Kai raised his head and looked outside, only to see the lady boss leading Old White in. Yang Kai hurriedly greeted, "Lady boss, are you looking for me?" The lady boss smiled. "I'm leaving, so I came to say goodbye to you." "Leaving?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "Where are you going?" The lady boss smiled. "Back to the first inn. Where else can I go? I'm the shopkeeper of the first inn, and I've been out for more than a year. If I don't go back now, the higher-ups will blame me." Yang Kai curled his lips. "There's no point in staying in the first inn. Lady boss, you can resign. Come back to the Void Land, and you can do whatever you want." He really didn't want the lady boss to leave. Not to mention that the lady boss was very good to him, protecting and taking care of him in every way. There were many things waiting to be done in the Void Land, and they were in need of manpower. The lady boss was at the 6th stage, and Lao Bai was at the 5th stage. If they stayed, they could greatly increase the strength of the Void Land. The lady boss raised her hand and tapped his forehead. "What kind of place do you think the first inn is? That you can come and go as you please?" Yang Kai took 2 steps back from her poke. Hearing this, he realized a problem and frowned. "Speaking of which, I'm also a member of the first inn," the lady boss sneered. "What kind of member of the first inn are you? You just came to the first inn to do some temporary work because you owed money. Now that you've paid off your debt, the first inn has nothing to do with you. When you go out in the future, don't use the first inn's name to talk about things." The reason Yang Kai joined the first inn was because many powerhouses had fought over the Golden Crow's corpse and destroyed the first inn. The lady boss had used this as a threat to force Yang Kai to admit that he owed her 10 million opening heaven pills. At that time, Yang Kai was completely broke, and 10 million opening heaven pills was an astronomical figure to him. Later, when he went to Star City, the lady boss had him go to various shops to collect his debts. His progress was good, and he had barely paid off some of his debts. However, this was definitely not the end. The lady boss's words at this moment were undoubtedly an attempt to separate him from the first inn, lest he be dragged down. After all, if he were to use the first inn's name to work alone, would the void belong to Yang Kai or the first inn? Yang Kai understood this and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, he could easily separate himself from the first inn because he didn't have much to do with it, but the same couldn't be said for the lady boss. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, many people knew of the first inn's Madame Lawn. Knowing that he couldn't persuade the lady boss to stay, Yang Kai could only sigh, take out a space ring, and say, "These are some gifts I prepared for the cook and the bookkeeper. I'll have to trouble Lady Boss to take them back." The lady boss took the space ring and swept it with her divine sense, discovering that there were several sets of 5th-grade resources inside, exactly what the cook and the bookkeeper needed. The lady boss didn't have many subordinates, but Lao Bai, the bookkeeper, and the cook were undoubtedly the ones she trusted the most and had followed her for many years. Without exception, all 3 of them had condensed 5th-grade strength. Lao Bai's progress was faster, and he was the first to reach 5th grade, splitting the heavens, while the cook and the bookkeeper were slightly slower, but they were still only 1 or 2 levels away. Yang Kai already knew about this before, so it wasn't troublesome to prepare. He still had some 5th-grade materials on hand, so giving away a few sets wasn't a big deal. "You can be considered a rich man now, so I won't refuse you. When they break through to splitting the heavens, I'll have them come over to thank you themselves," the lady boss said as she put away the space ring. The lady boss was a decisive person, leaving as soon as she said she would. Yang Kai and Yuhi sent them all the way out of the void and watched them use their universe escape technique to disappear before turning around and returning. Looking at each other, they all felt a little empty. The void was still bustling with activity. Every day, large amounts of resources were poured into the Great Array. Shan Tianfei and Lu Shui were almost unable to settle down because there were many resources that they needed to go out to buy. Every time they returned to the void for a few days, they would have to go out again. In the current void, there weren't many masters who could stand on the stage. At the very most, there were only Yuhi, Lu Shui, and Chen Tianfei. Zhu Jiuyin couldn't be relied on now, as he was still recovering his source. As for Yuhi, because she controlled the Great Array Jade Slit Ring and the financial power of the Void, she had to stay in the Void. It was a pity that Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui, two fourth-grade splitting the heavens, were actually reduced to running errands. Chapter 41:59. Everything was on the right track, and all that was left was to wait. It was time to return to the astral plane. As long as the hidden dangers of the astral plane were not resolved, he would not be able to feel at ease. Calculating the time, it had been about 15 years since he left the astral plane. Before he left, the astral plane was not very stable, and the laws of the world were severely damaged. Although he and the other great emperors had thought of some ways to delay the collapse of the astral plane, in the end, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. After such a long time, he did not know how the situation was in the astral plane. In any case, there was not much difference whether he was there or not in the construction of the void. He only needed Yuhi to stay behind and cooperate with Great Master Wuliang. And by the time he returned from the astral plane, the 9 heavens array here would have been set up, and it was about time. With a decision in mind, he immediately summoned Yuhi and quietly told her about this matter. Yu did not stop him and only said, "Young master, you can go if you want, but you have to bring Chen Tianfei or Lu Shui. With one of them protecting you, I will feel more at ease." In the end, Xianxia was still in the Emperor realm. Traversing through the 3,000 worlds would definitely be dangerous. If he had a 4th-rank splitter to protect him, it would save him a lot of trouble. Xianxia smiled and said, "There's no need. The void is currently lacking manpower. Ah Fei and Lu Shui are both very important talents. With them around, the progress here will be faster. I'm only going to deal with some personal matters, so there's no need for them." Yu naturally did not agree. She immediately suggested that it was fine to not bring Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui, but to bring herself along. This was even more impossible. She still had to stay behind and cooperate with Great Master Wuliang to set up the array. Anyone could go, but she could not. The two argued for a long time, but Yuhi did not give in at all. She was not at ease with Xianxia leaving alone, so Xianxia could only nod in agreement. Yuhi decided to let Lu Shui follow Xianxia. After all, she was a woman and was more meticulous. If she followed Xianxia, it would be easier to take care of him. "Let Wuxian come along too," Yuhi said. Xianxia laughed. "He's a 2nd-rank splitter. Why would he follow me?" In any case, Lu Shui was at the 4th rank, so she could still be of some use in dangerous situations. Wuxian's 2nd-rank splitter seemed a little weak. Yuhi snorted and said, "Anyway, I don't care. If you bring Lu Shui, you have to bring Wuxian." Xianxia looked at her and suddenly reacted. He could only nod and say, "Okay, then the 2 of them." He sighed inwardly. The Void Realm was in dire need of people, and taking away 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators was something he should not have done. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could not dissuade Yuhi, so he could only agree. Before leaving, Xianxia took out a colorful fruit and handed it to Yuhi. Yuhi received the fruit, and her brows furrowed slightly. This is... She could sense an extremely rich world force from the fruit. World fruit. Yui's beautiful eyes widened instantly as she cried out involuntarily, "This is the world fruit." In any case, she was a 5th-stage heaven splitter, so she had obviously heard of the world fruit. However, wasn't this kind of divine object supposed to only exist in legends? She had never imagined that one day she would actually see it with her own eyes and hold it in her hands. "This is a medium-rank world fruit. After I leave, find some time to refine it. It'll be of great benefit to you," Xianxia instructed. He had a total of 16 world fruits, but only 3 of them were medium rank. A medium-rank world fruit was undoubtedly most suitable for a 5th-stage heaven splitter. After consuming it and refining its medicinal effects, one could directly advance to the 6th stage. A 4th stage and 3rd stage Heaven Splitter could also be consumed, but the benefits would be much smaller. As for a 6th stage Heaven Splitter, even consuming it would have no effect. This is something you obtain from the land of ancients? Yuhi asked in surprise. She was well aware of what Xianxia had obtained in the Great Void Realm, but she had never heard of Xianxia obtaining a world fruit. The only possibility was that he had obtained it from the land of ancients. Xianxia nodded. Young master, this thing is too precious. I can't accept it. Yuhi pushed the world fruit back. Xianxia said, if I tell you to use it, then just use it. I have plenty of these things on hand. Liar. Yuhi curled her lips. Although I've never seen a world fruit before, I know that everyone only has one chance to obtain a world fruit from the world fruit tree. Why are there so many? As she spoke, Yuhi stared at Xianxia's palm in surprise. There were several more world fruits there. Xianxia chuckled. Do you believe me now? Your cultivation will also be helpful to the land of void. Unfortunately, most of the world fruits I have are low rank and not very valuable. If they were all medium rank, I would be able to produce a batch of medium rank Heaven Splitters. Yuhi asked curiously, how can low rank world fruits be worthless? Xianxia said, low rank Heaven Splitters can only help a cultivator advance to the 3rd stage Heaven Splitters. How valuable is that? Yuhi laughed. Young master, you're wrong to think that way. Low rank world fruits can indeed only help a cultivator advance to the 3rd stage Heaven Splitters, but they can increase his growth limit. This kind of good thing can't be bought with money. What do you mean? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Yuhi raised the medium rank world fruit in her hand and said, take me as an example. I've reached the 5th stage Heaven Splitters, so my limit will be the 7th stage. If I take too many Heaven Splitters, they won't have any effect on me. However, if I take this world fruit, I can advance to the 6th stage, and my limit will be the 8th stage. You can calculate it like that? Xianxia was surprised. Low-rank world fruits can help a low-rank Heaven Splitters advance by a single stage. That alone isn't very valuable, but increasing the limit by a single stage is something that many people dream of. So that's how it is. Xianxia suddenly understood. It turned out that he had underestimated the value of low-rank world fruits all this time. He had thought that the dozen or so fruits in his hand were of little value. But now, it seemed that those dozen or so fruits were also treasures. This made him overjoyed. He felt like he had just picked up a large sum of money. Clutching the world fruit in her hand, Yuhi pursed her lips and said, I'll accept this fruit. Thank you, young master. She hadn't known that Xianxia had even more world fruits, so she couldn't bear to take such a precious thing. Now that she knew, she didn't refuse. Just as Xianxia had said, her advancement to the 6th stage would bring great benefits to the entire void. She herself had been accumulating Heaven Splitters for hundreds of years. Once she advanced to the 6th stage, this accumulation would settle down again. At that time, she wouldn't be far from reaching the 7th stage. The 7th stage was a high-rank Heaven Splitters. After arranging everything, Xianxia called Wuxia and Guizian over and soared into the sky. Outside the void, Wuxia took out a pinwheel-shaped artifact. The three of them walked into it. Under Wuxia's control, the pinwheel-shaped artifact turned into a streak of light and swept through the void. The 3,000 realms were vast. Large territory after territory bordered each other. Xianxia actually didn't know where the star boundary was. He had bought a universe map in the star market and had been studying the location of the star boundary since then. Although he couldn't be sure, there were 3 possible places. He could only search one place at a time. Xianxia secretly prayed that one of the 3 places was correct. If all 3 were wrong, then he really didn't know what to do. Calculating the distance, the star boundary shouldn't be too far from the void. Not long after he and Zhang Ruo, she came out of the star boundary, they encountered a 1,000-jointed insect. After being swallowed by the 1,000-jointed insect, the 2 of them separated. Xianxia fell into a large territory, and it was there that he was lured into entering the Qiqiao land by Fire Spirit Land's venerable Duanhai. He led the way in the pinwheel-shaped artifact, while Wuxia sped along. Passing through one large territory after another, they encountered some dangers along the way. They were chased and intercepted by some star beasts. The three of them avoided them if they could, but if they couldn't, they could only fight. After 2 to 3 months, the three of them entered a large territory. Lu Shue's voice came, "Master, we've arrived." This large territory was the first destination of Xianxia's trip. Hearing this, Xianxia immediately walked out of the pinwheel-shaped artifact and looked around expectantly. He didn't find anything. He wasn't discouraged. After all, a large territory was too vast. The star boundary might be hidden in some corner of this large territory, so it was normal that he couldn't find it. Moreover, he came from the star boundary and was recognized by the star boundary as one of the great emperors of the void. If the star boundary was really in this large territory, as long as the distance between them wasn't too far, they should be able to sense each other. Ordering Lu Shui to continue searching in this large territory, Xianxia kept perceiving his surroundings. After a month, Xianxia sighed, "Let's go to the next place." The star boundary wasn't in this large territory. In this 1 month, he had practically run all over this large territory, but he didn't find anything. Lu Shui nodded and followed Xianxia's directions to the next destination. Time passed by quickly. More than 10 days later, somewhere in the void, the dust of a great battle fell to the ground. Lu Shui panted, her chest rising and falling. There was a huge wound on Guozian's waist that almost cut him in half. Although Xianxia looked unharmed, his face was pale. He coughed lightly, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Wandering in the void, they would encounter all kinds of dangers from time to time. This time, the three of them were really unlucky. They encountered a group of more than 10 star flame foals. For some reason, this group of star beasts chased after the three of them. They couldn't get rid of them at all. Helpless, the three of them could only fight a battle. The group of star beasts was exterminated, and the three of them were injured to varying degrees. Even Lu Shui's pinwheel-shaped artifact was damaged. But they didn't succeed. Xianxia was filled with resentment. "Master, we need to make a trip to the Heavenly Palace to recuperate," Lu Shui said as she flicked the blood off her icy water sword. Xianxia nodded, "Then let's go." In their current state, it wasn't suitable for the three of them to continue forward. If they encountered any danger, they wouldn't have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, there was a heavenly palace in this large territory, so they could make a trip there to recuperate. Of course, the most important thing was to repair Lu Shui's artifact. Without it, the three of them would have to expend too much energy traveling through the void. Chapter 4160. Xianxia had never been to the heavenly temple in this large territory before, but Lu Shui had been here before. According to her, before she joined Crimson Star, she had once roamed the world with her sword. She had lived a wandering life for more than 100 years. In that 100 years, she had traveled to many large regions and left her mark in many heavenly temples. This made things much more convenient. Xianxia and Guozian entered the 6 Unity Wish pouch, while Lu Shui used the Heaven and Earth Escape technique to arrive at the Heavenly Temple in a flash. The Heavenly Temple was different from the Star Market. The latter was mainly used to facilitate cultivator trade and communication, while the former had a very strong strategic value. This was also why the Heavenly Temple was firmly controlled by the various Blessed and Heavenly Temples. However, the Heavenly Temple also had some Star Market functions. A traveling cultivator could rest here and replenish their needs, but the price was generally higher. Moreover, the variety of goods here was not as complete, far inferior to the various Star Markets. Arriving at the Heavenly Temple, Lu Shui let Xianxia and Guozian out. The three of them immediately found an inn and settled down, preparing to rest for a few days before continuing on their journey. At the same time, in a certain shop in the Heavenly Temple, a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy face was bargaining with the shop owner. The two seemed to be familiar with each other and should have made several transactions before. So even though he was bargaining, he did not show the slightest trace of anger. Instead, he was neither too fast nor too slow. The shop owner was certain that the middle-aged man in front of him was in urgent need of his goods and was not afraid that he would lower the price. So he dealt with him calmly. Suddenly, The middle-aged man seemed to sense something and let out a soft cry of surprise before turning his head in a certain direction. The shop owner glanced at him and chuckled. Hey, it's not that this one wants to make a profit from you, but the cost price of these things is right here. If I follow your price, I will suffer a loss. You and I have known each other for over 100 years. When have you ever seen me outbid you in terms of price? I really haven't made much from our transactions. The middle-aged man called Hey. He had a strange look in his eyes. He turned his head and nodded. Let's do it according to your price. The shopkeeper was stunned. He didn't think that Black River would agree so readily. After all, the value of the goods this time wasn't cheap, and there was still room for negotiation. He was prepared to have a proper confrontation with Black River, but who would have thought that Black River would agree before he even used his full strength? However, this was also what he had hoped for. He immediately smiled and said, Brother Black River, you're a straightforward person. Wait a moment, I'll bring it over. As he spoke, he got up and walked towards the storeroom. Not long after, Xianxia returned with a space ring. Both sides checked it, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, the transaction was complete. He did not linger and directly left the shop. He turned left and right in the Universal Palace and soon arrived in front of an inn. He raised his head and looked at it for a moment before slowly walking in. Inside the inn, Xianxia's trio booked a room, but before they could settle in, Wuxia hurriedly left. She had to find someone to help repair her wind chariot artifact. After all, she still had to rely on this artifact to travel between the various large territories. If she lost it, the consumption would be too great. Kai Yang and Guizian remained in the room to meditate and adjust their breathing. A few days later, everyone's injuries had almost completely healed. Wuxia's artifact was also being repaired, but it would take at least half a month to get it back. Although Xianxia was anxious to return to the Star Boundary, it was useless to be anxious in this situation, so he simply calmed down and waited. Since he had come to this Universal Palace, Xianxia naturally wanted to leave his brand behind. Immediately, Xianxia led Guizian and Wuxia out of the inn and towards the Central Spirit Array. If a cultivator wanted to leave their brand behind in the Universal Palace, they would have to spend 10,000 heaven-opening pills. This price was universal across the 3,000 worlds, neither more nor less. Although 10,000 heaven-opening pills was not a small amount, it could save lives in certain situations. Therefore, as long as a cultivator had some financial resources, they would not be stingy in this regard. However, it was impossible for every cultivator to leave their brand behind in only one Universal Palace. Every Universal Palace would cost 10,000 heaven-opening pills, so the cost was not small. Xianxia had spent at least 1,000,000 heaven-opening pills on the Universal Palace so far. In other words, he had left his brand behind in at least 100 different Universal Palaces. In fact, he was still very interested in the Universal Palace. After all, it involved the space principles and could allow him to teleport over long distances. Although he could also teleport, the distance he could cover was far inferior to the universe escape technique. In any large territory, as long as there was a Universal Palace, the universe escape technique could respond to it from a distance. This was something his teleportation could not compare to, and even the Space Spirit Bead was inferior. The Space Spirit Bead's sensing range was also limited. Xianxia had a premonition that if he could comprehend the mysteries of the Universal Palace, then his attainments in the space principles would definitely rise by a large margin. However, there were pros and cons. Although the universe escape technique was very mysterious and could be cultivated by anyone, it required some time to use. Xianxia had seen a 7th-stage heaven-opening cultivator use the universe escape technique with his own eyes. It was the boss behind the first inn. Even someone as strong as this person needed to spend several breaths of time to use it successfully. And in a life or death crisis, who would give you so much time to escape? Time was one thing, and pressure was another. The further one was from the Universal Palace, the greater the pressure one would feel when using the universe escape technique. If one exceeded one's limit, even if they succeeded in using it, there was a possibility that they would suddenly die during the teleportation process. This was not unprecedented. Many cultivators had no choice but to use the universe escape technique in times of crisis. Although they escaped the calamity in front of them, they would be teleported to the Universal Palace as a tattered corpse. However, even though there were all sorts of drawbacks, the cosmic escape technique was still popularized in the entire Trichiliocosm. It was a secret technique that many cultivators placed high hopes on to travel and escape. After spending 20,000 heaven-opening pills, Xianxia and Guizian left their own brand in the Universal Palace in turn. After leaving the Universal Palace, they were not in a hurry to return to the inn. Since they had nothing to do, Xianxia led the two of them around. It was not the first time Xianxia had come to the Universal Palace, but it was the first time he had come to this place. Unlike the Star Market, there are not many shops here, and the goods were not complete. Moreover, the prices were generally high. Passing by a jewelry store, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he walked in. Returning to the Star Boundary this time, he could not return empty-handed. Forget about the others. He had to bring back some gifts for his wives and parents. After a little calculation, Xianxia saw Su Yin, Xian Ningchong, Shanxing Luo, Shuiyu, Yu Rumeng, his parents, and his little sister Yang Shui. There were quite a few people, and there was also Ji Yao. In addition, there was also a Mo Shaoqi, Lin Yin and the others. Naturally, the jewelry store did not sell simple pieces of jewelry. Each piece of jewelry was an artifact with a wide variety of functions. Although the price was a little higher, Xianxia did not lack heaven-opening pills, so he did not care too much. The 9 Heaven Spirit Array cost a lot, and he was willing to pay for it. So what was a trivial artifact worth? A young girl dressed as a maidservant walked over with a sweet smile on her face and a faint fragrance wafting from her body, giving one a good impression of her. The young girl's cultivation was not high, only in the Emperor realm, but having been here all year round, she could see that Xianxia was extraordinary at a glance, so her attitude was naturally cordial. Xianxia walked in front of the counter and looked around while the young girl softly introduced one item after another in great detail. Soon, Xianxia took a fancy to a phoenix hairpin, and Su Yan's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. This phoenix hairpin was luxurious and should suit her temperament perfectly, and it also happened to be a defensive artifact. Su Yin and the others' cultivations were not high enough, so even if they had offensive artifacts, they could not display too much power, but defensive artifacts could sometimes protect them. Xianxia planned to buy a defensive artifact for each of them. Reaching out to grab the phoenix hairpin, Xianxia did not expect that a big hand would reach out from the side and grab the phoenix hairpin first. Xianxia turned his head and saw a thin, middle-aged man with a gloomy face looking at him. As their eyes met, the man smiled at Xianxia and nodded. Has little brother also taken a fancy to this thing? Xianxia smiled and said, Indeed. The middle-aged man said, What a coincidence, this king has also taken a fancy to this thing. Would little brother be willing to part with it? It's in your hands, you got it first, so it's yours. There's no need to part with it, Xianxia said indifferently. Many thanks. The middle-aged man laughed. Little brother is a forthright person. How should I address you? We just met by chance, why bother asking? Xianxia slowly shook his head and motioned to the maidservant to continue leading the way. The maidservant seemed to be annoyed that this inexplicable middle-aged man had ruined Xianxia's shopping mood, so she became even more attentive to serving him. Soon, Xianxia bought a lot of jewelry, causing the smile on the maidservant's face to become even brighter. After paying the bill, Xianxia put everything into a space ring and led Lu Shui and Guizian out of the shop, only to see a man in front of him smiling at him. It was the man who had snatched the phoenix hairpin from him. Xianxia looked at him in surprise and asked, Is this sir waiting for me? The middle-aged man nodded. Indeed. What is the matter? Xianxia asked curiously. The man said, This king feels very apologetic for snatching one of your jewelry, so I would like to set up a banquet to apologize to little brother. I wonder if little brother would accept? Xianxia laughed and shook his head. Sir is too serious. That phoenix hairpin was obtained by you first, so it's naturally yours. As for the banquet, there's no need. I have other important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Saying so, he cupped his fists and led Lu Shui and Guizian away. Seeing Xianxia refuse, The middle-aged man didn't insist and simply watched him leave with a smile. A moment later, Xianxia returned to the inn and entered his room. Lu Shui said, "Master, I'm afraid that man doesn't have good intentions." Wuxia nodded. "I feel the same way. This man's face is filled with malice. It's said that one's appearance is born from one's heart, so I'm afraid he's not a good person." Xianxia asked, "Do you know that man?" Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen him before. Chapter 41-61. The universe was vast and boundless, and there were countless cultivators. Lu Shui had traveled extensively for many years, and although she was quite knowledgeable, how could she recognize someone she had never met before? Guizian was even more so. He was only a second-stage heaven splitter, so his knowledge was limited. "But master, that person is at least a fifth-stage heaven splitter," Lu Shui said. Although the middle-aged man did not release any aura, making it impossible to accurately judge his cultivation, Lu Shui still felt some pressure in front of him. Lu Shui herself was a fourth-stage heaven splitter, so someone who could make her feel pressure was at least a fifth-stage heaven splitter. Xianxia nodded solemnly. With Lu Shui and Guozian's strength, it was impossible to contend with a fifth-stage heaven splitter. If this person really wanted to harm them, it would be quite troublesome, and this was only the most conservative estimate. If this person was a sixth-stage heaven splitter, it would be even more troublesome. Although the chances aren't high, we can't not guard against this. Xianxia pondered for a moment before quietly sending a message to Lu Shui and Guozian. The two immediately nodded and left. Half a month later, Lu Shui retrieved her windmill artifact, but she was not in a hurry to set off. After another 2 months, the three of them left the inn and set off. A few days later, a huge territory gate appeared in front of them, and the windmill rushed in and soon disappeared. Less than an hour after Xianxia's group of 3 entered the territory gate, a stream of light suddenly flew over from the distance and landed in front of the territory gate. This person was the middle-aged man with a gloomy expression that Xianxia had occasionally seen in the Universal Temple. Staring at the territory gate, the middle-aged man muttered to himself, "Did you go in? Humph, you won't be able to escape from this king's palm." Saying so, he plunged into the territory gate, his world force fluctuating and turning into a powerful barrier to resist the pressure of the territory gate. Passing through the territory gate was risky. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the mid-grade of Split the Heavens could pass through it with their physical body without the help of any external objects. Below the mid-grade of Split the Heavens, if one didn't use any secret treasures or secret arts, it was very likely that they would be crushed to death. The pressure in the territory gate was terrifying. However, even though the middle-aged man had a fifth-stage heaven splitter cultivation base, when passing through the territory gate, his soul was shaken and he felt slightly dizzy. He had experienced this kind of situation countless times, so he didn't panic. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he didn't use any artifacts. Soon, the middle-aged man's vision blurred, and he knew he had arrived at another large territory. However, before he could stabilize himself, a sword light suddenly slashed at him from the side. The middle-aged man turned pale with fright. In a split second, he realized that he had been ambushed, and the person who had attacked him was not inferior to him in terms of cultivation. Who would ambush him here? The middle-aged man didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly retreated, but the sword light was like a maggot that stuck to his bones. Normally, with his background, it wouldn't be a problem for him to resist such an attack. After all, his strength wasn't weak, but the moment he passed through the territory gate, his soul and Dao Seal were both shaken, reducing his strength by at least 30%. The sword light directly tore through the protective barrier around his body and slashed at him. His clothes were torn and blood splashed as a foot-long wound immediately appeared on the middle-aged man's chest. His flesh was torn and his bones were exposed. There was still a lingering fear in his heart. If he hadn't reacted quickly and taken the opportunity to retreat and delay for a while, allowing him to display a defensive secret technique, this sword light would have taken half his life. Even so, at this moment, he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. The wound was filled with sword intent, and he had to divert his attention to suppress it to prevent it from worsening. At this moment, another figure appeared from the side, holding a giant shield covered in dragon patterns, and slammed into the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was caught off guard and was knocked back, a tremendous force sweeping across his body, causing him to tumble and spit out a mouthful of blood. The sword light flashed again, turning into a rain of swords that covered the sky and covered him, each one threatening to take his life. However, after a while, the middle-aged man somewhat recovered, and with a roar, he raised his hand and summoned a shovel-like artifact. Urging his world force, he shoveled left and right, shattering the sword light. In the end, he was still a veteran fifth-order heaven splitter. Although he had suffered a big loss from this sneak attack, after stabilizing his footing, he immediately displayed his powerful background. The other person holding the giant shield covered in dragon patterns attacked again, raising his shield high and smashing it down fiercely. The middle-aged man flew into a rage. A trivial third-order dares act presumptuously in front of this king. Although he didn't see who had attacked him, at this moment, under his divine sense, he could perceive that he was fighting a fifth-order and a third-order heaven splitter. The fifth-order heaven splitter had the same cultivation as him, causing him to be wary, but this third-order heaven splitter also dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers, causing him to be furious. He raised his hand and clenched it in the air. A long whip-like artifact appeared in his hand. The sound of a river surging could be heard from the whip. The power of water was abundant. This artifact was refined from a large river. The Black River whip lashed through the air and smashed into the giant shield. The giant shield groaned as it couldn't bear the weight. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface, and the owner of the giant shield was sent flying like a ragged sack. His body kept tumbling in the void as blood flowed out of his mouth. A third-order heaven splitter against a fifth-order heaven splitter was just too difficult. If it weren't for the giant shield itself being a good defensive artifact, this blow would have killed him on the spot. At this moment, although he wasn't in any danger of losing his life under the enemy's attack, his Dao seal was constantly vibrating and he had temporarily lost the ability to fight. However, his sacrifice was not in vain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the shattered sword light once again bloomed with a strange brilliance, leaving behind a series of sword scars on the middle-aged man's body. Blood splashed out as the middle-aged man panicked. One wrong step had led to many wrong steps. He had been sneak attacked while crossing through territory, causing him to completely lose the initiative and fall into a disadvantageous position. Who was it that had actually ambushed him here? Fresh blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring his vision. The middle-aged man looked around and soon saw a figure standing not far away, quietly watching. His eyes couldn't help shrinking as he cried out, "It's you." This person was actually Xianxia. Xianxia stood there calmly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he revealed a sarcastic smile. "Black River, this king has been waiting for you for a long time." The middle-aged man saw Xianxia call out his name and was even more shocked and angered. "How do you know this king's origins?" Xianxia sneered. "It's not like you don't know anyone in World Temple. It's not like they don't know you." After returning from the jewelry store that day, Xianxia had asked Lu Shui and Guazian to inquire about him. Both of them were experienced cultivators, so it was not difficult for them to obtain some information without batting an eyelid. The truth they obtained stunned Xianxia. The guy who wanted to set up a banquet and apologize was actually Heavenly Monarch Black River. Xianxia had never seen or heard of Heavenly Monarch Black River before, but the name Black River made him vigilant. If he was not mistaken, there might be some grievances between him and Heavenly Monarch Black River, and the source of this grievance was Fong Tai, whom he met in the Seven Openings Earth Fire Spirit Land. Fong Tai was a servant in the Fire Spirit Land and had been lured in by Duan Hai together with Xianxia. This guy claimed to be from Black River Boundary and had a token left to him by his ancestors. He had escaped the shackles of World Temple and came to the 3,000 worlds. So he naturally wanted to rely on the token to find his family's elders and obtain their protection. However, he had coincidentally entered the Seven Openings Earth and was trapped inside, unable to escape. Duanhai had obviously heard of Heavenly Monarch Black River's name. He had lured a descendant of the Heavenly Monarch to become a servant. If news of this spread, Heavenly Monarch Black River would definitely not let him go. In order to avoid future troubles, he planned to let Fong Tai escape from the 7 Openings Earth, and then ordered Yang Kai to chase after him. Yang Kai still remembered that there were 2 lower-rank Heaven Splitters accompanying him at that time. They found traces of Fong Tai in a Qinquan world, and Yang Kai fought him one-on-one, killing him with his spear. It was also at that time that Yang Kai encountered Su Huang, which led to the chaos in the 7 Openings Earth. Su Huang was a 5th-rank Heaven Splitter. When Yang Kai killed Fong Tai, he was hiding at the side and saw everything clearly. He sent some inside information and told Yang Kai that there was a restriction in Fong Tai's body. Whoever killed him would leave behind a hidden brand. Unless Yang Kai advanced to Heaven Splitter, this brand could not be removed. The biggest use of this brand was to identify the murderer. If he encountered the owner of this brand in the future, he would be immediately detected. All this time, Yang Kai had not taken this matter to heart. After all, the universe was so big. How could he coincidentally encounter the owner of this brand? But who would have thought that things would be so coincidental? When Yang Kai learned of Heavenly Monarch Black River's name, he immediately reacted. Fong Tai came from the Black River realm, and that guy was Heavenly Monarch Black River. Perhaps he was the one who planted the brand on Fong Tai. If that was really the case, then the matter of him killing Fong Tai would be exposed. This Heavenly Monarch Black River seemed to have chosen the same piece of jewelry as him in the jewelry store. He was definitely approaching him on purpose to test him. Since he was aware of this, how could Kaiyan not be on guard? Originally, he planned to leave the Universal Temple in half a month and continue on his journey. However, he forcibly stayed in the Universal Temple for 2 more months to make preparations. The results of his preparations were very obvious. After an ambush, Heavenly Monarch Black River could not raise his head. Unlike Yang Kai's calmness, Heavenly Monarch Black River was both shocked and angry. He was angry that he had been plotted against unknowingly despite his shrewdness. He was shocked because the auras of the 2 heaven opening realm cultivators beside this little brat were different from what he had sensed before. When he first saw these 3 people, Heavenly Monarch Black River secretly checked the cultivation of the 2 people beside Yang Kai. The woman was definitely at the 4th stage Heaven Splitter, and the man was only at the 2nd stage Heaven Splitter. As for Yang Kai himself, he was a mere Emperor Venerable. He did not take him seriously at all. However, after this fight, he realized that he was very wrong. The man was not at the 2nd stage, but at the 3rd stage. Not only that, the key point was that the woman holding the sword was actually a rank 5. Chapter 4162. Heavenly Monarch Black River was only at the 5th rank, while that woman's cultivation was no different from his. Furthermore, he was ambushed, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. This junior was so cunning that she actually had her subordinates conceal their auras and trap him. Heavenly Monarch Black River was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He had thought that Lu Shui and Guizian had used some sort of secret technique to restrain their auras, but things weren't as he had imagined. 2 months ago, Lu Shui had truly been a 4th stage heaven opening cultivator, and Guizian had truly been a 2nd stage heaven opening cultivator. The reason for such obvious changes in such a short period of time was all because of the world fruit. Lu Shui and Guizian's intelligence on Heavenly Monarch Black River gave Yang Kai a headache. Although the difference between the 5th rank and the 4th rank was only 1 rank, the difference in true battle prowess was like heaven and earth. Lu Shui was completely unable to fight against Heavenly Monarch Black River. Yang Kai could not hide in the Universal Palace forever. If he wanted to solve this problem, he had to let Lu Shui increase her own grade. However, advancing to the heaven opening realm was extremely difficult. It usually required a long period of accumulation and consolidation. How could Yang Kai afford to wait? Fortunately, he had the world fruit. Of the 3 mid-rank world fruits, he had given 1 to Yu before leaving, so he still had 2 left. This was a matter of life and death, so Yang Kai could not care less. He immediately took out another one and gave it to Lu Shui to refine. Guizian also obtained a low-rank world fruit. The 2 months spent in the Universal Palace was the time that Lu Shui and Guizian spent refining the world fruit. The world fruit was indeed a legendary existence. With the help of this divine object, the two of them advanced, resulting in the current situation. However, although Lu Shui had advanced to the 5th rank, she was definitely not Black River's match in a one-on-one battle. After all, Lu Shui had just advanced, so her foundation was not stable. She still needed a long time to consolidate her strength before she could truly unleash her full strength. On the other hand, Black River was a veteran 5th rank. Whether it was the foundation of the little universe in his body or the world force in his body, he was not something Lu Shui, a newcomer, could compare to. There was a clear difference in strength between heaven-opening realm cultivators of the same rank. However, Lu Shui still had the ability to fight with him. The effect of the ambush was immediate. In the void, the battle continued. Lu Shui's long sword danced in an airtight manner, doing her best to maintain the advantage she had obtained with great difficulty, not daring to slack off in the slightest. As for Guizian, he immediately turned back after being sent flying. In a battle between 2 5th-stage heavenly splitters, his role as a newly ascended 3rd-stage heavenly splitter was limited. However, he could still divert Black River's attention a little, and the price he had to pay was suffering heavy injuries again and again. In the end, Black River's foundation was stronger. After fighting for a long time, he slowly stabilized his footing and soon found a turning point. His fight with Lu Shui made him realize that his opponent was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This 5th-stage heaven-opening woman's true strength was somewhat lacking compared to his own. If he fought with his life on the line, she would definitely not be his opponent. However, Black River pretended not to notice. He roared furiously as he retreated in defeat. He looked like he was no match for Black River. Lu Shui became more and more unforgiving. The power of a 5th-stage heavenly splitter made her infatuated. Her many years of pursuit had come true, and she increasingly felt that her choice to stay in the void was right. Otherwise, it would take her at least a few decades to ascend to the 5th stage on her own. But now, a world fruit had made her dream come true. The benefits brought by the world fruit were not as simple as ascending to the 1st stage. The greatest benefit was that it allowed her limits to increase. In the past, her limit was the 6th stage, which was still within the range of the middle stage heavenly splitter. But now, her limit was the 7th stage. She had never thought that she would have the chance to peek into the splendor of an upper stage heavenly splitter in her lifetime. This made Lu Shui feel a sense of gratitude. Naturally, she would do her best to protect Xianxia's safety. The mighty force of the world surged and poured into the aqua sword in her hand. The sword light overflowed, and the sword chi rampaged. Black River could only parry and had no power to fight back. In the fierce battle, Lu Shui grasped a flaw in Lord of Heaven Black River and stabbed her sword. This sword light shone brightly. It was Lu Shui's all-out attack. Even Black River, who was also a 5th stage heavenly splitter, would lose half his life if he was stabbed. But just as this sword was about to succeed, Lord of Heaven Black River sneered. The Black River whip lashed out in the air, and his aura skyrocketed. Lu Shui suddenly felt a terrifying force coming toward her. The mighty force of the world suppressed her, making her feel that she was invincible. This person had been hiding his strength all this time. Lu Shui was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the sword light shattered. The Black River whip lashed Lu Shui's body. With a muffled groan, Lu Shui felt as if her entire body was about to shatter. The mini-universe in her body trembled, and the mighty force of the world was in chaos. When she looked up again, she saw that Lord of Heaven Black River had broken free from her entanglement and was charging toward Xianxia. She had fallen into his trap. Lu Shui grit her teeth. How could she not know that she had been caught in a moment of carelessness? He clearly had the strength to turn the tide, but he had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for this moment to strike. His target from beginning to end had only been Yang Kai. Yang Kai's group of 3 had always been led by him. This was obvious. It would not be easy for Lord of Heaven Black River to kill Lu Shui. But as long as he captured Yang Kai, this battle would be over in an instant. At that time, with Yang Kai in his hands, he could decide whether to leave or stay. Lord of Heaven Black River had a good plan. Lu Shui was immersed in the power of the 5th stage Heavenly Splitter and did not notice at all. When she reacted, it was already too late. As she retreated, Lu Shui gritted her teeth. Her glabella suddenly split open as if a third eye had grown on her forehead. Glabella Sword. This move was Lu Shui's trump card. She would not use it under normal circumstances because it consumed too much energy. Now that Yang Kai's life was on the line, she blamed herself and did not care too much. An illusory sword light slashed out from her glabella. It was neither magnificent nor majestic. It was silent and full of hidden killing intent. The sword light left her body and slashed toward Lord of Heaven Black River's back. At the same time, Yang Kai looked terrified. He opened his eyes wide and staggered backward. He shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I won't be so polite to you." His threatening words made Lord of Heaven Black River laugh. "Junior, you dare to kill my descendant. Today, I will make you beg for death." He reached out to grab Yang Kai. With one grab, heaven and earth were sealed. Even the void was completely suppressed. The power of the 5th stage Heavenly Splitter was evident. It was not that Lord of Heaven Black River did not notice the glabella sword coming at him from behind. However, he was confident that he could capture Yang Kai first and then avoid this terrifying attack. Time seemed to stop. Lu Shui, who had slashed out with the glabella sword, chased after him with a pale face. Not far away, Guizian also roared and charged over with his shield, disregarding his own safety. Although the two were anxious to save Yang Kai, how could they be faster than Lord of Heaven Black River, who had premeditated this? Seeing that the big hand was about to capture Yang Kai suddenly grinned at Lord of Heaven Black River. Then, he raised his hand and summoned the gourd vine. The vine shook and pierced through the 7 small gourds. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements immediately formed a miraculous cycle. The aura of the world's power spread out. Yang Kai did not hesitate and lashed his whip at Lord of Heaven Black River. 5th stage Heavenly Splitter. Lord of Heaven Black River's sinister smile turned into astonishment. He actually felt the aura of the 5th stage Heavenly Splitter from this whip. He could not help but have a huge question in his mind. Could it be that this brat had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He seemed to be from the Emperor realm, but was actually a 5th stage Heavenly Splitter. His moment of astonishment and hesitation caused him to miss a good opportunity. The gourd vine swept over and shattered Lord of Heaven Black River's big hand. Lord of Heaven Black River was shocked and hurriedly summoned his Lord of Heaven Black River whip to block. The 2 whips collided and a violent energy shockwave spread out. On the gourd vine, the 7 small gourds rolled into a ball and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Kai himself spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although he could activate the might of the gourd vine, this thing could only catch his opponent off guard and could not fight for a long time. His opponent was a genuine 5th stage Heavenly Splitter. After a short confrontation, he immediately suffered a great loss. He felt his internal organs tumble and countless bones break. He was seriously injured in the blink of an eye. But this was enough. Although the gourd vine could only attack once in a short time, it still managed to block Lord of Heaven Black River and send him flying. Asterisk chi, asterisk with a loud sound. Lord of Heaven Black River's face twisted and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because Lu Shui's heart's brow sword had cut into his back, immediately tearing open a foot-long wound. Through this wound, one could almost see his broken internal organs. If it weren't for Yang Kai's unexpected actions, he could have captured Yang Kai and then escaped from the heart's brow sword. But that moment of delay had caused him to miss a good opportunity, allowing Lu Shui's attack to succeed. The heart's brow sword was Lu Shui's trump card and possessed terrifying power. After taking this blow, Lord of Heaven Black River's aura quickly withered. "Junior, you treacherous bastard. Sooner or later, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Lord of Heaven Black River roared and turned around to flee. He was seriously injured, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. All he wanted to do was to find a place to heal his wounds. Acting like this was extremely decisive, because he also knew that in his current state, there was nothing he could do to Xianxia. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to take things slowly. But how could Xianxia let him retreat? Seeing Lord of Heaven Black River fly away, Xianxia immediately called out to Lu Shui. "Quick, chase after him." Lu Shui obeyed and immediately tossed out her wind chariot artifact. The three of them rushed inside and chased after Lord of Heaven Black River. Inside the wind chariot, Lu Shui wore a look of lingering fear. Just now, because of her carelessness, Xianxia had almost died. If it weren't for Xianxia's life-saving ability at the last moment, he would have been captured. Her self-blame made her angry, so she spared no effort in her pursuit, not caring about her own injuries. Coupled with the fact that Lord of Heaven Black River was seriously injured, the distance between them was rapidly closing. "Take your time, there's no need to rush." Xianxia seemed to see through Lu Shui's thoughts and comforted her before sitting down cross-legged with Guizian and taking out pills to refine. Although all three of them had been injured in this battle, Lord of Heaven Black River had not fared well either. This was after Lu Shui's grade had been raised. If it were before, facing a fifth stage, splitting the heavens like Lord of Heaven Black River, he would not have been able to resist. Chapter 4163. The current situation was in Xianxia's favor. Black River was alone. He had to run and heal. As long as they kept him occupied and didn't give him the time to heal, he would exhaust his strength sooner or later. At that time, Black River would be at his mercy. Black River clearly realized this and desperately tried to shake off his pursuers. However, he was heavily injured. How could he succeed so easily? As the two parties fled, they crossed more than half of the territory. As they pursued, Lu Shui constantly attacked, slashing out one shocking sword ray after another. Although she couldn't do anything to Black River due to the distance, he was scared out of his wits. He simply didn't have the time to stop and heal. "Junior, don't go too far. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. At worst, this king will perish together with you." Black River shouted angrily. Xianxia stood in the windmill and sneered, unmoved. The more Black River acted like this, the more it showed that he was at the end of his road. Otherwise, how could a fifth-grade heaven splitter shout such words? Several days later, the windmill circled around a Qinquan world and suddenly lost track of Black River. The three of them lowered their heads and looked at the Qinquan world below. This world was similar to the star boundary. There were many such Qinquan worlds in the 3,000 worlds. Black River's sudden disappearance undoubtedly meant that he had escaped into this world. It had to be said that this was a wise choice. Merging into this Qinquan world, as long as he restrained his aura, he would be like a drop of water merging into the sea. Without special methods, it would be impossible to find him. What Kai Yang and the others lacked was this kind of method. Frowning, Xianxia muttered to himself for a moment and quickly made up his mind. Go down. This time, if he didn't take the opportunity to deal with Black River, he would definitely be entangled with him in the future. If Black River ran to the star boundary with him, then it would be troublesome. Lu Shui received the order and drove the windmill towards the Qinquan world. Every universe world had a layer of invisible barrier. This layer of barrier not only protected the martial artists of this world, but also restrained them. Only when one's strength reached a certain level could they break free from this layer of restraint and go to the world outside the Qinquan world. If outsiders wanted to enter, they would have to break through this layer of restrictions. This kind of restraint was naturally nothing to Lu Shui, and she easily broke through it. After putting away the windmill, the three of them looked around, but there was no trace of Dark River. The guy had long since run off to hide somewhere. However, this was also within Xianxia's expectations. If it were him, he would have done the same. Snorting coldly, Xianxia growled, "We're the great emperors of this world. Hurry up and pay your respects." There wasn't much difference between this realm and the star realm, and the laws of heaven and earth were also about the same standard. Thus, there were definitely great emperors in this realm. It was just that the number of great emperors would depend on the size of the bottle of heaven and earth in this realm. When Xianxia had entered this Qingquan world, he had clearly sensed several divine senses probing him. Needless to say, these divine senses belonged to the great emperors of this world. The great emperors of each realm had obtained the acknowledgement of the wills of their respective Qingquan world. Within this Qingquan world, there were many conveniences, and they could use the world force of that realm. It could be said that although the great emperors were only at the level of the emperor realm, they could display the strength of the heaven-opening realm on their home ground. After all, the fundamental difference between the emperor realm and the heaven-opening realm was the world force. When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the star realm and devoured many demon saints, he had also displayed the strength of the heaven-opening realm. However, in the star realm, Xianxia and the other great emperors had still been able to use the world force of the star realm to kill him. Generally speaking, if the great emperors were to use their full strength in their respective Qingquan worlds, they would be able to display the strength of the low-rank heaven-opening realm. Thus, in some Qingquan worlds, some great emperors were unwilling to leave their own territories, because once they did, they would lose the support of the world force. However, there were also benefits to jumping out of the star realm, and that was the opportunity to pry into the mysteries of the martial Tao at a higher level. If one wanted to find traces of Black River in this realm, the best choice was to seek help from the great emperors of this realm. They definitely knew where Black River was currently hiding. However, what made Xianxia feel speechless was that after he shouted, there was no response. The great emperors of this realm acted as if they had not heard him, clearly wanting to stay out of this matter. First, the uninvited guest, Black River, had rashly intruded, followed by Xianxia and the others. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was a dispute between heaven-opening realm experts. It was understandable that the great emperors of this realm wanted to protect themselves and were unwilling to get involved. Xianxia naturally would not let this matter rest. Looking down for a while, he nodded, "What a wonderful paradise. This city is not small and has a large population. The common people live and work in peace and contentment. What's rare is that there is no dispute at all. The great emperors of this realm have truly managed it well." Guizian and Wuxia also followed Xianxia's gaze and saw a large city down below. They didn't know why Xianxia was suddenly commenting on this city. "Flatten this city for me. Don't leave a single person alive." Xianxia suddenly pointed, a sinister look on his face. Guizian and Wuxia both turned their heads to look, unable to conceal the shock in their eyes. The two of them had not followed Xianxia for long, but they had not followed him for a short period of time either. According to their understanding, Xianxia was not a bloodthirsty person and could even be said to be a very reasonable person. How could he suddenly give such a demonic order? That large city below had a population of more than 1 million people. This was 1 million people, not 1 million livestock. While Wuxia was still hesitating, Guizian cupped his fists and shouted, "Yes." As Guizian spoke, he immediately flew to the sky above the city. Ignoring his injuries, he urged the world force and slowly raised his palm. In an instant, the sky changed color and a huge palm print formed above the city. Following Guizian's action, the giant palm slowly pressed down. Wuxia's heart leapt to her throat while Xianxia sneered. In the city, countless people looked up. The giant palm covered the light in front of them, and as it fell, the aura of death filled the air. The city fell into chaos. Screams and cries of panic resounded through the sky. Although Guizian was only a third order opening the heavens, which was nothing in the 3,000 great worlds, he still had the ability to destroy such a city. Just as the giant palm was about to press down, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "Stop!" At the same time, the heaven and earth force in this realm was mobilized and transformed into dense rays of light that collided with the giant palm. In an instant, the giant palm was riddled with holes. Guizian groaned and took a few steps back. The residents of a city who had narrowly escaped death cried out in alarm. "It's the Sea of Qi Master. The Seven Seas Master has come to save us. The Sea of Qi Master must uphold justice for us. The Sea of Qi Master." Countless people below cheered. Yang Kai coldly snorted and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He saw an elderly man hurriedly flying over, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he flew. This old man was clearly the Sea of Qi Master that the residents of the city below were talking about. If possible, he naturally did not want to appear and participate in such a battle between opening the heavens. But Yang Kai had threatened the lives of millions of residents of the city below, so even if he was unwilling, he had to appear. After all, he was one of the great emperors recognized by the world will. If he sat idly by and did not care about the lives of the people here, it was very likely that he would suffer a backlash from the world will. Yang Kai was also one of the great emperors, so he was well aware of this. Sometimes, it was far more effective to use force than to persuade with kind words. He did not really want to slaughter the millions of people. Even if the Sea of Qi old man did not stop him at the last moment, Yang Kai would have asked Wuxia to stop. After all, he was not a real demon. Although this method was a little extreme, it had to be said that the effect was remarkable. The Sea of Qi of the Thousand Thoughts realm greets the master. The elderly man flew in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. Yang Kai's face was unruly, and his face was full of killing intent. He was full of demonic nature, as if he was really a heinous demon. He glanced at him and sneered. "Continue to hide? I thought you were not going to come out." The Sea of Qi old man wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and apologized. "I was in seclusion and did not know that the master was coming. Please forgive me, master. Since you know that you are guilty, how do you want to die?" Yang Kai was filled with killing intent. The Sea of Qi old man was shocked. He had just said it casually, but this person took it seriously. He was really a demon. He was anxious and fearful. "Please punish me, master." Although he was one of the great emperors, he knew that even if he was in the Thousand Thoughts realm, with the support of the realm's mighty force, he would not be able to resist. Yang Kai said coldly, "I should have pulled out your tendons and skin and extracted your soul to serve as a warning to others. However, I have something important to do now, and I need you to do something. I will spare your life for now, but if you can redeem yourself, I will spare your life." The Sea of Qi old man's heart was bitter, but he could guess Yang Kai's intention. He said respectfully, "Master, please tell me what to do." Yang Kai said, "This king chased a demon all the way here, but that demon suddenly disappeared without a trace. He must be hiding somewhere. As the great emperor of this world, nothing can escape your notice. Quickly point this king in the right direction, and once this matter is settled, you will be rewarded handsomely." Chasing a demon. You are a great demon. The Sea of Qi old man cursed in his heart, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He said submissively, "Master, you are too kind. I am old, and my eyesight is not good." Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai shouted, "Guozian, flatten that city, and leave no one alive." "Yes, master," Guozian said solemnly. "Wait," the Sea of Qi old man quickly shouted. Yang Kai sneered. "What else do you want to say?" What else could the Sea of Qi old man say? He really did not want to be involved in this dispute. Whether it was Yang Kai or He, they were not people he could afford to offend. However, Yang Kai was such a demon. He had no choice. The Sea of Qi old man secretly glanced at Yang Kai. He calmed himself down and said, "Master, please know that my Thousand Thoughts realm is the lower realm of the illusionary flower, Water Moon. Everything in this realm belongs to the illusionary flower, Water Moon." Yang Kai's expression changed. Illusionary flower, Water Moon? He immediately thought of a petite woman.